Tianlong Nation, the #1 interstellar port Jian City Jixing Primary Academy. Our academy's annual Beast Contract Awakening ceremony is about to begin. The exams are over and the results are out. What is past is past. Rest well. In 3 days, the Beast Tamers arranged by the academy will awaken everyone. Down in the audience, Gu Yao stared blankly at the middle-aged man passionately speaking on the high stage, her mind spinning. She only wanted to know if this was a dream. Thunderous applause suddenly rang in her ears as the sky darkened. Looking up, she saw a crimson-feathered griffin spreading its enormous wings and sweeping over the auditorium. Its dark red wings cut through the clouds, casting a shadow that dimmed the entire venue as colorful smoke burst through the air. Gu Yao raised her stiff hand, squeezed it, then rubbed her face. A few days ago, she had been celebrating the end of the college entrance exam, ready to rest and wait for her university acceptance letter. "No!" Gu Yao screamed helplessly in her heart. The pretty girl beside her nudged her with an elbow. "Yao Yao. What's wrong? You've been acting so weird these past 2 days." She leaned closer. "You look terrible. We're about to awaken our contract beasts, but you don't look happy or nervous at all." With that, she poked Gu Yao's cheek. "Have you been losing sleep because you were busy choosing a beast?" The touch on her cheek brought her back. "Huh? I've had some insomnia lately." "I see. Then tell your mother you're staying at my house tonight. Since the exams are over, we don't have to study these days. Let's rest well. Don't worry. Even though your grades are bad, as long as the Beast Taming Codex awakens successfully, we can still enter the 3rd Intermediate Beast Taming Academy together. And if the awakening fails?" Gu Yao looked at the girl beside her, who was a little taller than her, and asked. She truly knew nothing about this unfamiliar world. When she first came to this world, she had received only a little information about it. Besides being an underachiever, the original owner had slept at her desk almost every day. She slept whenever she got home, and her only social activity was occasionally chatting with the girl beside her, Jiang Xianwei. Because Jiang Xianwei lived close to her. Jiang Xianwei was the model child of the neighborhood, good grades, good temper, and good looks. Most people liked her. That was why they were close, but they only had time to play together after homework was done and on holidays. Jiang Xianyu's pretty face scrunched up as she seriously considered what she would do in such a situation. Beast tamers were the mainstream profession here. There were 5 major planets in this world, and their strength crushed that of the other planets because these 5 planets had powerful beast tamers. Beast tamer ranks corresponded to beast ranks: primary, intermediate, advanced, general, king, sovereign, emperor, legendary, and divine. Among the 5 major planets, only the planet Lacagia had 2 legendary beast tamers, the other 4 each had only 1. "It's fine. I'll go ask my mother. There must be another way." Jiang Xianwei patted Gu Yao's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. With a serious expression, she promised she would definitely help her. They were best friends, and that would never change. Looking at the girl's serious expression, Gu Yao felt a momentary trance. What would she think if she knew her best friend had become a different person? Gu Yao guiltily touched her nose. "It's fine. I was just asking. Don't worry about it. Anyway, when will this end? Let's go get something to eat." She had spent her first few days here in a daze. This morning Jiang Xianwei had to wake her up, and she didn't even have time for breakfast. After saying that, she watched the officials still explaining the rules. Someone was distributing something. "We can leave once we get our number tags. The awakening ceremony seats are arranged by those numbers." The distribution was fast. Their turn would come soon. "Teacher, could you give us seats next to each other?" Jiang Xianwei asked sweetly. "You want to sit next to Gu Yao?" "Okay, let me check." The teacher handed her 2 adjacent seat number tags. Gu Yao stared in disbelief. Truly a good student's privilege. Earlier she had heard someone make the same request and get scolded. She thought the teacher was scary. Jiang Xianwei quickly thanked the teacher, then handed 1 tag to Gu Yao. Gu Yao took it and looked. 250. "What's wrong, Yao?" Jiang Xianwei looked confused at Gu Yao, whose expression had turned even worse. Nothing. What could she say? She dared not ask the teacher to change, nor did she want to trade this number with Jiang Xianwei. Forget it. Finally the ceremony ended. The 2 went to eat together, then wandered around. The commercial street was bustling after school. In the shop windows various pet beast equipment gleamed: crystal collars that stored energy and high-grade energy fluid suitable for newborn beasts. Jiang Xian acted like a little guide introducing things as they walked. Suddenly she pointed at a dessert shop, eyes shining. Want to try strawberry snow cheese? It's super delicious, highly recommended. Gu Yao nodded. It looks tasty. On the way home, Gu Yao asked casual questions about this world. After half a day, she had a basic understanding of the place. In the end, Gu Yao declined Jiang Xianyue's invitation to stay at her house, and returned home. Looking at the large villa with its own courtyard, Gu Yao steadied herself and walked in. Yao Yao. You're back. I heard your awakening ceremony is in 3 days. A middle-aged man greeted her while holding a dish. A woman was holding up a beautiful white dress that sparkled as she measured it against herself. I ate with Yaya after school. She had already eaten, but seeing the food on the table made her swallow. After a moment's hesitation, she sat down anyway. But I can still eat a bit more. She had tasted his cooking 2 days ago. It was delicious. In short, it was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Yao Yao, how does this dress look? I'll wear this at your awakening ceremony. Pretty. Very pretty. Mom, you'd look pretty even in a sack. Gu Yao answered vaguely, while chewing meat, nodding frantically. Her parents burst into laughter. Haha, your daughter's tongue is much sweeter than yours. Gu Yao had taken her mother's surname. She also had an older brother, who took their father's surname named Ouyangchen. From her memories, her mother Gu Yanshu was an advanced beast tamer, while her father Ouyangchen was only an intermediate beast tamer, but also a beast breeder. According to her impression, her mother had met her father because of this. But the memories were vague, and she wasn't sure. She sighed inwardly. It seemed the previous her had not cared about anything. After dinner, Gu Yao said good night, and returned to her room. Could our little girl be upset because she did so poorly on the exam? After hearing the upstairs door close, Gu Yanshu quietly asked her husband. Probably not. We've never asked her to get good grades. Besides, she's always done poorly at school. She should be used to it. It doesn't make sense for her to suddenly be unhappy. Ouyangchen thought for a moment. I'll go next door and ask the Jiang girl if she knows what's going on. They came back together today. Okay, then I'll wash some fruit and bring it up to her later. Gu Yao darted into her room like a little rabbit and flopped onto her bed with a heavy sigh. She didn't know what exactly she was feeling, she was just dazed. Outside, a bright white moon hung high in the sky and moonbeams poured into the room like water. Gu Yao's heart slowly calmed. She thought to herself, forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well stay. Worrying won't help, I'll just take things one step at a time. Once she had made up her mind, Gu Yao pulled up the blanket and got ready for sleep. Bang! A streak of red crashed through the window, carrying the smell of something burnt. Then Gu Yao felt her body become startlingly light, glowing with a faint luster. What was this? The door burst open, and Gu Yanshu rushed in. Behind her followed a beast that looked a little like an octopus, but its body was blue, with white star spots, semi-transparent, like a starry sky. The huge eye on its forehead gave off a strange cyan glow, the same color as the energy clinging to Gu Yao's body. A beast. A high-grade dual-attribute beast of the spirit and fairy types. The cyanide tentacle demon. What happened? Gu Yanshu relaxed when she saw Gu Yao was safe, then turned to scan the room, and saw a charred black mass in the corner. She walked forward in confusion, then looked at the broken window. The cyanide tentacle demon had already carried Gu Yao over, and set her down beside Gu Yanshu. I don't know, Gu Yao said, also looking at the thing in the corner with confusion. It just crashed in. It's not a meteorite, is it? No. Gu Yanshu shook her head. Was this a wild beast? Jian City was a first-tier city, prosperous and developed, known as the #1 interstellar port because it hosted the largest spacecraft launch base. Therefore, its safety level was high and wild beasts were strictly controlled. How could a wild beast appear suddenly? Gu Yanshu was suspicious, but still answered her daughter's question. A wild beast. Wild beast. Seeing her daughter's confused expression, she explained, beasts trained by tamers have a tamer's imprint in their souls and energy. This one doesn't. With that, she took out her communicator and sent her husband a message telling him to come back quickly. It's okay. This city is full of detection instruments. The beast capture team should pick it up soon. Don't be scared. Ouyangchen received a message from his wife and rushed home. The family stared at the scorched creature. Is it still alive? Gu Yao asked her parents in a whisper, feeling the serious atmosphere made her afraid to speak louder. It's alive, still alive. Gu Yanshu snapped back and patted the man. Let your Bellvine heal it. I think we should wait for the beast capture team. Who knows what ferocious beast it is? Yangqian hesitated. What if it attacks us after being healed? Its aura is chaotic though its energy is weak. I'm afraid it might be a dark attribute or ghost demon beast. Yao is here, we should be cautious. Alright then. Have you called the police? This much commotion should have brought someone by now. Could the detection instruments around Jian City be malfunctioning? Wild beast incidents haven't occurred in Jian City for years. Oh, not yet. I'm calling now. Before he finished, the dying black ball on the ground suddenly lunged at Gu Yao so fast that no one reacted. Ah! Gu Yao cried out in pain. She felt her organs shifted by the impact. Cold sweat broke out instantly, and her vision went black as she fainted. Io! Yao Yao! The two rushed toward her. Before they could get close, a contract array suddenly blazed to life, enveloping the girl and the beast. This? A force contract? Gu Yanshu exclaimed, her face full of shock and confusion. Can a beast forcibly contract with a human? I recall that only powerful beast tamers can force a contract with a weaker beast, and that's the result of the taming code's power suppression. How can it be reversed? This? I've never heard of such a thing. Could it be a secret art of their clan? But when did Yao Yao awaken her beast-taming brain domain? During the contract, all attacks and skills are ineffective. Once started, no one can stop it except the two parties involved. They could only wait. But the precondition for a contract is that the brain domain must have awakened the taming code to activate the array. When had their girl awakened? Yangqian suddenly realized a problem. They haven't held the awakening ceremony yet. Did Yao Yao awaken on her own? Gu Yanshu suddenly understood deep in thought. No wonder Yao Yao has been listless lately. It must be that the awakening consumed too much energy. Self-awakening. Yangqian took a deep breath. He didn't expect another self-awakened genius in the family. Then something occurred to him. But I just asked the Jiang girl, and she said Yao Yao suddenly asked today what if the awakening failed. She said Yao Yao was under a lot of pressure about succeeding. How could she suddenly? Yangqian relayed the Jiang girl's words to his wife. This. I think. Yao Yao probably doesn't know she awakened. It was unbelievable. Gu Yanshu nodded affirmatively, finding an excuse for her daughter, whose grades were terrible. With Yao Yao's poor grades, and knowing nothing, it's not surprising she didn't realize she could awaken on her own. Yangqian. Meanwhile, Gu Yao knew nothing of the outside world. Her consciousness curled up in a corner, hugging herself tightly. She had often dreamed of this pitch-black world before, but now she was truly trapped here. Maybe she had already died. She had thought the previous events were just exhaustion after the college entrance exam, so she guessed the transmigration was merely a dying fantasy. She was waiting for the black and white impermanence, wondering if there really was an underworld. Her thoughts wandered. The pitch-black world brightened, and the words taming code appeared out of thin air. The book turned a page by itself. Contract successful. Yanhu Fire Element Beginner Pet 963-2500. Trait Burn Beginner 105250. Immune to fire damage. Reduced damage from other attributes. Skills Bite Physical Mastery 795-2500. Flame Charge Physical Proficiency 560-2500. Fireball Fire Attack Mastery 3580-2500. Blazing Domain Fire Attack Beginner 1250. Available points 50. Contract success. What the hell? Gu Yao stared at the charred lump in front of her. Yanhu. Her mind grew more confused. She didn't understand the situation. In all her memories, there was no knowledge about a beast forcibly contracting a human. Gu Yao sat cross-legged. The surroundings were no longer pitch-black, but had become a gradient of orange-red and blue, less oppressive. She relaxed a bit and began to observe. Time seemed to pass slowly here. The black lump before her, now no longer it was Yanhu, had shed its scorched fur, revealing orange-red fur. But why did it contract with her? She hadn't participated in the awakening ceremony, so she shouldn't be able to contract yet. So many questions, so little knowledge. But the most important thing was how to get out of this space. As she thought, she suddenly opened her eyes, and saw her parents standing by the bed. Mom. Her throat was hoarse and sore like a cold. Gu Yao quickly brought a cup of water, with a straw to her lips. Yao, how do you feel? Any discomfort? After drinking water, she felt alive again. I'm fine, but... Where is this? Gu Yao looked at the room. It resembled a hospital. This is a hospital. You've been asleep here for a day and a night. We were really worried. We've never seen a beast contract last this long. Ouyang Qian raised the bed and set up a table. Luckily the doctor checked regularly and said it's nothing serious, just the normal brain domain mental fluctuations at the early stage of awakening. Ouyang Qian placed the meal on the small table over the hospital bed. The aroma made Gu Yao's stomach growl loudly, and she grabbed chopsticks and wolfed down the food. Eat slowly, you're ravenous. Gu Yao helped her daughter tie up her hair. I told you she'd be hungry, but you didn't believe me. Good thing I made food. Ouyang Qian watched his daughter wolfing down food and raised an eyebrow proudly. Yes, you're right. So smart of you. Gu Yao looked at him, as if she couldn't be bothered. After the meal, Gu Yao slowly recounted her situation. Yan Hu. That doesn't seem to be a local beast, does it? Gu Yao turned to her husband. Do you know anything about it? I remember it's from. Which region? It's a beast from the central region. It's hot there with volcanoes. Yanhu is fire attribute, so they're mostly found in those city-states. In Fuyan Kingdom over 90% of contracts are with Yanhu. It's practically their representative local beast. He sighed. Now I finally know who Yao inherited her poor grades from. Gu Yao was confused. What nonsense are you talking? Gu Yao pinched the soft flesh on his waist and twisted it 360 degrees. Wrong, let go. It hurts. Gu Yao. Can a beast force a contract with a human? Gu Yao asked the question she most wanted to know. If it were possible, this world would be too dangerous. No, at least I've never seen it except for you, sweetie. I never heard teachers mention it at the academy either. Gu Yao looked at the man behind her holding his waist. Indeed, none. I asked many friends today, and none had heard of such a thing. By the way, I contacted Achin. He said he arrived this afternoon. He shipped the stuff back. As Ouyang Qian spoke, the ward door opened. The newcomer wore casual clothes, looking relaxed and free-spirited. His short hair was neat and tidy without much styling, yet it made him look even more spirited. Sunlight fell on him, outlining his handsome features, a high nose bridge and deep eyes. He seemed to have run over his chest, heaving slightly, all showing his youthful vitality. He looked about 15 or 16, radiating vigorous energy. On closer look, his features resembled Ouyang Qian's, especially the eyes, almost identical. Her memories stirred. This must be Ouyang Qian. Gu Yao's impression of him was from the high school entrance exam 4 or 5 years ago. They hadn't interacted much in past memories. She had been quite withdrawn, often staying alone or sleeping. Apart from outgoing and warm-hearted people like Jiang Xianyu, a few others had contact with her. How's Io? Ouyang Qian's breath was still unsteady from running. He walked over, saw the little girl sitting up eating, and sighed in relief. She's awake already? She should be fine. More or less, but her mental fluctuations were severe earlier. The doctor said she needs rest and shouldn't strain herself. She must relax. Gu Yao turned to her son. Your sister awakened on her own just like you. Since you're back, stay with her for a few days and teach her. You know her grades aren't great. Maybe you two can go out and have fun to relax. Okay, leave it to me. I'll take good care of my sister. Ouyang Qian took a sip of water and agreed readily. Gu Yao looked at Gu Yao, asking her opinion with her eyes. No need. I still want to accompany Jiang Xianwei to the awakening ceremony. I promised her. That's fine. The academy will be open to parents that day. Your brother can take you to accompany Jiang Xianwei to the awakening. Ouyang Qian decided directly. Besides, your brother is on break and not busy. With that, Gu Yao could only nod. After discharge procedures, the family walked out of the hospital slowly. Ouyang Qian raised his hand and waved lightly. A flash of light, and a beast appeared before everyone. The beast was enormous, covered in hard rock-like scales, with wings spanning dozens of meters, majestic and awe-inspiring. Gu Yao blinked, muttering in surprise inwardly, this is one of the evolution branches of the small griffin. Rockbreaker griffin. Her memory was instantly pulled back to that day's assembly, when a similar beast had circled in the sky, leaving a deep impression on her. But the one before them now was clearly the fire attribute branch. When did it evolve? Gu Yao tilted her head and asked. In her memory, it was still a beginner beast. Is evolution that simple? Yangshan smiled and nodded, explaining, yeah, it suddenly evolved during a match last time. What match? After you entered the key training class, your father, and I couldn't keep up with your situation anymore. You never tell us anything. Gu Yanshu sat down, pursed her lips upon hearing this, and asked her son, with a dissatisfied tone. Yangshan scratched his head, and replied sheepishly, we have a lot of practical training, just ordinary exchange matches. But the National Intermediate Academy tournament is about to start. Yangshan quickly changed the subject. So are you entering this year's National Intermediate Academy competition? Yangshan nodded without hesitation. Of course. It's the national tournament. With a good ranking, we can definitely establish ourselves in the capital. His tone was filled with expectation and confidence. Perhaps what? Gu Yao's curiosity was piqued when he paused mid-sentence, and she couldn't help pressing softly. Perhaps there is even a slim chance of getting into the imperial capital's most elite advanced academy, the Huantian Beast Taming Academy. In the National Intermediate Academy tournament, the top 3 in each event are guaranteed admission. Even if you don't make top 3, they'll extend an olive branch if your performance is good. Gu Yao nodded thoughtfully. Noticing her parents' expressions, and sensing the atmosphere had changed, she felt puzzled, but after a moment's thought held her tongue. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're not asking for anything, neither from you nor your sister. Just do whatever you want to do. Yangshan patted his shoulder. Your father is right. You and your sister didn't awaken through any external force. You awakened on your own. That already makes you rare geniuses. Don't let others influence you. With your father, and me here, don't worry. Gu Yanshu nodded, ruffled Gu Yao's hair, and smiled gently. Be like your sister. Don't let anything trouble you, and don't take anything to heart. Hearing her parents say this, Gu Yao's thoughts drifted to something buried deep in her memories long ago. Several people seemed to have come to the house back then, but she couldn't quite remember what was said. Only the image of her parents' angry faces remained, with her brother and herself shielded behind them. After that, the memory was so blurry she truly couldn't recall anything else. Yangshan didn't follow up on that topic. Instead, he changed the subject. But how did our little sister end up in the hospital just from contracting a beast? When he had seen his father's silent expression through the communicator back then, he'd guessed something might be wrong, so he skipped the afternoon assembly and asked for leave to rush home. With you two here, contracting a beast isn't even dangerous. How could she get hurt and end up in the hospital? A contract was by nature meant to bind a contracted beast. Under normal circumstances, even if there was backlash, the beast bore most of it. Some powerful beast tamers could even walk away without the slightest backlash. Unless someone contracted a high-rank beast beyond their level or inherited a high-rank beast from the previous generation, that kind of result was most likely. Given how loving and cautious their parents were, there was absolutely no way they'd let her contract a high-rank beast above her level. Let's talk about it when we get home. Yangshan took the hint and urged the Shatter Rock Griffin to fly faster. Before long, they arrived at the rooftop of their home. Yao. The moment she got down from the Shatter Rock Griffin, she heard someone calling her name. At the sound, she knew it was Yaya. Gu Yao hurried forward 2 steps and looked down. Sure enough, there below stood Yaya and her parents, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang. When I heard you were in the hospital, it scared me to death. The moment Gu Yao climbed down, Jiang Xianwei hugged her. Seeing she had no injuries, she sighed in relief. Yaya kept asking about you, so when I was handling your discharge, I told her. Gu Yanshu smiled at the two of them. That's right. Once she heard Yao Yao had awakened, the little girl was happier than if it were her own awakening. She even wanted to visit the hospital. If I hadn't stopped her and said you needed rest, she would have run over long ago. And Jiang was also beaming. She placed the gift in Gu Yanshu's hands. This is a small token of our regard. Between us, no need for such formalities. Come sit in the house. As she spoke, she began to usher them inside. No need. We've all been through this. Right after an awakening, one needs peace and quiet to rest. Relax for now. Once Yao Yao's condition stabilizes, we'll get together properly and celebrate. Now hurry home and rest. And Jiang said this, and gently tousled Gu Yao's hair. After a few pleasantries, they sent the guests off. Returning inside, Yang checked that the doors and windows were closed, then sat down and pulled up the news on the screen, placing it in front of the two children. Jiyun City top story. On the night of June 26 between 8 and 9 p.m., the government detected that Jiyun City had been attacked by an unidentified wild spirit beast. The area remained under spatial lockdown for 40 minutes. Officials are conducting an all-out search. Was it that night? Seeing her parents nod, Gu Yao roughly understood what they meant. What are you talking about? Yang also knew the news. It was a big topic, and still all over the trending page. But what did it have to do with his little sister? He looked completely baffled. Yang looked at Gu Yanshu, signaling for her to explain the situation in detail. That night, not long after you went to the Jiang's house, I was washing fruit, when I suddenly heard a loud crashing sound from upstairs, like something huge slamming down. The green-eyed tentacle beast beside me also reacted intensely, so I figured it couldn't be Yao making the noise. It was most likely a wild spirit beast. Even though there hadn't been news of wild beasts attacking people in a long time, the tentacle beast's reaction told me something was off. When we went upstairs, sure enough, it was a wild spirit beast. Gu Yanshu pondered. What happened after that is what you saw when you came back. You know the rest. It attacked Yao. Yang was shocked. He turned to his sister, confirming she had no obvious external injuries. Could it be internal? Not entirely. It crashed into Yao. The hospital tests showed only some slight burns on her stomach. Her internal organs are fine, and the doctor prescribed medicine as well. But it contracted with Yao. Hearing her father say this, Gu Yao lifted her clothes a little, and indeed saw the skin was still reddish. A faint burning pain suddenly registered in hindsight. Does it still hurt? While you were asleep, I put medicine on it. It looks much better than before. Gu Yanshu looked at her with concern. Lowering her clothes, Gu Yao felt a warm current rise in her heart. It's fine. I don't feel it anymore. That's good. Dad, what exactly is a force contract? Seeing that his sister was fine, Yang breathed a sigh of relief. His relationship with his younger sister was ordinary, but she was still his own flesh and blood. To say he didn't care at all would be a lie. Exactly what it sounds like. The one who initiated the contract wasn't Yao. When the contract array lit up, it indeed enveloped both Yao and the flame fox. After saying this, he looked at his daughter. Yao, can you summon it out for us to see? Okay. Gu Yao nodded. The other three looked at her. Gu Yao, how did one summon it? She had no idea. Yao. When someone is truly at a loss for words, all they can do is laugh. Yang shot his parents a helpless look, as if to say, you two said you wouldn't meddle, and sure enough you really did. He knew his younger sister strongly resisted studying, and often scored 0 on exams, but even he had underestimated the severity of the situation. The couple was also a bit shocked, so the teacher's remark that Yao always slept in class wasn't an exaggeration. After all, she slept at home too, she shouldn't still be sleepy at school. Did you fall asleep when the teacher was instructing? Gu Yanshu looked at her daughter's expression, and was both annoyed and amused. She sighed inwardly. I'll teach you. Watch closely. As she watched her mother form hand seals, a yellow summoning array appeared out of thin air. Gu Yao's eyes went wide as saucers, and her heart raced with excitement. She quickly raised her hand, imitating her mother's motions. A black summoning array lit up in her palm. The next moment, a little orange-red creature appeared out of thin air. With a quick eye and swift hand, Gu Yao instinctively caught it steadily. Yen. The flame fox looked as if it hadn't woken up. So small, it looks only a few months old. The four of them leaned in to take a closer look. Yen. Yen. Startled to see 4 people staring at it, the flame fox burst into flames, assuming a battle stance, and bared its teeth at the 3 people besides Gu Yao. Sorry. Startled, Gu Yao quickly placed it on the table. She checked her hand. Fortunately, she hadn't been burned. Otherwise, she would have just left the hospital and had to go straight back. Looking at the wary little creature on the table, Gu Yao introduced them. I'm Gu Yao. She's my mother, he's my father, and he's my brother. Following Gu Yao's cue, the 3 of them nodded to the little thing. It was truly a first in their lives, greeting a low-level contracted beast, a little creature whose fur hadn't even grown in yet. Yen. Yen. The flame fox glanced at them, then at its tamer. It gave them a nod, retracted its flames, and then hopped into Gu Yao's arms. "What is it saying?" Ouyang studied the flame fox. It was really small. As his little sister's first contracted beast, wasn't it too small? Evolution would take a long time because the energy required for evolution often accumulated inside the body with age over the years. "It says if you have questions you can just ask directly," Gu Yao said. The flame fox looked up at its tamer, blinking. "Yen yen yen yen. It says it's hungry." Ouyang nodded, got up, made a low-level contracted beast energy meal, and set it on the table. Seeing the food, the flame fox lifted its head and looked at its tamer. "Yen. Okay, go ahead and eat." Gu Yao set it on the table. The moment the flame fox reached the table, it wolfed the food down, as if it had been starving for days, eating with relish. Based on its size, fur, and tail, I'd say it's about 2 months old. Ouyang tilted his head and observed carefully. He bent down to get a look at its teeth. "That means it was born not long ago. How did it end up here?" Gu Yanshu watched the little thing eating happily, its appearance utterly adorable, and a feeling of tenderness rose in her heart. This small? Gu Yao thought of the information in the Beast Taming Codex. How could it have such high skill proficiency? The flame fox, full in content, was in a good mood, and let Ouyang inspect it freely. As a contracted beast breeder, he was far more professional than the others, and knew much more about pets. Ouyang looked at Gu Yao, who had come over to watch, somewhat puzzled. "When did you heal it?" Hearing this, Gu Yao shook her head quickly. "I don't even know how to summon. How could I heal it?" That was true. Ouyang had forgotten about that. Could it be that its recovery ability is strong? Gu Yanshu guessed. A newborn cub can be fragile when it needs to be, but it's also truly tenacious in vitality. After the examination, the flame fox curled up in Gu Yao's arms and looked at the other three. "What happened? How did you get here? And why did you force a contract on my sister?" Ouyang asked the little ball of fluff. "Yen yen 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 yen. It says a riot broke out where it came from. Humans and the beast race were fighting, and a lot of people were capturing contracted beasts. It escaped on its own, but a big guy kept chasing it. That person was so strong it couldn't even see what the villain looked like, so it could only run and hide. Then it met a young yen 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 yen." The flame fox lifted its paw and pointed at Ouyang. "Yen yen 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 yen." A young man about as old as brother gave it a light green talisman with golden patterns, and told it that using it would form a contract with a human, and after contracting its wild aura would be hidden. Because the man had no one around with blank Beast Taming Codex, he told the fox to wander around a few junior beast taming academies around this time. It might meet a student who had awakened but hadn't contracted yet. Then the thing chasing it found it, so it had no choice but to contract with just anyone. Gu Yao translated continuously, so speechless, she thought she might faint from exasperation. So it came down to her bad luck. No, wait, she had always been pretty unlucky. The other three were also stunned, standing there blankly for a long while before they came back to their senses. "All right. We'll investigate this matter further. We've already arranged for someone to transport a flame fox over. In the next couple of days, I'll go release it into the wild beast zone. Keep this quiet for now." This was said for his two children to hear. Although Gu Yao and Ouyang didn't fully understand, they both nodded in unison to show they got it. Whether it was the riot or the person pursuing that little creature, both were eerily powerful, judging from the news. Moreover, it had been a long time since anyone had heard of war between the beast race and humans, and so far there was still no hot topic story about the incident. At this thought, Gu Yanshu glanced at her husband. They still needed to look into it. With the matter roughly understood, everyone returned to their own rooms to rest. The next day, just after she finished breakfast and stepped out holding the flame fox, Jiang Xianwei was already waiting at the door. "Wow, so this is the little contracted beast you got. It's so cute." The instant Jiang Xianwei saw the flame fox, her eyes went wide. She looked at it from left to right, adoring it endlessly. "What's its name? Can I touch it?" "I haven't thought of a name yet." Gu Yao looked down at the flame fox in her arms, and asked with her eyes whether it would let Jiang Xianwei touch it. The flame fox looked at its tamer, then at the expectant girl in front of it, and thought these two are clearly close friends. It should be fine. So it gave a small nod. Seeing the flame fox nod, Jiang Xianwei gently rubbed its head with both hands. Its fur was so beautiful, glossy and soft, and it felt wonderful to the touch. "Achen, where are you taking your sister today?" Uncle Jiang, coming out behind them, smiled at Yang. Then he noticed the beast flying alongside wearing a size reduction bracelet. "Is that a Shadow Rock Griffin?" Yang nodded. "We're going to the awakening ceremony." Yao insisted she'd promised Yaya she'd go with her. "I'm on break, so I don't have much to do, so I'll go along to keep her company, and also visit my former teachers." Along the way, Jiang Xianwei and Gu Yao sat in front chattering endlessly about what kind of contracted beast to choose. Yaya didn't care much for beast taming combat competitions, she preferred beast taming exhibition events. Fighting didn't appeal to her. Gu Yao hadn't decided what she wanted to do in the future either, so she stayed silent and just listened to Yaya talk. "What about doing research in beast taming? I think I have some talent in that area. As for being a healing therapist, it's a bit difficult, because you need to have a contracted beast with healing skills. A beast groomer is also a nice choice. I really like that too." Gu Yao, I remember combat-related professions are the ones most beast tamers choose, right? Gu Yao still felt it was better to follow the mainstream. Survival mattered more. Of course. Whether it's a big or small competition, nearly any battle match is packed to capacity. Even our upcoming citywide exchange match between intermediate academies, a completely ordinary competition, has tickets selling like hotcakes and is basically full. Other types of competitions do far worse. But Jiang Xianwei changed the subject. Exhibition matches are one of the few types that are also very popular. Actually, every year contestants who perform well in the Intermediate Academy Exhibition Tournament receive a lot of offers, advertisements, modeling showcases, acting, and things like that. With good luck, they can even get a chance to appear on bigger screens. Gu Yao nodded in agreement. But if you want to enter exhibition matches, the first step is having a rare or uncommon spirit beast, and those are really hard to find. Just then the Shadow Rock Griffin let out a cry. "Shatter! We're here!" The four of them got down and looked at the thronging crowd. Many students had come with their entire families, and some had brought along contracted beasts they had prepared. "Why aren't there as many students as at the assembly the other day? Are they split into batches?" Gu Yao quietly asked Yaya. "Huh? Did you forget that a lot of people didn't sign the awakening application form? A lot of people in our class chose to awaken 3 years later. After all, plenty of people care a lot about the National Intermediate Academy competition and want a good placement, so they want to accumulate steadily before bursting forth." Yang explained on the side. Because at 6-year Intermediate Academy graduation, there are still many people whose contracted beasts are only low level. Also, research says awakening can happen at 12, but that doesn't mean it's the best time. Some think the slow bird should start early, others think you should let things settle. If you awaken later, your brain domain is definitely stabilized above 5%. I see. Lately she had also briefly used the internet to understand this world. Brain domain development was a matter of talent. If waiting 3 years could stabilize it by that much, most people would choose the latter. After all, there was no shortcut to forcibly increase it from the outside. Gu Yao watched Yaya take her seat in her designated place. Family members could only stand at the perimeter and watch. A beast tamer sat in each of 6 directions, each accompanied by a Bobo beast. They activated their power at the same time, and streams of differently colored energy flowed along the rune-lined paths on the ground, quickly enveloping all the students. Gu Yao's eyes flew wide open. The resplendent array condensed in the sky reflected in her eyes, and her heart beat faster and faster. She was moved yet again. So this was the awakening ceremony. Because the flame fox was contracted with her, it could feel her intense emotional surge. Though it didn't understand, it nuzzled against her in her arms to comfort her. It had heard at home that its tamer needed peaceful rest and steady emotions. Yang watched the two of them getting along so harmoniously and felt at ease. Awakening depends on each person's talent. Some are fast, some slow. I'm going to say hello to my former teacher. Wait for me here. Gu Yao nodded at her brother's words. Seeing him disappear into the crowd, she turned her gaze back to Yaya. As time passed, black contract arrays appeared on many of the students. She had learned yesterday that for every 10% of brain domain development, one blank beast taming page could be unlocked, meaning each person could contract at most 10 contracted beasts in their lifetime. With breakthroughs in the brain domain, the contract array's color progressed in order: black, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and gold. At present, the highest brain domain development was 70% or 7 contracted beasts. An ordinary person could have at most 3 in a lifetime. Those with good aptitude hovered around 4 or 5, and 5 was a threshold. The higher levels were all theoretical calculations. No one had ever reached them. Thinking about it, her mother and father had excellent talent. After all, in their younger days, they each had 3 or 4 contracted beasts. No wonder she and her brother had both awakened on their own. The runes on the ground slowly faded away. Those whose contract formation had not appeared had failed the awakening. Around them the crowd gradually grew lively with cheers and complaints rising one after another, while some silently slipped away. Yeah. Over here. Gu Yao raised her hand and called out to Jiang Xianyue, who was searching around. Jiang Xianyue was still dazed. Only when she saw her father and friends coming toward her did she relax. How do you feel? I'm okay, just a little tired. Dad, let's go home first, I want to rest. Jiang Xianyue rubbed her face and tried to muster some energy. Okay. The 3 of them waited for Ouyangchun and headed home together. Brother, why is it so tiring after awakening? Shouldn't stronger spiritual power make you more energetic? Gu Yao looked at the dazed Jiang Xianyue and asked quietly, somewhat confused. It depends. Natural awakening generally doesn't cause this. What you have is a mental fluctuation in the cerebral domain caused by contract issues. The other case is when the cerebral domain is forcibly activated by external force. Since all spiritual power is violently mobilized to break through the cerebral domain, it's naturally extremely tiring afterward. Ouyangchun explained in a low voice. Gu Yao nodded. Brother, what was that competition you mentioned last time? Are you asking about the National Intermediate Academy competition? The one held every 3 years. Only those who enter the elite class are eligible. Every intermediate academy has 6 cohorts from year 1 to year 6. Some academies hold exchange competitions every summer vacation. The one you'll be attending is Jian City 3rd Intermediate Academy, where I'm currently at. Ouyangchun opened his communicator, pulled up the academy's official website, and showed it to his sister. This year's year 1 new students also have it. Once you register your beast's information, just submit it on registration day. As long as you've awakened and contracted a beast, you'll pass. There's no academic test score requirement. If you haven't awakened, you'll need to reach the score line to enroll. Gu Yao looked at the academy's vast and beautiful campus on the website, her heart filled with longing. Good thing she had awakened. After registration, there will be selection trials a month before school starts. The school term begins around the finals. Those who perform well can enter the elite team and prepare for the triennial national competition. Ouyangchun briefly explained. I want to enter the exhibition match. Upon hearing this, a spark of energy lit up Jiang Xianyue's weary expression. She hugged Gu Yao's arm and shook it. Yao, will you accompany me? If we add Linja, we can participate in the exhibition match. Yeah, why are you dragging others into the exhibition match with you? Not everyone wants to become famous. Jiang's father rubbed her head, disapproving of what she had just done. It's fine, uncle. Before Gu Yao could finish, she was interrupted. But brother Linja and I are still short one person. And if we join the exhibition match, we can also sign up for other competitions. Jiang Xianyue muttered quietly. You, seeing Jiang Xianyue's earnest gaze, Gu Yao helplessly waved at Uncle Jiang. It's all right, Uncle Jiang. I actually want to compete with Yaya too. With that, Father Jiang said no more. He only told them to think it over carefully, since it would affect their future paths. The 2 girls nodded. After arriving home, Jiang Xianyue said goodbye to Gu Yao and went back to rest. Gu Yao followed her brother into their house. Are you planning to go down the exhibition match route in the future? Ouyangchun suspected that his sister had agreed because she didn't want a rift to form in their friendship. He wanted to explain to her how things truly stood in the current world. Brother, are you recommending that I take the Beast Tamer battle competition route? Gu Yao was also conflicted and uncertain inside. Seeing that her brother seemed to want to talk about it, she sat down in the living room. The battle competition can take you further. Ouyangchun chose his words carefully to avoid upsetting his sister. Right now, the most prestigious and most rewarding tournament in the entire interstellar community is the battle competition. It's also the easiest stage on which to distinguish yourself, and naturally it has the best benefits as well. The exhibition circuit is slightly inferior in every regard. Over the past decade or so, only one person in the entire interstellar exhibition tournaments has risen to great fame, and that was 13 years ago. Gu Yao rested her chin on the little fox's head and thought. Looking at it this way, her earlier idea had been right. The battle route was better. Little fox, do you want to fight, or do you want to perform? Gu Yao had some thoughts on the matter, but she still wanted to hear the flame fox's opinion. Hearing this, Ouyangchen also looked at the flame fox. Because beasts could forcibly dissolve their contracts, they held a very high status in a beast tamer's household. According to current data, the ratio of tamers dissolving contracts to beasts dissolving contracts was 50-50, so many people practically revered their beasts. After all, if a beast became powerful and then dissolved the contract because of past friction, it would be a huge loss for the tamer, who had invested so much time. It was best if both sides could come to an agreement. Yen. The flame fox grabbed Gu Yao's sleeve and made its choice without the slightest hesitation. It wanted to grow stronger. It still had revenge to take and a life to fight for. Sway, the broken rock griffin quietly interpreted to its own tamer. Gu Yao and Ouyangchen exchanged a glance, understanding what it meant. After the decision was made, everything went much more smoothly. Before leaving, their parents had examined the flame fox and made energy recovery pills that could rapidly restore a beast's energy after training without harming its body, as well as nutritional energy meals. Over the next couple of days, the flame fox trained alongside her brother's two beasts. With that kind of atmosphere, it was easy to get into the zone. Gu Yao also had some free time, so she glanced at the books beside her, gritted her teeth, and picked one up to study in earnest. While studying, she separated a thread of her spiritual power and entered the Beast Taming Codex. She still hadn't properly explored this small space. Gu Yao watched the numbers flickering from time to time. Both her experience points and proficiency values were increasing, showing that the little fellow hadn't been slacking off. Little fox, practice blazing domain more. Your proficiency in it is way too low. Gu Yao couldn't help saying when she saw the proficiency number of 1. The little fox looked at its tamer in confusion. It didn't remember having a skill called blazing domain. Yen. You don't know? Gu Yao was also puzzled. How could it not know its own skill? Blazing domain. Ouyangchen walked over and looked at the girl and the fox in confusion. Wasn't that an advanced skill? How could a beginner-tier beast possibly know an advanced skill? Ouyangchen already found it hard to believe that the flame fox's other skills had such high proficiency. After all, in only 2 months, under what circumstances could one reach mastery level? He figured it must have fought plenty while escaping. Gu Yao was puzzled. Since it was written in the Beast Taming Codex, the fox should know the skill. Her eyes rolled for a moment, and she blinked. Right, didn't you use it the first time we met? The flame fox seemed to ponder, then assumed a stance and channeled its energy. Ouyangchen and Gu Yao stared intently at it, Ouyangchen in disbelief, Gu Yao in anticipation. Yen. With the flame fox at its center, a torrent of flames devoured everything around it. Rock shield. Seeing that it really had used the skill, Ouyangchen hastily pulled Gu Yao close to protect her and issued an order to the broken rock griffin. Sway. Boom. Dust flew into the air. Gu Yao poked her head out and was met with a surge of scorching heat and swirling dust. Before her vision could clear, a fiery red ball pounced toward her. Yen. The flame fox nuzzled against her happily. Ouyangchen swallowed hard as he looked at the ruined yard. How were they going to explain this to their parents when they got back? My fox baby is truly amazing. Seeing how happy the flame fox was, Gu Yao praised it along those lines. Your flame fox actually knows an advanced skill like blazing domain. Why didn't you mention it before? Ah. Gu Yao scratched her head guiltily. She had only remembered because she had just come across the Beast Taming Codex. I forgot about that. Ouyangchen was speechless. He didn't know what to say about this sister of his. Yao. A clear female voice rang out. Gu Yao followed the sound. It was indeed Jiang Xianwei. This time, however, a tall, slender, and handsome boy stood beside her. Who is that? Gu Yao muttered in confusion. Linjia. He's the same age as you and Yeye, but he transferred away later, so he's not in your academy. He came to our house to play before. Have you forgotten? Ouyangchen opened the door, let the two in, and greeted them. Long time no see. Gu Yao thought about it, but had no memory of him. She probably hadn't paid attention back then. Yao, look. Tada. Jiang Xianwei made a hand seal, and summoned a little dragon interwoven with gold and green. A dinosaur. Gu Yao stepped closer and observed it intently. It's a netherwood yellow dragon, a dual attribute beast with wood and dragon elements. Jiang Xianhua set it down in front of the flame fox. From now on, your partners. Our goal is to push hard into the finals. But why is your whole yard scorched? Jiang Xianhua looked at the black ash on her shoes and glanced around. Brother Chen doesn't seem to have a fire element. Then it must be Yao Yao's. As expected of a fire-type beast, its temper really is explosive. Linja noticed the fire-type beast in Gu Yao's arms. Different beast attributes come with different temperaments, and fire-type beasts are a bit more irritable than those of other attributes. Yen. Yen 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 yen. Gu Yao held it down and stroked its fur. Alright, alright. If you get angry now, aren't you just proving him right? Calm down, calm down. By the way, you have less than a month to prepare. How are you going to train? Do you have any plans? My parents haven't contacted us. I don't know when they'll be back. You all need to make a plan during this time. As he spoke, Ouyang opened his communicator and posted a commission contacting a ground rock type beast with a ground renovation skill to take care of the yard. After the commission was posted, someone arrived quickly and finished dealing with the ground. Looking at the bare empty yard, Gu Yao felt belatedly guilty. There's no way to make it exactly the same. Will we get a beating when they come back? Probably not. Since you just contracted a beast, you're still at the beginner level and you're young, they probably won't punish you. Ouyang rubbed her head. You can start by practicing skill combos, and you should also design some code words and hand signals in case something unexpected happens during the competition. In the mornings, train your exhibition match combination techniques. At noon and in the afternoon, train competitive battle skills and your tacit understanding with your beasts. Learn their skills and strengthen coordination. Okay. Got it. Alright. For the next 2 or 3 days, they trained exactly as Ouyang had said. At the moment, Gu Yao was sitting in the rest area looking at the two of them in slight confusion. He was her own brother, so it made sense for her to obey him. But why were these two being so obedient? Thinking about it, she asked them directly. Your brother is a famous outstanding student at the Intermediate Academy. With 2 beasts, one advanced and one intermediate, he can practically be called a seeded contender for the triennial national tournament. Jiang Xianhua saw Gu Yao's confused gaze and helplessly tapped her head. In the Year 5 cohort, besides your brother Ouyang, there's also Mu Qing. In Year 6 there are 2, Ning Jiejia and Lin Yiming. I don't know how far our Jian City will rank this year. For Year 4 and below there's basically no hope, so luck matters a lot. That's so unfair. If a person can only compete once, and they're not in those 2-year groups, wouldn't they miss a chance? Gu Yao looked at the two of them in confusion. What are you thinking? When has this world ever been fair? To reach the top, luck and strength have always been indispensable. Now that everyone is a beast tamer, how can everyone possibly enjoy the same level of resources? Lin just spread his hands helplessly. The group sighed and turned to talk about the freshman tournament instead. After all, the national competition was still a long way off. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yen. The flame fox stared seriously at the broken rock griffin, its fighting spirit surging. It remembered very clearly that one skill of the griffins had been able to block its attack, so it had set the griffin as its target. Sway. The broken rock griffin noticed the flame fox's gaze, shook its body, and assumed a fighting stance. What are you two trying to do? Don't. Noticing what was happening, Gu Yao quickly stood up to stop them. Before she could finish, Ouyang interrupted her in a low voice. It's fine. This is perfectly normal. This is also a good chance for you to try simulated command combat. Command combat. Gu Yao was at a loss for a moment, yet also excited. After mentally preparing herself, she stood beside the flame fox, recalled the match videos she had watched over the past 2 days, and took a deep breath. Jiang Xianhua and Linja exchanged a glance and immediately stood obediently to the side, watching seriously. Gu Yao recalled the broken rock griffin's skills: charge beginner, flight dodge beginner, rock shield intermediate, wing blade intermediate, tornado intermediate, and storm raid advanced. As just demonstrated, the advanced skill was a qualitative leap in destructiveness and damage compared with beginner and intermediate skills. The flame fox's skills, bite, flame, impact, fireball, and blazing domain, numbered only 4, so it had to play steadily. An intermediate beast had far more energy than a beginner beast, meaning the flame fox would have only one chance to unleash blazing domain. It would have to strike true in a single blow, As Gu Yao was thinking, the flame fox had already begun exchanging blows with the broken rock griffin. As a rock-flying dual-attribute beast, the griffin was much superior to the flame fox in agility and defense, except in attack power. Flames intertwined over the flame fox's body, and the rising heat waves distorted the air around it. Its forepaws gouged into the ground as it stared at the opponent across from it. Yangchen watched the broken rock griffin without giving it orders. The flame fox was a beginner beast, and his little sister was fighting for the first time as a beast tamer. He couldn't bully them. The flame fox looked up at the broken rock griffin in the air, and opened its mouth, its fireball dyeing half the sky red. The broken rock griffin dodged easily in midair, with plenty of room to spare. The flame fox arched its back, as the flames around its body blazed even more intensely. Opening its mouth, it fired a far larger, far more powerful fireball. This was an explosive fireball. The fireball detonated in the air, catching the broken rock griffin completely off guard. Struck by the sudden blast, its body faltered for an instant. A good opening. Gu Yao realized it, and the flame fox immediately fired several fireballs in quick succession. Flames frantically gathered around its body, and then, with the fox at the center, wave after wave of scorching flames swept toward the broken rock griffin. Reacting quickly, the broken rock griffin returned to the ground and cast rock shield. A thick barrier of rock instantly rose in front of it. Fire and rock clashed violently, producing a deep muffled roar, as scorching air waves spread outward and warped the air around them. Jiang Xianwei and Lin Zhi watched the battle nervously, not daring to breathe. Yangchen, on the other hand, smiled and nodded to himself. He had observed this beginner beast recently. It was far more mature, composed, and thoughtful than ordinary beginner beasts, and its temper and character were not just a little better than other fire attribute beasts. As the flames gradually faded, cracks appeared across the broken rock griffin's rock shield. Seizing the moment, the flame fox launched flame charge and slammed into the griffin's wing. The broken rock griffin cried out in pain. Yen. With that, the griffin's ability to fly was effectively crippled. Sway. Folding back its injured wing, the broken rock griffin unleashed tornado. The fierce wind howled, whipping up dust and rocks from the ground, and swept toward the flame fox. The flame fox was caught in the wind, its body tumbling uncontrollably. Flame fox used blazing domain. Enduring the pain, the flame fox focused its mind, and the flames on its body blazed up once more. With the fox at its center, a torrent of flame surged toward the tornado. Fire and gale clashed viciously, producing a deafening roar. The flame fox rolled a few times on the ground, climbed to its feet, and tensed its limbs, poised and ready to attack the broken rock griffin at any moment. Sway. Alright, you two. Yangchen shook his head and called a halt to the two little creatures locked in a tense standoff, but inwardly he was truly pleased and gratified. Sway. The broken rock griffin was completely worked up. It hadn't suffered such a major loss in a long time. Yen. The flame fox refused to back down, letting out a low growl from its throat. Seeing the situation, Gu Yao was about to step forward and speak when her brother pulled her back. Danger. Storm Raid was also an advanced skill, and the flame fox once again activated blazing domain. For a moment, fire and storm collided madly in midair. Waves of powerful energy swept outward, and the surrounding air seemed to catch fire. Gu Yao's heart leaped into her throat as she stared fixedly at the battlefield. Jiang Xianwei and Lin Zhi also widened their eyes, faces full of shock. Sway. Two dark figures flew backward and slammed heavily onto the ground. Yen. The flame fox actually fought an intermediate beast to a draw. That's unbelievable. Lin Zhi's voice was full of disbelief. Truly worthy of the fire element, one of the top attributes in attack. Yao Yao, you're amazing. Jiang Xianwei stepped forward excitedly. It's the flame fox who's amazing. Let me check on my fox baby. As she spoke, Gu Yao had already picked up the flame fox. Seeing that it was still conscious, she let out a sigh of relief. The flame fox, completely drained, lay motionless in her arms. Brother. Gu Yao saw the broken rock griffin scorched pitch black and flashed a guilty grin at her brother. It's fine. We'll go to the hospital in a bit. Yangchen had lost, but the smile at the corner of his mouth never faded. The broken rock griffin, however, was somewhat dejected. It simply couldn't accept the result. No need. Let your mother handle it. A mature male voice sounded. Gu Yao turned her head. Mom. Dad. You're back. Not bad, training at home for just a few days, and you've already grown so quickly. Gu Yao took out an energy recovery pill, brought it to the flame fox's mouth, and then summoned a dazzling beast. A high-level beast, the falling bell rain butterfly. It just awakened. Let's try, power of nature. Gu Yao spoke, and used the inherited skill it had just comprehended through this evolution. Two streams of energy surged from the falling bell rain butterfly, and the gentle natural force made everyone feel comfortable. Yen yen yen. As the energy flowed into the flame fox's body, the fox instantly regained its spirits. Sway. The broken rock griffin also returned to its original state. All right. Gu Yao smiled, as he looked at the now energized flame fox and broken rock griffin, then turned to the three young ones. By the way, I heard from Achin that you three want to take part in the exhibition match. Linja and I just chose and contracted our beasts. Over the past few days, we've also been getting familiar with our skills and doing some simple training. Jiang Xianwen nodded. Good. Let me see your beasts. After saying this, Gu Yao wanted to sit down in the yard, but after looking around, he realized it was bare. He glanced at Gu Yao and Yang, seeing the looks on their faces, he said nothing more. Walking ahead, he said, let's talk inside. The group sat down in the living room. Linja and Jiang Xianwen summoned their beasts. It was Gu Yao's first time seeing a unicorn, and she was somewhat stunned. She had thought Yaya's beast was already rare enough, being a dragon type. She hadn't expected Linja's to be equally impressive. Blazing Star Unicorn, Beginner Tier Beast. Hereditary Skill Power of Light King Tier. Skills Light Arrow, Beginner Light Bomb, Beginner Light Conceal Dodge Intermediate. Netherwood Yellow Dragon, Beginner Tier Beast. Inherited Skill Dragon's Prestige King Tier. Skills Ren, Beginner Thorn Dance, Beginner Dragon Wing / Beginner. In the past few days, she had been busy training and studying, so she hadn't looked up the information on these two beasts. Now seeing the data on her communicator, she was astonished. Both of them were incredibly strong. Having hereditary or inherited skills meant both beasts were bred from pure lineages, which made them rare and powerful. This made Gu Yao suspect that her two friends might be hidden masters. With their lineup, they could even challenge for the battle competition championship. Yet Yaya only wanted to do the exhibition match. Gu Yao really wanted to persuade her, but then she thought that Yaya was a top student and probably understood more than she did. Maybe she genuinely loved the exhibition match. In the end, personal preference was what mattered most. After thinking it over, Gu Yao gave up on the idea of trying to persuade her. The Blazing Star Unicorn and the Netherwood Yellow Dragon can be said to be extremely formidable familiars, whether in competitive battles or exhibition matches. Gu Yao nodded. These two familiars were rare, beautiful, and far from weak. It was clear that their parents had left them some leeway out of fear that the children would regret their choice, otherwise they could have chosen better ornamental familiars. If you want to train for both competitions, your workload will be doubled. It will be extremely exhausting. Are you sure you've thought it through? Yaya doesn't really want to take part in the competitive event, so only Yao Yao, and I will be doing the double training. Linja nodded, indicating that he could accept the double training. Gu Yao was somewhat puzzled when she heard this. Yang, seeing his sister's puzzled expression, leaned over. Mom is a general rank beast tamer, and works as a coach at the largest club in Jian City. By this time her students are probably fully booked. Linja and Yaya are our friends and neighbors, so they reserve their training slots in advance. Yang explained in a slightly helpless, low voice. Oh, I see. Gu Yao nodded with sudden realization. Her mother was already a general rank beast tamer. She had truly known nothing about it. By the way, have you registered? Gu Yao looked at the three of them. The three shook their heads. All right, meet up at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll take you to get your junior beast tamer certification first. After those arrangements, the two of them left. Gu Yao and Yang looked at Gu Yao. Gu Yao was baffled. I never expected this flame fox to have such extraordinary talent, being able to comprehend an advanced skill at the basic level. Yang watched the flame fox in her arms, as it drank the juvenile growth nutrient fluid, unable to hide the surprise in his voice. I originally thought that once Io's spiritual fluctuations in her cerebral domain settled down, we might find a way to dissolve the contract and exchange it for another. But thinking about it now, perhaps that's no longer necessary. After all, they truly do share a bond of fate. Gu Yao also breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally prepared familiars with better aptitudes, and had been waiting for their daughter to choose after her awakening only for this to happen. Now it seemed this accident was not so bad. Whether fortune or misfortune, one could only accept what came and take things as they were. That's why I think my sister is better suited for beast tamer competitive matches. There's no need to waste her time and energy on anything else. Yangshan crossed his arms and leaned back on the sofa. Gu Yao nodded to show that she understood. Actually, it's nothing much, just the first-year freshman competition at the Intermediate Academy. Plainly speaking, it's to let the children have a simple taste of beast-taming combat. Yaya and Io are so close, so there's no harm in letting them go and have some fun together. Gu Yanshu hesitated for a moment, then finally waved her hand in agreement. Of course, Io. For now you may relax and enjoy yourself for 2 months. Once you enter the Intermediate Beast Tamer Academy, you can't be so casual anymore. Gu Yao nodded seriously, indicating that she would keep it in mind. The next day, the group went to the Beast Tamer registration office. After completing the registration, they set off for the club. Gu Yao gazed at the single star on her badge, and could not help gently rubbing her finger over it. Then she raised her head to look at Yangshan. The stars on it represent the number, Yangshan explained with a smile when he saw her. For a junior beast tamer, 1 star means possessing 1 basic level familiar, while 2 stars means possessing 2 basic level familiars. The group entered the club lobby and took the elevator up. The elevator was astonishingly spacious, almost comparable to the lobby, and Gu Yao felt a surge of awe at the sight. Many other people filed into the elevator one after another. Some were accompanied by enormous familiars, and some even had flying ones. Coach Gu, been busy lately? I heard you even asked for a few days off. A burly adult man greeted Gu Yanshu with a smile, his tone warm and familiar. It's been all right. Gu Yanshu gave him a faint look and replied briefly. The man noticed the resemblance between Gu Yao and Gu Yanshu and changed the subject. This is your daughter, isn't it? She really looks like you, beautiful and outstanding. I heard she was also the only one in her grade to awaken on her own. At these words, Gu Yanshu's cold expression softened slightly. A hint of a smile appeared as she nodded in agreement and exchanged a few pleasantries with the man. Gu Yao pouted and moved to stand beside Jiang Xianhua. Jiang Xianhua looked at her, held back a laugh, and blinked at her. On the top floor, Linja and Jiang Xianhua leaned their heads together to study the exhibition match content. Yangshan watched the rock's hard griffin, which had been provoked by its setback against the flame fox, and said nothing. A proper setback could stir a familiar's desire to win and make it train seriously. In his eyes, that was a good thing. Gu Yao watched the flame fox, which had become even more driven because of yesterday's battle. Holding the book, she stopped supervising it. As her consciousness entered the Beast Taming Codex, she suddenly discovered that the panel values had increased substantially. Flame Fox. Fire-type basic level familiar 14602500. Trait Scorching basic 105250. Immune to fire-type damage, reduces damage from other attribute attacks. Skills. Bite Physical Attack Mastered 8502500. Flame Impact Physical Attack Adept 12652500. Fireball Fire-type Attack Mastered 39732500. Blazing Flame Domain Fire-type Attack Beginner 168250. Explosive Bullet Beginner 26,250. What had originally been around 1,000 stat points had now jumped directly to over 1,400, and all the other values had risen sharply as well. Previously, after 2 days of training, the increases had only been a few points, or a dozen or so points, so how had they suddenly grown this much? There was also an extra skill. Then she noticed the points below, 170 points, and a symbol beside them. Gu Yao tapped it, and a shop interface appeared. Inside there were 2 items, a jade bottle, and a small red orb. What is this? Gu Yao tapped on it. Mind Purifying Spirit Liquid. Points 50. Restores and strengthens the soul and spirit. After use, it requires 3 days before it can be fully absorbed. What does that mean? Gu Yao only half understood, so she opened the next one. Fire-type Familiar Evolution Pill. Points 80. Can purify and enhance a Fire-type familiar's attribute skills, and there is a chance for the Fire-type familiar to randomly acquire an additional attribute or skill. This was a good thing. One could tell just by the name. Gu Yao clicked to buy it without the least hesitation. Returning her consciousness to the present, she put the pill bottle in her pocket, her heart leaping with joy. Thinking back to the other item, Gu Yao was filled with confusion. She had never heard of it, and she did not know whether it really meant what she thought it literally meant. With her doubts, she opened her communicator to look for any item with the same name or any related information. While she was absorbed in searching, Gu Yanshu noticed her daughter's actions, and could not help frowning slightly. She watched the little girl fiddling with her communicator, while all the other children around them were training seriously. Helplessly she walked over slowly, and suddenly reached out, giving Gu Yao a light pat on the shoulder. "Ah!" Gu Yao cried out. It did not hurt, but she was startled by the abrupt gesture. She looked up at her mother, and seeing that her hand still had not been withdrawn, her face was full of confusion. "What? Since this place doesn't allow sleeping, you intend to slack off this way?" Gu Yanshu asked with feigned sternness, while glancing at the communicator screen. She was slightly surprised. It was information about a spiritual liquid that repaired and strengthened the soul and spirit. Gu Yanshu immediately pressed down on the communicator, and met Gu Yao's eyes, her expression turning exceptionally serious. "Why are you looking at this content? All of this is fake, do you understand? Where did you learn about it?" Sensing her mother's emotional change, Gu Yao explained cautiously, "I just saw it while casually browsing the internet. I was just a little curious." After hearing this, Gu Yanshu frowned deeply, and said earnestly, "Io, you must remember that the degree of cerebral domain awakening cannot be interfered with by any external thing. If it could, wouldn't this world already be full of divine rank beast tamers? No matter who mentions such matters, you must not believe them lightly. Understood?" This was the first time Gu Yanshu had spoken to Gu Yao with such seriousness. Gu Yao's heart tightened, and she nodded solemnly. "In any case, you are all participating together, so go discuss it with them." Seeing her nod obediently, Gu Yanshu breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yao nodded and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her mother leave. Not having found the answer she wanted, she decided to set it aside for now. During her search just now, she had also noticed that her beast taming codex was different from other people's, so she still needed to verify it. Just as she was about to go find Jiang Xinyue, a gentle, clear voice sounded from behind her. She turned around, and a figure came into view, a tall, slender young man. His long white hair cascaded over his shoulders like a waterfall. The light struck his hair and reflected a faint golden glow, making him exude a mysterious and captivating aura. Her gaze was unconsciously drawn to the young man. He was about the same age as her brother. His appearance, however, was truly peerless. His features were as delicately carved as a sculpture. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his lips curved slightly upward in a courteous smile. His eyes were like a deep lake, seemingly holding endless secrets, while inadvertently revealing a trace of tenderness. When her gaze met his, she felt as though her heart skipped a beat. "Hello, may I ask if that fire element flame fox is your familiar?" His voice sounded again. Gu Yao came back to her senses. After hesitating for a moment, she still gave a soft nod and replied yes. Just then Ouyang Chen walked over. Seeing the white-haired man, he greeted him with a respectful expression. "Teacher, why are you here?" Hearing Ouyang Chen's address, Gu Yao was somewhat surprised. He was her brother's teacher. This young. He looked far too youthful. Was this what a high-rank beast tamer was like? "I heard that when a familiar evolves, it feeds back to the beast tamer. Is the effect really that good?" Gu Yao muttered inwardly. She did not want to stay around this stranger any longer, so she quickly said, "Then you two talk. I'll go find Yaya first." With that, Gu Yao quickly turned and slipped away. The man's gaze followed her retreating figure until it disappeared. He slowly withdrew his gaze, let it fall on Ouyang Chen, and said casually, "You don't need to call me teacher anymore. I was only filling in temporarily back then." Ouyang Chen nodded and said okay. He had always felt that this man's identity and strength were worlds apart from the other teachers at the academy, and now it seemed that was indeed the case. Ouyang Chen secretly speculated that this man was definitely not an ordinary beast tamer. The man seemed to see through his thoughts, but he did not care. From the corner of his eye he glanced at the familiar not far away, and said, "It has evolved." Following his gaze, Ouyang Chen nodded slightly, and answered in a low voice, "Yes, it successfully evolved not long ago." After a moment's hesitation, he still could not help asking, "Do you need something from my sister?" "Sister?" The man's gaze moved between the girl and Ouyang Chen, carefully studying both their faces. It really did seem that he could find some resemblance. Could I have a private conversation with your sister? He hesitated but ultimately spoke, for such a request was indeed rather presumptuous. Seeing this, Ouyangchen, though somewhat puzzled, nodded, and replied, "All right, wait a moment." Ouyangchen walked over to his sister, and said in a low voice, "The man is called Wang Yanci. He once worked as a substitute teacher at our intermediate academy. He also led a few teams to competitions, so I've met him a few times. But he just said he wanted to talk with you alone." Gu Yao looked baffled, and asked, "I don't know him at all. Why does he want to talk to me?" Ouyangchen shook his head helplessly, and answered, "I'm not very clear either. I'm not familiar with him. We've only had a few simple exchanges. Besides, I haven't seen him at the academy for a long time. Brother, what do you say? His identity is unusual and his strength is formidable. I just don't know what he wants with you." Gu Yao nodded, understanding his meaning. The flame fox sensed its tamer's call, came back, and jumped into her arms. Ouyangchen watched them head toward the corner, and immediately went to find his mother. "Hello, my name is Wang Yanci." Seeing the girl's guarded expression, he instinctively softened his tone. "My brother has already introduced you to me. What do you need?" Gu Yao nodded politely. The flame fox, however, seemed a little delighted. Yen. Yen 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 yen. So he was the one who had saved it, helped it, and even given it a forced contract talisman. Gu Yao became even more wary. Wang Yanci had been watching the girl's change in expression, and in an instant he understood the reason. "You still remember me?" Wang Yanci bent down slightly to look at the flame fox. "It seems your tamer treats you quite well. You look much more spirited than before." As he bent down, a crisp scent of woody agarwood drifted into Gu Yao's nose. She tilted her head, and subtly moved some distance away. Meanwhile, the flame fox was excitedly telling him all about its time with Gu Yao. Yen. Yen 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 yen. It kept chattering on without stopping. As for Gu Yao herself, this creature really had no wariness of others at all. When she got back, she would definitely teach it a good lesson. "There's no need to worry. It only met me by chance, and I helped it once." Noticing the girl's displeased expression, Wang Yanci quickly explained. Gu Yao naturally understood that the it he mentioned referred to the flame fox. She looked down at the little creature in her arms, who was blinking its big eyes, and looking at her curiously, and helplessly sighed. "You don't have to blame yourself. I suppose it's fate between me and it." Gu Yao looked him in the eye and spoke with polite detachment. "So there's no need for you to feel sorry about this matter." After saying this, she looked down at the flame fox, and smoothed its fur. Her parents had both said that the flame fox was not inferior. Perhaps they really were fated to be together. Wang Yanci looked with some surprise at the girl before him, who had relaxed in the presence of the flame fox. Her tender gaze rested on it as if it were her most cherished treasure. In that instant, Wang Yanci was unexpectedly dazed, as if he had caught sight of something, yet it was merely a momentary lapse, and he quickly came back to his senses. He steadied himself, took out a dark red pendant from his chest, and carefully held it out to Gu Yao. "No matter what this matter after all is, because this was caused by me." Wang Yanci's voice was sincere. "Keep this pendant. If you ever run into trouble in the future, you can come to me, and I will do everything in my power to help you. Consider it a small compensation for the losses you've suffered." Gu Yao looked at the warm, modest young man, and was about to refuse, but Yen Hu simply hooked the pendant and accepted it. Just as Gu Yao was about to stop it, Yen Hu spoke. "Yen yen 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 yen." A highly skilled pet accessory artisan. Gu Yao listened to Yen Hu's explanation. Although accessories were not allowed in official competitions, they were highly sought after in daily life and casual entertainment matches. Especially when Secret Realms opened, high-tier accessories were nearly impossible to obtain even at any price. Her future beast tamer would definitely need them. "You're being too kind, but I'll graciously accept." Still, Gu Yao didn't care much. After all, Secret Realms were opportunities only the truly lucky could obtain. However, her parents had said Yen Hu's identity might be questionable, and there might come a time when this would prove useful. With that in mind, she took a look at the pendant, deftly tucked it into her pocket, and decided to keep it just in case. Seeing that she had accepted it, Wang Yanci glanced at Yen Hu, said his goodbyes, and left. Gu Yao walked over to her mother and brother, who had been waiting nearby. "It's nothing serious, don't worry." Only after confirming repeatedly that she was fine did they relax. Gu Yao stood before her friends, her gaze landing on Jiang Xianyue, who had her brows furrowed in distress. Yao, what am I going to do? I simply can't create a beautiful skill combination showcase. Jiang Xianyue said anxiously, a trace of dejection creeping into her voice. Knowing how demanding she was, Gu Yao didn't say much and just soothed her restless emotions. Don't worry. Our beast pets are only at the elementary stage. You're setting your standards far too high. If things could be as perfect as you imagine, the freshman competition wouldn't require 3 people to perform together in the exhibition match. It would be like the competitive matches or other formal advanced showcases where contestants take the stage one by one. Linja also nodded in agreement. Exactly, Yu. You need to be more realistic. Our beast pets are still at the elementary stage. What we've managed to achieve already is pretty impressive. However, Jiang Xianyue, no matter what, wanted to create something she herself could be satisfied with, and she didn't think her standards were unreasonable at all. But even so, I still feel the effect isn't good enough. It doesn't have any visual appeal at all, so we definitely won't score high. Linja let out a helpless sigh and continued to console her. After all, our beast pets have limited skills. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Compromise a little. No one else can accomplish this either, so we don't need to be so hard on ourselves. Unfortunately, Jiang Xianyue still couldn't accept it, and Linja had no choice but to stay and keep working hard with her. Gu Yao stood nearby watching the interaction between Jiang Xianyue and Linja and couldn't help but find it amusing. Yao, do you have any good ideas? Jiang Xianyue turned her head and felt her face grow warm at Gu Yao's teasing expression. After all, she was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl with a thin skin. Gu Yao set aside her amusement for a moment and thought it over, recalling in her mind the mini exhibition matches and variety-style entertainment competitions you had sent her yesterday. Those were all the most popular ones right now, undeniably full of visual appeal, but also far beyond what they could currently achieve. I don't have any particularly good ideas either. If push comes to shove, if there's not enough visual appeal, then let's make up for it with storytelling. Gu Yao spread her hands, indicating she was at a loss too. Storytelling. Jiang Xianyue suddenly felt enlightened. That's a great idea. This way our performance time can exceed 5 minutes. In the exhibition matches of the freshman competition, the total performance time was 10 minutes, while higher-level exhibition matches granted even more generous time. Therefore, during a performance, not only was a dazzling display of skills required, but one also had to cleverly extend the performance duration. Performances that were both long and high in quality would naturally receive higher scores. Thus, strategically increasing the runtime was also an important tactic. Seeing Jiang Xianyue busy and full of drive, Gu Yao and Linja exchanged a glance and decided to start training their own routines first, since the two of them still had individual matches to participate in. Strictly speaking, their little fox treasure was still just a child. Would this level of training intensity be too exhausting for it? Little fox, come here. The flame gathering in Yanhu's mouth dissipated before it walked over to its beast tamer with a puzzled expression. Take a break. After all that training, just watching you makes me tired. Gu Yao picked it up and nestled into a sofa with it. Yen. Yanhu said with a serious expression. If watching made her tired, then she shouldn't watch. Gu Yao rubbed the little fox that was telling her to sleep. How did you know that man is a highly skilled accessory artisan? Gu Yao changed the subject. So that's what she wanted to ask. Yanhu shifted into a more comfortable position in her arms. Yen. He told you himself. Why would that man bother telling such a thing to a mere 1-month-old beast pet? Gu Yao was puzzled. Are you very familiar with him? Can you tell me more about it? Yanhu nodded. Yen. So that forcibly contract talisman was made by him personally. He made it himself, and he was the one who gave it to Little Fox. No wonder he said it was his responsibility. But why would he make something like that? Contracts were meant to restrict beast pets, and what fool of a beast pet would willingly be contracted? Gu Yao also told it not to talk too much with others casually outside, and to stay vigilant. After hearing this, Yanhu nodded, leaped away, ate an energy recovery pill, and resumed training. Gu Yao, on the other hand, pulled out her communicator and went online. Sure enough, there was almost no information about forcibly contract talismans. That was only natural, though. The target audience for such things was beast pets, and beast pets didn't have any money. After playing with her communicator for a while, Gu Yao's eyelids began to droop. The sofa was really too comfortable, so she closed her eyes and took a short nap. Over on Jiang Xianyue's side, she had already come up with a plan. Just as she was about to share it with Gu Yao, she noticed that Gu Yao had fallen asleep. She walked over and took a small blanket out of her space bracelet, draping it over her. Linja looked at the few storyboard-like images and thought it was worth a try. Even if the skills didn't have much visual appeal, as long as they survived the 5-minute mark, their score wouldn't be too low. Calculating it this way, they had nothing to lose either way. Beautiful skills earned extra points, and a longer duration earned points too. If it truly didn't work out, they could always switch back to the first plan.
I think it's worth a try.
Linja nodded.
Great. Then let's begin.
Jiang Xianyue called over the 3 little beast pets and carefully explained the story to them, telling them how to release their skills.
Yin, Ming,
Wanqing.
All right, let's start.
The first to take the stage was Mingmu Huanglong. With its appearance, the entire world seemed to become brimming with life and vitality. Lush green vines and grass spread across the venue like a carpet, and the 3 little animals played happily in this joyful world. Suddenly a blaze of fire shot up into the sky. Like a mischievous little demon, it instantly destroyed this beautiful and warm home. The smell of scorched smoke drifted through the air, and the earth was engulfed in roaring flames, like a giant oven. Amidst this sea of fire, a mysterious beam of light pierced through the blaze, and smoke striking precisely onto the small flame that was setting fires everywhere. The small flame burst apart in shock. Standing on the vines, the Huangxing unicorn was entirely wrapped in flames, and the sacred light radiating from its body devoured the surrounding fire. This scene enraged the small flame, and the fire on its body blazed even brighter. Then fireball after fireball came raining down upon the Huangxing unicorn. Yet faced with such ferocious attacks, the Huangxing unicorn showed not a trace of fear. The horn on its head emitted a dazzling light, and the moment those fireballs touched the glow, they burst apart in the air with crackling sounds, reflecting a riot of colorful light like a magnificent fireworks display. A radiant arrow of light shot toward the earth like a meteor. Wherever it passed, the flames were extinguished instantly, and the lush green color once again spread across the ground like a surging tide. On this land full of life, 3 vibrant flowers quietly grew and bloomed. Finally, the 3 beast pets took their bow. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Xianyue applauded and gave them a thumbs up.
You did wonderfully, absolutely fantastic.
Linja equally found it unexpectedly good and nodded in approval. But before the 3 beast pets could even catch their breath, Jiang Xianyue's, however, rang out.
However, you still have room to improve. Especially you, Mumu. If your energy can't cover a wide area, then fill your own small area completely. Just now the bare and sparse patches looked deserted without the slightest sense of vitality.
The 3 little beasts stood in a row listening attentively. Linja rubbed his nose and quietly retreated to the sofa behind them.
Look at how pitiful your beast pets are.
Gu Yao opened one eye and quickly closed it again.
Aren't yours just as pitiful? Yu has always had extremely high standards, not just for them, but for everyone without exception. How could anyone persuade her otherwise? It's just how she is.
Under Jiang Xianyue's demands, she nitpicked every little detail. The 3 little beasts' energy control improved visibly, but Yu still felt something was lacking. Time flew by swiftly. The once bustling training ground quickly became sparse of figures. Gu Yao sat quietly at the side, her gaze resting on the 3 little ones, as they continued their training diligently under Yu's guidance. She held a book tightly in her hands, focusing on reading and memorizing the knowledge points. Perhaps because of her awakening, Gu Yao felt that her memory had become exceptionally sharp. This was a rare opportunity. She had to make full use of this time to rapidly make up for her shortcomings in academic courses.
Children, how did today's training go?
Gu Yanchu's voice came as she walked over slowly. Gu Yao looked up, indicating that she had already memorized the content of the books she had been reading. At the same time, she mentioned that Yinhu had been extremely proactive during training, completing the tasks she had assigned by morning. Gu Yanchu checked the training progress of the 3 little beasts one by one, then nodded with satisfaction. She told the children that they would gather at the same time tomorrow, and handed them their training schedules. After wrapping up, she turned to Yu and Aju and said,
Your parents are waiting for you downstairs. Hurry on down. Get some rest early tonight.
After saying their goodbyes, Yu and Aja cheerfully headed toward the elevator to meet their parents. Gu Yao and Gu Yanshu sat down together. Gu Yanshu stretched, and a few crisp pops sounded from her bones.
We'll wait a little longer. Your father hasn't arrived yet. He has some matters to attend to, so he'll be a bit late. Are you very tired?
Gu Yao looked at her slightly weary expression and asked softly.
It's all right, I suppose. After all, it's summer vacation now, and many families have just contracted elementary stage beast pets. They don't know how to communicate with them or train them. Parents are busy with work, and the children are still young, not old enough to gain experience on the competition battlefield, so they can only send them here.
Gu Yanshu opened her water bottle and took a gentle sip before continuing.
Usually during the off-season, barely anyone comes. When we're bored, we can only go to the club's underground arena to compete, so dealing with just this busy month or so is still acceptable.
Her gaze landed on Ouyang Chen, who had just finished his match, and she smiled and waved at him.
After all, the freshman qualifiers are half a month before school starts, and the finals are after school begins. By then you'll have plenty to keep you busy. You'll even have tutoring to catch up on.
Gu Yanshu's tone carried a hint of teasing as she smiled at her youngest daughter. Gu Yao looked at her brother, who was drenched in sweat, and asked with some confusion,
Brother, what's wrong with you? I did some physical training. Let me go get cleaned up.
Ouyang Chen said, and headed to the restroom. Gu Yanshu gently pinched her daughter's little cheek.
Even though we send our beast pets into battle during competitions, that doesn't mean we as beast tamers can neglect our own physical training. After all, life isn't just a series of matches. In most of our daily lives, we might also encounter villains or attacks from wild beast pets.
Seeing her pause slightly, Gu Yanshu continued.
Of course, the vast majority of people follow the rules and won't randomly attack beast tamers. Instead, they choose to fight fairly on the battlefield.
Gu Yanshu paused, then continued.
But secret realms are the exception. There the word rule simply doesn't exist. Mom, why are you telling sister all this? She can't even get near a secret realm right now.
Ouyang Chen walked over after tidying up and sat down on the sofa.
Just chatting casually, letting your sister understand a bit. After all, she doesn't know anything. What if she gets mocked at school? I'm in the same school as her. Even though we're in different classes, anyone who dares mock my sister, I'll beat them up all right. The national competition is coming up soon, and it'll basically take up nearly half a year. When that time comes, I'll have your father accompany you, and I'll stay home with your sister. Huh? That's fine. I remember you mentioning that we'll be boarding at school.
Gu Yao waved her hand. For such an important competition, it was better to let their mother and father go watch. Otherwise, it would be all too easy to be left with regrets over such a significant event.
What does boarding have to do with anything? It's not like you'll be at school the whole time. You still come back once a month. What will you do if none of us are home?
Gu Yanshu said with dissatisfaction.
Besides, we live so close to the academy that commuting would be perfectly fine. Let her board. If she stays home, she might slack off, and you wouldn't even be able to keep an eye on her.
Ouyang Chen didn't quite agree. Gu Yanshu was momentarily stunned and could only nod.
Fine.
However, at the elementary academy, she didn't board, came home every day, and her grades were still that poor. Her youngest daughter probably had no room left to decline.
Have you been waiting long? Dad, you're finally here. Why so late today?
Ouyang Chen stood up.
I went to the shop to pick up something. The space bracelet I ordered for your sister has arrived.
Gu Yao took it and put it on her wrist. It was the same as Jiang Xianyue's and Lin Zhe's. What a plain-looking design. No wonder Yue, who was so good at matching, still wore this incongruous thing. Looks like there was probably only this one style with no other options. Gu Yao silently complained in her heart, but wore a happy smile on her face.
Thanks, Dad. Let's go eat then. Let's go.
As soon as they got home after dinner, Gu Yao slipped into her room. Gu Yao lay quietly on her bed, her fingertips gently tracing the faintly glowing spirit liquid as she slowly sat up, her silky black hair cascading down her shoulders. It had taken considerable effort during dinner to convince her mother and brother to allow her 3 days of leave. Now the only sound in the room was the whisper of her own breathing. Moonlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the bottle of spirit liquid in her hand. Glancing at the sleeping flame fox, she ultimately gave a soft shake of her head. She could not risk the little creature to test the authenticity of the Beast Taming Codex store. This risk she had to take alone. She raised her hand, and withdrew it back into the Beast Taming Codex. The chill of the spirit liquid sliding down her throat made her shiver. As she tilted her head back to drink, the faces of her family flashed through her mind. Her mother's gentle admonitions, her father and brother's silent yet tolerant gazes. They had never once blamed her for her poor grades. If an accident occurred, and she truly lost her beast taming talent, I'd only make them worry again. A strange detached sensation swept over her. Her limbs gradually lost feeling, her consciousness both lucid and hazy. The room was utterly still. Morning light filtered through the gap in the curtain, scattering tiny specks of brightness across the floor. The bed lay empty, as if the girl had never existed. In a void of nothingness, Gu Yao's body was enveloped by a strange radiant light. Like flowing water, it spread from her head down to her limbs, once, twice, 3 times. With each cycle the glow dimmed further, until it vanished entirely, as if it had never been. On the morning of the 3rd day, the figure back on the bed finally stirred. She slowly opened her eyes, consciousness gradually returning. Sitting up, she rubbed her sore neck, then walked to the mirror to examine herself carefully. The girl in the mirror seemed largely unchanged, yet her gaze was clearer than before. Her body no longer felt perpetually languid, she seemed far more spirited overall. Lost in thought, Gu Yao stepped out of her bedroom. Before she even reached the stairs, she could hear her mother cooking, along with the sound of their voices in conversation. Why are you up so early today? Are you heading out right now? What have you been so busy with lately? We never see you. When we come back, you're already asleep in your room. You seem exhausted. Gu Yanshu trusted her daughter completely. It never crossed her mind that she might be lying. She spoke while scooping rice, her tone utterly devoid of suspicion. She had always trusted her daughter, never believing she would lie to her. If one day her daughter truly began to conceal something from her, it would only mean that she herself had failed somehow, making her daughter feel unsafe. At least for now, she firmly believed she was a qualified mother, and that her daughter would certainly never hide anything truly important from her. I'm done with all that. Gu Yao's conscience pricked her, and her fingers unconsciously pinched the flame fox's ear. Trying to change the subject, she suddenly remembered something she hadn't mentioned. Oh, Mom, that day at the club, Wang Yanxi gave me something. Oh, what is it? She had planned to ask about it properly when they got home, but the little one had gone straight to her room that day, and the matter had been put off until now. He's the one who forcibly placed a contract talisman on the flame fox. Wang Yanxi said that to compensate for my loss, if I ever run into trouble in the future, I can go to him, and he'll help me once. Gu Yao summarized it briefly, and took the pendant from her pocket. Gu Yanshu wiped her hands, took it, examined it for a moment, found nothing remarkable, and handed it back. I'm curious why he would help that little companion beast. Oh, Yang Chen set the dishes on the table. He didn't say, and I forgot to ask. Gu Yao scratched her head. We don't know much about this person yet. Judging by his behavior, he doesn't seem like the type to expose us to the police. Either he helped on a whim, unaware of what happened, or he has some other motive. And if that's the case, he'll surely come looking for us again. Ouyang Qian also came downstairs, walking into the kitchen as he spoke, and carrying the remaining dishes to the table. The flame fox was eating as well. Gu Yao watched the little creature. It seemed to really enjoy this kind of energy meal. Come train with us today. You've missed 2 or 3 days of practice, and Yaya has been complaining. Okay. Gu Yao nodded to her mother. When they arrived at the club, sure enough, Jiang Xianwei grabbed her cheeks, clearly displeased. What's so busy you've been all this time? Is there anything bigger than the competition? I'm wrong, Yaya. It hurts, it hurts. Gu Yao patted her hand to make her let go. Your little fox needs to make up all the missed training. Fine, no problem. Gu Yao replied casually, then stared worriedly at the book her brother had handed her earlier, unsure how to put it. She truly hated studying. Gu Yao went to the sofa in the lounge. These past 2 days, Jiang Xianwei had demanded the flame fox make up its training to catch up with the schedule, so Gu Yao went to the rest area to read. At this hour the public lounge was empty, only she remained. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting faint shadows across the pages. In the quiet room, the only sound was the soft rustling of pages turning. You must be a first-year middle school student, right? Why are you reading alone here instead of bonding with your beast? That familiar voice belonged to that person. Gu Yao looked up at Wang Yanxi standing before her. Though she had seen that face once before, she was still struck by his striking appearance. Still, she wondered inwardly, what was he doing here? On the way over she had asked her brother about him, but unfortunately he knew little. Why did this man keep appearing here? It was baffling. Snapping back to reality, Gu Yao blinked, and returned her attention to the book. I'm not good at studying. This isn't reviewing, it's tutoring. HM. Your brother has always had high marks in the academy. Hasn't he helped you? Wang Yanxi said, sitting down across from her at a distance that didn't feel intrusive. Gu Yao shook her head. No. I didn't want to study before. The latter part was her true thought. Wang Yanxi paused slightly, then nodded in understanding. So it was simply an aversion to studying. That made sense. Those who could awaken their abilities on their own were never lacking in intelligence. Such people often had great aptitude for learning. Once they set their minds to it, their grades would hardly be poor. There you are. The matches downstairs have already started. What are you still doing here? A sudden voice shattered the tranquility of the lounge. Gu Yao followed the sound and looked up to see a young man in a deep blue casual outfit striding over. He had neat black short hair, sharp brows, and bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a sunny smile at the corner of his lips. His whole being radiated vibrant energy, a striking contrast to Wang Yanxi's cool, detached demeanor. Oh, no wonder you disappeared in the blink of an eye, the young man said with a sly wink, his gaze shifting between the two. So you came upstairs to meet someone? Don't tell me you're enter. Before he could finish, Wang Yanxi had already raised a hand to cover his mouth. His long, well-defined fingers pressed down slightly, drawing muffled MPH protests from the young man. Wang Yanxi gave Gu Yao a slightly apologetic nod, then grabbed the young man by the collar and quickly led him away. Watching the two disappear around the corner of the hallway, a faint sense of unease suddenly welled up in Gu Yao's heart. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the book in her hand. Could it be, as her mother had said, that this man had ulterior motives? Last time she had thought he was polite and refined, and with such striking looks, he didn't seem like a bad person at all. Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. The lounge clock ticked steadily, and the sunlight outside gradually slanted westward. Before she knew it, the once empty room had filled with trainees whose sessions had ended. Amid the rising tide of voices and laughter she stood and gathered her things, only to see her parents and friends looking for her. I'm over here. Let's go. Gu Yao waved and ran over. The club has a live match downstairs. Why don't you all come watch? It's quite lively down there today. There's a general rank beast in the ring. I heard 2 general rank tamers are battling. Are you all heading home or? Gu Yanshu looked at the three, seeking their opinion. The elevator was packed with people. As soon as Gu Yanshu stepped in, people kept greeting her warmly. Coach Gu, your son and daughter came to train too today. Your kids are getting more impressive by the day. Though she knew these were mere pleasantries, Gu Yanshu still smiled with curved eyes, patiently nodding in response every time. Yangshan stood behind his mother, offering a polite smile, while Gu Yao hid behind her brother, chatting with Yaya. The elevator descended rapidly. The moment the doors slid open, a wave of noise crashed into their ears. Gu Yao shrank her neck, and Yangshan, noticing, quickly covered her ears until she had adjusted before letting go. Go. Get up. Thunder Falcon. Thunder Falcon. The deafening cheers rose and fell, nearly tearing off the roof. Gu Yao followed her mother into her private viewing room. As the door closed, the noise finally subsided. The earlier roar had left her eardrums aching any longer, and she truly might have gone deaf. As soon as Jiang Xianhua and Lin Jie entered the room, they hurried forward, peering through the glass at the match below, watching the battle with great curiosity. Gu Yao followed. Through the glass, she saw that in the center of the arena, a silver-white Thunder Falcon was locked in fierce combat with a massive sandstorm poisoned scorpion. The commentator's excited voice came through the indoor broadcast. The sandstorm poisoned scorpion is a rock-type creature, so the Thunder Falcon's electric attacks will have difficulty dealing effective damage. How can this advanced rank beast defeat its general rank opponent? Gu Yao glanced at the broadcast. In her mind, an advanced rank beast could hardly harm a general rank one in the first place. Evolving from a basic beast to an advanced one was merely a different kind of growing up, but every evolution, after reaching general rank, was a comprehensive leap in quality. Thus, an advanced beast had no chance of defeating a general rank 1. She had been cramming beast knowledge recently, and as these thoughts crossed her mind the corner of her, I caught sight of Wang Yanxi. His white hair was especially conspicuous. She couldn't tell what area that was over there, but the young man she had seen earlier was also there. After a few glances she looked away, and continued watching the battle below. Sensing the gaze, Wang Yanxi slightly raised his eyes, his attention sweeping toward the viewing room on the side. The specially treated glass reflected the glaring lights, making it impossible to see the figure inside. "Who are you looking at?" Lan Mingche noticed keenly, and immediately followed his gaze, but saw nothing. He spoke again. "That pretty little girl you went to see behind my back today, who is she? You even covered my mouth. I've barely heard you mention her." "When did you two?" Wang Yanxi found him unbearably noisy. His slender fingers traced a light motion in the air, and an apple from the fruit platter flew up, landing precisely in Lan Mingche's chattering mouth. "Beg me, and I might consider it." "You? TCH, I don't care anyway." Lan Mingche took a large aggrieved bite of the apple. On the battlefield the situation in the arena had become clear. The Thunder Falcon's electric attack struck the Sandstorm Poison Scorpion's hard carapace, sending up sparse sparks, but inflicting no real damage. Meanwhile the Scorpion's two precise strikes with its stinger had already let the poison spread through the Falcon's body. The silver-white feathers gradually lost their luster, the Falcon's flight noticeably slowed, and the power of its techniques waned drastically. "I concede this match." As soon as the Thunder Falcon's tamer spoke, medical staff rushed in, with the recovery beast swiftly, and carefully carrying the creature to the treatment room. "The winner of this match is the Sandstorm Poison Scorpion." The commentator's impassioned voice resounded throughout the arena. On the big screen the image of the Thunder Falcon gradually faded, while the three-dimensional projection of the Sandstorm Poison Scorpion looked even more imposing and ferocious under the spotlight. Yet before the cheers could subside, an even more fervent wave of sound erupted its chi. "Flame Dragon! Heavens! A general rank pet beast, Crimson Flame Dragon! Crimson Flame Dragon! Crimson Flame Dragon!" The crimson scaled dragon spread its wings, and appeared, its scorching heat waves sweeping across the entire arena. Its colossal shadow completely enveloped the Sandstorm Poison Scorpion, and the lava-like light flowing between its scales distorted the very space of the arena. "Roar!" The opposing beast tamer's expression turned grim. Fortunately, he had saved energy, and not used many skills, so he was not entirely without a chance. "Blazing Inferno Domain! Goldenrod Shield!" As the two commands rang out, the entire arena was instantly engulfed in a sea of scorching flames. The Blaze Fox excitedly tugged at Gu Yao's sleeve with its little paw. "Yen! Yen yen yen!" Its round eyes sparkled with admiration. This move was exactly like its own flame technique, but on a scale dozens of times larger. Gu Yanshu smiled at the Blaze Fox, then turned a gentle gaze to the majestic dragon in the arena. She tilted her head toward her daughter and said, "I thought this little fire dragon was quite good at the time. Satisfactory, very suitable to be your first contracted beast. Dragons may be haughty, but once tamed they are highly loyal. It's just a pity. Although dragons take much longer to raise than others, they are not only loyal, but can also suppress beasts contracted later, sparing the tamer the trouble of mediating relationships." Gu Yao was somewhat surprised. "Why that expression?" Gu Yanshu found it amusing, and ruffled his daughter's hair. "Your mother and I had already scouted many potential beast pets, some formidable, some beautiful and cute. We were just waiting for you to awaken and choose. Who would have thought? But your Blaze Fox is also wonderful. Contracting a beast is mostly about fate. Your bond is deep." She shrugged helplessly, her words tinged with regret. Her daughter deserved better. Yet seeing that her daughter truly liked this Blaze Fox, they couldn't say anything more. As the smoke slowly cleared, the Sandstorm Poison Scorpion had clearly retreated several steps, with scorched black marks appearing on its hard carapace. In the first round the Crimson Flame Dragon clearly had the upper hand. "Sandstorm! Shah!" A torrent of yellow sand suddenly swept across the entire arena. The Crimson Flame Dragon soared high, its gaping maw slowly opening, an eerie red glow surging from deep in its throat, while its scales rippled like molten lava in a volcano. "What skill is it charging? The startup is so long," asked Linja. "It looks like the general rank skill Magma Domain, and it's not like a startup, more like it's deliberately gathering power."
Skills above advanced rank generally have no startup except for a few special ones. This attack is probably quite powerful,
Jiang Xianwei said uncertainly.
Exactly worthy of you yet to notice that. It seems you've not only studied at the academy, but also accumulated knowledge in your daily life.
Gu Yanshu nodded in affirmation. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on the crimson flame dragon, a dark shadow suddenly burst out of the sand. The sandstorm poisoned scorpion stinger pierced precisely into the crimson flame dragon's neck, with a sharp whistling sound.
Roar!
Flames emerged within the yellow sandstorm.
Petrification.
The voice of the sandstorm poisoned scorpion's tamer rang out. The next second the entire arena floor cracked, and scorching magma erupted skyward like a fountain. Even through the specially treated glass, the people in the observation room felt as if they could sense the heat wave rushing at them. Suddenly a petrified statue was blasted high into the air by the magma.
Throw it out of the ring! Roar!
Enduring the searing pain in its neck, the crimson flame dragon lashed its tail, and sent it flying, embedding it into the arena wall. Although dragon-type pets are known for their thick skin and tough flesh, an injury to the neck would allow the venom to spread quickly. A prolonged battle was out of the question.
This match is won by the Crimson Flame Dragon. Congratulations to Beast Tamer Qizhou. 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 Is it over already?
Gu Yao hadn't expected it to end so soon, and felt she hadn't had her fill.
Throwing the opponent out of the ring ends things quickly, of course. If he had defeated it, it might have been more spectacular.
Yang Chen explained.
If the Crimson Flame Dragon had truly continued the fight after being hit by the scorpion's tail, the outcome would have been uncertain. Moreover, while the petrification skill is active, almost no skill can harm the sandstorm poisoned scorpion except for mental-type skills. But by the same token, it cannot attack either. It can only stand still during petrification. However, if it hadn't used petrification in that situation, something disastrous might have happened. So the winner was more or less decided.
The Crimson Flame Dragon itself was a dragon-type beast with a fire attribute. Few could rival it in offense. Gu Yao nodded. Jiang Xianwei rubbed her face, as if she had actually been scorched by the flames. Every competition venue had isolation measures to prevent spectators from getting hurt in accidents, but that skill just now was still too terrifying.
Yen! Yen 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 yen!
Gu Yao helplessly rubbed its head. It wanted to learn everything regardless of its size. She could only tell it that it would learn when it evolved. After the match, Gu Yao returned home with her parents. In the living room, she rested her chin on her hand, and quietly watched the blaze fox enjoy its specially prepared energy meal. The little creature ate with relish, its fluffy tail wagging from time to time in delight.
It seems you're not quite used to putting it back into the beast taming codex.
Yang Chen walked over with 2 cups of warm water, and handed one to his sister. Gu Yao took the cup, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rim.
He's my only companion. I'm afraid he gets lonely.
She pursed her lips.
Besides, I asked Fox Treasure, and it really doesn't like staying in there.
Yang Chen nodded in understanding.
But after a match, you can temporarily take it back. The Beast Taming Codex helps a lot with a beast's energy recovery.
He watched the blaze fox finish its last energy cube, and leaped lightly onto Gu Yao's knee and ultimately said nothing more. Then he casually changed the subject.
You also need to practice your hand seal techniques. Some matches don't wait for both sides to finish summoning. If your seals are too slow, you'll lose the initiative. Can they do that?
Gu Yao's eyes widened in surprise.
Of course.
Saying that, Yang Chen demonstrated. His fingers traced through the air with fluid elegance, and in a flash a crimson summoning array began to take shape, only for him to deliberately disperse it at the final moment. The entire sequence was seamless, completed in the blink of an eye. Gu Yao instinctively tried it herself. Her movements were noticeably clumsier, her fingers fumbling through the air, as if newly grown. She nearly made mistakes several times during the process, and it took over 6 seconds before the crimson summoning array slowly appeared. Watching her own stumbling performance, Gu Yao bit her lower lip in frustration, and silently resolved to practice hard starting tomorrow. However, when the crimson contract array slowly lit up in her palm, Yang Chen's expression instantly froze. He widened his eyes, rubbed them in disbelief, and after confirming it wasn't an illusion, suddenly turned and shouted upstairs.
Dad! Mom!
Startled by his sudden outburst, Gu Yao nearly dropped her cup. She couldn't help muttering,
Bro, how old are you? Still tattling. I'll start practicing tomorrow, okay?
She glared at her brother crossly.
How childish can you get?
His words made Ouyang Chen's brain freeze for a few seconds. What was this girl talking about?
When did I ever tattle on you? Anger really can make a person laugh.
Ouyang Chen counted on his fingers as he listed.
Those zero-score test papers of yours, who secretly signed them for you before Mom and Dad found out every time. How many times did I go to the academy to cover for you with your teachers before Mom and Dad found out? How many scoldings did I take?
Thinking of how his sister usually ignored him, and only remembered she had a brother, when she got into trouble, Ouyang Chen felt both angry and amused.
That's all in the past. Why are you bringing it up? You? You shameless.
Gu Yao's face grew hot as she muttered in protest.
What are you two doing? How old are you two still arguing?
Their parents, who had come downstairs upon hearing the noise, watched the two of them bickering without understanding what it was about.
Mom's sister can contract a new beast now. I just saw that her hand seals formed a crimson summoning array.
Ouyang Chen ignored her and turned to his parents to state the important matter.
What? That's impossible.
Gu Yanshu and Ouyang Qian's expressions shifted from bewilderment to shock.
No way, it's only been that long. How could?
Gu Yanshu thought of something and looked at her spouse.
Did the hospital send you the brain scan results from last time? What did it say? What's the development level? I forgot to ask and you didn't say. Oh right, let me check.
Ouyang Qian guiltily opened his communicator to look. Ouyang Chen, how could you forget that?
The development level is 7%. Although that's high, it's impossible for it to become 10% in such a short time.
Ouyang Qian said seriously, continuing to look down at the report.
We still need to go to the hospital tomorrow.
With that in mind, Gu Yanshu opened her communicator and sent something to her daughter.
I should have sent this to you long ago, but so many things happened. Now it's just the right time.
Gu Yao looked at the beast introduction list on her communicator. Ethereal spirit, spirit type, psychic type, poison beast, sprite, basic beast, poison type, insect type, time, magpie, basic beast, time type, flying type. Gu Yao swiped down, and the later beasts were clearly different from the earlier ones. Not only rarer, but some were purebreds, with a few dragon types mixed in. She had seen Jiang Xianyu's beast. It was wood type and dragon type. Wood types mostly had recovery skills, while dragon types had high attack and defense. She had always thought Yaya would be well suited for arena competitions, but unfortunately Yaya had no interest in that. Having watched today's match, she was quite tempted by dragon type beasts, but dragon types were expensive, and their training cycle was longer than other beasts. Back in her room, Gu Yao lay on the bed slowly browsing her options. Besides the little dragons, one other beast caught her eye, the fairy-type flower moon sprite. Fairy-type beasts were intelligent and gifted, easily learning skills from other types, but their evolution routes had many branches. Because they could adapt and fuse according to their environment. For example, if near a volcano or a place with strong fire attributes, it would easily evolve into a fairy fire type. In that case, its fairy power would be diluted. Thus, if one wanted a pure fairy type, evolving to the end was quite difficult. However, if one wanted to cultivate other multi-attributes, it would be a great choice. Another tempting option was the divine tree elf. According to the data, this special beast born in the region of the life tree in the southern part of the launching continent possessed healing abilities far surpassing ordinary wood attributes. The mysterious energy emitted by the life tree granted the beasts dwelling there exceptionally powerful recovery skills. Recovery skills were also very important whether in solo or team matches.
Yen. Huh? Do animals talk in their sleep?
Gu Yao looked at the little creature whimpering in its sleep, and tucked its small blanket around it. Glancing at the time, Gu Yao yawned softly, and rubbed her tired eyes. She had done so much today, browsing through data for new beasts. Her head was spinning.
I'll think about it tomorrow,
she said softly to herself, slowly closing her eyes. The moonlight outside the window gently fell across her blanket. The relentless training made time feel exceptionally scarce, leaving Gu Yao with hardly a moment to spare. She closed the book in her hands, held it against her chest, and silently recited what she had just read. Yet the matter of a new contracted beast kept weighing on her mind. Her mother had told her that her first contracted beast had encountered some trouble, so she had to be extremely careful in choosing the second. Her mother's words made sense, and Gu Yao could not help but deliberate further. she needed to think carefully about picking a suitable contracted beast. While Gu Yao was lost and thought Gu Yanshu stood not far away facing Lin Zhi, as if explaining something to him. As they spoke, their gazes landed on Gu Yao in unison. Gu Yao keenly sensed both gazes. She halted her silent recitation, slowly opened her eyes, and looked at Gu Yanshu and Lin Zhi in confusion. Setting down her book, she walked toward them, and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Yanshu smiled at Gu Yao, and said, "Have a match with Lin Zhi. You two have trained for nearly half a month now, so your coordination with your contracted beasts should be about ready. I want to see where your strength stands now. There shouldn't be any more cases of your beasts disobeying orders, right? Oh right, your Yin who is not allowed to use blazing domain." Gu Yao nodded to show that she understood. The group took the elevator down to the underground training ground. In the elevator, Jiang Xianwei winked mischievously at Gu Yao. "I heard Lin Zhi's Huangxing unicorn has been improving incredibly fast lately. You'd better be careful." At the junior competition arena, both sides took their positions, and the friendly match officially began. Lin Zhi spoke first. "Power of light. Huangxing." Yin who crouched low, its pupils locked onto the opponent. Gu Yao quickly analyzed the situation. Power of light not only boosted attack power, but also continuously absorbed surrounding light to restore energy. The little fox was forbidden from using blazing domain, leaving it without an effective area of effect attack. Yin who assumed a combat stance, remembering that its master had told it the opponent also possessed light concealment, a skill that could hide it in light, and let it move swiftly. Yin who fixed its eyes on the opponent standing within the light, and charged forward to attack first. Attacking first was fine. Lin Zhi would most likely have Huangxing unicorn use light concealment. This long-duration, continuously draining skill could not be sustained by a junior beast for long. As Gu Yao watched, Lin Zhi indeed did exactly as she had expected. Lin Zhi had not expected Yin Hu to be so fast. The suddenly enlarged figure startled Huangxing unicorn. Light concealment. As expected, its body vanished from the arena. Rear left. At Gu Yao's warning, Yin Hu did not hesitate, and quickly leaped aside, but it was still grazed by a light arrow, leaving a thin trail of blood. No wonder it was a purebred contracted beast. The skills it inherited were truly monstrous. Yin Hu was acting strange. Gu Yao looked at it in confusion, as its eyes turned sharper. What was happening? Unstable energy began to surge around Yin Hu. It fired explosive bombs in every direction indiscriminately, and scorching fireballs burst across the training ground like blooming red lotuses. Though this large-scale attack consumed enormous energy, its effect was immediate. Huangxing unicorn was forced to reveal itself. The instant it appeared, Yin Hu turned into a bolt of fiery lightning and slammed into it. Boom! Huangxing unicorn was sent flying a great distance. Yin Hu pursued without pause, battering it with flame charge again and again. Finally, as the unicorn hung midair, Yin Hu opened its jaws and fired an explosive bomb straight at it. Light concealment. An explosive bomb required time to condense, and Lin Zhi watched nervously, wondering whether Huangxing unicorn could make it. As a junior beast, it really had too few skills, and he was not sure whether the energy left in its body would be enough to evade. Huangxing. Boom. Immediately after the explosion, a muffled thud rang out. Light concealment's rapid movement range was too limited, and Huangxing unicorn was still caught by the explosive bomb shockwave. It tried to stand up from the ground, struggled for a long time, and finally lost consciousness. This fire-type beast is pretty strong. It won even without its tamer's commands. And it's still a junior beast. Can a junior beast master a skill so quickly? Huangxing unicorn simply didn't get to show what it could do. In a real fight, it might not have lost that badly. Show what? You think this is an exhibition match? If you're given time to perform. But if you're not capable, you're not capable. Several people passing by watched the battle and chatted with great interest. Gu Yao ignored the noisy crowd. She picked up Yin Hu to comfort it. It was too strange, that fierce assault, those precise battle judgments, and even a ruthlessness she had never seen before. She felt somewhat puzzled, since nothing like this had ever happened before. Gu Yanshu summoned the rainbow butterfly to heal them, then led everyone back to the top floor. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to the club for training anymore, because from tomorrow, you begin actual combat. Gu Yanshu sighed, her tone not pleasant. That bout just now had a serious problem. Lin Zhi, how could you keep Huangxing unicorn in light concealment the whole time? It is a junior beast. Keeping it in light concealment the entire time constantly drains its energy. Even if Yanhu did nothing but dodge, you would not have lasted much longer. Then Gu Yanshu turned to Gu Yao and Yanhu. There was a better way to win, but you insisted on using a large-scale explosive bomb. Sure, it forced the opponent out, but once your energy ran out, what were you going to do? Besides, explosive bomb is an intermediate skill, and its energy consumption is very high for a junior beast. It's classified as intermediate precisely because it requires a charge-up before release. Against a quick opponent, hitting them even once would be difficult. Standing to one side, Jiang Xianwei quietly took half a step back, trying to lower her presence. Unfortunately, Gu Yanshu still called her out. Yeah, you must participate in the actual combat training too. Although you specialize in exhibition matches, large tournaments all include performance battle segments. You are free to arrange the rest of today as you please. Gu Yanshu's tone softened. You have all worked hard during this period of training. The three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Let's go out and get something delicious to eat first. Then you two can come with me to the bookstore. The book I reserved arrives today. Jiang Xianwei put her arms around the other two and headed out. A book? What book? It needed to be reserved. Gu Yao asked in confusion. Because it updates in real time. It's the latest edition of the Interstellar Pet Beast Illustrated Guide. The 5 major planets discover new pet beasts or new evolution paths every day. Of course, the official website updates too, but I prefer the paper edition, and I want to keep it as a collectible. If it's on the way, let's also drop by the Pet Beast store. Lin just spoke. Why go there? Jiang Xianwei looked at him and asked. I heard that the prizes for the top 3 in this year's freshman competition are given in cooperation with the world's largest chain Pet Beast store. I'm guessing it's either discount vouchers or a choose-your-own pet beast. I want to see if there are any new species. Linja pulled up the page on his communicator and showed it to them. The first prize is 300,000 in cash. A 2 million pet beast voucher. Gu Yao stared at the 2 million in utter shock. She had never imagined that a small competition held by a little academy could offer such generous rewards. Huh? Why are you so excited about that? Decent pet beasts start at over 1 million, so this voucher really isn't much. Jiang Xianwei did not understand why her friend was so impressed. And once you enter social competitions later, that's when you'll know what real prize money means. That's the truly generous kind. Academy competitions are mostly for screening. The prize is just a little extra. She felt her perception of spending had been completely reshaped. She suddenly remembered the pet beast list her parents had shown her yesterday. Could it really be that expensive, just as Yaya had said? What's wrong? Did Auntie cut your allowance? Or is there something you want to buy? Jiang Xianwei asked, puzzled. Allowance? Gu Yao opened her communicator. She was used to paying directly, and never paid attention to the balance, so when she saw the number in her wallet, she was momentarily dizzy. How could it have so many digits? She had not expected their family to be so wealthy. No wonder her mother's pet beast list contained so many rare high-grade beasts. No. Gu Yao shoved the communicator back into her pocket, and her mood brightened. Jiang Xianwei and Linja exchanged a strange look, then shrugged. After collecting the long-awaited illustrated guide, the three found a restaurant and feasted. After filling their stomachs, they came to the Pet Beast store. This semi-enclosed building was only 20 stories tall, but its footprint was astonishingly large. It was not particularly high, just around 20 floors, yet its horizontal span was truly immense, and its design was semi-enclosed. Selling pet beasts really makes money. Even the exterior was decorated so magnificently. Walking inside, every kind of flying and running beast was on display. Gu Yao was completely dazzled by the endless variety. Hello, 3 students. What attribute or level of pet beast are you interested in? A pretty staff member in uniform walked over. I heard you have newly arrived pet beasts. May we take a look? Linja opened his communicator and projected an image into the air. This one. This one is fine, but it requires our privilege card. May I see your privilege card? It just arrived, and without a privilege card we cannot show it yet. Before she could finish, Linja handed over a card. The staff member took it, verified it, and only then led the 3 to see the beast. Alright, please follow me. The 3 followed the attendant through the magnificent hall, and took a special elevator to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, a winding corridor stretched out before them, with a card-swiped security door every few steps. So winding. The security is way too thorough. Gu Yao whispered, "Is that beast really so special that we need a privilege card just to see it?" "I'm not too sure either. I haven't been here many times," Jiang Xianwei whispered back. The attendant walking ahead heard their conversation and turned to explain, "The special exhibition area is just ahead. A dedicated host will receive you." As she spoke, she swiped open the last heavy metal door. The door opened, and they walked inside. Gu Yao looked at the runes on the metal door, and wondered what kind of beast behind it warranted such precautions. Still puzzled, she walked into the spacious hall, where everyone's gaze was fixed on the center. The three squeezed through the gaps in the crowd to the front row, and finally saw the enormous, specially made cage in the middle of the hall. Inside the cage lay a pitch-black young beast. It looked like a wolf at first glance, but a pair of horns grew from its forehead. Even in slumber it radiated a chilling pressure that made one's skin crawl. "Is that a Sao Aya, the junior pet beast from the dark forest of the west? It looks so similar," Jiang Xianwei whispered in shock. "It's one of the most evil dark attribute beasts, even called a ferocious beast. Why would anyone want to contract it?" Gu Yao had never heard of this beast, but those words inexplicably sent a chill down her spine. She inwardly regretted having withdrawn Yanhu back into the Beast Tamer Codex, because now she felt no sense of security at all. Young lady, that may be true, but it really is exceptionally strong. For that reason alone, quite a few people are willing to take the risk. A man beside them spoke, his gaze fixated obsessively on the beast in the cage. It seemed that among the quite a few people he mentioned, he was surely one of them. Gu Yao observed the Sao Aya closely. At first glance it seemed black, but upon closer inspection, its coat shimmered with a faint dark green luster. It no longer felt oppressive or terrifying, instead it appeared far more mysterious. Gu Yao was both a little afraid and a little tempted, and after thinking it over she felt it wasn't bad. It opened its eyes. Golden eyes. Sao Ayas don't have golden beast pupils, do they? Maybe it's a mutation. How cool. Hearing this, Gu Yao turned her gaze to its eyes. They were golden. The longer she looked, the more sacred they seemed, carrying a faint but unmistakable pressure. The beast's pupils in the cage met hers. Gu Yao froze on the spot, sensing a strange ripple passing through her mind. Before she could examine it closely, an alarm suddenly blared around them, and the runes on the cage lit up. At that moment the curled-up body inside stirred slightly, as if adjusting. She settled into a comfortable position and closed her eyes. Gu Yao glanced around, noticing that everyone else seemed to have just snapped back to reality, and the previously silent hall was now buzzing with noise.
"What just happened? I think I saw. It has to be a mental attack. Even with rune suppression, it can still unleash a large-scale illusion. That's terrifying." "Right. He must have used an illusion skill on us. We're locked up, and it's still attacking humans. This is too dangerous. I think I need to reconsider. No matter how powerful, rare, or hard to find, a spirit beast is nothing is more important than your own life."
With that, the noisy crowd began to leave, while a few others headed in a different direction.
"Yao Yao, are you okay? Should we go too?"
Jiang Xianwei said, taking her arm, and no longer looking at the spirit beast in the cage.
"This beast? Its aura is not that of an ordinary spirit beast."
Lin just snapped back to his senses, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. A basic-level spirit beast shouldn't have such a powerful large-scale mental attack.
"I also feel that a fierce beast is a fierce beast after all. We'd better stay far away from it."
Gu Yao listened to their conversation bewildered. She hadn't felt anything unusual. She blinked in confusion. Why hadn't she been affected by that mental fluctuation? During that brief exchange of gazes, what she had felt wasn't fear, but rather something indescribable. A resonance.
"Yao Yao, are you all right?"
Jiang Xianwei looked at her with concern.
"I'm fine, just thinking about something." "Oh. What is it? Let's walk and talk."
The three followed the staff member back along the same path.
"Do spirit beasts that fierce also sell for a high price?"
Gu Yao asked curiously, recalling how others had judged it.
"The one you were just looking at is not for sale,"
the staff member said, turning around with a professional smile.
"Ah, I see."
Gu Yao nodded in disappointment. Seeing that Gu Yao genuinely believed it wasn't for sale, Jiang Xianwei helplessly lowered her voice to explain.
G means our current privilege card level is too low to qualify for purchasing it.
Gu Yao.
Because the Sao I is an endangered spirit beast.
Gentle endangered spirit beasts are protected in officially established breeding institutes, but those hostile to humanoids are driven to their natural habitats. Keeping them far from human settlements is the bottom line. Lin Jia flipped through his communicator.
In simple terms, this kind of spirit beast is nearly impossible to tame. Can't be tamed. Then why would the spirit beast store?
Gu Yao was even more confused.
Fierce beasts like these are extremely difficult to capture, and very few people contract them. So their research value is high. Dickie's Spirit Beast store isn't just a place that sells spirit beasts and spirit beast accessories. It's also the largest spirit beast research base in the entire star system.
Jiang Xianwei took out a book as she spoke.
More than half of the names on the contributor list of this book are from Dickie.
Gu Yao nodded thoughtfully, then turned her head to glance back in that direction, her mind churning with thoughts. The next day, morning sunlight streamed through the club's skylight. The three followed Gu Yanshu to the underground training ground. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of noise rushed toward them.
This is the beginner arena. Today's task is to earn 10 points. 3 points for a win, 1 point deducted for a loss. You need at least 10 matches a day. Once a beginner spirit beast's energy is depleted, it recovers, and with energy recovery pills you can fight 10 matches a day.
Gu Yanshu walked ahead and briefly explained the rules. Gu Yao looked at the points leaderboard on the wall.
Why is the highest score only around 1 to 200? Because this is the beginner beast tamer leaderboard. In beginner spirit beast matches, it's very hard to get consecutive wins. The gap between beginner spirit beasts isn't that large. With good luck, it's not uncommon for an ordinary spirit beast to defeat a dragon type or other rare spirit beast.
Gu Yanshu distributed the point cards to the three and had them bind them.
Huh? Do I have to compete too?
Jiang Xianwei looked at the small card used to record points.
No matter what, right now you're a little 3 versus 3 team. You wouldn't want to hold your teammates back, right? Can I hold you back?
Jiang Xianwei blinked her big watery eyes and looked at the two of them with utter seriousness. Seeing how Lin Jia was already starting to soften, Gu Yao spoke up directly.
No, can you? You can't think like that.
Gu Yao pulled her over and said with a grin.
You're the one who brought us together. If you just casually quit our training or hold us back, and Lin Jia and I follow your example, then we might as well disband right now.
Hearing this, Jiang Xianwei felt there was some reason to it and hesitated. She absolutely had to get good results in the freshman competition. If the team disbanded, it would all be over. Seeing her waver, Gu Yao quickly leaned in close and whispered,
You're the captain, you know. You need to have a sense of responsibility as captain.
Jiang Xianwei lowered her head and thought for a moment, then nodded.
All right, that makes sense. I'll train with you and you'll accompany me to the exhibition match. Exactly.
Gu Yanshu looked at the three and shook his head helplessly. The Jiang family held a considerable status, and this little girl of their family was smart and highly capable, well suited for beast tamer competitive matches. But since her parents doted on her, there was nothing anyone could do. Her stubbornness left the adults with no choice but to guide her slowly. It seemed that grown-ups' words didn't always work. Matters among the young were best resolved by the young themselves. Stepping into the beginner beast tamer arena, Gu Yao couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Dozens of neatly arranged battle stages stretched as far as the eye could see. The sheer size of the underground space was astonishing, and the sight was truly breathtaking.
How did they dig out such a huge underground area?
Gu Yao wondered.
With rock-type spirit beasts, this is a piece of cake. Easy.
Jiang Xianwei glanced at the arena numbers, while casually explaining to the little question asker beside her.
I'm at Arena 12. Which ones are you two?
Gu Yao pointed at Arena 12.
Is it far from me? 23. 15. Yours is right there. I'm not far from you, so when I take a break, I'll come find you first, and then we'll go find him. All right.
The three each made their way to their own battle arenas and waited for their matched opponents to arrive. They split up and headed to their respective competition grounds. As Jiang Xianwei walked, she created a group chat on her communicator, the Supreme Universe Combo. Gu Yao saw it and casually set a sticker to keep the chat lively, only to look up and see that an opponent was already standing on the opposing beast taming platform. The two pressed the battle start button at the same time. The Shungjia worm was an insect-type beginner spirit beast. On the arena, the flame fox stood with its fiery red fur gleaming brilliantly under the lights. As usual, it struck first, with Gu Yao watching over it from above. With this kind of advantageous type matchup, she felt it could complete the match smoothly. Seeing that the opponent was a fire type, the other party was clearly taken aback. After all, fire types were notorious for being irritable and hard to control, and judging by the age of the opponent, which was similar to her own, this was obviously their first spirit beast. Very few people chose a fire type as their first spirit beast. What a miscalculation. The silk spat out by the Shungjia worm was burned to ashes before it could even get close to the flame fox. With a single flame charge, the flame fox ended the battle. After the battle, Gu Yao quickly opened the Spirit Beast Codex to check Flame Fox Fire Type Beginner Spirit Beast 24632500 Trait Burning Beginner 105250 Immune to Fire Type Damage, reduces damage from other attributes skills by Physical Attack Mastery 850. 2500 Flame Charge Physical Attack Proficient 24822500 Fireball Fire Type Attack Mastery 94392500 Blazing Domain Fire Type Attack Proficient 10862500 Burst Bomb Basic 184250 Points 80. The points had indeed risen by 10. So each battle awards points, but she had no idea when the extra ones had been earned. Her skill proficiency had also increased a lot. It seemed that while she had been busy with her studies, it hadn't been slacking off either. Last time she had already verified that the items in the shop were legitimate. She had always thought they were useless, but the night before last, after her brother mentioned that her summoning circle had changed color upon a mental domain breakthrough, she realized it had been the previous item taking effect. No wonder she hadn't noticed. After her mental domain breakthrough, there was also the obvious increase in the Flame Fox's energy reserve. After that, she'd been thinking about how to quickly increase points, and now she had discovered that battles were the way to earn them. It was an unexpected blessing. She just wondered whether the shop might have even better items, so it was better to save up points for future needs. Word had it that a fire-type spirit beast had appeared on this side of the arena, drawing quite a few water-type spirit beasts. After all, wood-type and water-type spirit beasts were famously gentle and had many contractors. Take the beginner spirit beast before her, the Coral Hill. Its round body gleamed with a watery blue luster, sparkling with dazzling colors under the light. Since she was at a type disadvantage, she couldn't just charge in recklessly. Gu Yao reminded her little fox. To her surprise, the flame fox didn't show any aversion to the water type at all. Instead, its fighting spirit blazed even higher. After all, most spirit beasts that are countered by an element instinctively resist and loathe it. The Coral Hill attacked first, firing several water jets in rapid succession. The flame fox nimbly dodged, weaving effortlessly through the dense curtain of water. While evading it, quietly gathered power, and once it entered effective range, it suddenly unleashed a burst bomb. Because advanced skills consumed too much energy, Gu Yao had specifically told it not to use Blazing Domain carelessly. As a mid-level skill, burst bomb ensured sufficient power without overdraining energy. And most importantly, the Flame Fox absolutely adored this kind of simple, crude, high-damage skill. The opponent clearly saw the attack coming, but its reaction speed was nowhere near the Flame Fox's. Under the accurate strike of the burst bomb, compounded by the Fox's high proficiency, the Coral Hill was blown unconscious. Murmurs immediately arose around the arena.
That beginner fire-type spirit beast has the mid-level skill burst bomb. It won't be easy to fight. Where is that spirit beast from? I've never seen one like it before. No idea, but it looks obedient, beautiful, and powerful.
Amid the discussion, the next opponent sent out another water-type spirit beast, the Torrent Turtle.
Go rain dance.
Gu Yao was about to say to interrupt it, but the Flame Fox had already charged out, knocking the Torrent Turtle flying backward. The greatest advantage of Flame Charge and Fireball was that they were instant cast and consumed little energy. The Flame Fox gave it no time to react, and immediately charged forward to unleash Burst Bomb.
Water Veil! Quick!
Even if the Torrent Turtle had higher defense than that Coral Hill, a high-proficiency mid-level skill was too much to withstand. After all, it wasn't a rock-type defensive spirit beast. Fortunately, Water Veil was cast just in time, but even though it barely escaped a direct hit from the Burst Bomb, the shockwave of the explosion still flipped it over.
Now! Use Fireball on its limbs.
Seeing the little fox still wanting to use Burst Bomb, Gu Yao felt a bit helpless, and called out a reminder.
Turtle!
Seeing it was still conscious, the Flame Fox opened its mouth, and fired several fireballs in succession, finishing with a flame charge that brought the torrent turtle's thrashing limbs to a stop.
Turtle. Incredible. The energy in this beginner spirit beast must be at its limit. A burst bomb with that kind of power, and it's already fought 3 consecutive matches. No wonder it one-shot that Coral Hill earlier. That torrent turtle reacted way too slowly. If only it had merged into the water and escaped sooner. Fox bow come back.
Gu Yao called it back to rest. Water veil allowed the user to dissolve into water. Luckily the flame fox was a fire type that could vaporize the water, or it might have actually lost. She never expected that beginner spirit beast to possess such a formidable trait skill. As she stepped down from the beast taming platform, she saw Yu and Linja waiting for her nearby.
How many rounds have you fought? We've been waiting for you for a while.
Jiang Xianwei hurried over the moment she saw her.
3 rounds. 3. Did you win all of them?
Linja looked at the flame fox, which still had energy, and wasn't the least bit wilted, and couldn't help being stunned.
Hom. How about you two? We both only fought 1 round.
Jiang Xianwei and Linja exchanged a glance, feeling that the requirement of 10 points seemed to have been aimed at the two of them. After all, this one beside them had already earned 9 points in one go. It was terrifying. In the rest area, the 3 discussed and reviewed their battles. Yangchen came down, took a photo, and sent it to his mother, indicating that everyone was serious, and no one was slacking off. Only after Gu Yanxu replied okay did he head down to the intermediate arena. After the break, the trio's spirit beasts had recovered their energy, and returned to their respective battle arenas. Gu Yao sat in the waiting area nearby, watching the ongoing matches, her gaze unconsciously drawn to the battle unfolding in the arena. On the field below, one of the spirit beasts was a black mist vine, which reminded her of Sar Aya from yesterday. Remembering it, she opened the largest chain store in the entire galaxy, Dicky Interstellar Spirit Beasts, whose slogan was "We satisfy every requirement you have for spirit beasts." She entered their official website, and quickly scrolled through the building images she had seen yesterday, yet she could not find any information about that mysterious spirit beast from the day before. After thinking it over, she decided to go home and ask her parents. If that failed, she would let it go. Seeing the beast tamer above step down, Gu Yao took the platform. She stared seriously at the mist vine across from her, filtering through information in her mind. Dark attribute, and would attribute a dual type. Yen. Watching Little Fox, who was clearly repelled by the dark type beast, Gu Yao suddenly recalled what the book said: the dark attribute was unique. Not only did humans despise it, but even the spirit beast world rejected and ostracized it. Shadow Strike. Dark Blade. It was a combination move. Gu Yao had heard her mother mention it during training. Both skills could be cast instantly. Gu Yao frowned. She had not expected a low-level spirit beast to use a combination move. The opponent must be at least an advanced beast tamer. To break free from the restraints and block the dark blade, there was only one way. Gu Yao snapped her fingers. In an instant, scorching waves of fire burst outward from the blaze fox, transforming the entire battle stage into a sea of flames. The raging flames devoured the incoming shadows, and even the air twisted and warped from the heat. Boom! What is this? What? A high-level skill. Absolutely. It's the infernal domain. But it's only a low-level spirit beast. How? The entire audience instantly erupted, voices surging one after another. Watching the scorched mist vine, Gu Yao collected her points and stepped down. Because she had used the advanced skill infernal domain immediately in that round, she had to go down again to recover energy to ensure victory in the battles ahead. The day passed like that: battle, rest, then battle again. When Gu Yanxu and Yangchen arrived at the arena, they happened to catch Gu Yao's final match. Jiang Xianwei and Linja were also in the stands, watching the duel with rapt attention. This arena had become famous because of the Blaze Fox, and by now it was packed to capacity. Rapid water cannon. The Blaze Fox left after images streaking across the arena, as it nimbly dodged the dense barrage of water cannons. However, the rain prayer skill that Octopus Momo had seized the moment to cast had already taken effect. As drizzle dripped down, the flames on the Blaze Fox visibly weakened. And Gu, you're here. What do we do? Yao Yao's little fox is going to lose. What should we do now? Jiang Xianwei blurted out anxiously the moment she saw Gu Yanxu. Linja quickly held the agitated Jiang Xianwei back. People, outside the field are not allowed to interfere in the match. That's the rule. She knew that, but standing outside, and only watching her best friend and her spirit beast struggle bitterly in the arena, unable to do anything, made her heart feel as if it were being wrung. Gu Yao, however, simply watched the arena quietly, a thoughtful gleam in her eyes. In her view, an occasional failure was actually a good thing. Constant smooth sailing was more likely to invite trouble. She had worked here for many years, so of course someone had reported to her that her youngest daughter had already been winning all day in the lower arena. Yang Chen naturally understood his mother's meaning and said nothing. He soothed Xianyue, telling her not to worry and to keep watching the match. Whip! Mo! Octopus Momo's tentacle lashed swiftly at the now sluggish Blaze Fox. Yen. Unable to concentrate under these conditions, the Blaze Fox was sent flying backward by the strike. Gu Yao's heart clenched at the sight. She hesitated, wondering whether to concede and recall it. After all, it was only 1 point. But then she saw the Blaze Fox rise to its feet and dodge the tentacle lashing at it again, its golden eyes burning with unyielding fighting spirit. Yen. The Blaze Fox dodged Octopus Momo's attacks. Gu Yao also set aside her chaotic thoughts and watched the battle seriously. She blinked. Was she seeing things, or were there two little foxes? It's a flame clone. Why haven't we seen it used before? This must have just been realized. What exactly is this spirit beast? Its talent is incredible. Gu Yao looked at the two figures in the arena and thought about how to fight. Fireball was now dealing too little damage to Octopus Momo. Under Rain Prayer, the opponent's attribute attacks were stronger, and its defense raised. Burst Bullet could deal damage, but needed time to charge. Infernal Domain, on the other hand, was instant, but because Little Fox was a low-level spirit beast, and with the energy remaining, it would need to get close to Octopus Momo to land a single decisive blow with maximum damage. But the opponent had clearly figured this out, and had kept their distance from the very start. If she made a mistake and ran out of energy, they would have no choice but to admit defeat. They could not drag this out any longer. Gu Yao gave the command, Flame Charge. Keep your distance. The opposing beast tamer clearly knew exactly what Gu Yao intended. With the clone's assistance, the tactic went much more smoothly. It took some time, but the two Blaze Foxes finally forced Octopus Momo into a corner of the arena. Escape through the air. Mo. Watching Octopus Momo leap into midair using reactive force. Now. The Blaze Fox sprang up nimbly, stepping off the clone, and tracing a crimson arc through the air, precisely intercepting the fleeing Octopus Momo. As a non-flying spirit beast, Octopus Momo flailed its tentacles clumsily in midair, completely unable to alter its trajectory. It could only watch helplessly as the burning figure hurtled toward it. Yen. The scorching infernal domain erupted with the Blaze Fox at its center, completely engulfing Octopus Momo in midair. Boom. The Blaze Fox forced itself to stay upright. The double images before its eyes grew ever more blurred, and something inside it seemed to be swelling wildly. It clenched its jaws tightly, desperately suppressing that power. It could not pass out, it had to hold on until victory. As soon as the countdown ended, Gu Yao rushed to check on her little fox. It was trembling all over, and suddenly coughed up blood. The shocking sight froze her in place. Little fox. Gu Yao jumped down from the tamer's platform, her voice trembling as she embraced the Blaze Fox, and prepared to go find the medical staff. Yao catch. Hearing the voice, Gu Yao looked toward the stands. A red stone came flying toward her, and she instinctively reached out to catch it. Then she heard Evolution Stone. Don't let it suppress the evolution. Use it now. Evolution. Watching the evolution light slowly spill from the Blaze Fox's body, she finally snapped into action and crushed the Evolution Stone. Sure enough, the power leaking from the stone flowed into its body. Suddenly remembering the evolution pill in her hand, she hurriedly took it out and put it into the fox's mouth. Little fox, this is evolution, just relax. Gu Yao comforted it from the side. It was her first time seeing such a situation, and she was at a loss and extremely nervous. Fortunately, her mother and the others had already bypassed the protective measures and entered the arena platform. Looking at the Blaze Fox shrouded in evolution light, Gu Yanshu knitted her brows in confusion. Why is it suppressing the evolution? This is too dangerous. As she spoke, Luo Ling Yudi beside her had already begun healing, and gentle specks of curative light drifted down like snowflakes. Gu Yao stood there at a loss. Seeing this, Ouyangchen ruffled her hair to comfort her. Gu Yanshu crouched beside the blaze fox and guided it. At last the evolution light completely enveloped the blaze fox, forming a dazzling cocoon of light. Everyone held their breath waiting for the transformation to complete. Under the radiance, its form quickly began to change. The one small body started to grow larger. As the light gradually faded, a brand new spirit beast appeared before everyone's eyes. Its crimson fur shimmered with iridescent pearl-like luster under the lights, like flowing flames. What was most striking were the three fluffy tails behind it, gently swaying with each breath. So beautiful, but why doesn't it look like what we saw on the evolution chart? Jiang Xianhua had previously studied the evolution branches and living habits of the blaze fox species with her. It seemed so. Maybe. Gu Yao stared as the evolution light completely dispersed, revealing the full appearance of the blaze fox. She was so astonished that her eyes went wide. The tail behind it had increased from 1 to 3, each one a different color. Yin. Yin yin yin. It looked around dazedly, asking whether it had won. Hearing that it was still concerned about winning or losing, Gu Yao's heart ached. You won. But why did you suppress the evolution? Do you know how dangerous that was? Yin yin. Yin 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 yin. It was a little puzzled. Was that feeling evolution? Hearing the blaze fox say this, she fell silent for a moment. Indeed, given its experience, shortly after birth an accident had forced it far from home. Its parents had not had time to teach it anything, and it was not a spirit beast from a pet store with a trainer's guidance. It was understandable that it did not understand evolution. It seemed she would have to bring it along when she studied from now on. Gu Yanshu listened to Luo Ling Yuti's translation and felt a little helpless. The two of them really were two clueless souls who had run into each other. It seemed they couldn't follow the standard curriculum. They needed to learn practical things first. This was also an oversight on her part. This one doesn't seem to be in here. Jiang Xianhua took out her communicator and photographed it to check. Looks like it's a new evolution branch. We'll see when we go to register it. The paperwork will probably be a bit troublesome. Yao, you can give it a name. If it's a new evolution branch, you have the right to name it. Gu Yanshu felt there were so many things to do, rearrange the curriculum, and the second spirit beast hadn't even been chosen yet. Okay, I understand. Gu Yao released her embrace around the blaze fox and patted its head. Now that it had grown as tall as her waist, she could no longer hold it in her arms. Oh Mom, when did you prepare the evolution stone for me? A long time ago. I bought it right after you formed the contract. Unfortunately, this place doesn't produce many fire-type spirit beasts, so the higher-grade fire evolution stones had to be shipped over. I got an S-rank evolution stone to keep on hand first, since there was no telling when such a day might come. Later I thought it wouldn't happen so soon, so I never gave it to you. I wanted to wait until the SSS rank 1 arrived before handing it over. Gu Yanshu reached out her hand. Let me see the 3 of you points cards. Did you complete today's missions? The 3 handed their cards to her. Linja 16 points. Jiang Xianhua 12 points. Yao. Gu Yanshu's voice suddenly paused. 30 points. Her heart cried out in astonishment. A low-level spirit beast could participate in at most about 10 matches a day, which meant this was a perfect sweep. She had always thought her son was outstanding, but her daughter was even more so. She had originally feared that the blaze fox accident would hold her back, but instead, it had made her even more excellent. Especially since in just 3 or 4 weeks, she was already able to form a contract with her second spirit beast, about the same as her mother back then. With that thought, she began to worry again. What if that Sai came back to find them? She would have to think of a plan in advance with a Qian when they got home, especially since things had gotten so awkward last time. Gu Yao found it strange that her mother's expression kept changing, but she said nothing. She could have won more matches, but unfortunately all the challengers after that were water-type and grew stronger, so she only fought 10. Alright, you worked hard today. Go back and rest early. Gu Yanshu put away her thoughts and said gently. Everyone took the elevator to the flying vehicle parking area outside. Just as Gu Yao waved goodbye and was about to leave, Jiang Xianhua's parents hurried over. Yao Yao, I heard your spirit beast evolved. Congratulations. A flash of shock passed through Uncle Zhang's eyes, and Aunt Jiang even warmly grabbed Gu Yao's hand. Although they knew Gu Yao had self-awakened, the beast tamer's true potential ultimately depended on later development. Now that things had unfolded this way in her family, Not only was the son extraordinarily gifted, but this daughter was even more monstrously talented. They absolutely had to build a good relationship with her.
Thank you, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, Gu Yao said politely. What? Evolved? The two Lin elders were stunned by this. They wondered whether the spirit beast she had contracted had perhaps already been on the verge of evolution. Mom, Dad? Yao Yao evolved during a battle today, and it's not on the evolution chart. It's probably a new evolution branch. Hearing their son's words, the two of them were stunned for a moment. They finally understood why people of the Jiang family's standing had been so eager. This kind of major event definitely calls for a celebration. Aunt Qian smiled as she stood beside Gu Yanshu. Ever since we moved for work and changed Lin's academy, we haven't gotten together in a long time. Since we're free recently, why don't we celebrate for Yao Yao, and have a little reunion while we're at it? Hearing this, the Jiang couple also gathered around, and put their arms around Gu Yao's shoulders. Besides, you've trained for so long. This is a perfect time to rest for a day. You're still young after all, and need a balance between work and rest. How about it? Gu Yanshu had remained silent. She looked at her daughter silently, signaling, do you want to celebrate? If you want to go, go, if not, forget it. She would decline on her behalf. Really? That's wonderful. Yao Yao say yes quickly. We finally get a day off. Jiang Xianwei became excited the moment she heard this. Heaven knew how much she disliked the current combat training. That's fine. Gu Yao smiled at Yaya's words, and shook her head lightly. Gu Yao shook her head, and looked at her mother. But Mom, you're so busy, can you really take leave? Busy as I am, taking a day or half a day off is still possible. Seeing her nod in agreement, Gu Yanshu nodded, then looked at the Jiang and Lin families. Then we'll book a restaurant, and send you the details tomorrow. After a few more pleasantries, everyone dispersed. On the way home, Ouyang Chen looked at the communication screen that still showed no reply, and couldn't help asking, has Dad been very busy lately? He went to the central region. A client over in Yao State ran into some trouble, so the company sent your father on a business trip. The Flame Fox happens to come from there too, so he went to check the local situation in person. After all, the Flame Fox isn't a local pet beast, and he wanted to learn more about it in order to make the energy cultivation fluid. Unexpectedly, it had evolved now. She had just looked it up, and it truly was an unregistered new evolution branch. She also had no idea how his investigation was going. I've already left him a message about the Flame Fox's condition. He may have to stay there for a while longer. I see. Oh Mom, I'm going back to the academy tomorrow. Ouyang Chen nodded, and also left a message for his father. Mom. The competition is coming up, so train well. Gu Yanshu patted her son's shoulder to encourage him. I probably won't be able to watch my sister's match then, but now that the Flame Fox has evolved, getting a good result in the freshman competition shouldn't be a problem. She'll definitely make it into the elite class. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The freshman match is just for fun, to understand pet beast battles. Don't put too much pressure on your sister. Gu Yanshu looked at Gu Yao, who was lost in thought, and patted her head. Have you been zoning out? What are you thinking about? Mom, you startled me. Gu Yao covered her head and pouted. Why are you so timid? You're old enough now. Mom, I want to ask you something. Gu Yao hesitated for a moment, her eyes darting, but she still wanted to ask about that pet beast at the Dicky Interstellar Pet Beast shop. What is it? Both of them looked at her curiously. They had both sensed that she had changed a lot from before, and fortunately it was in a better direction. Do you know that the Dicky Interstellar Pet Beast shop got a new pet beast a few days ago? Saraya? You know about it? Of course. We're also their privileged clients. They sent us a message. Why? But how did you know? Gu Yanshu was a little puzzled. That day you had a half day off. Linja wanted to go see it, so we went together, Gu Yao explained honestly. Gu Yanshu suddenly understood. So this is what you were distracted by last night? No, she studied her daughter closely. Could this little girl be planning to contract that ferocious beast? Absolutely not. Her precious daughter's talent was even greater than her brother's, so she couldn't let her act recklessly. No. Gu Yanshu looked at her seriously, and refused firmly. Even buying it requires qualifications. Although they could indeed get the qualifications, she didn't want her daughter to contract a vicious dark pet beast. I was just asking.
Seeing her mother's strong reaction, Gu Yao gave an uneasy, quiet little laugh. Yangchen saw this and interjected gently, Yao, you need to understand that some pet beasts are simply not suited by nature to be our companions. Just like some people in this world, no matter how we treat them, they can never be tamed. That is determined by their very nature. Our Beast Taming Codex contract is certainly powerful, and can restrain these pet beasts to a certain extent, but that is all it can do. True rapport must be cultivated slowly with affection. And to us they are far more than just simple pet beasts. Yen. Yen. The tricolor sky fox in her arms immediately chimed in, with a few cries, its little paws gesturing, as if to say, that some pet beasts really were bad and dangerous. Seeing everyone say this, Gu Yao suppressed her own thoughts and nodded. Back in her bedroom, Gu Yao lay on the bed, and entered the Beast Taming Codex. Tricolor sky fox. Fire type intermediate pet beast 253025000. Trait Scorch beginner 105250. Immunity to fire attribute damage, reduces damage from attacks of other attributes. Tricolor special skill Tricolor tail switches among fire, wing, and water attribute abilities. Skills: bite, physical attack mastery 850. 2500. Flame charge, physical attack mastery 3190-25000. Fireball, fire attribute attack mastery 9439-25000. Blazing domain, fire attribute attack proficiency 1496-2500. Explosive bullet proficiency 2357-2500. Flame clone beginner 30250. Blazing meteor shower beginner 1250. Heaven scorching earth blazing beginner 1250. Points 370. Gu Yao stared at the description of tricolor tail in the Beast Taming Codex, her eyes wide as saucers. Attribute switching. Could it really mean what she thought it meant? She recalled how today the little fox's three tails had shimmered with different glows under the light. It seemed she would have to wait until tomorrow to confirm. If that were really the case, this skill was absurdly powerful. Not only could it flexibly switch attributes to counter opponents, it could also avoid being countered. What were the other two new skills? She couldn't wait to go online and look them up. Blazing meteor shower, high-level skill, summons a group of meteors to fall in an area attack. Heaven scorching earth blazing growth type skill, its power grows with the pet beast's energy. Gu Yao pressed her hand over her thumping chest, wishing she could rush out right now to test these new skills. Then she started thinking about her second pet beast, but the image of Soaring locked in that cage surfaced unbidden in her mind. No. She hastily shook her head. The fact that everyone disapproved had made her waver a little. But aside from Soaring, no other pet beast could really squeeze into her mind. Maybe she should go again tomorrow to see it. If it truly didn't work, she could contract another one instead. That Kongkongling would be fine too. She would go to Dicky tomorrow and decide. She looked at the moon outside the window and sighed. Deep down she still wanted Soaring more. If only it weren't a ferocious beast. Gu Yao closed her eyes and listened to the summer cicadas silently reviewing the day's knowledge points. When she finished, she suddenly realized she had remembered far more today than in the previous few days. Could it be the feedback from Fox Treasure's evolution? She raised her hand and squeezed her arm. There was indeed a noticeable muscle feel. In the moonlight, she could even see some muscle lines. The feedback was most obvious in memory and physical fitness. The less obvious parts were the internal organs and lifespan. She would try it out tomorrow. With that thought, she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Gu Yanshu booked a well-reviewed private room at a restaurant, and the group set off. Such gatherings were basically boring anyway. Even when the guest of honor was herself, she still felt bored. After eating her fill, she exchanged a look with Jiang Xianwei and Linja and ran out to play. Once they slipped out, they stretched. Gu Yao wanted to go to the pet beast shop, while Linja and Jiang Xianwei wanted to watch a movie. The newly released Interstellar Pet Beast series movie Colorful Goose. Come with us. Then you two go ahead. Gu Yao blinked slyly, leaned close to Jiang Xianwei's ear, and added softly, I don't want to be a third wheel. You're spouting nonsense again. Fine, we're going. Contact us if anything comes up. Jiang Xianwei didn't insist. After all, Gu Yao had never liked going out before, and hadn't wanted to do anything. After contracting a pet beast, she had clearly improved a lot. When she later came to like watching movies, they could watch them together again. The two walked away side by side. Gu Yao sincerely felt that they suited each other quite well. She just didn't know whether this counted as puppy love or whether the parents of both families knew about it. Gu Yao, thinking this, took the privilege card she had coaxed out of her mother and went upstairs. It wasn't really coaxing, since she had indeed come today to make a pet beast contract. Soaring was still lying quietly in the special cage, as motionless as a statue, just like last time. The tricolor sky fox walked up beside the cage and observed Soaring inside. It had evolved now, and was about the same size as Soaring. Yen. Yen 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 yen. The aura on this creature was somewhat terrifying, but also somehow comfortable. This contradictory feeling left the little one utterly puzzled. Only powerful pet beasts use their aura to suppress weaker ones. Could the one lying inside be far stronger than it? Gu Yao looked at Fox Treasure, who turned its head toward her, and shook her head. She had learned about Soaring. It was a dark attribute pet beast. The dark attribute was an attribute that even pet beasts themselves excluded in their world, because they absorbed the negative energy of humans, and pet beasts making them negative and extreme in turn, so they were unpopular. But what was that comfortable feeling? She couldn't figure it out. As she was lost in thought, Soaring stood up and walked toward her. At this hour there were few people here, unlike the early days when it had been crowded and lively. So when she saw Soaring approach, Gu Yao felt a little scared. Its bad reputation was well known. Soaring stopped at the edge of the cage, its golden beast eyes fixed on her, without blinking, making the girl even more nervous. Seeing Gu Yao flinch back in fear, it shook out its pitch-black fur, tossed its head, and lay down again, but its gaze still stayed on her. After gazing at each other for a long time, Gu Yao found no intention to attack in its eyes, and finally gathered the courage to step forward. Seeing this, the tricolor sky fox followed, and warily stood guard beside its beast tamer. "I want to make a contract with you. Would you be willing to be my pet beast?" Gu Yao's voice was very soft, carrying a hint of nervousness. Her heart pounded like a drum, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Soaring remained quietly in the cage, tilted its head, and blinked its golden beast eyes, showing a trace of puzzlement. It seemed to be thinking over Gu Yao's proposal, yet it was also a little confused. Faced with this unfamiliar human, it did not give an answer immediately. Seeing this, Gu Yao calmed down a little, and went on, "I'm very responsible. My mom said I have good talent. The feedback between a beast tamer and a pet beast is mutual. We can become stronger together." The 12 or 13-year-old girl's words were full of sincerity and longing. However, Soaring still made no response. It just looked at her quietly, those golden eyes seeming to hide countless secrets. Watching the girl before it speak with such sincere words, while still being a little afraid of it, yet drawing closer, because she wanted to contract it, it almost wanted to laugh. Tian 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 tian. Yen 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 yen. How do you know I don't have permission? Gu Yao was stunned for a moment, but then she immediately promised, "If you're willing, I can find another way to handle this." Tian tian. Soaring listened to the girl's words. Actually, it could not even remember how long it had been here. Every beast tamer who came to see it had the same reason. They all wanted to become stronger. But no one had ever dared to step forward like this little girl had. Since it found her agreeable, it thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Did this movement mean it agreed, or something else? Just now, it had still seemed to look down on her. Why had its attitude suddenly changed? "So you agree to be my pet beast?" she asked, confirming once more. Soaring nodded again. Overjoyed, Gu Yao made a pact with it, and said she would go right away to find a way. Mother had said there was no privilege, so she needed to think of another solution. Thinking this, she touched the pendant in her pocket. Her brother and mother had both said that person was probably not simple. She would go and try. If that didn't work, she would think of other ways. Top floor office, Dicky Interstellar Pet Beast Shop. Chief Chiao, it has reacted. A man in uniform respectfully reported to the woman sitting opposite him about Soaring's condition. The same person. Xiaoyi stopped writing and looked up. Yes. Last time it stood up and moved around, the girl was present. This time only the girl was there, and they even talked. These words made the seated woman grip her pen in shock. This pet beast had been moved through 2 planets, hundreds of countries, thousands of cities, and over 10,000 shops, and it had finally reacted. For decades, if not for the vital signs on the instruments, she would have thought it was dead. It just crouched there day after day, motionless. She had never encountered a more troublesome pet beast. She had finally made it through. Where's the girl? She needed to have it contracted out at once, so the research could start immediately. She said a few words to it, and then happily ran away. By the time I sent someone to stop her, she was already gone. She was furious. Check her privilege card and go find her. I've already sent people to contact her. The man's voice became even quieter. It was a real miscalculation. He hadn't expected that little girl's legs to move so fast. By the time he brought his people over, she had already been gone for several minutes. Gu Yao ran to the club's front desk a little out of breath. Fortunately, Wang Yanxi's appearance and temperament were both quite distinctive, so she quickly learned his information. Because her mother Gu Yanshu had a relatively high rank in the club, she got his contact details without any trouble. She steadied her breath after running, then dialed. It connected within a few seconds. Hearing that familiar warm pleasant voice, she relaxed considerably. It's me. Last time you said that if I ran into any difficulty I could come to you for help, so. Wang Yanxi recognized the girl's voice at once, but from her tone, she seemed to be in trouble. He furrowed his brows involuntarily, then caught the unsteady breathing on the other end. Was she truly in danger? But the jade pendant had no reaction at all. He lowered his voice and asked,
Don't worry. What's the problem? I'll definitely help you. Take your time.
Lan Mingche patted Qi Zhou to hurry and look. When had they ever seen Wang Yanxi with such an expression? Qi Zhou's eyes were also shocked and confused, and he mouthed to Lan Mingche.
What's going on? Do you know the Diki Interstellar Pet Store?
Gu Yao unconsciously picked at the edge of her communicator with her finger.
A few days ago, their store received a new pet beast called Sao.
Wang Yanxi listened attentively, keenly catching the sound of her nervous little movements through the communicator. He subtly softened his voice.
And then, after all, it's the largest interstellar chain store. Are you thinking of going to see Sao?
He hadn't even thought about her contracting a new pet beast. After all, few people could achieve another breakthrough right after awakening.
I want to buy it.
Gu Yao's voice grew softer, both nervous and afraid that he might not be able to help her.
But they have a purchase threshold. My VIP level isn't high enough.
He hadn't been thinking about contracting just a moment ago, but after the girl's words, could it be? He voiced his speculation.
Can you contract a second pet beast now?
Gu Yao nodded, then realizing he couldn't see her, hummed in agreement.
All right, come to Diki. I'll wait for you here. When you arrive, tell me, and I'll have someone pick you up.
Wang Yanxi suppressed his shock, deciding to ask for details when he saw her. Gu Yao put down her communicator and immediately headed to Diki.
It must be that little girl again. Waiting for her. Since when are you so gentle?
Lan Mingche sidled over with a mischievous grin.
What little girl? I've never heard Yanxi mention her.
Qi Zhou also leaned in. Wang Yanxi gave them a faint look, then turned away expressionlessly, obviously not planning to explain. He still had to rush to Diki, so there was no time to satisfy their curiosity.
I have something to take care of. You two get ready first.
He stood up and prepared to leave, but as he turned, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. He had met someone today, so he was wearing a solemn black suit. Recalling how the little girl had looked each time she saw him, he felt he needed to go change his clothes.
Something's up. Going to Diki. What are you going there for? Has your little girl run out of money to buy a spirit beast? You're too much. You even had someone call to remind you. When did you become so stingy?
Lan Mingche, seizing the rare chance, rattled on.
I'm telling you, for your first relationship, you can't be stingy with money, or else his little girl, he's dating.
Qi Zhou still couldn't believe it, cutting off his babble.
Lan
Mingche nodded, looking eager for Qi Zhou to ask more. Qi Zhou frowned, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously.
The other party has only contracted a second pet beast. That would mean...
He hesitated, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. As a senior beast master, he knew exactly what this meant. The number of contracted pet beasts directly determined a beast master's lifespan and youth. How could an ordinary person accompany a beast master into old age? Wang Yanxi surely knew that too, so he shouldn't, unless love had blinded him. Another possibility.
Wait, how old is that little girl?
He suddenly turned to Lan Mingche.
Huh? That little girl looks about 12 or 13. Judging by that, her talent can only be said to be not bad.
Lan Mingche recalled their last meeting.
Last time she was reading a book, so I guess she's a first-year or second-year middle school student.
Qi Zhou was even more shocked, looking incredulous.
She's basically a child. If this is true, I'll report him. Yancy is simply a...
Before he could utter beast, he saw Wang Yancy coming down after changing clothes, wearing the currently most fashionable warm-tone casual wear, and even his hair had been deliberately styled. Without even glancing at them, he went out.
Is he trying to act young? How old is he? Beast!
Qi Zhou finally cursed out loud.
How about we follow him to see? No, I don't think it's possible. Probably the girl has something he wants. How could he possibly like a child? We've been in this hellhole for over half a year and found nothing. I don't want to work at the club anymore. I want to go back to the capital.
Qi Zhou flopped into the sofa, still not convinced. But then realizing he had to go to the club soon, he wilted.
You're too laid back. If that person is useful to him, have you forgotten how he handled such people before?
Lan Mingche reminded him of the last time and earlier incidents.
But it's impossible to like a child. Not that extreme, he can't be that perverted.
Although Qi Zhou also felt that his behavior just now was strange. They really had never seen the guy handle matters this way, especially how he even cared about his appearance when leaving, he said.
No. I have to talk to him about this when he comes back. That's too unethical. You're really not going? Then I'll go by myself. I'll go.
Qi Zhou finally couldn't suppress his curiosity. At Dickey Interstellar Pet Store. Before Gu Yao entered, two staff members walked up to her. She obediently followed them.
They're waiting for you inside.
Gu Yao nodded. They? Could it be that his friends had come with him? She opened the door and walked in. It wasn't the young man from last time, but a woman in her 20s or 30s, holding several folders in her hand. She turned to look at Wang Yancy sitting on the sofa. He was very different today compared to his previous two outfits. Previously his style had leaned toward formal and mature, but today's casual look, a light-colored hoodie with beige trousers, made him appear young and trendy, the very image of a friendly neighborhood big brother. Even more handsome, Gu Yao thought, unconsciously glancing at him twice more.
Are you sure you want to contract it? If so, follow me.
Wang Yancy stood up when she arrived and confirmed again.
Good.
Wang Yancy took her to the next room. When the door opened, she saw that the cage was already open, and beside it stood a bespectacled person whose attire was uncommon in everyday life. Sao Aya remained quietly lying in place. Its golden eyes opened after Gu Yao entered, and it slowly rose. As if it had been waiting for her, it warmed Gu Yao's heart.
How much?
Gu Yao felt relieved at this. Luckily, she had been quick, or it might have been claimed by someone else.
No need. Do you want to contract it directly or bring it back and do it there? I'll contract it right here, otherwise it's hard to take it back.
Gu Yao said, her fingers deftly moving. A crimson contract array instantly enveloped the one person and one beast. It truly was willing to be contracted. Watching the black sacred beast and the girl's back, Wang Yancy's eyes flickered with shock. Though he had found no clues on what he was investigating, now an even bigger surprise had appeared. When the light faded, Gu Yao waved her hand, and Sao Aya entered the beast taming codex. She had actually contracted it. She quickly expressed her sincere thanks to the person beside her. The girl still had a lingering smile on her lips, eyes curved as she looked at him. Wang Yancy felt inexplicably uneasy. He looked away and said gently,
I'll take you to go through the procedures. Oh, okay.
Back in the same room, the person had laid the documents out on the table.
Here are two documents. One is the service guarantee we offer you, and the other is the contract requiring your cooperation. No hurry, take your time.
Shouldn't it be a purchase contract? What was she talking about? Perplexed, Gu Yao walked over and picked up one of the documents. Thanks to the development of her brain domain and the nourishment from the evolution of the tricolor sky fox, her reading capability had soared. She could easily read 10 lines at a glance. Soon she finished reading both documents. Buying this pet was such a good deal. It included energy cultivation pills, the best grade evolution stones, and all kinds of items and cultivation resources. All she had to do was cooperate with their data collection. How could they not lose money selling beasts like this? Could they be lying? Or perhaps this beast is very expensive, and these are all included in the price. Although that man had helped her secure the privilege, what if she couldn't afford the cost? It would be terrible. After all, Yaya had told her last time that spirit beasts were expensive. She had already contracted it. What if? She had been delighted seeing the balance of over 20 million in her account, but now she was anything but happy. Over the past few days, she had also gotten a rough understanding of prices. Ordinary items were reasonably priced, but anything related to pet beasts cost at least several thousand credits, with no upper limit. Gu Yao held the two contracts, her expression fluctuating, uncertain. Xiao Yi had been watching the girl. Seeing her uncertain look, she hesitated whether to ask her opinion. She glanced at the boss over there. After all, he had brought her here, and the items had already been upgraded. Now they were essentially the best. Was what they offered still too little? Xiao Yi silently sensed trouble, hesitating over how to offer more and fight for the chance. After all, the sacred beast must be contracted out. Wang Yanxi sat down and immediately opened his communicator to message the one at the Imperial Capital headquarters. When he finished, he saw the girl's grim expression and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the contract?" As soon as he said that, Xiao Yi grew tense, then hurriedly added, "It's fine. If there's anything you need, just tell us. We can increase what we offer." Startled by the voice, Gu Yao looked up, organized her messy thoughts, and asked, "Why is there no purchase contract? And why doesn't it mention Cao Aya's name?" They weren't trying to trap her, were they? That was the usual scheme. She wanted to know the exact price of this beast, otherwise she'd have no confidence. Huh? Xiao Yi looked at her boss in confusion. Had he not told her about the beast's special status? "This pet is not for sale." Wang Yanxi also felt he had slipped up. He had thought she knew, so he hadn't explained much. Now it seemed she knew nothing at all. It was simply a case of one person and one beast taking a liking to each other. Helpless and somewhat amused, he said, "It's not the Cao Aya of the Dark Forest, so we can't write its name. Though they look similar, the differences are quite big. Since it hasn't been named yet, people call it Cao Aya or other names, and we don't mind." Hearing this, Gu Yao formed a hand seal and summoned the newly contracted beast for a careful look. She had thought it was just a color variant. Most of the same species look quite similar, but occasionally their colors or forms undergo genetic mutations, which is normal. She had subconsciously assumed that, but it turned out not to be the case. "It seems you don't know much about its situation. Let me briefly explain." Wang Yanxi rose, walked over, picked up the contract, and sat down beside her. Pet beasts range from ordinary basic ones for the masses. There are common, rare, and spirit beasts with rare bloodlines. Above them stand sacred beasts and divine beasts. Sometimes an ordinary pet beast could awaken the bloodline within its body during evolution and become a spirit beast, but such a leap was impossible from spirit beast to sacred beast or divine beast. At least no such case had been discovered so far. Gu Yao nodded, half understanding, unsure how this related to her pet. Seeing the girl still looking blank, Wang Yanxi suddenly realized that when she'd said last time she had poor grades, it was not a top student's modesty, but the truth. She was indeed a poor student. "This one is a sacred beast we captured in the Shuhai secret realm a century ago. Sacred beasts all carry restrictions. Only with mutual consent can a contract succeed. That's why the sacred beast has stayed at Dickey for so many years. Because each race of sacred beast has only one member, and a new one appears only after this one falls. Sacred beasts are extremely rare. Thus we have very little research data on them. They are hard to capture and cultivate, and we have no experience. So if you have any needs, Dickey will fully cooperate with you, and Dickey needs your cooperation to obtain its data." Wang Yanxi tried to be as detailed as possible, uncertain if the girl understood. "I see." Gu Yao nodded, finally understanding her shock hard to calm. It was actually a sacred beast, no wonder. After thinking it over, she picked up the pen and started filling in the information. She focused her mind and entered the Beast Taming Codex, turning to the second page to check. Celestial Deer. Wood type Psychic, type low level, Sacred Beast. Inherited skill Withered Wood, Revival proficient 635-2500. Innate skill Myriad Wood, domain mastered 86492500. Skills Entangle proficient 561-2500, Lash mastered 56812500, Vine Thrust minor success 6794-925000, Space Teleport minor success 8653 9250000 ability copy beginner 1250. Points 50. It looked no different from ordinary pet beasts. Why were the skill proficiencies so high? But there was no time to dwell on that. She now needed to transfer the information from the Beast Taming Codex into the contract. Gu Yao carefully double-checked the completed paperwork and finding it correct handed it to Xiao Yi.
It's all filled out right.
Xiao Yi took the document, skimmed through it quickly, and pressed the intercom on her desk.
Have them come up.
Who was it? She hesitated, wondering if she should leave. Wang Yanxi noticed her confusion and explained gently.
It's the specialist for registering contracted beasts, so you won't have to make another trip to the registration office.
Gu Yao turned to look at Wang Yanxi, nodded in understanding, and thanked him softly. That's pretty convenient, she thought to herself.
Don't mention it. So you're Gu Yao. You carry your mother Gu Yanchu's surname.
He was looking at the graceful signature on the contract.
Gu
Yao nodded.
Do you know my mother too? There aren't many general rank beast tamers. That club has only 2 members. One is Qi Zhou, the other is Gu Yanshu.
Her mother was far more remarkable than she had imagined. Gu Yao silently resolved to follow her mother's example, and become a beast tamer just as outstanding as she was. The registration officer arrived quickly. After watching him register the celestial deer, Gu Yao summoned her tricolor celestial fox.
Can mine be registered too? It evolved earlier.
That way she wouldn't have to make another trip.
Yes, it can be registered.
The registration officer was extremely polite and respectful. But this time, the wait seemed longer than Gu Yao had expected.
Yen!
The tricolor celestial fox looked at the man, who had suddenly broken into a sweat, and let out a confused whimper.
What's wrong? Can't it be registered? Do we still need to go to the registration office?
Gu Yao noticed it too and asked.
No, it's not that.
The specialist fumbled with the recording device and muttered nervously.
I just took a photo and uploaded it to the system, but no matching information came up. Could this be a new evolution branch?
In the few years he had worked there, he had never encountered such a situation. Today was really bizarre.
Mom did say it might be possible. I don't know either. Maybe it's just a color variant. No, it's not that. It has 3 tails. No evolved blaze fox has 3 tails.
He pointed at the 3 tails the tricolor celestial fox was swishing through the air.
I've never heard of that either.
Xiao Yi looked at her boss. The person her boss had brought was indeed no ordinary one.
Register it for now. What is it called?
Wang Yanxi stood up and crouched beside the fox. He told the man to register it first, and head back, saying they would check the records themselves later. The last question was asked to the girl.
Tricolor celestial fox. All right, I've registered it here.
Xiao Yi nodded and sent him off.
Did your blaze fox really evolve this fast? It looks only about 3 months old.
Wang Yanxi looked at the beautiful tricolor celestial fox. Its 3 tails were all different colors, no wonder it was called tricolor.
It suddenly evolved during the battle at the club yesterday. I was surprised too.
At that moment a staff member knocked softly and entered. After nodding to the 2 executives, he said to Gu Yao,
Your mother is here. We've arranged for her to wait for you in the reception room.
Mom's here. How was she supposed to explain all this to her mother? Inwardly she was wailing, but her face betrayed nothing. She simply looked at them and asked,
Is there anything else? No, that's all. Go home with your mother, and be careful on the way.
Wang Yanxi stood, as well handed her the contract, and reminded her.
Make sure you keep the safe.
His words made Gu Yao pause.
Keep it safe. Is it something my family can't know about? It's already your contracted beast. It's up to you. Okay, I'll head off then.
Although she didn't understand why a sacred beast had to be kept secret, the thought of seeing her mother soon made Gu Yao walk toward the door, with light, cheerful steps. Just as she reached for the door, it was suddenly pushed open from outside.
Thud!
A dull impact. Gu Yao clutched her forehead and staggered backward in pain. Reflex tears spilled from the corners of her eyes.
Sorry. Sorry.
Lan Mingxie hastily apologized. Seeing that she was unsteady, he instinctively grabbed her shoulder to steady her.
I am fine.
Gu Yao sniffled and said in a deliberately quieter voice.
All you ever do is stir up trouble.
Wang Yanxi took Lan Mingxie's hand off her and gently asked how she was.
I am sorry. I should have knocked first.
Lan Mingche had wanted to quibble, but seeing how anxious his brother was, and the girl still clutching her head, he immediately gave in and admitted his mistake. Qi Zhou standing nearby watched Lan Mingche's pitiful act and thought that he really should have filmed it just now.
I am fine. I'm just a little dazed from the bump.
Gu Yao lowered her hand, and once her eyes regained their clarity, she saw Wang Yanxi's face looming far too close. Her breath instantly turned chaotic, and she quickly turned her head away, but a trace of his cool, crisp fragrance still lingered at the tip of her nose. Wang Yanxi didn't notice the change in her expression, because the big lump on her forehead made him even angrier.
It's swollen into a huge bump.
Qi Zhou glanced at the heavy solid wooden door, then at Wang Yanxi's dark displeased expression, and silently broke into a cold sweat for Lan Mingche. At that, Lan Mingche shot him a glare. Everyone had eyes. Why was he running his mouth? Couldn't he see that Brother Wang was angry?
Is it swollen?
Hearing that, Gu Yao instinctively raised her hand to feel it.
Don't. It'll hurt if you touch it. I'll have someone get you some medicine.
Wang Yanxi hurriedly intercepted her hand and gestured for someone to fetch medicine.
No need. It will go down in a day. I don't need medicine.
Gu Yao quickly refused, shook her head, pulled her hand away, and made to go find her mother.
If your mother saw this and filed a complaint against Dicky, what would we do?
He took the medicine box Qiao handed him.
Have a seat. We'll treat it for you. It'll be quick.
Gu Yao thought about it, agreed that he had a point, and walked over to sit down. Qiao looked at the scene in confusion. Didn't they have a healing-type contracted beast here? It was a single skills job, yet he was making such a fuss. Besides, it was only a bump. Even without medicine, a beast tamer's physique would heal it within half a day, let alone this girl, who had recently received the feedback from an evolution. Probably caring too much made people lose their heads. But Xiao Yi was here to work, not to worry about other things, especially her superior's affairs. She had to keep her mouth shut at all times. The scene made Qi Zhou and Lan Mingche exchange a glance. Lan Mingche raised an eyebrow as if to say,
"See, was I right or what?"
Qi Zhou was utterly dumbfounded inside. His brother had really fallen for a kid. Gu Yao, on the other hand, looked at the man leaning over to apply her medicine, nervously lowered her gaze, and stopped looking at him. This man was so strange. Even so, it still stung when the medicine touched the wound. She clenched the hand hidden in her pocket, and endured until he finished. Then she quickly took her leave. After Gu Yao left, Lan Mingche watched Wang Yanxi carefully, while edging behind Qi Zhou.
She's just a kid. Looks like she's only in intermediate academy. Don't you dare mess around.
Qi Zhou wasn't paying attention to anything else. He simply felt the girl was too young for their brother, and needed to warn his good brother. Wang Yanxi gave Qi Zhou a puzzled look at his utterly serious expression.
What nonsense are you talking about? Are you interested in that girl?
Since Wang Yanxi still wouldn't admit it, Qi Zhou came straight out with it.
Who told you that?
Wang Yanxi glanced at Lan Mingche hiding behind Qi Zhou.
You actually believe him? Then, you don't like her. You scared me. And besides, how could you take a fancy to a kid?
Qi Zhou sighed in relief, found a seat, and asked why he had suddenly come to Dicky.
That sacred beast contracted with that girl.
Wang Yanxi handed him the contract still lying on the desk, signaling for him to look at it himself.
What?
Lan Mingche cried out in disbelief. Qi Zhou's hand, already extended in midair, froze for a moment before he snatched the contract and studied it seriously. The two leaned in together. The elegant handwriting on the contract was clearly the information the girl had filled in. After reading it from beginning to end, they still couldn't believe it. A sacred beast that no one had been able to contract for decades had just been taken away so easily by a young girl.
This girl is indeed unusual. The very first contracted beast she bonded with after awakening has also evolved. That basic beast was only 2 or 3 months old.
Seeing how hard it was for them to accept, Wang Yanxi added one more line. Generally speaking, a contracted beast's evolution is directly related to how much beast energy it has. At the very least, the fact that a newborn contracted beast evolved in just 3 months means the tamer must have first given it a powerful boost of feedback energy.
Judging from this, the feedback effect must have been extremely strong for it to evolve in such a short time. Even so, at best, she's a genius, and our interstellar world lacks no geniuses. Why would a sacred beast choose her?
Lan Mingche still found it unbelievable, and muttered under his breath.
She seems like a promising prospect. Are you going to invest in her?
Gu Yao figured that since it was an attraction it must be an attempt to win her over. After all, she really was a little genius, otherwise his brother's earlier behavior and attitude couldn't be explained.
Let's talk about it later.
He took the contract back from their hands, handed it to Qiao Yi, and told her to handle the matter first, ignoring Gu Yao's puzzled gaze. Seeing them all leave, and the door close, Wang Yanxi spoke again.
We've lingered here long enough. Settle your affairs on this end and head back. The secret realm is about to open. We need to start preparing. The Pajua secret realm hasn't opened in over 1,300 years. By all logic, it should still be a few hundred years away. Why would its seal suddenly loosen? Have you prepared the items?
Strange, ominous things were piling up and giving Gu Yao a headache. None of the matters in his hands had been resolved, and he truly didn't want to stay here anymore.
They're prepared. Mingcha, are you going? I'm going. Last time those bastards got in my way, so I missed it. The Pajua secret realm is one of the 10 great secret realms. A rare opportunity. I must go. Then go back with Gu Yao and prepare properly. Settle the Lan family's matters. Of course. But aren't you coming back?
Gu Yao could tell from his tone that he had no intention of going back.
I'll go back after the national intermediate competition ends. After all, I'm one of the regional supervisors now. I might as well see if there are any promising talents and keep them in the imperial capital as backup once the competition is over.
After all, a storm was brewing, and having more beast tamers was a precaution. Gu Yao and Lan Mingche both nodded.
The situation is unstable. We don't know what those people are up to. The central region has been attacked. The intelligence I've received so far tells me this isn't simply about starting a war. Keep your eyes open when you get back. No problem. But that man fled to the #1 interstellar port, and we've turned this place upside down several times without finding him. There's been no word from anywhere else either. Did he just evaporate here?
Gu Yao's head started hurting again. Truly not a single thing was going smoothly.
One of his contracted beasts has an emperor-level skill, disguise. Unless he voluntarily drops it, we probably won't find him. Then the trail is cut off, isn't it?
Lan Mingche munched on a piece of fruit, his eyes sweeping past the two of them.
There's nothing we can do about that. He was the only survivor at the scene. If he insists on hiding, what can we do?
Gu Yao scratched his head.
Don't worry. Those people are patient enough that they won't let him off either. No need to rush. Even if we can't find him, so be it. If we can't get the information, no one else will.
Wang Yanxi was unconcerned. It would be best to find him, but if not, it would only cost a little time. Nothing serious.
Speaking of which, fifth brother has returned to the imperial capital. He said he found nothing in the central region, and the methods were the same as before. Then we've lost every clue again. The Interstellar Cup is only a year away. They will probably make a move again.
Wang Yanxi tapped the armrest in a steady rhythm.
Not exactly. Do you remember the fire attribute one you saved?
Is this the little pet? Lao Wu said they were searching for something in that group of fire attribute pets. Apart from the one you saved by stepping, and almost all the others were killed by them. Gu Yao looked at him. You must have sensed it, or else why would you force a contract talisman on it? But I examined it back then. There was nothing unusual. Now there is. This familiar is a mutant. A brand new evolutionary branch. Lan Mingche interjected at just the right moment. In the reception room, warm yellow light spilled across the soft sofas, and the air carried a faint scent of tea. Gu Yao had just pushed open the door when she saw her mother sitting by the window, sunlight through the glass casting a soft halo over her. Mom. What are you doing here? Gu Yao's eyes lit up. She rushed over in a few quick strides, wrapped her arms around Gu Yanxu's, and nuzzled against her affectionately. She had not even finished saying Yao when she spotted the bump on her daughter's forehead. Her heart clenched. How could something have happened in such a short time they were apart? She asked, how did you get that wound on your forehead? Oh, this. I just walked into the door. That answer made Gu Yanxu sigh with relief, and also want to laugh. You should watch where you're going, child. Their staff contacted me and asked where you were. I thought you had run off while choosing a familiar, and they couldn't find you, so I hurried over to check. Gu Yanxu suddenly noticed a fierce-looking familiar with a pitch-black body and a horn atop its head, standing quietly behind her daughter, its golden beast eyes faintly glowing. What is this? Tianlu? It is wood element and psychic type. Gu Yao was still thinking about how to explain, and the end Wang Yanxi had clearly not wanted her to tell anyone about this familiar. So you chose it after all. Gu Yanshu had accepted an official invitation before, so she naturally recognized it. I've already contracted with it. Gu Yao nodded, her tone a little tense, as she carefully watched her mother's expression. Alright. This place cooperates with the registration office. Have they registered you? Gu Yanshu thought it over, and said nothing in the end. The most important thing about contracting a familiar was that both parties were satisfied. She could see clearly that her daughter genuinely wanted to contract this creature. Registered? We can go straight home. Let's go! When they got home, they saw Oyangshan packing things and putting them into his storage bracelet. Mom, little sister, you're back. I'll leave right after tonight's meal. Why so rushed? Gu Yanshu had thought she could wait until the one she loved returned. It was a sudden notice. I probably won't have time to watch little sister's match. Mom, when you go, remember to record it and send it to me. Seeing that his mother was unhappy, Oyangshan gave a deliberately relaxed smile. After all, I've trained for so long, and the competition is right around the corner. I can't afford to slack off now. That's true. What I worry about now is your sister ending up in the elite training class, like you. Otherwise, you normally board at school, and even on holidays you have to train with no time at all, busier than your father and me. But looking at Yao's talent, she feared her daughter would become another Oyangshan. At that moment her melancholy outweighed her joy. After dinner the two stood on the rooftop watching Oyangshan's silhouette vanish into the night. Gu Yanshu reached out and ruffled her daughter's hair. Time passed so quickly. Soon she too would be going to the intermediate academy. Although Gu Yao's grades at the primary academy had been so poor that Gu Yanshu was constantly summoned to the office for a lecture, it now felt like another lifetime. She truly couldn't bear to let go. Standing beside her, Gu Yao naturally sensed her mother's emotional shift. She nestled into her arms and told her not to overthink things and to get some rest. The next day Gu Yao was smothered awake by the three-colored sky fox. Don't sleep on top of me. Do you know I can hardly breathe? Yin 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 yin. It refused to wake up no matter how she called. It had been a long time since it had slept this deeply. Gu Yao glanced at the time. It was noon. Noon. Gu Yao opened her communicator and saw a message from her mother. I took the day off today. There are some things to deal with. You and Yaya and the girls can rest another day. Gu Yao messaged Yaya and in the end decided to pack up, eat, and go to the club to train on her own. After all, the freshman tournament was imminent. Walking along the street, the outside world had long since grown lively. Beast tamers hurried past with familiars of every shape and size, vendors' cries, and the calls of the familiars interwove, brimming with life. So this is what the streets look like during the day, she murmured softly. She was always rushing between the training grounds and home, and rarely had the chance to observe the city at this pace. She recalled what Jiang Xianhua had once said: not everyone could become a beast tamer. She had not taken it seriously at the time, but now watching the ordinary people on the streets bustling for a living, she suddenly understood those words. Just as she was lost in thought, everything around her suddenly stopped moving. Even the few who could still move were endlessly repeating the same actions. Little girl, hand over the blaze fox beside you. A low, hoarse voice reached her ears. Following the voice, Gu Yao saw a black shadow emerge in the sky. The originally clear sky seemed torn apart by some invisible force, and a twisted mass of darkness slowly spread, like a drop of thick ink dissolving into clear water. Deep within that black shadow, a blurry humanoid figure gradually took shape. As it grew clearer, a suffocating pressure surged toward her like a tide. She instinctively looked around. The crowds in the street were frozen still, wearing the expressions from a second ago. Several flying familiars hovered in midair, wings held open, but utterly motionless. Even falling leaves hung eerily suspended, as if the entire world had been paused. The three-colored sky fox's fur bristled, as its three tails lashed like flames. Tianlu also crouched low, its horns emitting a faint gleam, while green energy could be seen flowing beneath its black fur. Yen. Tian. So this must be the one who had been hunting the blaze fox all along. Gu Yao couldn't fathom how such a small creature had escaped from such a powerful beast tamer. She forced herself to stay calm, but her voice still betrayed a tremor. You've mistaken me. I don't have any blaze fox. Humph. Since you refuse the toast, you'll have to drink the forfeit. The black shadow abruptly expanded, and the clear sky darkened. Then don't blame me for forcibly dissolving the contract. But let me warn you, the process will be very painful. You might even end up an idiot. As the words fell, a giant black claw tore through space, bringing with it a sickening stench as it struck straight at the three-colored sky fox. Gu Yao instinctively raised her hand and withdrew it into the bee's taming codex, meeting the gaze of the figure in the sky. She couldn't see his familiar, nor did she know its level or attribute. For safety, she could only use little Mo Bao, Tianlu, to fight. Seeing the blaze fox put away, the man's murderous intent ignited instantly. You're looking for death. The black shadow erupted with rage, its killing intent bearing down like a tangible force. Gu Yao felt as though all the blood in her veins was freezing. Cold sweat slid down her spine. Devour. Before the words faded, Gu Yao felt some force wrenching at her body. Another wave of searing pain swept over her, as if countless fangs were tearing at her soul. Her legs gave way, and she fell to her knees, barely able to breathe. Tianlu stood beside her without moving, staring into the darkness, as it anxiously searched for something. Then, as if locking onto a target, the green luster on its black fur became even more pronounced than usual. Thud, the dull sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The pressure on Gu Yao vanished in an instant. Then a beam of light fell upon her, and the pain she had just felt disappeared. Even her spiritual torment was healed. As expected of a sacred beast, bloodline suppression truly is formidable. But what if I summon something 3 or more levels higher than you? As he spoke, he prepared to call forth another. Gu Yao thought about his words. Could it be general rank or above? At that level of crushing superiority, even escaping was wishful thinking, let alone fighting. Ah! Just as Gu Yao was at her wit's end, a streak of cold light shot from behind her. The figure in the black mist was exposed, flung backward, and slammed heavily into the ground. Turning around, she saw Wang Yanxi stepping through the air toward her. Beside him stood a humanoid familiar, with a verdant green body and pearl-lustrous wings. This was the first time she had ever seen his familiar. Tianlu bound the man on the ground, especially his hands, to keep him from forming hand seals, then hoisted him up and set him beside its own master. It looked at the approaching man with an expression that seemed to say, even though you're the one who beat him, he still belongs to us. Wang Yanxi was taken aback by how protectively this sacred beast acted toward her. In the decades he had known it, this creature had never shown even a single expression. Seeing it so fiercely guarding its master beside the little girl truly surprised him. Shaking off his thoughts, he looked at the frightened girl and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Gu Yao moved her stiff hand, lifted her head, and asked, "But how are you here?" Wang Yanxi paused for a moment. The girl seemed slow and dazed, so how had she suddenly become so quick-witted? He was still choosing his words when she had already continued on her own. "It's that pendant." Gu Yao hadn't expected him to answer. Perhaps the danger had sharpened her mind, causing her to notice many details she had overlooked before. But no matter how she looked at it, he had saved her, so she couldn't really blame him. She finally understood why this man had deliberately tried to get close to her. Who is he? Not sure. He needs to be taken back for interrogation. Mo Bao, hand him over. Since she couldn't take the man from him anyway, she might as well be direct. Am I safe from now on? Wang Yanxi hesitated, wondering whether to tell the truth. Looking at the girl's still youthful face, he ultimately chose a middle ground answer. He would be here for a while anyway, and with him around nothing should happen to her. You should be safe for the time being. The national tournament is about to begin soon and security will be tight then, so they probably won't make a move. But, in other words, she and the group behind the scenes were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Unless they were eliminated, she would never know peace. What terrible luck. Still, this only made her more puzzled. What exactly did the little fox have on it? If this attempt failed, they would surely come better prepared next time. The enemy already knew Tianlu was a sacred beast, which meant the Dicky side wasn't very safe either. And what role was this Wang Yanxi playing in all of it? Do you have any suggestions? Or do you know anything? Why do they insist on having it? As for why they insisted on the blaze fox, he honestly didn't know. He shook his head. When he had first encountered the blaze fox, he had examined it, and found nothing abnormal, nor was it carrying anything. This is something I'm investigating as well. There are no leads yet. With the jade pendant on you, I'll come as soon as you're in danger. Once the results are out, I can give you the information you're allowed to know. Of course you can still come to me if you run into any problem. He added that last sentence anyway, even though he knew the girl most likely suspected him. He would need to clear up this misunderstanding when he had the chance because they would need to keep cooperating later. Gu Yao nodded and handed the man over. After doing so she looked around. Everything was still just as it had been. How do I leave? This is a spatial lockdown. Wang Yanxi made a slight gesture, and the humanoid familiar behind him vanished. The surroundings began to fast forward, and the clamor of the world gradually swelled back. Tian 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 tian. A spatial lockdown restricts spatial movement. Now that it has been lifted, it can take you directly to the club. No need for now. Let's go contact Mom first. She turned to look at Wang Yanxi. Thank you. I'm going now. It's nothing. Only after the girl's figure vanished from sight did Wang Yanxi look away. When Gu Yao arrived at the club, Jiang Xianyue and Lin Jie had not arrived yet. She read the reply her mother had sent her, and curled up on the sofa with Tianlu. Gu Yanxu's eyelid had been twitching all day. As soon as she received the message, she rushed over to the club. Seeing that she and her contracted beast were safe and sound, Gu Yanxu let out a relieved breath. She walked over, wrapped an arm around her, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell?" Seeing Gu Yao's expression as she lifted her head, Gu Yanxu reached out to her and found her skin cold and damp with sweat, so she took her to a private lounge. Gu Yao told her mother what had just happened, still trembling from the scare.
What should we do, Mom? It's okay. Mom is here. I won't leave you home alone again. Whatever we do, we'll do it together.
Gu Yanxu knew this was not a long-term solution. Holding her daughter, she whispered comfortingly,
"Your father and I will resolve this as soon as possible." But you said earlier that the one you contracted is a sacred beast. That's what the people at Dickey said.
After what happened yesterday, she still hadn't told her mother about Ma Bao's condition. A sacred beast. Gu Yanxu was momentarily speechless. Such creatures had only ever been heard of in legends, yet now one had appeared before her, and had been contracted by her daughter.
Did you know that a sacred beast has bloodline suppression over ordinary spirit beasts?
Gu Yao nodded. Ma Bao had told her on the way there.
That's good. By the way, don't use it in academy competitions, or the competition rules will have to be changed again. Of course, that's a minor matter.
Gu Yanxu suppressed her excited heart. It seemed that some things could no longer be delayed. She needed to handle them quickly.
Okay, I understand. I'll take you to get your celestial deer tested. Our club also has spirit beast breeding specialists. Though they're not as skilled as your father, we'll use them for now. We'll check its energy too. Can Fox Treasure come too? It evolved. Can the previous cultivation fluid still be used? Good point. We'll go together.
Gu Yao followed her mother to the innermost office on the middle floor.
Xiao Wu.
Gu Yanxu knocked on the door. After a voice answered from inside, she opened the door and walked in.
I need your help with something.
Inside the office, a young man in gold-rimmed glasses was absorbed in sorting documents. Hearing her voice, he immediately set down the documents and hurried over.
Sister Shu, why did you come all the way here yourself? You should have just called for me.
His gaze fell on Gu Yao, and a warm smile spread across his face.
This must be your daughter. She truly inherited your fine qualities. She's very pretty. Since I'm asking for your help, how could I not come in person? My daughter just contracted a spirit beast. Please take a look and customize an energy fluid for her. Just contracted. Both of them. I remember your younger daughter is in her first year of middle school.
Still confused, he stepped forward, placed the instrument on Ma Bao, and waited for the test result.
I was a bit lucky, so I broke through again.
He stared at the beautiful girl beside him, utterly stunned, speechless. She was even more talented than her mother.
A true young genius. Her future is absolutely limitless. Haha, I'll take that as a good omen.
Gu Yao looked seriously at the testing machine. It was much larger than the one at home.
Beep beep. Energy exceeds threshold. Beep beep. Energy exceeds threshold. Unable to test. Beep beep. Energy exceeds threshold. Unable to test. What's wrong with this thing? Is it broken?
Frowning, he stepped forward and restarted the test. It gave the same result 3 times in a row.
That's impossible. If the energy exceeds the threshold, the beast should be evolving. It can't still be staying at the initial stage.
Gu Yao looked at the celestial deer thoughtfully. This was probably the legendary sacred beast. It seemed there was yet another thing she and her husband had to study: sacred beasts. While making plans in her mind, she calmly changed the subject.
Let's not worry about that for now. I'll take it to the Spirit Beast Hospital in a little while. Let's run a test on the tricolor sky fox as well. Okay.
Gu Yao carefully went through the celestial deer's test report. Every page had data far beyond normal limits, causing her to frown. Her fingertips lightly traced the red mark values, and she also found it strange. In comparison, the tricolor sky fox's test results were much more normal. Gu Yao took the energy fluid formula sheet handed over by the staff, completed the payment courteously, and the mother and daughter left the testing room.
Mom, what about me asking the person in charge at Dicky Networks? They possess more research and data on spirit beasts than many national and planetary research institutes.
Gu Yao nodded.
When this afternoon session is over, I'll go to Dicky with you. Okay, but how is Dicky so powerful?
Gu Yao looked at her mother with a puzzled expression.
That history goes back quite a way. It's a long story. Do you know about the 5 legendary rank beast tamers? Of course I do. Now there are 6. Lucagia has 2 and each of the other 4 great planets has 1. Not bad. Looks like your tutoring has really paid off.
Gu Yao nodded approvingly, and her tone suddenly turned solemn.
But you may not know that the first and strongest beast tamer came from the Tianlong nation of our blue star. Even now she remains the only divine rank beast tamer in history. It was she who led Blue Star's people to conquer and develop the 4 great planets and the other small planets. Divine rank.
Gu Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. The history she had been cramming recently didn't mention this at all. So Blue Star had once been so glorious.
Unfortunately, she mysteriously disappeared later on, and it remains an unsolved mystery to this day.
Gu Yao sighed, a trace of indignation in her voice.
Those who had once followed her went their separate ways, gradually forming the current interstellar order. They initially still honored Blue Star as their suzerain, but then one by one they broke away. The most hateful was Planet Mosidi, which even declared war on us to fight for political power.
At this point, she gently squeezed her daughter's hand.
You'll study all of this systematically once you enter the Intermediate Academy. And Dicky was founded by that divine rank beast tamer.
A look of reverence flashed in Gu Yao's eyes.
Although many planets do not show Blue Star much respect now, they still hold that legendary figure in awe. Some say her soul still guards this universe to this day, though not many believe it. The real reason Dicky has stood unshaken is that it had already taken deep root before the various planets broke away. In addition, it holds the most comprehensive spirit beast database in the entire interstellar community, and it is so convenient because it keeps updating. No one has ever found a better way to replace it, so all the major powers have no choice but to acknowledge its position.
Gu Yao nodded, thinking to herself how remarkable that was.
And the current person in power at Dicky is still from the imperial capital of the Tianlong nation on Blue Star.
A trace of reminiscence flickered in Gu Yao's eyes, as a tall, straight figure emerged in her mind. The way that person had stood looking down upon the world was still vividly before her.
Not only is his status revered, but his strength is also unfathomable. The imperial capital again. My brother wants to go to the imperial capital too.
Gu Yao muttered softly. Gu Yao gently rubbed the top of her daughter's soft hair, and said tenderly,
Of Blue Star's 3 top-tier beast taming academies, 2 are in the imperial capital, and the remaining 1 is in Aurora City in the north.
Her fingertip lightly traced the outline of her daughter's face.
Although Aurora City's environment is a bit harsh, the beast tamers it produces are just as outstanding. Because every young beast tamer who treads this path yearns to stand on the brightest stage and become the strongest beast tamer.
The strongest beast tamer. The image of the divine rank beast tamer her mother had mentioned surfaced in her mind. She murmured to herself,
Like that person. Ha, your ambition is even greater than your brother's.
Gu Yao's eyes curved with laughter.
Come, let's start with serious training first. Blaze! 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 Blaze!
The tricolor sky fox raised its head, indicating that it too would evolve into a divine rank spirit beast.
Tian, Tian, Tian.
The celestial deer nodded, indicating that it also wanted the same.
All right, you 3 must work hard together.
Gu Yanshu looked at the two spirit beasts with gratification. With them around, she could feel much more at ease. Back upstairs, the celestial deer followed Gu Yanshu to test its physical fitness and design a training regimen, while Gu Yao took the tricolor sky fox downstairs to participate in the intermediate-level spirit beast combat competition. Just as they arrived at the intermediate arena and registered to take the stage, someone in the audience recognized the tricolor sky fox.
Look! It's that tricolor sky fox that won 10 straight matches in the beginner arena. I heard it evolved during a match yesterday. I checked the database. This is a brand new evolution branch. Tricolor sky fox. Look, it's the tricolor sky fox.
Amid the rising waves of discussion, Gu Yao hadn't expected her fox treasure to become this famous in just a day or two. No wonder the villains had found them. She shook her head to cast aside the unpleasant thought, and looked down at fox treasure below, standing with its head high and chest puffed out, her eyes curving into a smile. Sure enough, the opponent switched to a water-type spirit beast, the azure spirit turtle, the intermediate evolved form of the torrent turtle. She sighed.
Blaze!
The tricolor sky fox rubbed its front paws. The flames on its body warped strangely, looking like water ripples. Surprise flickered in Gu Yao's eyes. It really could change attributes. She had said that night that she would test the skill the next day, but so many things had happened since, so today she could only try it in the arena.
Isn't this tricolor sky fox fire attribute? The energy on its body seems to be water attribute. It's definitely fire attribute. I watched its match that day. Strange, just now it was still flames.
Amid the puzzled voices below, the opponent had already launched an attack.
Blaze!
The tricolor sky fox immediately hovered in midair, then hurled the fully charged burst bomb from its mouth.
Boom!
After evolving, the skill released by the tricolor sky fox had a much larger range, greater power, and richer energy than when it was at its earlier stage.
It can fly too. What's going on? I don't know. I've never seen this. What kind of miraculous ability is this? Quick, take a photo. This can definitely go viral.
The audience burst into another uproar. The azure spirit turtle poked its head out of its shell and shrank its neck in lingering fear. This tricolor sky fox's flame energy was explosive, far stronger than any fire attribute it had ever seen. In the instant the azure spirit turtle was distracted, the tricolor sky fox erupted with even stronger water ripples swirling around its body. Its three colorful tails dragged out gorgeous arcs like burning meteors. It kicked off with its hind legs, transforming into a crimson streak of light as it charged at the opponent with terrifying speed. Gu Yao's mind wandered. Could this still be called flame charge?
Water shield.
A translucent water curtain instantly formed, but the tricolor sky fox still broke through it, and the azure spirit turtle was sent flying far away. The flames on the tricolor sky fox had completely turned into flowing water patterns swirling around it, replacing the fire. Normally a fire attribute attack would be weakened against the water attribute, but that was clearly not the case here. That was good news. Gu Yao felt delighted inside.
Look, quick, it really turned into water attribute.
A boy in glasses excitedly pushed his frames up, his voice going shrill.
No kidding. I have eyes, I obviously saw it.
His companion beside him was just as shocked and didn't even notice the drink in his hand spilling. Many people were taking photos and uploading them, and soon the popularity of the online topic about the tricolor sky fox was climbing steadily. Meanwhile, in another corner of the arena, two people hidden in the darkness watched the scene. One of them spoke.
It's confirmed. It's her.
Gu Yao watched the water ripples around it. Its attribute had changed from fire to water, but its skills were still fire. Wouldn't that cause an attribute conflict? She wondered inwardly. Over the arena, dark clouds gathered, and a light drizzle began to fall. Now that the tricolored celestial fox was also water attribute, the rain dance basically had no effect on it. The raindrops pattered down quickly. Raindrops struck the center of the arena, sending up tiny splashes. To everyone's surprise, the tricolored celestial fox was not only unaffected by the rain, but moved even more swiftly through the curtain of water. The fire skills it unleashed remained astonishingly powerful even in the rain. After 2 consecutive matches, more and more spectators filled the stands. Tricolored celestial fox. 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 Hearing the deafening cheers, the tricolored celestial fox raised its head. As its three colorful tails flicked gracefully, the water ripples around its body gradually faded, and the familiar flames reignited. The dazzling attribute shift drew another wave of amazed gasps from the audience. It really is attribute switching, and between opposing attributes at that. This skill is way too cool. I've never heard of it before. This skill is absolutely incredible. Switching freely between fire and water attributes, I've never seen such a heaven-defying trait skill before. Waves of amazed exclamations burst from the stands. Someone excitedly patted his friend's shoulder. Look at the flowing light on those three tails. It has to be the key to switching attributes. Gu Yao looked at the little fox in the arena and let out a helpless laugh. Honestly, she brought the tricolored celestial fox back to the lounge to recover energy, cutting off the shouts from the outside. She hadn't expected the little fox to suddenly become so popular. While distracted, she entered the beast taming codex. The points had once increased by 10 per match, but now they had become 50. Out of habit, she opened the shop to see if anything had refreshed. It was empty. As expected, nothing had refreshed after all. She flipped to the second page and saw that Ink Treasure's proficiency was rising steadily without any slacking. Not bad. Thinking of today's inspection, she looked at the Beast Taming Codex, and suddenly discovered that one piece of data was missing from Ink Treasure's codex. Celestial Deer. With Psychic type Elementary Sacred Beast. Hereditary skill Withered would Revives Proficient 635-2500. Innate skill 10,000 Woods Domain Expert 86492500. Skills Entangle Proficient 576-2500-Expert 5726250000. Vine Thorn Minor Mastery 6798-625000. Spatial Teleportation Minor Mastery 8665-825000. Copy Beginner 1250.70. The tricolored celestial fox had an energy value behind it that changed with evolution, while the celestial deer did not. She tapped into the celestial deer's points shop and found an item: energy dissolving pill. What was this? Gu Yao opened the details. Energy dissolving pill. Dissolves overflowing energy into other power that a beast companion can absorb. It has a certain chance of promoting evolution. Requires points 120. It seemed the items in the shop were all tailor-made for each beast companion's actual circumstances. Gu Yao nodded thoughtfully. Still, 120 points meant she would have to wait for a while. After all, the celestial deer's evolution stone wasn't prepared yet. This time she had to make full preparations. After leaving the Beast Taming Codex, Gu Yao saw Jiang Xianwei and Lin Jie taking photos of the tricolored celestial fox in great excitement. You finally snapped out of it. Jiang Xianwei noticed Gu Yao stirring and immediately squeezed over to sit beside her. I called you several times and you didn't answer. What were you daydreaming about? She excitedly brought up a holographic projection. Do you know you've gone viral? The tricolored celestial fox is on the trending searches of the Beast Companion rankings. On the projection, several hot topics were conspicuously displayed: tricolored celestial fox attributes, which fire, water, flight 3 attributes, and Wenjing tricolored celestial fox. Do you know who this person is? Jiang Xianwei pointed at a trending topic. And Wenjing? She's a person's name. As for anything else, Gu Yao truly wasn't sure. Well, isn't that obvious? You actually don't know who she is. Jiang Xianwei rubbed Gu Yao's face with both hands and looked somewhat helpless. She's the most learned person in the Beast Companion field this century, and highly authoritative. Our textbook was just compiled by her. Her range of knowledge is incredibly broad. She's very interested in your little fox. On her official account, she published a dedicated analysis of the tricolored celestial fox, and speculated that the attribute switch might be related to its 3 tails. She even expressed an interest in discussing it with you. Seeing Yaya's exaggerated expression, Gu Yao obediently played along and nodded. Amazing. Her analysis is spot on. The little fox's attribute change today really is the ability of its 3 tails. But why does she want to find me? Brand new evolutionary forms probably occur every day in this world. After all, interstellar space is so vast. How would I know? Jiang Xianwei had already deftly taken out her communicator and opened a social app. Quick, register an account right now. Her assistant will likely contact you. Don't miss it. While helping Gu Yao register, she added with a reminder: whether to talk in depth is up to you, but at least you should respond first. After all, she's a big senior figure in the field. Gu Yao nodded, and replied below confirming her analysis. After resting, Gu Yao took the tricolored celestial fox back out to continue battling and earning points. Jiang Xianwei and Lin Jie exchanged a glance. We should learn from Yao Yao. Let's go, time to battle. As the matches progressed, the audience in the stands grew larger and larger. By the final match, even the aisles were packed with people holding up devices to take photos. The moment the match ended, media reporters swarmed forward, and the lenses of various camera beast companions aligned in unison on Gu Yao. Seeing the dense wall of lenses, Gu Yao instinctively shrank her face into her collar and buried it. Fortunately, Gu Yanshu arrived in time, declined all interviews politely, and took her away from the arena to head for Dicky. What's wrong? Scared? Seeing her huddled in her collar, looking wilted, Gu Yanshu laughed. At this rate, how are you going to be in the exhibition match? Mom. Gu Yao mumbled aggrievedly. At the mention, she remembered the crowd surrounding her chattering indistinctly so loud that she couldn't catch a single word. She could only see their faces and the camera beasts. Her scalp turned numb, and her face grew 2 shades paler. I didn't laugh, I didn't. Gu Yanshu rubbed her head. Do you know about Professor N's matter today? Do you want to talk with her? She studies beast companions, and is very interested in your tricolored celestial fox. I'm fine with either. She didn't really care about this. Okay, then I'll contact them. Once I've set a time, I'll let you know. Gu Yao nodded. When they arrived at Dicky, the same woman who had signed the contract with them last time received them. Hello, I'm Xiao Yi, the head of the Celestial Deer Sacred Beast Project. She smiled and introduced herself, her gaze flowing between the mother and daughter. Since she had discovered that the boss paid particular attention to this girl, she had decided to receive them personally. Hello, I'm iOS Mother Gu Yanshu. I know that. You're a coach at Chikin Club. Xiao Yi said amiably. No wonder student Gu is so outstanding and beautiful. She must have inherited her mother's good genes. This well-placed compliment made Gu Yanshu beam. Gu Yao looked at her mother's bright smile, but a trace of bitterness rose in her heart. In her memory, after every scolding at school, her mother had worn a forced smile. The contrast with the genuine joy on her face now made Gu Yao feel a pang of guilt. What are you spacing out over? Let's go! Seeing her daughter lost in thought, Gu Yanshu gently took her hand and followed Xiao Yi. Feeling the warmth of her mother's palm, Gu Yao snapped back to reality and obediently followed her. In the VIP room, delicate tea treats were already prepared, and the hot tea gave off wisps of fragrant steam. Please sit down. Do have a taste. Does it suit you? Xiao Yi considerately pulled out a chair. But we came to. It's about the celestial deer sacred beast's energy overflowing without any sign of evolution, right? After they sat down, Xiao Yi picked up Gu Yanshu's sentence. We've known about this all along, but we don't have a good solution either. As a beast tamer, you should know how rare sacred beasts are. Moreover, different sacred beasts have different situations, and the sparse previous records contain no case like the celestial deer sacred beast. It seemed she could only figure it out on her own. Seeing the two fall silent, Gu Yao took the initiative and said, I remember the contract said you would provide cultivation resources for the celestial deer. For now, I need its evolution stone. No problem, Xiao Yi replied at once. According to the records, it's dual attributed as wood and psychic. We've already prepared both kinds of evolution stones. She had her personal assistant bring the prepared evolution stones in. Gu Yao picked up the evolution stone and looked it over. She couldn't really judge its quality. Last time when the little fox evolved, she had gotten it so hurriedly that she'd had no time to examine it carefully. Therefore her impression of evolution stones came only from books, pictures, and videos. Holding one in her hand today, she didn't feel anything special. It felt a little like a gem, but the inside seemed to have a flowing cord that shifted with her movements. Gu Yanshu, however, was rather shocked. These were pure energy evolution stones, better than the top SSS grade evolution stones on the market. No, the graded evolution stones on the market simply couldn't be compared to them. This sort of thing wasn't sold on the market at all. After all, even SSS grade evolution stones were hard to buy and often out of stock. Most beast tamers still used A-grade evolution stones, or ordinary ones, and some didn't use evolution stones at all. She had only ever heard of such stones. This was her first time seeing them. Okay, thank you. Gu Yao unceremoniously put them into her space bracelet. You're welcome. Xiao Yi handed over her contact information. If you need anything concerning the celestial deer sacred beast, you can contact me at any time. If it's about to evolve, please be sure to notify us immediately. If we can't make it in time, be sure to record the process on video. Okay, I will. This request was simple and reasonable. After all, it was in the contract, so she agreed without hesitation. After seeing the two off, Qiao Yi went straight up to the top floor. She lightly knocked on the boss's office door. Hearing come in from inside, she opened the door and entered. Chairman Wang. Qiao Yi nodded in greeting and began her report. She asked for the evolution stone. I carefully watched her expression at the time. She seems to already know how to evolve the celestial deer sacred beast. Wang Yanqi nodded, his face betraying no emotion. We have a new product line. Find an opportunity to discuss endorsement with her. We must secure it. That way you'll also have a legitimate position to protect her lest some reckless person cause trouble. Wang Yanqi couldn't say exactly what he felt. He wasn't the least bit surprised that she could make the celestial deer evolve. I understand. Oh, by the way, Professor N contacted me today, and I gave her Ms. Gu's contact information. If they agree to meet with Professor N, remember to arrange good publicity. Understood. Qiao Yi acknowledged and withdrew. After the office door closed, Wang Yanqi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingers unconsciously stroking the pendant in his palm. Yanqi. Qi Zhou's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Qi Zhou pushed the door open and entered, followed by a memory-extracting beast. The results are out. He signaled the memory-extracting beast to play the memory images extracted from that suspect's mind. After watching, Qi Zhou was baffled. Fire seed? What are they looking for that thing for? After watching the images, Wang Yanqi pressed his thin lips together. The matter was more complicated than he had expected. Because that person's beast companion has the fire attribute. What do you mean? There have been rumors that devouring spirit seeds of various attributes can break through restrictions and evolve into a divine rank beast companion. Wang Yanqi's voice deepened. When people stay at the legendary beast tamer rank for too long, some can't resist trying to raise their strength by dirty means. What? You mean they? Qi Zhou suddenly understood. No wonder the trouble spots on several planets are all places where fire-attributed beast companions gather. Should we take action? No need. Wang Yanqi shook his head. It's still uncertain whether such a thing actually exists. That girl's fire-attribute beast companion is perfectly normal. Deal with that person and give them a warning, that's all. In some matters, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. If you leave him alone, he might give up after a few failures. If you make a move, he'll think his failure is because of you, not because the method is wrong. Fine. But that Lan Mingche is really dragging his feet. Why isn't he back yet? What did he go to do? Why didn't he come with you? Oh, he went to apologize to that girl and brought a small gift. Qi Zhou answered without lifting his head, lowering it to send a message urging Lan Mingche to hurry. Downstairs. Sorry about last time. Lan Mingche handed the gift box to the girl. This is an apology gift. Take it. Gu Yao looked at the sunny, handsome young man with some surprise. It's fine. You didn't mean to anyway. You don't need to go to all this trouble. Gu Yanshu overheard their conversation and realized that the big lump on her daughter's forehead last time had indeed been thanks to this kid. Precisely because it wasn't intentional, you should apologize even more properly. Lan Ningche said this seriously, then politely extended his greetings to Gu Yanshu. Really, there's no need. If you don't accept it, I really won't be able to sleep at night. Seeing how serious he looked, Gu Yanshu said, Io, since it's a sincere gesture from him, just accept it. That's right, that's right. Seeing that the other side had relented, Lan Ningche beamed at once. I still have some things to do, so I'll be off. Let's meet again if fate allows. He gave a playful wink and waved goodbye. Who was that? Gu Yanshu asked softly after he left. A friend of that Wang Yanxi. Gu Yao briefly explained what had happened that day. These people. Gu Yanshu mentally noted them. She knew Qi Zhou was indeed formidable. Although they hadn't had much contact, they had spoken before. After all, they were colleagues. It seemed he had joined around half a year ago. Wang Yanqi, she remembered her son had also said the same half a year ago. She would ask for details after returning home. It seemed that something had happened at that point in time half a year ago, which made these people appear here at the same time. Also, she heard from a colleague that Qi Zhou had submitted his resignation. Their departure now meant that whatever they had wanted, or whatever they had wanted to do, had already been accomplished. It seemed she needed to pick up the pace. Just as she reached the front door, Gu Yao noticed that the lights in the house were on. Mom, is Dad back? It should be. Sure enough, as soon as she rushed into the living room, she saw her father walking out of the kitchen carrying steaming dishes, and setting them on the dining table.
Where did you go? You've been gone for quite a while.
Gu Yao trotted over to him.
What? Does Io miss Daddy?
Yang Qian set down the dish, and fondly ruffled his daughter's hair.
Wash your hands and eat first. Hom. Your mother told me your Blaze Fox evolved. As expected of my daughter, amazing.
Gu Yanshu shook her head, with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness.
Hom. Today Fox Treasure even made the trending searches. I'm wondering what to do about tomorrow's battle.
Gu Yao said indistinctly, her mouth stuffed full.
Isn't that a good thing?
Yang Qian picked up a piece of meat for his wife, and casually said to his younger daughter,
Take Yaya and that Lin boy along to get some exposure. Being famous helps in the exhibition match. Huh?
Could becoming famous actually add points? She blinked in confusion.
Didn't your mother tell you? The exhibition match doesn't only have judges' scores, audience voting is also used as a reference. If your score is too low and you get eliminated, but the audience really likes you, you can compete in a revival round. I've never participated in an exhibition match, so why would I pay attention to it?
Gu Yanshu glared at him in displeasure. So that's how it is. Thinking this, she pulled out her communicator and opened the group. Gu Yao, tomorrow, there will probably be people filming the tricolor celestial fox. Remember to bring out your own spirit beasts too, and let them stand together for more exposure. Jiang Xianyue, no problem. I just finished eating, and was planning to go to the beauty accessory section at Dickey to pick out some decorations. I promise to dress our spirit beasts up beautifully tomorrow. They'll be the most dazzling ones. Linja got it. Jiang Xianyue, oh right. I have a fantastic performance idea. Let's finish our battles early tomorrow afternoon, and go try it out. Gu Yao, okay. Linja, let's wait until we've earned 15 points first. Jiang Xianyue, oh then there'll be no time. Linja, fine. Anyway, if I don't have enough points, I'll just get scolded. What's there to fear? Jiang Xianyue, let's get the points first. Gu Yao watched the messages pop up one after another, smiled, and put away her communicator.
Mom, did you raise their score standard? Yaya is too fond of slacking off. She always passes by just barely making the minimum score.
Gu Yanshu shook her head helplessly.
Linja is too reckless and always counts on luck, but most of the time his points end up insufficient. 15 points is within their capabilities. It doesn't allow them to slack off, and it also requires careful handling and reasonable arrangements for battles. Isn't that little girl from the Jiang family not participating in battles? Why did she agree now? Last time I saw her throwing a tantrum about it. We adults couldn't persuade her. It had to be someone her own age to communicate.
Gu Yanshu glanced at her daughter. Hearing this, Yang Qian understood. After dinner, Gu Yao went upstairs to rest. Gu Yanshu pulled her husband into the study, and told him in detail everything that had happened recently.
That Wang Yanxi and his friends are all suspicious. From the very first time he approached Gu Yao, that guy was definitely using her as bait. It's infuriating. I'll keep an eye on those three.
Yang Qian then looked at his wife nervously.
It's just that, your mother sighed.
He stopped mid-sentence, afraid that his wife would return to the Gu family for the children and abandon him.
I haven't told her yet. Things haven't reached that point. Maybe we can solve it ourselves.
Gu Yanshu knew what he was thinking from his expression.
All right, I'll definitely handle this matter.
Yang Qian sighed in relief, reached out, and pulled his wife's slender waist close, then buried his face in the hollow of her neck. The familiar sweet fragrance stirred his blood, and he couldn't help kissing her fair neck.
What are you doing? We're talking about business. Go on, I'm listening.
Yang Qian's voice was low and hoarse, his fingers already quietly slipping into her clothes.
What haven't I heard before? You?
Meanwhile, in the room upstairs, Gu Yao stared at the encrypted message in her communicator. Fire seed. What was this thing? She had never heard of it at all. Was it the fire seed from myths and legends? So those people captured Fox Treasure because it might have a fire seed inside it. Gu Yao looked at the last line of the message, which said not to tell anyone. The fewer people who knew about such a thing, the safer. She naturally knew this, but being reminded again was clearly meant to keep her from telling her parents, just like the matter of the sacred beast. This made Gu Yao hesitate. The sacred beast was clearly a lighter matter than this. If those people had gone through so much trouble to find something, what if someone else found out and beat them to it? They would very likely kill to silence those in the know. After weighing it again and again, she decided not to tell her parents. Her fingertip tapped the destruction link in the message. The screen flickered once, and all traces vanished. She was already in the game with no way to withdraw, but at the least, she couldn't let the people she loved fall into danger as well. The tricolor celestial fox and the celestial deer saw their beast master feeling down, and went over to nuzzle her.
I'm fine,
Gu Yao said, rubbing their heads.
As long as I become stronger, these problems won't be problems.
She shook her head, casting the negative emotions aside, and her eyes became resolute once more.
Yin. Tian. Oh right, celestial deer. I have a method that could let you evolve, but it may not succeed, and it will also dissipate some of the energy in your body.
This was a major matter. After all, it was energy it had painstakingly cultivated. If some of it was going to be dispersed, she still needed to communicate with it.
Tian, Tian, Tian.
The celestial deer responded without hesitation, its golden beast eyes gleaming with determination. As long as it could become stronger, it didn't care about these costs. Energy could be accumulated anew anyway.
All right. Mom said your skill proficiency has reached the required standard. One has even reached minor mastery. When Fox Treasure competes in the intermediate spirit beast match, I'll take you to the beginner arena during the break to compete.
Thinking about it this way, she wouldn't get any halftime break. Whatever, she'd just treat it as training.
Yin. Tian, Tian. All right, it's late now. Let's rest.
The tricolor celestial fox and the celestial deer nestled on either side of her. Neither was willing to go into the little house she had carefully prepared, nor to return to the beast taming codex. Gu Yao looked helplessly at these two clingy little creatures. Fortunately, they didn't shed fur, so she could only reluctantly accept this sweet burden. The next day, Gu Yao sat in the courtyard watching Jiang Xianwei enthusiastically dress up the little spirit beasts. Holding delicate accessories, Jiang Xianwei was tying a silver gleaming ribbon onto the tricolor celestial fox.
I didn't expect you to be bold enough to contract such a fierce spirit beast.
Linja recognized Mo Bao at a glance.
It's not Soraya,
Gu Yao corrected.
It's called celestial deer. Of course you can call it Mo Bao like I do. We're good friends after all. Is that so? Now that you mention it, many of the details are different. The build is also slightly off. Your Mo Bao's fur isn't that black, and it has two small antlers.
Linja moved closer to take a careful look.
All right, how do they look?
Hearing the voice, she looked up at the three little spirit beasts. They were actually quite good-looking.
Tian, Tian.
It also thought they looked good, though it wasn't sure if it would be convenient during battle.
I'll make it up to you next time. It's all Yao's fault for not telling me.
Jiang Xianwei rubbed its head in reassurance. As soon as they arrived at the club, the three were startled by the scene in front of them. A crowd of reporters and self-media hosts was charging toward them, cameras and microphones all trained on them. That morning, Yaya had specially done a mock session with her and prepared some questions that might be asked, so Gu Yao was not as nervous as yesterday, but the crowd still startled her. However, because Jiang Xianwei was there today, Jiang Xianwei did most of the answering for her. Jiang Xianwei looked at the online news. Sure enough, all three of their spirit beasts had drawn attention. The joint account of the three little spirit beasts already had fans following it.
Things are developing smoothly. That's good.
Seeing Yaya's satisfied expression, Gu Yao felt relieved.
The time was too tight, so we didn't have a chance to wear our team uniforms. We'll need to prepare more next time. Team uniforms.
Gu Yao looked up at the two.
I told you before, you said anything was fine as long as it wasn't ugly. But did you decide that quickly? Didn't you ask me just 2 days ago? I thought you'd take a while to choose. I had already picked out the style long ago. I was just waiting for you to agree.
Jiang Xianwei excitedly pulled up a holographic projection.
You said as long as it looked nice, so I just ordered it directly. But the workmanship is more complicated, so it will take longer to make.
Gu Yao looked at the black and gold team uniform design before her, and couldn't help widening her eyes. How was this an everyday team uniform? Intricate dark gold embroidery paired with silver ornaments, it was even more gorgeous and elaborately crafted than formal performance attire.
It really is beautiful,
She muttered quietly but felt a bit regretful inside. She should have offered some opinions earlier. Now seeing how satisfied Jiang Xianwei was with the outfit, she couldn't say anything more.
I think this set should be the performance costume. As a team uniform, it's a little too flashy and not suitable for everyday wear.
Lin just saw Gu Yao's expression shift slightly before she nodded. He sighed helplessly. He would have to be the one to say it.
It's not flashy. For performance costumes, the key is to match the performance theme. They can't be decided so early. I haven't even decided which 3 performances to do yet.
Jiang Xianwei pulled up a previous training video.
Let's pick them together when we have time. Sure.
Gu Yao nodded.
Then yeah, and I will head to the beginner arena.
Gu Yao meanwhile headed alone to the intermediate arena. As she stepped onto the stage holding her number tag, the flame fist bear opposite her was already pounding its chest in agitation. This dual firefighting type spirit beast was especially notorious for its fiery temper, and the flame swirling around it made it look exceptionally ferocious. It was her first time encountering a fire-type spirit beast, but she wasn't worried because Blaze Fox had a special trait skill that granted immunity to fire-type damage.
Yen!
Gu Yao had a mobile watch from the edge of the arena, and didn't return it to the Beast Taming Codex. She herself was still young and lacked battle experience, so just to be safe, she let them learn and observe more on their own. Both sides pressed to start the battle, and the protective barrier activated. The opponent's fist came smashing over, with a tearing sound.
Bang!
It was an afterimage. The flame fist bear's fist had only hit a residual shadow. It warily looked around and suddenly sensed a scorching energy fluctuation from above. The instant it looked up, it saw the tricolor celestial fox wrapped in raging flames descending from the sky like a burning meteor.
Yen!
The tremendous impact made the entire arena tremble. The flame fist bear staggered back a few steps. It truly lived up to its reputation of being thick-skinned and tough.
Yen!
The tricolor celestial fox launched another attack. After evolution, the power of blazing flame domain had greatly increased. Scorching waves of fire swept across the entire arena, in an instant covering nearly twice the previous area.
Boom!
The flame fist bear was sent flying backward. It didn't fall immediately, but staggered a few steps, its flames burning even more fiercely. It was
Raging Flame Transformation.
both strength and defense had soared. It roared and charged at the tricolor celestial fox once more, each step cracking the arena floor. As it rushed past, it suddenly extended a burning claw at the fox's side, then spun around and threw another heavy punch. The tricolor celestial fox evaded the attacks with ghostly agility. Then it thought, used blazing flame domain once more, and dodged while closing in on the flame fist bear. Once this side was finished, Gu Yao immediately took the celestial deer to the beginner arena, and let the tricolor celestial fox rest and recover its energy. She calculated in her heart, wondering how many matches the overflowing energy in the celestial deer's body could sustain.
You can't use bloodline suppression, it's forbidden.
Gu Yao rubbed its head.
Don't let others know your identity unless you have to. Tian.
Seeing it nod, Gu Yao confidently let it take the stage. Upstairs, Gu Yanshu finished her work and thought about going down to see how her daughter was doing. The moment she came downstairs, she was shocked.
You're here. That's your daughter, right? She's 115 in a row. The head of the beginner arena opened a betting pool. If she doesn't lose a single match before midnight tonight, it's 2 million.
A club coach came over to Gu Yanshu as she came down.
Isn't betting prohibited in the beginner arena? Well, that's because beginner spirit beasts can't fight many matches, and their energy reserves are limited.
The coach lowered his voice and explained.
But this time is special, so they made an exception. The odds are already very high. I heard the club has already sent people to break her winning streak.
Seeing Gu Yanshu's expression turn darker and darker, the coach shut his mouth awkwardly.
They really are brazenly cheating.
Gu Yanshu frowned in displeasure, her slender fingers clenching unconsciously. Although she knew the club had such unspoken rules, seeing them used on her own daughter still made anger surge in her heart.
There's no choice. If this goes on, they're going to lose a fortune. Look.
As he spoke, he pointed at the big screen.
It's Lu Zemo and his fire-type flame hound on the verge of evolution. He's a star player from the advanced arena. They really went all out this time.
Sure enough, the numbers on the big screen changed. The number of people betting on Lu Zimo surged, and the odds recovered.
But it's fine if she loses. She's a beginner beast master, so even if she loses, she won't suffer any loss.
Seeing Gu Yanshu's gloomy expression, the coach added sheepishly in a low voice. Gu Yanshu didn't say a word and walked toward Gu Yao. Gu Yao noticed her mother as well, and gave her a reassuring look. Although she knew the sacred beast likely had a lot of overflowing energy after fighting for so long against an opponent that was on the verge of evolution, and had a type advantage over it, she was still very worried. But seeing her daughter tell her not to worry, Gu Yanshu temporarily gave up the idea of going to find the person in charge.
Lie.
The flame hound looked at the spirit beast across from it, snorting through its nose in disdain. After these matches, Mo Bao had become much more skilled at fighting.
Go lie in.
Lu Zimo had signed a pledge, so he had to win this match.
Lie.
The flame hound's flames blazed violently, as a huge fireball blasted toward the opponent. Watching the fireball grow larger, the celestial deer remained motionless. Just as the fireball was about to hit, several vines suddenly shot out of the ground and wrapped around it in an instant. Black smoke rose into the air, and the antlers atop the celestial deer's head shimmered with a faint light. More vines burst from the ground, wound around the flame hound like spirit snakes, lifted it high, and slammed it heavily to the ground.
Lie.
The flame hound howled in pain. Lu Zimo stared in shock. A wood-type skill could actually intercept a fire-type attack at the same level. It was simply impossible at this level, especially since this was the flame hound's first skill, and carried the greatest energy. No wonder that man had been willing to pay so much. He had truly acted rashly. Flame shield. But she couldn't afford to lose too disgracefully. Hearing its tamer's command, the flame hound instantly gathered its energy, and a surge of flames burst from its body, burning away the vines wrapped around it. We concede? The flame hound had just broken free, and had not even landed when it heard its tamer concede. It was stunned. It hadn't even had time to rejoice. Seeing the opponent concede, Tianlu gave a mental command, and the sharp spikes about to erupt from the ground quietly withdrew and dispersed. Lu Zimo watched the spikes vanish, and heaved a sigh of relief. If they hadn't conceded, the flame hound would have been gravely wounded. Those long sharp spikes could easily have pierced it through. The flame hound, the moment it landed, turned its head, and stared at the opposing tamer in utter bewilderment. She won again, and so easily. Whose girl is this? She's way too strong. You don't even know her. The tricolor celestial fox that has been all over the internet these past 2 days is her familiar. So she's the one. Amazing, but she looks so young. 12 years old. Of course she's young. That's why they say genius comes from youth. She even beat a fire-type familiar. Truly impressive. That wood-type familiar is ridiculously strong. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Gu Yao checked the time and fought a few more matches. When the countdown on the big screen finally ended, she let out a long breath. It was noon. Tianlu fought 36 matches in total that day. The later opponents were all fire-type familiars, so the battles weren't as easy as the earlier ones, and fewer challengers stepped up. Sometimes she waited a full hour without anyone challenging. It was finally over. She was exhausted. Seeing her finish, Gu Yanshu immediately walked over. Why did you suddenly start an arena challenge? Gu Yanshu calmed her pounding heart. She had known the sacred beast was powerful, but not this powerful. Without bloodline suppression or even psychic-type skills, it had swept everyone aside with pure wood-type skills. At first, I just wanted to test how much energy Mo Bao was overflowing, so I fought a few consecutive matches. Then a guy claiming to be the manager gave me a contract, and said I'd get money if I became the arena champion, so I agreed. Gu Yao briefly explained the whole story, then whispered happily, I asked Yaya and the others to place bets. We should win a lot. Seeing her daughter grinning foolishly, Gu Yanshu pressed her temple. Next time something like this happens, tell me first. Be careful you don't get cheated. Got it. Gu Yao nodded. She had earned 360 points, and a lot of money in just one day. It was an absolute bargain. They sign you to a contract to be the arena champion, then secretly find very strong tamers to take the title from you. If you lose, you have to pay them money. What? That's so shameless. Isn't that just a scam? Gu Yao made a mental note. Yao. We're back. It was Jiang Xianwei and Lin Zhe. Your odds weren't good at first, so we earned little. Jiang Xianwei pressed a card into her hand. Then a few strong opponents came later. The odds recovered, and we made a windfall. She pressed the card into Gu Yao's hand. It's all here. We won over 3 million. With the 2 million from the contract, that's over 5 million in total. So much. Gu Yao looked at the card in her hand. Money really came quickly. No wonder familiars were expensive. They could also earn money at an astonishing speed. What? Is the allowance that your father and I give you not enough? Gu Yanshu crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at her daughter's money-loving expression. When had her precious girl become such a little money grubber? That's different. Gu Yao immediately hugged her mother's arm and acted coquettishly. I'm growing up. I need to learn to be independent. What you and Dad give me is certainly more than enough. After returning home, Gu Yao hurried into her room and redeemed the energy-dissolving pill. She examined the pill with its soft glossy sheen, but her heart was drumming. The description only said there was a chance of evolution, not 100% success. What if it failed and Mabao's energy was wasted? Tian. Tianlu tilted its head and looked at its hesitant owner confused. Gu Yao told it her worries. Yen. The tricolor celestial fox thought evolution was more important than energy. Tian. If it fails, we can find another way. You can't give up on evolution just because you're afraid of failure. Since Mobao had said that, she nodded. That makes sense. Gu Yao fed the energy pill to it, unsure how long it would take to work. Tell me if anything feels wrong. Tian. It didn't feel anything uncomfortable. Seeing that Mobao was fine, Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and began waiting patiently for the medicine to take effect. But she waited all the way until the qualifiers began and Tianlu still showed no clear signs of evolution. Mobao got suspended from the arena after several matches at the club because no beginner-level familiar could beat it. So she could only bring the tricolor celestial fox to the later matches. But Gu Yao noticed that Tianlu's body really was changing. It had clearly grown a size larger, the little horn on its head stood straighter, and its fur had become glossier. It must be that the energy overflowing within its body was slowly diminishing and being channeled into other aspects. Where's Linjia? When they were getting ready to set out that day, Gu Yao was surprised to see only Jiang Xianwei. The three of them had been almost inseparable lately, so it was strange to have one missing. His brain domain broke through, so he went to Dicky to choose a new familiar. He told us to gather at the registration office. Jiang Xianwei came over and affectionately linked her arm through Gu Yao's. Let's get going. That's great. What familiar did he pick? As she spoke, Gu Yao thought of the endorsement contract with Dicky, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. If they won first place in this exhibition match, the three of them could endorse it together. This was the only request Gu Yao had made, and after consulting her superiors, Qiao Yi grudgingly granted the opportunity. That was why all three took the match especially seriously. After all, endorsing a big company like Dicky would be a tremendous boost to Ye's future. Right. After thinking it over, she decided to stick with the Beast Tamer tournament. He looked around and still thought fairy type was best. I think he'll pick one of pure fairy attribute. I hope we get a little luck in the exhibition match. If our match time is later, we'll have some extra time to train. Gu Yao nodded softly, reassuring her not to be nervous. She believed in Ye. The two walked side by side toward the third intermediate academy. Sunlight slanted through the gaps in the roadside trees, gilding them in a warm golden glow. As expected of the best academy in Jian City, it looked magnificent from a distance. Towering Gothic-style buildings rose in elegant disorder, and walls set with intelligent glass shimmered with tech-laced light under the sun. Unprecedented high-tech facilities were everywhere, dazzling Gu Yao. As they came closer to the main gate, the arched entrance, more than 10 meters tall, looked even grander, almost oppressive. Quite a few freshmen like them were stopping to take photos. In the air, a floating smart speaker darted back and forth, repeatedly announcing, "Please do not linger. 500 meters ahead, turn right, and go straight to the freshman registration office. A Yao over here." "Brother, why are you here?" Gu Yao heard a familiar voice, and followed it, spotting Ouyang Chen in a white casual suit standing inside the school gate waving at them. Gu Yao jogged over, both startled and delighted. "Mom said you were in special training." "I was supposed to be, but didn't she say she couldn't come to see you off because of something?" "At this time of year, Yaya's parents are probably run off their feet as well, so I asked my coach for some leave." "Are you just here to register?" Do we need to prepare anything? Jiang Xianwei looked around like a curious kid watching the welcome banners for new students being set up and the stage still under construction inside the academy. Just registration. Those with familiars register their familiars info, and then the academy will assign classes according to your familiars attributes and such, something like that. Why isn't Linja with you too? He went to contract his second familiar. He'll probably need a while before he gets here. Jiang Xianyue, while talking, pulled Gu Yao over to strike poses in front of the school gate for photos. It was their first day at the academy. Do you want to look around the academy after registering? It'll be open for half a day today. Yangchen watched their stop-and-go pace and estimated that reaching the registration office would still take a while. Sure. Yeah, agreed readily. Open for only half a day. Is management that strict? Gu Yao was a bit surprised. Of course it's strict. Outsiders can't enter the academy, and even the roads outside of strict opening hours they're sealed off at other times. Jiang Xianwei explained with a hint of helplessness, pointing at the freshmen, who like them were taking pictures at every step. Otherwise everyone wouldn't be this excited. Actually, you don't need to be so excited. Yangchen walked in front, turning back to explain, the qualifiers begin the day after tomorrow in the East District. Then the East District will be fully open, and you'll be able to come in often during this time. Great. I calculated my lucky direction, and it's East. We're definitely taking the championship this time. Gu Yao nodded in agreement. We're going to take first. Good, you have spirit. Yangchen looked at the two girls with approval. I'll be waiting for you to bring back a first-place victory. We will. Gu Yao nodded confidently. From the corner of her eye she caught a streak of gorgeous color. That person is so beautiful. The other two followed her gaze in unison. There among the crowd a figure in a blue-green overcoat was especially striking. The most eye-catching feature was that head of pink-blue short hair shimmering with a pearly luster in the sunlight. Is she from the southeast region? Jiang Xianwei was startled too. Although they were too far away to see her face clearly, pink-blue hair was a signature of that area, and that bearing was definitely not something a local child would have. Yangchen nodded. There is a pink coral island in the southeast region, and the residents there have that kind of hair color. They're quite close to our Jian City interstellar port, and occasionally a few come here to study. He paused, then added, there's one in our key class at stage 5. Then is this person very powerful too? As Jiang Xianwei asked, that the light in her eyes changed. You could say that. The class above yours also had one who entered the elite training class. Yangchen thought of the one on his own team, and his gaze turned serious. It seemed his sister's luck wasn't great. If this person was like the previous one, she would be a very formidable opponent. After registering and filling in their information, Yangchen took the two girls for a stroll around campus. By the time Linja hurried to the registration office, the staff were already preparing to leave. They finished the procedures just before the campus closed, said goodbye to Yangchen, ate a simple lunch, and found a familiar training ground. Come on, let us see your new familiar. Both looked at him expectantly. Okay. Linja's fingers moved, a crimson summoning circle flared, and a familiar resembling a black butterfly with golden markings appeared. Jinkaka. You really got a Jinkaka. As expected of Diki, you were lucky enough to contract it. Jiang Xianyue's tone was full of envy. Gu Yao was also unable to hide her surprise. The Jinkaka was a famously rare familiar. Not only could it evolve into humanoid form in its later stages, but its combat power was extremely high. It was always in demand on the market, and perpetually in short supply. My parents went through a lot of people to get it. It's just too young, only 6 months old. The newly contracted Jinkaka was clearly not familiar with him. With a proud expression it turned its back on the three and stayed silent. This species is notoriously difficult to get along with. Linja, do your best. Jiang Xianwei winked mischievously, patted Linja on the shoulder, and gave him a look that said good luck with that. Then Jiang Xianwei took her 3 familiars off to put her new idea into practice. Gu Yao watched Linja bend down and patiently communicate with the Jinkaka, which was still turned away from him, and couldn't help smiling. She led Tianlu aside to review her lessons. Tianlu tilted its head, thought for a moment, then obediently curled up beside her. Gu Yao's eyes were on the book, but her mind was elsewhere. The book said that letting a familiar evolve in a place rich in the energy of its primary attribute was a great help to evolution. If Ma Bao still showed no response after the freshman tournament ended, she would find time to visit the nearest Yingxing forest. It would be greatly beneficial for evolution. That was also the closest place with dense wood-type energy around here. By the way, Ma Bao, what skill did you use when we first met? What did those people see that made them run away so fast? You're not fairy type, so you shouldn't have mental type skills. Gu Yao blinked to relax, and tilted her head asking casually. Tian 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 tian. It hadn't done anything at all. Its bloodline suppression worked not only on familiars, but also on humans. As for what they saw that was their own guilty hearts or their own fears, it had nothing to do with it. But why didn't I feel anything then? Gu Yao was even more puzzled. Tian 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 tian. It was puzzled too. Although its tamer's brain domain was underdeveloped, her spiritual power was not weak. Even so, logically she should have been affected. Maybe it was because she was just a child with little life experience, and thus had nothing to fear. Otherwise it wouldn't have noticed her and chosen her as its tamer. As it said this, Ma Bao nuzzled her arm, and found a comfortable position to take a short nap. So that's how it is. Gu Yao turned back to her book. So brain domain and spiritual power were not the same thing. 3 days passed quickly. Gu Yanshu took Gu Yao to the qualifier venue to collect her number. Entering her own number would show her match information. No. 118. Opponent is no. 754. Time 230 p.m. Venue 52. Gu Yao carefully noted the information. She hadn't expected her first match to be so early. She immediately sent the information to the group chat. Gu Yao, no. 118. What about you two? Jiang Xian Yuan, no. 165. Looks like our match times are probably close. If we're on the same day, let's go together. Lin Jia, no. 1326. Why am I so far back? Jiang Xianyue, probably because your academy is too far away, so your admission info was in the last batch. Mocking laughter. Lin Jia bursting into tears. Gu Yao couldn't help laughing at the group messages. She gently closed her communicator, and silently prayed, please, please don't let them meet any of their own in the arena. In the preparation area off the field, Gu Yanshu saw her daughter's fingers fidgeting restlessly, and gently rubbed her head. Don't be nervous. Just treat it as if you're on the club stage. Gu Yao nodded. Ever since she learned that performing well in the competition could get her into the key training class, she had been obsessed with it. Her older brother had gotten in when he was in first year of middle school, and she had to work hard as well. At the thought, she clenched her fist. I know I'm not nervous. The moment she spoke, her gaze was caught by a familiar figure, the boy with an otherworldly temperament she had seen at the academy that day. Gu Yao looked up in his direction. Li Qingyao. What's wrong? Do you know him? Seeing her daughter staring straight at the boy, Gu Yanshu asked in a low voice. I don't know him. Gu Yao snapped back to reality, and shook her head. I just think he's extremely beautiful. Well, that's normal for merfolk. Merfolk, Gu Yao repeated in shock. We're very close to Liyue Island, and since we cooperate with them, they occasionally send a few specially recruited students over. Gu Yao nodded thoughtfully. Do merfolk also contract spirit beasts and fight the way we do? It's just that most of them only contract water attribute spirit beasts. Because they share a deep natural bond with water, a beast they just contracted is far stronger than those of other newcomers. They can fight in perfect sync without needing time to adjust. Gu Yanshu wasn't concerned about that. After all, her daughter's strength was plain to see, so she was quite assured. What she needed to do now was stabilize her mindset. By the way, who do you plan to send into battle? Gu Yao opened her mouth, uncertain. In theory, Fox Treasure was an intermediate-level spirit beast, and definitely stronger than most people's pets. But Fox Treasure was fire attribute. If it met a water attribute beast, she was afraid something unexpected might happen. After all, many of the contestants' pets were water or wood attribute, so her odds of winning were only half. If she used Ink Treasure, and the opponent happened to have an intermediate-level beast, what then? Gu Yao's head started to ache. Thinking it over, neither option was ideal. Suddenly a jolt of pain struck her forehead, and Gu Yao yelped, clutching her head. Seeing her brow tightly furrowed and fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, Gu Yanshu couldn't help but reach out and tap her. What are you thinking about?
I was worried that your winning streak at the club would make you arrogant, but instead you've gotten anxious.
She sighed softly, her tone gentling as she spoke with quiet firmness.
Yao, you need to believe in yourself. You're amazing. What if I run into someone as strong as me, or some rich, powerful person? Their first spirit beast would be incredibly strong.
Gu Yao covered her forehead and mumbled in protest. She knew that there were gaps among beginner-level spirit beasts, but most were not large. Rare beasts pulled ahead of ordinary ones only through repeated evolution. Still, from time to time, she would be seized by inexplicable anxiety.
No. Isn't the Jiang family rich and powerful enough? At least it's far beyond what our family and the Lin family can compare with, yet Lin just still ended up ahead of Ye. So this sort of thing is hard to predict.
Gu Yao looked at her mother in confusion. Was Ye's family that impressive? She had never paid much attention.
Ye's father is the mayor of Jian City and the president of the Beast Tamer Association. Otherwise, how could she have obtained a top-tier beast like the Netherwood Yellow Dragon? You silly girl. Some thresholds are far higher than what you can see.
She knew dragon types were rare, but had never imagined it was this extreme. It suddenly occurred to her that she had been to Dicky many times without ever seeing a dragon type, not even a dragon egg in the pet egg display window. Time arrived quickly. Gu Yao said goodbye to her mother, and went to the backstage to prepare. Standing behind the curtain waiting for her number to be called, she was engulfed by silence and darkness, and in the darkness, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. Gu Yao raised her hand to her chest, nervous yet a little expectant.
Please welcome contestant 118 Gu Yao and contestant 754 Wu Shuo to the stage.
The two took their positions.
Both sides summon your spirit beasts.
The moment a crimson summoning array blazed to life, the previously listless audience erupted.
The first beast tamer in the freshman tournament with 2 spirit beasts. What a prodigy. This is that pet. The one that kept winning at the beginner-level spirit beast arena of Cheating Club. What? That champion was actually a first-year middle school student. How is that possible?
The audience's exclamations clearly affected Wu Shuo across the stage. He stared in disbelief at the girl his age across from him, desperately hoping that all the discussion in the stands was false. The Shengji insect was a very common beginner-level spirit beast native to Jian City. Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother was right. There weren't that many formidable people.
Begin.
The moment the referee's words fell, several pitch-black vines shot out like lightning. Before Wu Shuo could even react, his Shengji insect had already been firmly bound by the celestial deer's vines, spun through the air several times, and then slammed heavily into the ground. As the vines retracted, all that was left was the unconscious Shengji insect. Wu Shuo's heart turned icy cold. He had actually been taken down in one instant. Gu Yao hadn't expected Ink Treasure to be so decisive either. Belatedly, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were both novice beast tamers. Would such a crushing victory discourage the other side?
Celestial Deer wins.
The freshman tournament used a single elimination format. Lose one match, and you were out. Official matches, on the other hand, usually used a 2 or 3 match system requiring multiple spirit beasts. Just like that, Gu Yao advanced directly from the qualifiers to the knockout stage. Evidently, the celestial deer had moved so fast that no one had reacted.
It's already over. What the hell do you know? The celestial deer can fight dozens of matches a day at Cheating Club. A newcomer's beginner-level spirit beast definitely wouldn't last a single move. After all, many higher-ranked beast tamers in the club contract beginner-level pets to spar with, and even those can't beat it. Then doesn't that mean it's basically reserving the freshman tournament championship? Not necessarily. I just heard there's also a beast tamer with 2 spirit beasts in the other arena. This year's batch is stronger than last year's. Last year didn't have a single one. This year's tournament is going to be quite a show. This ticket was definitely worth it.
After the match, Gu Yanshu didn't take Gu Yao to watch the remaining battles. There wasn't much worth learning from beginner-level beast tamers, beginner-level spirit beast matches. Better to use that time training or even watching match videos of advanced beast tamers and above. The next match would probably wait 3 or 4 days. That evening, Gu Yao opened her communicator and saw the news Jiang Xianhua had shared in the group chat. What news? She tapped on it casually and saw a striking headline: top contenders to win the freshman tournament, accompanied by 3 enlarged photos. Gu Yao froze for a moment, The photos clearly showed her Lin Zhi and that beautiful boy. Although his figure had looked boyish from a distance, the close-up photo was even more breathtaking. Crystal blue pupils, as cold as a winter lake, while the gentle contours of his face still radiated warmth. In the photo his lips were lightly pressed together, carrying a hint of shy awkwardness. She skimmed the article. It was far too exaggerated. But what caught Gu Yao's attention was that Li Qingyao was also a beast tamer with 2 spirit beasts. She immediately searched for battle videos recorded by spectators. It was just as her mother had said, a water attribute spirit beast. The little sea serpent was a beginner-level spirit beast with dual water and ice attributes. Gu Yao rested her chin in her hand as she watched the battle video. He had finished off his opponent without using any real technique. If she were to fight him, it was better to send little fox treasure. As if reading her mind, the 3-colored celestial fox darted to her side and stared at its master with eager eyes.
Wait a little longer. Let little ink treasure go first.
Gu Yao scratched its chin.
Yen.
Hearing its beast tamer tell it to wait, it decided to just wait. Gu Yao returned to the article and scrolled down. There was also an admission list for the key training class, listing a few people and a few intermediate-level spirit beasts. There was nothing else useful in the article. She closed the article and went back to the group chat where Ye had posted that she had drawn number 36 for the exhibition match. That early. Gu Yao.
Are these numbers random?
Jiang Xianyue.
Of course they are. But there aren't many teams in the exhibition match. Let me see, just 60 or 70 teams or so. Only about 100 people.
Lin Zhi.
That few.
Lin Zhi.
I thought at least half the people would participate.
Jiang Xianyue.
Can't be helped. Since in the exhibition match only first place has a chance to enter the key class, everyone will obviously focus all their effort on the competitive tournament.
Lin Zhi.
The rewards are mediocre too.
Gu Yao.
Then isn't it a lot easier for us to take first place?
Jiang Xianyue.
Of course not. In this situation, those who still join the exhibition match basically plan to develop in that direction in the future, or they're confident enough in the competitive tournament to spare some energy for other things. Taking first place is actually more doubtful for us.
Hearing Jiang Xianyue put it that way, Gu Yao thought about it and realized that made sense. The qualifying round ended quickly because each person only had 1 match. The knockout round and everything after used a point system. 3 consecutive wins advanced you directly, and the rest would eliminate half of the competitors based on their scores from high to low. A win earned 3 points, a loss deducted 1, and a draw earned 0. Gu Yao and Lin Zhi were in the first batch of contestants to finish, and the results were already out. Gu Yao opened her communicator, watching the random numbers jump non-stop as she waited for her next opponent's number. She probably wouldn't end up facing Ye, as some of the first to finish, Gu Yao and Lin Zhi, already had their results out. Gu Yao stared at the constantly jumping random numbers on her communicator, waiting for the number of her next opponent. Guessing that the odds of meeting Lin Zhi were higher, Gu Yao unconsciously fidgeted with her communicator. 239 Ning Qi. Gu Yao blinked. The name sounded very familiar. Thinking about it, she sent it to the group chat to ask. Jiang Xianyue. Jiang Xianyue.
She was a classmate in our old class. It hasn't even been 2 months, and you've already forgotten.
Seeing Ye's message, Gu Yao rubbed her nose awkwardly. It wasn't that she had no impression at all. Gu Yao.
Of course I know her. I was just asking, you don't understand humor. JPG.
Jiang Xianyue.
I've seen through you. JPG.
Gu Yao.
Why don't you go to sleep and conserve your strength?
Jiang Xianyue.
Already asleep, do not disturb. JPG.
A few days later, the Eastern District Knockout Tournament officially began, and Gu Yao and the other 2 arrived at the Academy's Eastern District once more. Her mother had recently been busy looking into some information, so she had told the 3 of them to travel together in case anything happened.
Do you 2 really have time to slack off instead of training following me around?
Gu Yao looked at Ye, who had an arm around her.
Of course. We're here to cheer you on, so win them all in one go. You have 2 matches today after all.
Gu Yao hadn't expected 2 of her 3 matches to be scheduled so close together.
I thought you were just slacking off because you didn't want to train.
Gu Yao reached out and pinched her cheek. The skin felt quite nice.
So what if I was? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have entered the competitive tournament at all. That way I'd still be able to stay by your side and cheer you on.
Jiang Xianwei wore an expression that said,
"You can't get rid of me."
after arriving at the arena, because Gu Yao's match was earlier, she went directly to the backstage to wait. Soon the referee's voice came.
"Please welcome contestant 118 Gu Yao and contestant 239 Ning Qi."
Gu Yao walked through the contestant passage and stepped onto the beast taming platform. The arena was clearly much more spacious than in the qualifying round.
"Both sides summon your spirit beasts."
The two performed hand seals simultaneously, and summoning arrays lit up. Across from her was a thunderbolt bird with electric light flickering over its feathers. The lightning attribute reminded her of her older brother's first spirit beast, the little thunder dragon, which he said he had watched hatch before his eyes.
"Begin."
She retracted her thoughts. Below, Ink Treasure reacted one beat faster than its opponent, its vines slithering skyward.
"Wing blade."
Several crescent blades wreathed in lightning split the charging vines apart.
"Wing blade volley."
The celestial deer quickly moved its vines to encircle itself. The wing blade struck the vines, cutting off only a few strands, and utterly failing to break through the defense. At the same time, several vines had already silently crept around behind the thunderbolt bird.
"Get out of there, watch your back."
Ning Qi knew that her opponent hadn't used her full strength at all, but no matter how huge the gap, she couldn't just give up. The thunderbolt bird was still too slow to react. After all, it was a beginner-level spirit beast, and its coordination with its beast tamer was still lacking. By the time it heard the shout, it was still stunned, while the vines were already binding it.
"Ram!"
Ink Treasure noticed the electric light gathering above the thunderbolt bird's head, and precisely withdrew its vines the moment it charged. Losing its support, the thunderbolt bird crashed hard into the ground under its own momentum, carving a shallow pit into the specially made arena floor. Several vines wrapped around its body and hurled it about. Watching this, Ning Qi knew she had already lost. A beginner-level spirit beast had no protective skill, so there was no way it could break free from such a binding.
"Bang!"
The referee steered the floating platform over to the thunderbolt bird and began the countdown.
"Match over, celestial deer wins."
Having been the first to secure 3 points, Gu Yao withdrew Ink Treasure and glanced at Yaya and the others in the audience, signaling for them to gather outside.
"That was incredible, Yao Yao baby."
Jiang Xianwei rushed over and hooked her arm around Gu Yao's neck.
"Maybe luck."
Gu Yao smiled sheepishly. "Linja,
"Please don't let me be matched against you, or I won't even be sure of reaching the finals."
Watching Linja put his hands together in prayer, Jiang Xianwei laughed merrily.
"Don't beg the heavens. It's more practical to beg Yao Yao to go easy on you. I'm afraid that even if Yao Yao let me attack while she just stood there, I still couldn't win."
Linja wore a bitter expression. Her celestial deer had both healing skills, and a domain. Each of those two skills alone would be troublesome to deal with, and the key was that she had both. After watching these two matches, its attack skills were also far stronger than those of ordinary beginner-level spirit beasts. After all, without even moving, it could bind and sweep away the opponent with a single beginner-level skill. Linja, I really don't know how to beat her.
"Doesn't that mean the freshman championship is as good as ours, Yao?"
Jiang Xianwei smiled with her eyes curving like crescent moons.
"Are you ready for the exhibition match?" "Still here cracking jokes."
Gu Yao shook her head helplessly.
"Of course. But your two matches are right next to tomorrow's exhibition match. Won't you be short on rest?" "It's fine. The exhibition match is mostly your concern anyway, and Little Fox is the one performing. He's so well trained that I don't have to worry much." "That's good. By the way, remember to wear the team uniform tomorrow."
Hearing this, Linja and Gu Yao exchanged glances.
Yeah, didn't you prepare any other team uniforms or performance outfits?"
Gu Yao nodded in agreement.
"I've thought it over,"
Jiang Xianwei explained with great enthusiasm.
"For the first match, it's better to wear the team uniform. The performance theme I chose matches the team uniform style. Once we achieve great results and make a name for ourselves, we can officially establish our team name." "All right."
The other two could only compromise. After the meal, they found a beast training ground to pass the time, and then hired a professional beast groomer to style and relax their beasts. Gu Yao sat nearby watching videos of Linja and Li Qingyao online. Compared to their last battle, Linja had improved greatly, but he still hadn't sent Jean Kake into the ring. She wondered how well the two had synchronized. Li Qingyao hadn't yet appeared in the elimination round, so the only videos of him were the small sea serpent from the first match. Nevertheless, quite a few netizens had unearthed footage of his earlier battles on Liu Island. As Gu Yao watched the basic beast Sea Sprite in the video, shock flickered across her eyes. Sea Sprite, an endangered beast with dual water eyes attributes. It was said that their clan possessed a hereditary illusion skill called Sea of the Moon. Illusion-type skills were always difficult to deal with, and Little Fox happened to be countered by its attributes.
Miss Gu, your beasts are fully groomed.
The staff member's voice pulled her thoughts back to reality. Looking at the completely transformed Little Fox and Mo Bao, Gu Yao was stunned. Was this fluffy poofed up look really attractive? She turned to Jiang Xianwei with doubt.
Oh, this is just to make it easier for me to style them tomorrow morning. Don't worry.
Gu Yao nodded. Yeah, probably wouldn't do anything rash. The three returned to the arena and strolled through a less crowded area outside. Inside, the stands were packed, and the matches were still fiercely underway. People here really loved watching matches. Even a competition of this level drew such a large crowd. Probably many parents of graduating seniors were here, since their children would soon have to choose their contracted beasts. By contrast, the outer area was quiet with few people around. They sat in the shade snacking as time passed by. Gu Yao checked the time and stood up.
I need to get ready backstage. Let's meet at the usual place when it's over. Hom.
The two nodded in response. Just as they were about to part ways, a shout suddenly came from behind.
Stop!
The loud voice startled the three. The sudden roar made them all turn to see its source. Who was this? Gu Yao looked at the strangers in confusion, then turned to Jiang Xianwei and Lin Jie. Jiang Xianwei shook her head, gently indicating she didn't know them either.
He's the second young master of the Rong family, the richest family in Jian City.
Lin Jie explained in a low voice with a frown, then stepped forward and asked,
May I ask what you want? This doesn't concern the two of you. Get as far away as you can.
Li Mi pointed at Jiang Xianwei and Lin Jie and said arrogantly,
Why aren't you scramming?
The three frowned at the same time upon hearing this.
Who do you think you are, spewing such garbage from your mouth? You want me to scram? I don't know how. From the way you talk, you must be quite good at it, right? Why don't you give me a demonstration?
Jiang Xianwei had never been scolded like that directly in her face. She couldn't stand it.
You brat. Since you're asking for a beating, don't blame me.
Li Mi, embarrassed and furious at being cursed, it was about to strike when Rong Yute called him back.
Enough.
Rong Yute glanced at Li Mi, who obediently retreated behind him. Then he turned to Jiang Xianwei and Lin Jie and continued.
But what he said isn't wrong. This has nothing to do with you. I'll give you a chance to leave now and pretend I never saw you. Who are you supposed to be? Do you know where you are? Coming over here with such big talk. Do you think I was raised to be easily intimidated?
Jiang Xianwei didn't back down a single step, and even pulled Gu Yao behind her. What so-called richest family in Jian City? She didn't care about them anyway, let alone a mere second son of their family. Even his parents wouldn't dare speak to her like that. Lin Jie frowned inwardly. The Rong family wielded tremendous power, and the Lin family relied on business from them. With Yaya stubbornly protecting Gu Yao, the stalemate left Lin Jie caught between a rock and a hard place.
You don't appreciate kindness.
Rong Yute sneered.
It's fine.
Gu Yao gently patted Jiang Xianwei on the shoulder. Since this was aimed at her, she didn't want to drag her friends into trouble, especially seeing Lin Jie's pained expression. She patted Yaya's shoulder and whispered,
Let me handle this. You two go contact my brother.
Hearing this, Jiang Xianwei turned her head and glared at her in disapproval.
Cut that out. These people look vicious. If something happens to you while you're left alone, how am I supposed to explain to your brother and your parents? Saying I abandoned my most precious friends to save myself.
The people opposite seemed to have run out of patience watching their bickering. Rong Yute's face turned cold with irritation.
Since you refuse to leave, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Wait.
Lin Jie stepped forward and said,
Wait, hello fellow student Rong. My father is Lin Tiancheng. Our two families have often done business together. I don't know how the three of us have offended you. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Lin Tiancheng. Oh, you're his son.
Rong Yute spat disdainfully.
You're not qualified to know.
Having completely lost the last shred of patience, he raised his hand and summoned his intermediate beast Phosphorus Kaka. Seeing their boss act, the lackeys behind him summoned their own beasts without hesitation. Seeing this, Gu Yao and the others summoned their beasts without a second's hesitation. At that moment cheers from the just-finished match rang in their ears, while, outside the arena, a battle was about to erupt. Phosphorus Kaka was one of the fire-type evolution branches of Gene Kaka, and its appearance was far more dazzling than Linge's Gene Kaka. The 5 opponents were all beast tamers. Gu Yao watched as Little Fox faced 2 Mo Bao faced 3 Yaya's Darkwood Yellow Dragon, and Linge's Huangxing Unicorn along with Gene Kaka each fought one-on-one. Total chaos. Fortunately, although chaotic, the situation was stable for now. Only 2 of the opponent's beasts were intermediate level, so Little Fox could hold for a short while. She had contacted her brother, and could only hope he would arrive quickly.
Brother Rong, these 3 are not right. How can freshmen have intermediate beasts? And 2 of them have dual beasts.
As for Li Mi, and the others apart from himself and Rong Yute, who had intermediate beasts, the remaining 3 were at the mid-5th rank, but only had basic beasts, ordinary basic beasts at that. They had thought that a few freshmen would be easy pickings. They hadn't expected to kick an iron board. Rong Yute's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Damn it all, he was destined to clash with these siblings. He had always suffered setbacks with her brother Ouyang Chen, and now he couldn't gainsay his sister either.
All of you shut your mouths. Aren't you all a bunch of trash? Can't even handle a newbie who just contracted a beast. Boom!
Rong Yute was sent flying by his own Phosphorus Kaka's blast, and let out a pained cry.
Yen yen yen.
The tricolored sky fox chirped, its feet still stepping on a charred lump that was whining indistinctly.
What grudge do you have against me? This is the competition area. The match has already started, so it's normal for no one to be outside. But the fact that no one has come after such a long fight is unusual.
They must have prepared in advance, otherwise not even a single patrol would have shown up. Gu Yao stared at the 5 men who had been tied up and brought over by Mo Bao, then spoke again.
If you still don't talk, I'll strip you naked and throw you into the freshman match arena. It's quite lively in there right now.
At these words, the 5 immediately began whimpering.
MMPH.
Jiang Xinyue, unconcerned with the interrogation, took a swing at the bastardly me.
In my whole life, no one has ever pointed at my nose and cursed at me like that. You'd better hope your father and mother are the mayor of Jian City and the governor of Beia Province. Otherwise, just wait until I get back and see how I destroy you.
At that, their muffled whimpers grew even louder. Gu Yao was about to pick one of them and have Mo Bao release his mouth when her brother arrived in a hurry.
Yao, are you 3 all right?
As Ouyang Chen landed, he saw the disheveled state of Rong Yute and his 5 men tied up by the Darkwood Yellow Dragon, and let out a sigh of relief. He had rushed over as soon as a friend told him. On the way, he also received his sister's message, which made him even more anxious. Fortunately, she was fine.
My God! This is your sister. How is she even more monstrous than you?
Shurdian exclaimed in shock at the pitiful state of Rong Yute and his crew. No wonder when Shurdian had told him that Rong Yute was leading his men to the East District, Ouyang Chen's first response was,
"He's no match for my sister."
But then, seeing how frantic he was later, Shurdian thought Ouyang Chen was just being stubborn, so he didn't bother calling him out. He never expected it was true.
Shut up!
Ouyang Chen punched him. He shouldn't have brought him along. Seeing that the 3 were mostly unharmed, he first told his little sister to go prepare for her match, while he handled the aftermath here. Gu Yao had wanted to stay with them, but checking the time, her own match was almost up. She had no choice but to return first. She recalled Little Fox and Mo Bao into the Beast Taming Codex to recover, wondering if they could return to peak condition in such a short time. Those guys had done it deliberately. Gu Yao's heart was slightly unsettled. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself. In a corner.
Ouyang Chen, you bastard, let me go. Or else don't blame me for being rude. MMPH.
Rong Yute's mouth was again stuffed, leaving him only able to glare fiery daggers at Ouyang Chen. Earlier, Ouyang Chen had thought this Rong guy was just a spoiled fool. Now he saw him as a stupid, vicious beast. He knew his sister had a match, so he deliberately came to disturb her. It was all his fault for never taking Rong seriously, which gave him the opportunity. If a Yao's match were affected. With that thought, Ouyang Chen drove a punch into his abdomen. The latter instantly twisted in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face. That punch frightened the 3 behind him so much that they involuntarily stepped back a step. However, that punch was not the end. but the beginning. Though Jiang Xianwei and the others were furious at these people's rude provocation watching Rong Yute being beaten, like that they unconsciously rubbed their own stomachs as if they could feel the pain. Lin Jie quietly sidled up to Shurdian and asked in a low voice,
"What on earth is going on?"
Jiang Xianwei also perked up her ears.
"It's not a long story. Rong Yute and Chen have never seen eye to eye. He often provokes Ouyang Chen, but Chen never took someone so weak and stupid seriously. This time he somehow found out that Chen has a sister. He actually schemed against her. Fortunately, I went to find Chen as soon as I got the news, otherwise it could have really delayed his sister's matters."
Shurdian lowered his voice.
"Then it wouldn't be just a matter of a few punches. But now that we've beaten Rong Yute like this, what if the Rong family comes after us?"
Lin Jie was still worried.
Shurdian
really hadn't thought of that. With Lin Jie's remark, he hurried over to pull Ouyang Chen back. Seeing Rong Yute now delirious from pain, Ouyang Chen shook his hand and reined in his emotions. Shurdian stepped forward to check on Rong Yute and inwardly cursed.
"Who has a healing beast? Quick, give him some treatment."
As he spoke, he looked at Ouyang Chen.
"Don't you know his family's status? And you still hit him that hard. Aren't you afraid that if he decides to pursue this, your family won't be able to stay in Jiyun City?"
Jiang Xianyue's Darkwood Yellow Dragon and Lin Jie's Huangxing Unicorn both had a healing skill, but unfortunately the two beasts were at basic level with low skill proficiency, so it wasn't very effective. It could only make him barely regain consciousness.
"If we can't stay, then so be it."
Ouyang Chen coldly stared at the half-dead Rong Yute.
"The Tianlong nation is vast. Can the mere Rong family really cover the sky with one hand? If they really force us to leave, I don't mind dragging this piece of trash to death with me."
Those words scared the barely conscious Rong Yute out of his wits, and the other four trembled like seas. However, at this point Rong Yute knew that this matter with Ouyang Chen could not end peacefully. Shurdian was equally troubled, having never expected things to develop to this extent.
"Humph. Ouyang, you'd better kill me. Otherwise wait until I get home and see how I deal with you all, especially your sister. I'll show you all."
Before Rong Yute could finish, Jiang Xianwei slapped him across the face. The sudden action startled the other three.
"Disgusting piece of trash. If you keep spitting nonsense, I'll cut out your tongue."
Jiang Xianwei patted herself down, but couldn't find a suitable tool, so she took a small knife from Lin Jie's keychain and pointed it at him in warning. This action made Rong Yute's gaze fall on her again. A flash of insight struck him. During the earlier fight, this little girl's beast seemed to be a Darkwood Yellow Dragon. As for Darkwood Yellow Dragons, there had only been one in the past 2 years, and that was a month ago. Could it be the one they had gone through great trouble to obtain? Definitely. Given her age, there couldn't possibly be a second one. This kind of situation. Rong Yute watched Jiang Xianyue's expression shift. Lin Jie, unsure what he intended, stepped forward to shield Jiang Xianyue. Rong Yute snapped back to reality, knowing he had caused trouble. If he went home, those two would probably beat him to death. He raised his head, still forcing a tough front, and scanned Lin Jie with disdain. "Huh? What are you people worth? Even if all of you combined, you're not fit to carry my shoes." "We really wouldn't carry your shoes." Ouyang Chen yanked his hair, forcing his head up to face him, his face twisted in pain. Ouyang Chen used no restraint, pulling his scalp up high. Li Mi and the others watched Rong Yute wince and twitch in pain. If this man dared to be so ruthless, even with a Rong family member, would he skin small fry like them alive? At that thought, they trembled even harder. When luck goes bad, even drinking water sticks in your teeth. Gu Yao rushed over and barely made it in time. At the command, she looked at the steel armor rat across the arena, then at Mo Bao, and had to steel herself to go on. The profile of Zhang Mian she had read during lunch still listed Steel Rat as a beginner pet beast. How in just a few short days, from the qualifying rounds to the elimination rounds, had it evolved into an intermediate steel armor rat? Gu Yao shook her head and grew serious as she looked at Mo Bao. Once a pet beast was summoned, it couldn't be swapped. Since things had already come to this, there was no choice but to fight. "I remember this steel rat was a beginner pet beast in the last match." "It was. I have a deep impression of it, since it isn't a native pet beast." "That's normal. There aren't many, but quite a few people choose beginner pet beasts with threshold energy values when contracting." "Then who will win this match?" "No idea. Probably the celestial deer." After all, no beginner pet beast has ever been this strong. No matter how strong beginner is still beginner. How could it possibly beat an intermediate pet beast? The audience buzzed with discussion, splitting into two factions in fierce debate. But the two protagonists on the stage kept staring intently at each other, as if they hadn't heard the voices below. Begin. At the referee's command, a silver-gray figure shot like lightning in front of him. Bao. Bang. It slammed into the vines that had instantly shot up, rebounding to the ground. Clearly the opponent's reaction speed had taken it by surprise. Because she had reviewed the information, Gu Yao knew the opponent was fast, and had Bao prepare in advance. After evolving, Steel Armor Rat was not only faster, but its fangs were frighteningly sharp. The vine simply couldn't stop it. Unfortunately, it still couldn't get close to the celestial deer. Burrow. At the beast tamer's command, Steel Armor Rat turned and dove underground without hesitation. Bao watched the Steel Armor Rat disappear, and stomped its front hoof. Tian Tian. A low cry rang out as countless vines pierced into the earth like sharp swords. This was the vine thrust unleashed into the ground. Gu Yao watched the ground crack open, searching for Steel Armor Rat. But Bao clearly thought otherwise. With itself at the center, it kept expanding the thrust range outward, and the arena soon became like a bombed-out ruin. Steel Armor Rat was forced to leap out. Gang gang. The enraged Steel Armor Rat let out a piercing screech, and shot toward the celestial deer, its sharp front incisors aiming directly for its throat. Just as it was about to bite down, the celestial deer vanished on the spot, leaving the entire audience stunned. Huh? Where did that pet beast go? Am I seeing things? It's teleportation. It's over there. It's dual type. Besides, it's also a psychic type pet beast. That's insane. It never used that move in any of the previous matches. The beast tamer across the field was equally shocked. Although he had checked that it was dual type, since it had never been used before, he had assumed it simply hadn't learned the move yet. After all, the opponent was only a beginner pet beast. He never imagined things would still develop in the worst possible direction. Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. She had never thought of hiding every trump card all the way to the finals. That wasn't realistic. Still, with an intermediate pet beast across from her, she couldn't help feeling tense and worried. Steel Armor Rat was stunned too. By the time it came to its senses, the vine thrust from the ground was already in front of it. It instinctively curled into a ball to defend, but was still struck. Gang gang. It let out a cry of pain. As expected of the metal steel type, Gu Yao thought. An ordinary pet beast would have been wounded and bleeding, but the opponent only sparked. It didn't even break the skin. Zhang Mian frowned deeply, watching what was happening below without a word. It was already meaningless. Amid Steel Armor Rat's pain cries, he looked at the girl around his age across from him. He had naturally watched Gu Yao's matches, and had always believed that once his Steel Rat evolved, it would surely defeat her. He had even prayed that she would underestimate him, and send out the celestial deer rather than the tricolor sky fox. Unexpectedly, the celestial deer hadn't used teleportation in any of the previous matches, meaning she simply crushed beginner pet beasts with raw power. And an intermediate pet beast could only barely fight her. This realization filled him with frustration. This celestial deer was simply overpowered. One man's joy is another man's sorrow. Zhang Mian was so dazed, he didn't even remember how he walked off the stage. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, a dozen middle-aged men and women were discussing something. This celestial deer pet beast is absurdly strong. The first time I saw it, I thought it was a Saraya, but it turns out to be a whole new species. Yalt, didn't you go ask the people at Dickey? What did they say? The dean sitting at the head of the table asked. The man called Yalt shook his head regretfully. They said they've established a special research team, and until the results are out, it's not convenient to reveal too much to the outside. Regardless, with this girl's strength, she's more than qualified for the elite class. Even if her pet beast weren't that strong, having developed over 10% of her brain domain at such a young age would still make her a genius, certain to enter the elite class. But this year there are 3 such geniuses. A female voice from a seat near the front sounded. She swiveled her chair to look at the others. As for the remaining 2, you can decide how to split them among yourselves. This little girl is coming with me for the solo combat competition. Don't act so generous. A talent like this, solo competition suits her, but she suits our team competition even better. Yu Liao looked at the woman across from him. GNK chuckled dryly. I've already given you 2. What more do you want? Are you looking down on Li Qingyao and Lin Jie? That's determined by pet beast skill attributes. Those two aren't bad, but Gu Yao has the strongest attack and the strongest control among them. Besides, Yu Liao said, sweeping a glance at the others, can you really get away with not giving a single person to the exhibition side? At those words, Bai Niannian sitting in the back straightened up. Exactly. Gu Yao is also registered for the exhibition competition. Maybe she wants to develop in that direction too. We still have to respect the children's wishes. Jian Kei's smile faded as she looked at the others. Want to fight me over her? Then let results speak. Her sharp gaze swept around the room. Every year the best prospects were taken away by them, and their training ultimately produced nothing. This year she had finally set her sights on someone, and there was no way she would let a bunch of trash like them have her. At her words the people across and below all wore unpleasant expressions. Having worked together for 7 or 8 years, they all naturally knew what kind of person Jian Kei was. They knew that snatching someone from her was no different from taking food from a tiger's jaws. Besides, in past years, this woman had let them pick first. When it came to results, she was indeed slightly better than them. Only the woman in charge of the exhibition competition could contend with her. Unfortunately, no one cared about the exhibition competition. But they couldn't admit that at this critical moment, Yu Liao was choked up by her words. After all, they're still children. Letting them choose by their own preferences could indeed cause problems. Bai Niannian frowned at that inwardly cursing that fence-sitting dog of a man. Gu Yao goes to you. Li Qingyao and Lin Jie go to the team competition. Although Yu Liao felt it was a pity that Gu Yao wasn't with him, he also knew that continuing to make a fuss wouldn't necessarily get him what he wanted. It was better to go with the flow and do that woman across from him a favor. Jian Kei nodded in satisfaction, and was about to get up and leave when Bai Niannian spoke softly. Li Qingyao is clearly more suited for the exhibition competition. He's so handsome, and his pet beast is beautiful too. Fit or not can be trained later. No one is born suited for a certain role. Teacher, but you're not new. Surely you understand this principle. Yu Liao was displeased. That hateful woman was already stepping on him, and now this annoying woman was also looking for trouble. Jian Kei found the two fighting over people boring and left. Anyway, the person she wanted was already in hand. Now she would begin preparing for the national competition, striving for a good result this time, and then making a push for the national championship. After all, if a genius like Gu Yao couldn't win the championship, she might as well switch careers. This was absolutely her closest chance at a national title. She would become the first coach in Jian City to produce a national champion. Jian Kei was full of confidence and drive. The dean watched Jian Kei leave before stopping the two from arguing. The higher-ups already know about the 3 dual pet beast tamers this time. They've set a goal for me. This national competition must win the Eastern Regional Championship. Yu Liao knew this. That was exactly why he had wanted Gu Yao. What a pity. In past years that woman had only picked someone casually, so why did she insist on opposing him this year? If Li Qingyao came to our exhibition competition, forget the Eastern Regional Championship. We could even make a run at the national top 8. Bai Niannian looked at the dean and promised. When it came to results, she would absolutely dare to vouch with her hand on her chest that she was far stronger than those two. Unfortunately, everyone cared more about the competitive matches now. No way. Li Qingyao is of the merfolk race. His race already has a tremendous advantage in beast-taming combat. Sending him to the exhibition competition, wouldn't that ruin him? Yu Liao looked at Bai Niannian with displeasure. This woman tried to take people from him every year, but relying on the dean's considerable fondness for her, she succeeded every single time. No sooner had Jian Kei left than Bai Niannian appeared. He was about to die of anger. In the end, the dean made the final decision. After the competition, let Li Qingyao choose for himself. Gu Yao looked at the downcast beast tamer across from her, but her sympathy lasted no more than 3 seconds before she went out to find her brother and Yeye. After all, that matter still needed to be handled. By the time she caught up, she happened to run into a group walking toward her. Brother, where is that person? Let him go. We can't actually kill the guy, and we're still on school grounds. Yangchen was still thinking about how to wrap this up. What if that reckless fool came fully prepared again, and caused trouble for his sister? Let him go. Gu Yao mentally added another entry. She really had far too many enemies. She laughed bitterly inside. It's fine. He won't come looking for you again. Shi Jian stepped forward. Your cohort's teacher Jian took him away. She gave her guarantee that fool won't come causing trouble for you or your friends. Teacher Jian. Gu Yao was puzzled. Who was that? Jian K. Ever since joining she's been the elite class coach, and she's very capable. Shi Jian briefly introduced her. Why would the elite class coach be here? Still thinking, she smiled and politely thanked him. Looking up, she sized up her brother's friend. What a handsome guy. Gu Yao blinked. He was more refined and mature than her brother. A high straight nose under frameless glasses, a face as clean-cut as an unpolished piece of jade, and a smooth jawline. His ink-jade eyes were especially captivating in the sunlight. He Shi Jian, a friend of mine. Noticing his sister's attention on his friend Ouyang Chen, made a brief introduction and pulled her focus back. How was the match? Did you make it in time? Just barely. I made it, though it was close. Gu Yao snapped back to reality and withdrew her gaze. Your sister won again. Shi Jian brought up a projection. Look! This guy was a jade-like handsome man when he didn't speak, but why was he so lively the moment he opened his mouth? Gu Yao looked at the projection. He had called up freshman competition rankings. Gu Yao leaned in and was startled to see herself at the top. You got 6 points outright. Did you send the tricolor Sky Fox out? I heard a rumor from my friend that Zhang Mian Steel Rat evolved, but I don't know if it's true. Shi Jian searched for clips of the match videos online. Evolved. Then that adds another intermediate pet beast this year. 3 in total now. Jiang Xianwei was unconcerned. A freshly evolved one wasn't a big problem for her friend. After all, she had never seen anyone as lucky as Yao Yao. Her pet beasts were all obedient, completely unlike hers, Lin Zhe's, and everyone else, which had to be coaxed and catered to. Why are you keeping track of this? Gu Yao was puzzled. She had thought Yaya only cared about the exhibition competition. Of course, it's for you and Lin Zhe. 3 intermediate pet beasts, Lin Zhe, you're in real danger. Jiang Xianwei brought up a projection, and the dossiers of 2 people appeared. Among them, this girl named Fu, who has contracted an intermediate pet beast called Rock Iron Beast. It's very strong, a mature intermediate pet beast that evolved a long time ago. While your class really is a battle of gods. 3 dual pet beast tamers plus several intermediate pet beast tamers. Whoever takes first place this year, the title will be pure gold. Shi Jian couldn't help clicking his tongue. Alas, my life is so bitter. Lin Zhe wailed to the heavens, sighing inwardly that his luck really was bad. It's fine. You still have tomorrow's exhibition competition. If worse comes to worst, just do a beast taming showcase with me. Jiang Xianwei put her arm around his shoulders, egging him on. Lin Zhe pursed his lips and said nothing, while the others burst into laughter. Ouyang Chen delivered his sister into her mother's hands, then headed back with Shi Jian. One day without me by your side, and something happens. Gu Yanshu checked her precious child all over, and only breathed easy after confirming she was fine. She also took the opportunity to tell the Jiang and Lin families about it in case the children had run into any danger. The next day at noon was their first exhibition match, and she was still nervous. That morning Jiang Xianwei had styled her hair and helped her into the team uniform, then she went to find Lin Zhe. Later she and her mother met up with them. Gu Yanshu sat in the audience waiting, their turn had not yet come. Suddenly her communicator let out a ding. She opened it and saw an anonymous message. Watch the back row seats 460 and 461. Back row 460-461. Who sent the message? Gu Yanshu leaned back against her seat and discreetly scanned her surroundings. She did spot something off about the 2 people in those back row seats. Turning back, she pondered for a moment, then realized she had been running into these 2 far too often lately. A coincidence, or either way, caution was the right call. Gu Yanshu opened her communicator again and texted her husband asking him to take leave and come over quietly to keep an eye on the 2 from the shadows. Someone's watching us. I think we've been spotted. Should we leave? The man rubbed his face and sent a quiet voice transmission. If those people find out about you, you're finished. It's fine. I tipped them off. The man beside him explained, lazily leaning back in his seat. What? The man looked bewildered. You told them you've been following their daughter. Are you asking for death? Jizhou and Lan Ningche may be gone, but that Wang fellow hasn't left yet. He ground the last words out through clenched teeth.
Doesn't matter. Think I'm afraid of him.
The man let out a cold sneer, his voice dripping with disdain. Gu Yanshu received her husband's reply saying he had already locked onto the targets from the shadows. She breathed a slight sigh of relief, but her gaze still occasionally swept toward the back. As soon as the stage performance ended, she hurried over to pick up the 3 children. Seeing them emerge safely, she finally relaxed a little.
You performed very well. Go home and rest well today. You still have individual competitions ahead.
Gu Yanshu finished and prepared to lead the 3 away.
It's fine. We still want to rehearse the routines for the next 2 matches.
Jiang Xianwei and the other 2 didn't notice anything off about her. They were all chattering away about how to tweak their performance later, and how to make it even better. Unexpectedly, Gu Yanshu refused flatly.
No. Some other day. Today's scores aren't out yet, and you don't know where you lost points. The next matches are still a while away, so pick another time.
Realizing she had been harsh, she forced her tone softer and gentler. It was then that Gu Yao noticed her mother seemed off. She shot a meaningful look at Jiang Xianwei and Lin Zhe.
All right, Mom, we'll listen to you. Then we'll escort Yaya and the others home first. No need, we can head back ourselves, we're not kids.
Sensing something might be wrong, Jiang Xianwei glanced at Gu Yao, who nodded. Then she took Lin Zhe's hand to leave first. But Gu Yanshu, unable to relax, summoned the 5-color sparrow, and sent the other 2 home one after another.
Mom, what?
Before she could finish, Gu Yanshu suddenly grabbed her daughter, and leapt into the air. A huge transparent net glowing with an eerie red light descended from above, trapping the 5-color sparrow tightly. Hard as the general rank beast struggled, the net didn't tear at all. Instead, it tightened further.
What is this?
Gu Yao froze. The 5-color sparrow was a general rank beast, yet it couldn't even struggle free. Just what level were the people facing them? As the 2 plummeted, Gu Yanshu quickly withdrew the 5-color sparrow into the beast taming codex. Seeing her daughter's bewildered face, she explained what had happened in the audience during their performance. The wind howled past their ears as they fell at breakneck speed. Gu Yanshu remained composed, her eyes locked on the flying vehicle speeding toward them from afar. When the familiar aircraft caught them steadily, Gu Yao looked up from her mother's arms. Seeing it was their own family's vehicle, she asked,
Dad, you're here too. So they're nearby. But they seem to want to detain us. They didn't go for the kill with me.
Ouyang Qian landed the aircraft on the grass in the wilderness.
It's spatial lockdown.
Gu Yanshu summoned her spirit shadow phantom beast, a pure psychic-type pet.
Spatial lockdown again. Are they the same group?
Gu Yao stared at the spirit shadow phantom beast her mother had summoned. It was her first time seeing it. Unfortunately, her knowledge was insufficient to recognize it. The spirit shadow phantom beast was about Gu Yao's height, pure white all over, with golden neural pathways shimmering inside its body. It had no hands or feet, floating in midair like the ghosts in her storybooks. 6 diamond-shaped gems of various colors floated and revolved above its head, now radiating faint ripples of energy.
Over there!
Gu Yanshu's sharp gaze fixed on a spot diagonally ahead. As her words fell, the empty air began to warp and wriggle, gradually revealing 2 mysterious men in caps and masks.
So you're the youngest daughter of that woman from the Gu family. No wonder it recognized your daughter.
Qi Shao gazed at the spirit shadow phantom beast beside her. That beast was truly rare. The last time he'd seen one was over a decade ago.
Who are you? Why are you following us?
Gu Yanshu didn't answer. For one thing, she had long cut ties with them and had no contact. For another, she didn't want to drag them into trouble. Had it not been absolutely necessary, she wouldn't have summoned the spirit shadow phantom beast. The 2 before her were truly powerful.
Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I simply want to ask your daughter for a favor.
Before Qi Shao finished speaking, he and Gu Yao vanished from the spot.
Yao!
Gu Yanshu and Ouyang Qian cried out simultaneously, turning to the remaining man.
Where have you taken my daughter?
As she spoke, 5 brilliant flashes of light appeared. Gu Yanshu summoned all 5 of her beasts, instantly crowding the wide meadow. Seeing the situation, Tian Yang watched as Ouyang Qian also summoned his beasts. 9 beasts in total. He felt a headache coming on. He really didn't want to fight, but that fool had insisted on doing something like this right in front of the parents. Since that was the case, he'd better stabilize the situation before that Wang fellow arrived. As he thought this, his beast slowly materialized beside him. It was the Emperor-rank Dreamweaver spirit. The Dreamweaver spirit was hailed as a master of illusion in the beast world. All its attacks were illusory, yet they could make opponents believe with absolute certainty that they were real. This lineage of beasts was extremely difficult to deal with, even at the basic stage, a rare special existence that could evolve all the way from a single line. Their origin was far from simple. It seemed the man's ability to vanish with a Yao without a trace was absolutely inseparable from this Dreamweaver spirit.
Sacred Moonquake!
Gu Yao commanded the spirit shadow phantom beast, then glanced at the five-color sparrow, the frost sky earth dragon, the green-eye tentacle fiend, and the falling rain butterfly behind her.
Go!
One of the 6 diamond gems on the spirit shadow phantom beast's forehead suddenly detached, expanding and rotating before it. 2 short little hands emerged from its smooth body, and the golden lines all over its form began to flicker rhythmically. Cracks began spreading densely through the surrounding space, as if it might collapse at any moment. Tianyang frowned, tilting his head to signal the Dreamweaver spirit to subdue the 2 opponents, but not to hurt them. The Dreamweaver spirit was small, about the size of a 5- or 6-year-old child. It fluttered its iridescent wings, and when it saw the opponent freeze, it flew over, reached out, and snatched the beautiful gem right in front of the spirit shadow phantom beast. The spirit shadow phantom beast instantly deflated like a punctured ball, floating limply in midair and falling into deep slumber. As for the other beasts' skills, any that were aimed at it all vanished without exception at the moment they were about to make contact. Then the beasts fell asleep.
It's no use. Our strongest, the spirit shadow phantom beast, is only a king rank pet. That Dreamweaver spirit is emperor rank. There's no way we can win.
Yangchen held back Gu Yao, who wanted to attack personally.
But a Yao is in their hands.
The mere thought that her daughter was in their hands made it impossible for Gu Yao to sit back and do nothing. By now the spatial cracks around them had been repaired to their original state.
He hasn't attacked us, and our beasts are only sleeping. He's clearly stalling for time rather than actually fighting us.
Yangchen said, pressing an item into her hand.
This is an illusion-breaking tool. Once the spirit shadow phantom beast wakes up, the 2 of you should go find a Yao. They should still be somewhere around here. But what about you? Go find a Yao first. I'll be fine.
Yangchen squeezed her hand reassuringly. On the other side, Tianyang snatched the diamond-shaped gem from the Dreamweaver spirit's hand and examined it closely. It was the first time he'd learned that a spirit shadow phantom beast's crystal could detach from its body. What a beautiful gem! Seeing her favorite thing taken away, the Dreamweaver spirit shook its wings in displeasure and glared at its tamer.
What are you looking at? Even if you keep staring, it can't be yours. Once the spirit shadow phantom beast wakes up, this thing will go back.
Tianyang flicked the Dreamweaver spirit's head, telling it to keep a close eye on the beasts, or else he'd have to release Thought Control Domain and Absolute Hypnosis again if they woke up. Thought Control Domain was an Emperor-rank skill that consumed enormous energy, while Absolute Hypnosis was maintained by energy to keep opponents in an absolute slumber. That Wang fellow is probably about to arrive. Inside the Thought Control Domain, it should take him some time to find them. Hope he hurries. Qi Xiao lifted the girl by her collar, bringing her to face him.
You'd better keep your beast in line, or else you can forget about participating in the upcoming competitions. Smack!
Before he finished speaking, Mo Bao's vine lashed viciously across Qi Xiao's face, the skin under his mask stinging fiercely. Both of them froze. Qi Xiao's temple bulged with throbbing veins. Gu Yao meanwhile was thinking. Seeing that the man had not attacked Fox Treasure, or her, she wondered what sort of people she'd offended this time. It seemed they weren't the same group as last time.
Mo Bao, hold off.
Gu Yao called Mo Bao to stop and looked up at the man across from her.
Put me down first.
Qi Xiao took a deep breath, reminding himself not to forget the main mission, and forced down his fury at having been whipped. He set the girl down. He gently set her down. The moment her feet touched the ground, Gu Yao immediately stepped back and stared at him warily. Who are you? Qi Xiao. I told you wouldn't know me. As he spoke, he rubbed his face through the mask. Fortunately, as an Emperor-rank beast tamer, he had already begun cultivation, otherwise that whip would have sent him flying and torn his skin. Qi Xiao. She really didn't know him. You said it yourself. Since I don't know you, why did you grab me? We have no grudge. Are you just bored? I keep telling you I need your help. Qi Xiao was truly exasperated. He had said it wasn't an abduction, but wasn't anyone listening to him? It infuriated him, especially since he had still been hit with that whip. No matter how frantic he felt inside, he obediently pulled a dark stone from his robes. The stone had a crack, and within that crack a pearlescent energy flowed. What is this? Gu Yao wondered, stepping forward instinctively to get a closer look. The Tianqian stone. Seeing that the girl was still baffled, he continued in simple terms. A domain appeared where the god-level beast tamer fell. You can think of it as a tomb. This thing is the prophecy stone from the tomb. It didn't belong to that god-level beast tamer, she obtained it by chance. She said that perhaps one could break through beyond the god level. So in order to surpass her limits and reach an even stronger realm, she traveled far and wide, waging battles, and by chance came upon a divine relic. Qi Shao looked at the girl, who was staring at him with wide, serious eyes. He hesitated over whether to continue, because the rest was somewhat cruel. So this is the divine relic. So she broke through. Seeing him stop, Gu Yao thought that was the end, but it still felt incomplete. Why did you stop talking? Are you here to listen to a story? I'm not here to tell you one. Qi Shao placed the stone in front of her. It has chosen you. Only you can activate it, and only you can see the prophecy inside. Huh? Gu Yao took a step back, utterly shocked. You want to sacrifice me to a stone of questionable authenticity? Qi Shao couldn't follow her train of thought. Sacrifice? How did she jump to that? You're overthinking this. If you died, what difference would opening the prophecy make? Qi Shao was about to explode. Oh, I see. As long as I won't die, that's fine. I'm pretty scared of death, ha ha ha. Go on. As long as she was safe, Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Shao took another deep breath, and said, I need a drop of blood from between your brows. That's all. Then just take it. A drop of blood was something she could accept. She wanted to finish this quickly, and get back to her mother and the others. No, it must be voluntary. If I do it, it might not acknowledge you. That impressive. Gu Yao looked at the Tianqian stone in front of her, then reached out and took it. The stone felt warm to the touch, and the pearlescent glow in its crack flowed even more visibly, as if responding to her contact. Looking at the man before her, whose face she could not make out, Gu Yao hesitated. After all, he had only said that activating the Tianqian stone would not hurt her, but who knew whether he might kill her afterward? And after I open it. Since you said you need my help, you must have prepared a reward, right? Gu Yao began cautiously. Reward? You're a beast tamer too. Which beast tamer doesn't want to be the strongest? I provided the Tianqian stone, you provided the method. I'm not going to kill you to silence you. Qi Shao naturally understood her concern. What if I find and decipher the location or method of the Tianqian prophecy, and still need you later? I'm not that malicious, and certainly not that stupid. Not only will I not kill you, I'll even send people to protect you. I know that Tylite has already set his sights on you. His legendary beast Nikemu is fire attributed, and searching for a fire seed. Your three-colored sky fox escaped from his men. Those people will definitely not let it go without investigating. Wang Yanxi will return to the imperial capital before long, and he cannot protect you. Foxbao doesn't have anything on her. Wang Yanxi and the others already checked. Gu Yao heard the name Tylite for the first time. Previously she had only seen it in books and online. Tylite, the legendary level beast tamer of the Chuanda Key Galaxy. Was she really being targeted by someone so powerful? It's useless. They'll only believe themselves. Qi Shao looked at the girl's somewhat dejected expression, and swallowed the rest of his words. Open the Tianqian stone. Once I obtain the Tianqian prophecy, we'll be in the same boat. We can also unravel the secrets of this world. In the future you'll definitely be far stronger than Tylite. Gu Yao took a deep breath. There was no escaping him now, and her enemy was so powerful. He was right, she might as well take a gamble. With that thought, she raised the Tianqian stone in her hand, used the other hand to draw a drop of blood from between her brows, and let it fall gently onto the stone. The blood was absorbed instantly. The next second Gu Yao felt as if her head had exploded. The pain blackened her vision, and everything around her went silent. When she came to, she saw the man holding her. There was actually a trace of concern in his pitch-black pupils. How inexplicable. Gu Yao patted him, signaling that he should put her down. Let me down, I'm fine. Okay. Gu Yao clenched her hand. Empty. She looked at the man. The moment you put your blood on it, it disappeared. That has nothing to do with me. Then what about the prophecy? Didn't you say there was a Tianjin prophecy? Gu Yao was completely bewildered. She hadn't seen anything at all. It's on you. As he spoke, he took out a mirror. Sure enough, Gu Yao saw that a pure black symbol had appeared on her forehead. It looked somewhat like a small pictographic beast, but unfortunately it was just 3 simple strokes, forming a rough shape. She could not recognize it at all. Instinctively she raised her hand and touched it. Then a map appeared before her eyes along with 2 lines of illegible text. You see it. Only the map is clear. The 2 lines of text are completely blurry and unreadable. Can you draw the map? I'll go look for it. Once I find it, maybe the prophecy will be revealed. All right. Gu Yao had never learned to draw. Even copying directly, she could only manage a rough 80% likeness. She handed the drawing to him and scratched her head apologetically. You should be able to roughly recognize it, right? Drawing was a skill. There was no way she could learn it in such a short time. Anyway, this was the best she could do. Qi Shao looked at those clumsy snake-like lines and took yet another deep breath, telling himself not to lower himself to her level. Then he took the pen from her hand. He would have to do it himself. Right, exactly like that. Identical. I didn't expect you to be so good at drawing. Gu Yao gave him a thumbs up. Qi Shao glanced at her. Don't tell anyone but me. Otherwise, if an interstellar war breaks out, you'll be the culprit. What? Interstellar war. She thought about it. That made sense. After all, legendary level beast tamers were all trying to break through to god level. If anyone found out that she carried it, that was truly unthinkable. I understand. Hurry, and, before Gu Yao could finish asking him to send her back, the space around them began to shatter. Mom. Gu Yao spotted the 3 people in the rift at a glance and ran over. How are you? Are you hurt? Gu Yanshu held her child and checked her several times. I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Good. It was only after Gu Yanshu and Ouyang Qian checked her again and confirmed that she was truly unharmed that they breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Shao. So it really is you. Wang Yanxi blocked the man who was trying to flee. It's too late to run now. Qi Shao froze in place, unable to move. It was a territorial restraint. This guy had come way too fast. Bound and tied Tianyang's side. He shouldn't have trusted this kid. Damn it, he had been thoroughly screwed over. Humph, Wang Yanxi, you bastard. If you kill me, just wait for that little girl beside you to die with me. Qi Shao under restraint floated in front of Wang Yanxi. At those words, all 4 people froze. Ah. I was just joking. He had only wanted to provoke him, but he had gone too far. The instantly tightening force made Qi Shao hear the sound of his own bones snapping. What did you do to her? Wang Yanxi frowned. This guy was truly asking for death. And nothing. I didn't do anything. Qi Shao stammered weakly from the pain. Isn't she right there, with you? When space had torn open, Wang Yanxi's first glance had locked onto her. Seeing her completely intact, clear-eyed, and full of spirit was why he had relaxed. But he really couldn't trust this kid's words. With that thought, he looked at the sacred beast, heavenly deer. The latter stood obediently beside her, sensing his gaze. It glanced at Wang Yanxi, and shook its head. Tian. Hearing that she was all right, he was completely relieved. Moreover, the heavenly deer bore no signs of battle. Qi Shao truly hadn't laid a hand on her. What did you want with her? Bring me Qi Zhou's head. Put it in front of me, then whatever you want to know. I'll tell you everything. Wang Yanxi frowned. Forget it, take him back and interrogate him slowly. There were plenty of ways to pry open his mouth. Gu Yao looked at Qi Shao with utter bewilderment and blinked at him. Don't worry, I'll come back to find you. Sensing Gu Yao's gaze, Qi Shao curled the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. As the words fell, Qi Shao and Tian Yang's figures scattered into particles, like a collapsing mound of sand, and vanished into the air. Gu Yanshu was stunned by the sight. It was the first time she had seen such a thing. Sand shadow illusion and spatial reconstruction. They had prepared their escape route from the very beginning. Wang Yanxi withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at the 3 of them. Gu Yanshu quickly pulled her daughter into her arms. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for saving our lives. But Io has been frightened, so we'll take her home first. We will personally come to your door to thank you later. Gu Yao felt that Wang Yanxi was looking at her strangely. She instinctively rubbed her forehead. The fact that her parents hadn't asked about her forehead meant that there was nothing on it now. After watching for a while, Wang Yanxi nodded, took his leave, and turned away. Both Gu Yanshu and Ouyang Qian breathed sighs of relief. She simply could not understand why that man who clearly had countless ways to take her away had to make a scene that alerted everyone, and then insisted that the news be kept from everyone. Seeing her parents' watchful gazes, Gu Yao felt enormous pressure.
That's what happened. The man was just very strange. He said the blood between my brows could help him open something. I don't know anything more.
Gu Yao observed her parents' expressions. They seemed to believe her.
All right, then get a good rest today. If anything happens, call me and your father.
Gu Yanshu ruffled her daughter's hair, her tone gentle, but unable to mask her worry. Watching them leave, Gu Yao let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had not said too much, otherwise she would have had to keep covering up with lies afterward. Better to tell half the truth, besides that Qi Xiao was hardly going to bring it to her parents. At Di Qi, the holographic projection before him showed Qi Zhou and Lan Mingche with Wang Yanqi seated across from them.
It seems that fellow discovered us long ago, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared so conveniently right after we left.
Qi Zhou had never expected that the person he had been trying to catch all along was actually Qi Xiao. His expression soured.
What is your relationship with this man?
Noting his strange expression, Wang Yanqi asked the question. That man had met him several times, and every time he demanded the head of his brother. He had previously dismissed it as mere loose talk, until Gu Yao revealed his name was Qi Xiao. Now it was hard not to wonder. With the same surname, there had to be some grudge, right? Qi Zhou's face froze, and his Adam's apple rolled unnaturally.
It's nothing. No. There's no relationship. I've only heard that he's the illegitimate son my mother bore to a man surnamed Tian.
Lan Mingche's eyes flew wide in shock.
Why have you never mentioned this? I don't know much myself, just that much. My mother protected him very well. If it weren't for last time, when he was in danger, and she panicked in such an abnormal way, I still wouldn't have known.
Qi Zhou felt helpless as well. When he first learned about it, his immediate thought was that it couldn't be true. How could a woman like his mother care so much about anyone? Her eyes had room only for the Qi family and power. Wang Yanqi tapped his fingers on the table. Since this was their family affair, he did not feel he could comment.
Then what are you planning to do? You don't know him, but he clearly knows you. Every time we've met, he's asked me to bring him your head. Avoid him.
Qi Zhou slumped back into his chair.
My mother still runs our family. She treasures her child with that man that much. If I do anything rash, my father won't be able to protect me. He can't even protect himself these days.
Lan Mingche and Wang Yanqi exchanged a glance. Qi Zhou let out a long, weary sigh.
Then, Brother Zhou, your mother isn't thinking of letting her illegitimate son take over the Qi family, is she? Then what would you do?
Lan Mingche looked at his brother and asked. As long as Qi Zhou said he wanted the Qi family, they had more than enough ways to help him.
Let's talk about it later. I'm honestly rather afraid of my mother, and she's still in excellent health both physically and mentally. I haven't been thinking that far ahead for now. But she can't bring Qi Xiao back into the Qi family. My father's side would never allow it. If she could, she probably would have already.
Given how much she valued that man, Qi Zhou rubbed his temple, and said in a low voice.
Can your maternal grandfather, can your father's side really influence Aunt Qi? You might as well go to your grandparents instead. That should work better since they watched you grow up.
Lan Mingche finished slowly under Wang Yanqi's gaze. No matter what, given Qi Zhou's closeness to them, he could not help but add his 2 cents.
Let's leave this for later. How's your side going? With Qi Zhao's ability, taking the girl away quietly would be trivial. Why did it turn into such a public fuss that both you and her parents found out?
Qi Zhou changed the subject. This matter could not be resolved for now. If he could deal with it, he would have done so long ago. The problem was still his mother. She truly doted on that Qi Xiao, so the best move was to do nothing.
Gu Yao's mother, Gu Yanshu, is the youngest daughter of Gu Ling, the current head of the Gu family in the imperial capital. The little city of Jiyan really does hide crouching tigers and hidden dragons.
Wang Yanqi had not expected the girl to be Gu Ling's granddaughter, and that woman was so clever and formidable that even he found her a headache.
What? She's the one who stirred up the whole Gu family over a love affair more than 10 years ago.
Lan Ningche had been too young back then, and had only heard of it. It was said that afterward it escalated to severing ties with the family, and then the couple of lovers left the imperial capital forever. Only after they disappeared did the matter gradually fade from memory. Wang Yanqi nodded. The incident had stirred up such a commotion that everyone in high society knew about it, putting the Gu family to great shame, and as a result Gu Ling's temper had turned even worse.
How do you know?
Qi Zhou asked, puzzled. Lan Ningche snorted.
He certainly should know. He's that old after all. Maybe he practically watched Gu Ling grow up too.
The rest of his sentence was swallowed back under Wang Yanqi's cold stare. He snickered and pretended to be busy. Hearing that, Qi Zhou also realized that because Wang Yanqi looked just as young as they did, they always forgot his true age.
I saw her spirit shadow phantom beast.
Wang Yanqi was beginning to get a headache as well. He truly wanted to rub out that Lan fellow across from him.
By the way, the couple has been investigating us recently. Probably because of what happened last time when you used their daughter. With Qi Xiao stirring things up this time, maybe you can lay everything out on the table and cooperate with them.
As Qi Zhou was leaving, his people said someone had been asking about him.
And then there's one more thing.
Wang Yanqi hesitated. He recalled that the energy fluctuation around Gu Yao today had been completely different from before, as if she were shrouded by something. He had no idea what had happened between her and Qi Xiao. Without examining her body, he could not tell whether it was good or bad. There was no way to be sure. Not knowing anything made him somewhat restless. Qi Zhou and Lan Ningche waited for him to continue, then saw him suddenly grow annoyed. They exchanged a look, curious about what was going on.
Qi Zhou, you. Never mind. I'll go ask her in person. Tell your mother I have some questions about Qi Xiao.
So it was related to Qi Xiao again.
No problem, I'll go ask. If that doesn't work, you can come over later. Did Qi Xiao do something with Gu Yao?
Lan Ningche asked, forcing down his excitement and curiosity. He knew that whenever this guy had inexplicable mood swings, it was bound to be connected to that girl.
He didn't hurt that girl just to frame you, did he?
Lan Ningche's words made Qi Zhou's mind wander down a darker path. He now felt that this brother of his wanted to do away with that Qi Xiao. Wang Yanqi lowered his gaze.
He doesn't have that kind of ability. The real problem is Qi Xiao himself.
Hearing that the other men had not provoked him, Qi Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. This was not the right time. He could not fall out with his mother over this man, or he would end up in the same state as his father. Lan Ningche, on the other hand, was clearly itching with curiosity. He desperately wanted to know what had made their Wang Yanqi so agitated that he was going to ask in person. Wang Yanqi could not be bothered to watch Lan Ningche's wild imagination run rampant. He said a word to Qi Zhou and ended the holographic call. The next day, Jiang Xianwei and Lin Zhi were both scheduled to compete. Gu Yao wanted to go too, but the recent incidents had left Gu Yanshu and her husband unable to rest easy.
But I can't stay cooped up at home forever, or only go where you two go. Then,
she truly dared not say.
What would be the point of living?
What was more, she was genuinely afraid of death. But that Qi Xiao had said his people would protect her, so she should be fine. Whether Gu Yao truly believed the two of them were tied to the same rope, or she simply thought he was not a bad person, she indeed did not reject him as much as before. She even had a faint hint of trust in him. After a long discussion with her father and mother, they finally decided that she would send a safety message every half hour or so until she was home or had gone to find them. Gu Yao readily agreed. A few matches wouldn't take long, and after they were over she would go straight to the club to meet her mother. Gu Yao met them at the agreed spot. Jiang Xianwei hesitated, wondering whether she should ask about yesterday. After all, this was the first time she had seen Aunt Gu like that in all the years they had known each other. She had thought it over yesterday. The only thing that had happened recently was the matter with the second young master of the Rong family. She had already told her parents a rather embellished version, and had them send someone to warn him off. These past 2 days had really been an oversight. If only she hadn't trusted that teacher Jian's words and had handled it herself.
Was your mother upset yesterday? Did something happen?
Seeing that Yaya wanted to ask, but didn't know how to start, Lin just stepped forward and voiced his confusion.
No, she was just in a bad mood over work.
Gu Yao tried to think of a plausible excuse, otherwise they would keep worrying and asking.
A colleague quit at her company, and there was a mountain of client handover work, so she was irritated. What about you two? You looked at today's opponent's info when you got back, right? Of course. As long as I don't have to face those two intermediate-level spirit beasts, I'm still quite something.
Hearing that nothing was wrong, Jiang Xianwei relaxed, then crossed her arms, extremely confident about the match. Lin just smiled and added in a low voice,
I wonder who it was that couldn't sleep last night and kept pestering me to switch opponents because she didn't want to fight a fire attribute spirit beast. Shut up. I don't believe every fire attribute spirit beast can be as outstanding as our Yao Yao's. After all, my wood attribute little dragon isn't as strong as her heavenly deer. I'm not worried at all.
After all, the only fire attribute spirit beast she had personal experience with was Gu Yao's, whose power was absurdly strong in every way. That made her a little afraid of both fire and wood attribute spirit beasts. She was terrified that someone else's beast would be as strong as Gu Yao's too and instantly finish her off.
Honestly, I think the judges should just let Yao Yao enter the finals directly. Otherwise, it's way too unfair to the rest of us. Makes sense. I agree.
Think about Zhang Mian. With his intermediate-level spirit beast, he was basically guaranteed a semi-final spot, but now he lost straight in the elimination round. All he can do is gamble on luck in the consolation round. Gu Yao looked at the two of them playing off each other above her head.
Haha, let's go. Don't be late.
Jiang Xianwei pulled Gu Yao along, laughing happily.
Oh right, the exhibition match scores are out. We're currently first, 92 points.
Seeing the two of them look stunned, Jiang Xianwei looked helpless.
It's obvious you two didn't check the city news when you got back. And it's not just city news. Among the freshman competitions at academies nationwide, our performance has ridiculously high view counts. Because it was refreshing and different from the usual presentation style, many judges deducted only 1 point, and 2 didn't deduct any at all. So we also broke the freshman competition's highest score record.
Since Jiang Xianwei and Lin Jia had different venues, they had no choice but to split up. Gu Yao went with Jiang Xianwei. Jiang Xianwei went backstage to prepare while Gu Yao sat in the inner waiting section and looked up the scores online. She could hardly believe such a high score. In the freshman competition, anything above 60 was already considered excellent, so her initial expectation had been between 50 and 60, enough to advance to the finals. There was indeed already buzz online. The earlier Tricolor Sky Fox performance, with 3 spirit beasts, had already generated some attention, so its popularity was far higher than an ordinary freshman video.
Let's welcome No. 592 Li Qingya and No. 643 Fu Ku.
Li Qingya and Fu Ku. Gu Yao looked up and saw a young man and a young woman standing on the beast-taming stage. Looking at the boy across from her, who was almost too beautiful, Fu Ku grumbled inwardly. Those of them who had contracted intermediate-level spirit beasts had it really hard. They gave up so many benefits to take the risk of bonding with an intermediate beast only for Zhang Mian to run into Gu Yao, while she ran into Li Qingya. Those two were this year's hot favorites for the championship. Yesterday in the exhibition match, the intermediate-level Tricolor Sky Fox had made its first appearance in the freshman competition. Outsiders were so thrilled that they were busy figuring out how to corner people for interviews, but their fellow freshmen simply could not be happy. She wondered which spirit beast Li Qingya would send out. She remembered that his little sea serpent was only a beginner-level beast, and his other one had never appeared before.
Summon your spirit beasts.
Gu Yao's gaze fell on Fu Ku. Sure enough, it was the mature intermediate-level rock iron beast. Generally, very few people contracted an extremely powerful first spirit beast because contracting one at a high evolution level from the start reduced the feedback the tamer received from the beast. That was why many advanced tamers in the club did not contract the highest level beast within their reach. Instead, they raised one from the beginner level. First, to build a bond and tacit understanding, and second, to gain more feedback. Then Gu Yao looked at Li Qingya, a sea spirit. Gu Yao sat up straight, staring at the spirit beast. Its whole body was crystal clear, and snow-white with large pale eyes, crystal blue pupils, and an exquisite translucent crown on its forehead. Sure enough, anything even remotely connected to spirits was never ugly. There were only beautiful ones, and even more beautiful ones.
Match start.
The chatter below had not stopped since the spirit beasts were summoned. Suddenly a clear, low voice spoke beside her ear.
Who do you think will win between the two of them?
Gu Yao was startled and turned her head. It was the person who had stood beside Qi Xiao yesterday.
How did you suddenly appear here? You scared me. What's there to be scared of? I was tricked by that bastard and took a vicious beating yesterday, and I'm not even scared.
As he said this, Tianyang pulled down his mask. To her surprise, under the mask was a handsome, clean-cut young man. The bruised and swollen face from yesterday could hardly match the one before her today.
So you're the one he said would protect me.
Gu Yao turned her head back to the arena. No matter who won or lost, there was a good chance she would face them later, so she still needed to observe their skills and techniques.
Otherwise I'd have run away already, not stayed here. By the way, I'm Tianyang. What's your relationship with him? Boss and subordinate. With all the curses you fling at him, it doesn't look like an employer-employee relationship.
It looked more like a friendship.
He's my son, and I'm his dad. That's why I took the beating for him.
Thinking about how following that man meant either hiding out or filching like a thief, Tianyang felt he had really been born under an unlucky star. If it weren't that his father had been my uncle and had helped their family a great deal, why would he be suffering this kind of hardship? His words made Gu Yao look back at him. She skipped over the topic and asked,
Aren't you afraid of Wang Yinchi coming after you two now? The one they come after is only me. That guy was long gone. Even if Wang Yinchi caught me, it wouldn't help. I don't know a single thing about your deal or partnership with Qi Shao. I'm just a big fool, a total idiot.
It was her first time seeing someone insult himself so thoroughly. Clearly he had a considerable grudge against that Qi Shao. She stopped talking and watched the sea spirit on the stage. She knew water attribute beasts could summon rain and ice attribute beasts could summon snow, but a mix of snow, rain, and hail was a first for her. Even the rock iron beast opposite with its high defense was blocking in a miserable mess.
It's setting up bright moon over the sea. Watch closely.
Sea spirits were rare, and only a few ever earned the right to contract one. This technique was also something seen once in a century.
Setting up.
Gu Yao looked at the sea spirit, which seemed to be doing nothing.
Beginner-level spirit beasts can't execute it directly. Also, what you're seeing right now is fake. The rock iron beast can't see through it, but you're outside the arena. Can't you tell?
Tianyang's own spirit beast was of this type, so he knew at a glance that this sea spirit's skill proficiency was very low, and it could not pull off the technique every time.
But the injuries on the rock iron beast are real.
Gu Yao was confused. It looked perfectly real.
Because all of you believed it. If you believe something fake, it becomes real.
The rock iron beast's body had already gone stiff, completely incapable of using its own skills. Meanwhile, the opposing spirit beast had not moved yet. The technique on the field changed once again. The arena floor went from solid ground to water.
What's happening? What skill is this? I don't know. From the start until now it moved only once. How can it keep changing technique so much?
Everyone, including Gu Yao, was baffled watching the rock iron beast sink and struggle.
There is! If you ever go up against it, never let it release rain prayer. After the rain, all the techniques are fake.
Tianyang warned Gu Yao. He did not know which spirit beast she would send out, but no matter which one it was fighting, the sea spirit would require a great deal of effort to win, and she might even lose.
I thought illusion realm techniques only worked while you were actually inside them,
Gu Yao said, looking at Tianyang in confusion. If she had run into a situation like today's, her clash with Li Qingyao would have ended no better than that crag iron beasts.
How should I put it? Those involved are blind, and onlookers see clearly only applies to ordinary mental attribute skills. Illusion-type mental skills are also mental projections. Not only does the target get trapped, everyone who sees it gets trapped.
Tianyang leaned back in the rear seat.
Want me to practice with you? Practice.
Gu Yao was taken aback, then looked at him in confusion.
Does your tame beast also know illusion-type skills?
She instinctively shook her head.
No. If my parents found out, there would be trouble again.
As she spoke, she looked toward the beast taming stage, and happened to see Jiang Xianhua looking over at her, so she waved. Tianyang said lightly,
Then just don't let them know. Isn't that enough? It's the simplest thing in the world for me.
His gaze shifted to the stage. The light of the summoning array gradually faded, revealing the imposing netherwood yellow dragon within. Its scales cast a cold gleam under the sunlight, and the very spread of its dragon wings carried an oppressive pressure. A pure-blooded dragon-type tamed beast was simply a symbol of status. Across from it stood the flamehound Gu Yao had seen before, a species with a relatively milder temper among fire attributes. Wood was countered by the opponent, so Jiang Xianwen naturally would not use it again.
Dragon Wing Slash.
Her clear cold voice rang out, as several fierce blades of wind wrapped in the crackling of air tore toward the flame hound.
Blaze!
The flame hound reacted swiftly. Opening its mouth, it spat out a searing vortex of flame. The two forces crashed violently in midair, producing a deafening boom. Before the shockwave of the explosion had even faded, the flame hound surged forward. Its body flickered, and in an instant it split into two afterimages.
A clone!
Gu Yao watched the two flame hounds on the field, and felt her heart clench in worry for Yaya. Tian Yang looked utterly unconcerned, even taking the leisure to comment.
Relax. Even if the flame hound gets close, dragon-type beasts are tough enough to take a few hits with no problem.
What kind of nonsense was that? Take a few hits? Gu Yao glared at him.
Shut up! Thorn Dance. Bite!
Jiang Xianwei gave the command decisively, using Thorn Dance to hold one off. Even if the other got close, it could not possibly threaten the Netherwood Yellow Dragon.
Flame Vortex.
Using Flame Vortex at close range would maximize the damage. But Gu Yao had not expected the Netherwood Yellow Dragon to actually tank the hit, twist around, and clamp its jaws onto the flame hound's neck.
Fireball.
Hearing the opposing command, the Netherwood Yellow Dragon flapped its wings, mounted the flame hound, and sank its teeth into its neck without letting go.
Blaze.
The flame hound howled in pain and rolled across the ground. Gu Yao watched the two tamed beasts tumbling around. Those jaws really are good. But if it let go now, and used a skill, it would definitely land the hit. Jiang Xianwei on the stage had obviously had the same thought.
Let go Dragon Wing Slash.
The Netherwood Yellow Dragon immediately released its bite, flipped in midair, and the moment it pulled away, several blades of wind howled out. The flame hound had yet to react. It had barely staggered up from the ground when several whistling strikes slammed into it. A follow-up finishing move then hit it right in the head, sending it flying backward.
Get up quickly and use Flame Vortex.
The opposing Beastmaster's voice changed in panic. Before he even finished speaking, the Netherwood Yellow Dragon's follow-up Dragon Wing Slash had already arrived. The flame hound was blasted away by the final strike, crashed heavily outside the arena, and lost consciousness.
Match over. Netherwood Yellow Dragon wins.
The referee's verdict rang out. Jiang Xianwei looked at the unconscious flame hound and sighed in relief. Clearly the opposing pair's teamwork was not yet in sync, or the fight would have gone on longer.
See. Dragon types are thick-skinned and sturdy. Being scorched by fire feels no different to them than a gust of wind.
Tian Yang showed little interest in the match.
Her going to an exhibition match really is a waste of that pure-blooded Netherwood Yellow Dragon. It's fine. It's beautiful too, so it's not really a waste.
Relieved that the match was over, Gu Yao relaxed, and leaned back into her chair. Her Yaya could do whatever she wanted. What was all this talk of waste?
With her status and resources so high and abundant, it's such a pity for her to go into beast performance.
Tian Yang wailed inwardly. Comparing people to people really does drive you mad. Back then his family had been ordinary, and had only managed to walk the path of a beast master because his uncle supported them. Without family wealth and talent, one could never become a beast master in a lifetime. If it were not for that, would he have had to trail behind that person?
You investigated her too.
Gu Yao frowned. The Jiang family was in politics different from theirs. These two had better not cause trouble for her.
Do I even need to investigate her tame beast? Who are you insulting?
Tian Yang shook his head.
This is all plain as day. Okay. If it were an ordinary dragon-type beast, it might come from a well-off ordinary family. But a pure-blooded rare one. Someone without real status can't get their hands on it.
That was true. Gu Yao thought it over, and had to admit he had a point. Jiang Xianwei came out from the backstage area, and the two of them went to find Lin Zhi before setting out for the club together. Besides polishing the exhibition match routine, there was also additional combat training. After finishing everything, Gu Yao went home exhausted and collapsed into sleep the moment her head hit the pillow. She had barely fallen asleep when a sound came from the window. Gu Yao slapped her forehead. She had forgotten about the appointment with that guy.
Why did you climb through the window? You could have just waited downstairs.
Gu Yao got up and grabbed her jacket.
Your place is a villa district with dedicated beast masters watching around the clock. Of course, I had to take the unconventional route.
Tian Yang's words made Gu Yao pause for a moment. She had not known that before. Was this a villa district? There were only a few nice houses nearby surrounded by nothing much but trees, flowers, and grass. She had thought it was the outskirts, and she had no idea such strict security existed here. Gu Yao rode atop Fox Treasure and followed the man to an open piece of ground not far from home. The moment she landed, she saw a miniature flower sprite perched on Tian Yang's shoulder.
What is it? A Dreamweaver spirit. It's wearing a miniature wristband.
As soon as Tian Yang finished speaking, the Dreamweaver spirit stretched out and returned to its normal size.
Dream, dream.
The Dreamweaver spirit's voice was sweet and pleasant, and the crystal-clear wings behind it shimmered with a dreamlike glow in the moonlight.
So beautiful. With such lovely wings it looks like some kind of fairy spirit.
With a look like that, it's a natural talent for exhibition matches, Gu Yao marveled inwardly.
Don't give me that look. I can tell exactly what you're thinking. Who wants to go to an exhibition match? What's wrong with exhibition matches? Now you're judging things as high or low. Do you still want to try the illusion-type mental skill or not?
Tian Yang crossed his arms in dissatisfaction. He had come in the middle of the night to help this little girl, and instead, she was criticizing him.
I do still want to try it.
Gu Yao obediently shut her mouth. Tian Yang shook his head and said,
Raise your hand.
Gu Yao obediently raised her hand. The next second, a blade pierced straight through her flesh. Before she could cry out, Tian Yang covered her mouth.
It's fake. Impossible. It hurts so much. How can it be fake?
Enduring the pain, Gu Yao focused and felt carefully. Somehow it both hurt and did not hurt.
Psychological suggestion. From the moment you landed here, you had already entered the illusion. Everything you see now is fake.
Gu Yao still found it hard to believe. She focused again, and indeed felt no real pain, no real sensation. As she thought this, the blade piercing through her vanished, and there was no blood either.
It really was fake.
But in that instant, just now, she had truly believed it was real.
The method was a bit direct, and it scared you, but your understanding isn't bad.
Tian Yang nodded. Not too stupid after all.
When you start doubting whether it's real, all damage in the illusion disappears and can't harm you. Conversely, the more you believe it, the more severely you'll be hurt. But what if someone attacks with a real skill while using an illusion as a cover? That kind of situation must be fairly common, right? Don't worry. That's absolutely impossible for beginner-tamed beasts. Even stronger tamed beasts rarely do that because setting up an illusion requires intense concentration. If the illusion is so flimsy that it crumbles at a glance, then it has no real use, unless two people work together or two beasts work together. Then wouldn't it deal no damage? No, that's not right either. That crag iron beast today was genuinely hurt and passed out. It should be said that there is no true physical damage. Illusions belong to a somewhat higher class of mental skills. The difference is that illusion-type techniques actively guide you to hurt yourself and then kill yourself.
Tian Yang explained briefly.
Today's crag iron beast didn't faint from an attack by the sea sprite's skill. It simply believed the sea sprite's guidance and thought it was underwater, so it held its breath until it passed out. These are two different concepts.
Tian Yang watched Gu Yao sink into thought, wondering if he had said too much. After all, as far as he knew, this girl was a hopeless loser at school, someone who had only turned her life around after a sudden awakening.
Yen 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 yen.
Fox Treasure said it understood. It was too simple. Tian Yang looked at the beautiful tricolor celestial fox before him, paused, and nodded.
Fine. Since you can remain undisturbed by illusions, it's fine if she sends you into battle. Yen 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 yen.
No problem. It just so happened that it had not fought in a long time. The last time it had appeared was still an exhibition match. And the celestial deer had already fought several matches. If this went on, its beast master would soon forget all about it. Hearing this, Gu Yao's thoughts snapped back, and she looked at Fox Treasure.
All right. It's too late today. Tomorrow you can try against my Dreamweaver spirit. Huh? Tomorrow. At this same time.
Gu Yao tilted her head to look at him. Why was he even more eager about it than she was?
A master of my level is being your training partner, and instead of being grateful, you want to pick the time.
Gu Yao watched the grown man huff and turn away in annoyed coldness, and she felt he had a point. Someone who could hold off her parents was certainly not weak. She walked around to face him.
At your age, you're still angry with a child like me. Shame on you. Tomorrow same time as usual. Whatever you say. Don't flatter yourself. You're not that Gu Yao. I won't listen to you. Oh, then I'll head back now.
Gu Yao patted Fox Treasure's head and prepared to leave only to see Tianyang looking at her, with his head tilted and a half-smile.
I'm afraid you don't need to go back. Do you remember that I said all of this was fake? What you said was that it only became fake after I landed.
Gu Yao carefully looked around as she spoke, although she could not see anything unusual.
You trust my words that much?
Tianyang crossed his arms and grinned.
Actually, everything after you saw me is fake.
The moment he said it, Gu Yao watched the surrounding trees and grass dissolve. She was sitting on her bed, and even the jacket she remembered casually grabbing before leaving was still at the side of the bed, not moved an inch. Gu Yao turned her head in disbelief.
Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. Tianyang laughed joyfully at the girl's shocked expression, waved with satisfaction, and his figure slowly faded away. The Dreamweaver spirit copied his gesture, waved its hand, flashed the same mischievous grin of a successful prank as Tianyang, and vanished along with him. Who could sleep after that? Gu Yao lay in bed, utterly unable to figure out at which step she had been fooled. The next day all three of them had matches. Linja and Jiang Xianwei each had 2, while Gu Yao had only 1. It was already afternoon when the matches ended. Tianyang looked at the advancement list on the web page and followed the 3 girls, maintaining a certain distance. We should celebrate today. All 3 of us made it through. The matches ahead will be tighter, and school is about to start soon. There won't be much time to have fun left. Jiang Xianwei said, as she flipped through her phone. Linja meanwhile scrolled through the advancement list. 82 people. I didn't think so many would be eliminated in just a few days. Please don't let me be paired with either of you. What are you afraid of? Both the advancement round and the semifinals have a second chance round. Even if you can't beat us, can't you beat them? Seeing Linja's miserable expression, Jiang Xianwei laughed with delight. Don't say things like that. Yao Yao and Zhang Mian, Li Qingya and Fuku, I really do have a chance of running into one of you. I don't want to end up like those 2. Linja sighed. Strictly speaking, he did feel rather sorry for those 2. The elite class selection shouldn't look only at rankings, right? After all, maybe luck is part of it. Gu Yao held Fox Treasure in her arms, while Ink Treasure sprawled on her shoulder. These shrinking bracelets and mini bracelets were from the box that Lan Ningche had given as an apology last time. She had left them aside before without knowing what they were. It wasn't until yesterday, when she saw the Dreamweaver spirit, that she remembered them. Though I feel the same way, the first batch of the elite class truly only looks at the freshman tournament rankings. As for the number of people, that's decided by the instructor in charge. Jiang Xianwei sent the restaurant she had picked to the group chat, then added, but those who had bad luck aren't completely without a chance. The elite class also operates on survival of the fittest. Ordinary class students have the right to challenge. As long as they beat an elite class student, they can take that spot. That's good then. As long as there's still a chance, it's fine. After yesterday's first-hand experience, Gu Yao was already mentally prepared to suffer an unlucky failure. After all, Linja was right. With so few people left, meeting a strong opponent early was only natural. Did you watch Li Qingya's match yesterday? The one with the sea spirit. I saw him in the match right before Yaya's yesterday. Linja could tell from her expression. Even you don't feel confident. Is that Li Qingya really that strong? Linja was also worried about the sea spirit's attack style. After all, when everything was vague and unknown, how was he supposed to fight it? It's fine. Let's go see Aunt Gu. Yao Yao's mother should know how to handle this kind of situation. Jiang Xianwei patted the 2 of them. We'll go after dinner. During the meal, Gu Yao had sent her mother a message in advance to explain the situation. Her mother told them to come straight up when they arrived. After watching Li Qingya's battle replay, Gu Yanshu was also surprised. Among newly contracted freshmen, there was actually such a rare and powerful spirit beast. No wonder the children felt helpless. Thinking this, Gu Yanshu went to the online commission hall, looked for a spirit beast with illusion-type skills, and contacted a beast tamer. This kind of training had to be experienced firsthand before one could learn how to fight against it. When Gu Yao and the other 2 arrived, the person who had accepted the commission had also arrived. His spirit beast was high level though. As Gu Yao watched him use his skill, she compared the 3 illusions she had seen over the past 2 days. Clearly Tianyang's Dreamweaver spirit was superior. Having seen a good one, the one before her was lacking in detail and felt less real. She wondered if she would feel the same way if she encountered Li Qingyao. As long as she wasn't affected, it wouldn't be that dangerous. After the training ended, Gu Yao and the other two sat down on the spot. Yao, what's wrong with Aunt Gu? Jiang Xianhua lifted her chin and said softly, should we tell your mother to rest? Don't let herself get worn out. Hearing this, Gu Yao turned her head and saw her mother staring blankly ahead, eyes dull and vacant, delicate brows knitted together, looking troubled and sorrowful. Should we go see her? It was Jiang Xianhua who had leaned over and asked in a low voice. You two keep practicing. With that, Gu Yao stood up and walked over. Mom. Gu Yanshu was startled by her daughter, composed herself, and said with a smile, what's wrong? I'm fine. It's you. Are you all right? You've been spacing out for quite a while. Do you want to rest? Gu Yao felt genuinely uneasy seeing her like this. Have I? I was just thinking about something. It's nothing, don't worry. Gu Yanshu ruffled her daughter's hair. I've been so busy lately that I didn't have time to watch your matches. Just now Yaya said all three of you advanced. Mom, what are you busy with? Adult matters. For now you just focus on preparing for your competition. I'll handle everything else. Gu Yao nodded, but she had other plans in mind. When had her mother started becoming so busy? Had something happened? That evening when they went back, Tianyang was sitting on the balcony, and Gu Yao stood next to him. What's up? Why are you staring at me like that? Tianyang was baffled by the girl's fixed gaze. After Qishao took me away that day, did you get into a conflict with my parents? No, I only hypnotized them. I'm a peace-loving person. I don't like fighting and killing. Tianyang relaxed when he heard that this was about that matter, then added, but I did have a bit of physical conflict with your parents. Gu Yao's relieved heart rose again. Physical conflict? What do you mean? Literal meaning. When an emperor-level spirit beast cultivates, part of its power transfers into the beast tamer's body. So from now on you have to be wary of spirit beasts, and also of emperor-level beast tamers. Tianyang explained. Seeing Gu Yao's expression turn unpleasant, he quickly added, but I didn't strike first. My task was only to keep your parents occupied. I wouldn't use lethal force. Gu Yao was dubious. Really? Of course. Later Wang Yanxi came, and he teamed up with your mother to beat me up. You saw that yourself. That was true, so Gu Yao nodded. But why did you think to ask about this now? Tianyang was puzzled since it was already 2 or 3 days after the fact. My mom hasn't been well lately, and I also haven't had dinner with my dad in a long time. That's really abnormal. Gu Yao had assumed that occasional busyness was normal since they all had work. But looking back, they had never gone as long without sitting together as they had during this period. Nothing seemed to have changed, yet something was clearly wrong. Tianyang watched the girl sink into thought. He opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to swallow his words, and say something else instead. Ask your brother. Maybe he knows. I did. He said the frequency of our parents' contact with him had also changed. He even asked me if something had happened. Gu Yao raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. Actually, my brother knows the least about a lot of things right now. He's preparing for the National Intermediate Academy tournament, so some things are kept from him. Do you know the Gu family? Gu Yao looked up in confusion. Tianyang hesitated, uncertain whether to speak. After all, he didn't know much, and it wouldn't be good to mislead her. Moreover, from her reaction, she clearly knew nothing at all. He guessed the family had never mentioned it, which made him even more unsure whether to continue. The Gu family you mentioned, is that the same Gu as my mother's and my surname? Gu Yao didn't understand why Tianyang had suddenly stopped talking. Could he have misunderstood? After all, sharing a surname was a normal coincidence. Your mother never told you about the Gu family? Tianyang nodded, double-checking. If she truly had, then it probably wasn't convenient for him to say. No. You investigated our family. Do you know something? Gu Yao grew anxious when he suddenly fell silent. If your mother doesn't want you to know, there's likely a hidden reason. What if something goes wrong if I tell you? Tianyang turned his head away, avoiding her eyes. If something really is wrong, the sooner you tell me, the more prepared I can be. Maybe my mom and dad are too worried to think clearly. Tell me what you know, and I promise I won't let my parents know that I know. Gu Yao grabbed him, afraid that if she pushed him too hard, he would run away. If that happened, who knew when she would ever learn these things? Tianyang tugged at his clothes and told her to let go, but Gu Yao held on firmly. The two were locked in a standoff for a while before Tianyang tilted his head back and knocked it lightly against the wall. I've had enough with Qi Xiao, and now here comes you too. Why is my life so bitter? Everyone came to bully him. Did he really look that easy to bully? There were too many bad people in this world. I'm not taking your information for nothing. I'll give you money. Seeing his attitude waver, Gu Yao pressed her advantage. Life isn't bitter. With money, how could it be bitter? Tianyang watched the girl raise a hand and transfer 100,000 to him. A deposit. If you tell me everything you know, you can name the final payment. Gu Yao brought a stool over and asked Tianyang to come inside and sit. No need. Tianyang took the stool, sat outside the balcony, and told Gu Yao to sit back inside. I'll say this first, I don't know that much. Gu Yao nodded. That's fine. Tell me as much as you know. Tianyang nodded, and had the Dreamweaver spirit take the tricolor sky fox and the sky deer over there to practice. Gu Yao tilted her head and studied him. This guy really was strangely stubborn in certain ways. What are you looking at? If I promise to help you train, I naturally have to keep my word. Tianyang snorted, turned his head to look outside, and thought about where to begin. In the imperial capital there are 3 powers and 4 families. Huh? How does that work? Gu Yao didn't understand. Don't interrupt. The Wang family controls the Dicky Spirit Beast shop. You could say they control the spirit beasts of the entire galaxy. You naturally know what spirit beasts mean to us. Tianyang glanced at Gu Yao as he spoke. Wang Yanxi holds a very high position in Dicky. Qi Xiao didn't tell me the details, but I could tell from the way he resented Wang Yanxi yet didn't dare provoke him. His rejection and fear of Wang Yanxi aren't only about strength. Gu Yao lowered her head. The latter part was clearly meant for her to hear. Thinking back over everything, there really were many things she had overlooked. Right now our Tianlong nation dominates Blue Star alone, but that wasn't the case before. The current alliance is under our control. In the past, there were 3 nations. 100 years ago, because of some conflict of interests, the Gu family led the beast tamers to wipe out the other 2 nations. That's why only Tianlong remains. Can one family take on a nation by itself? Gu Yao's tone was full of disbelief. Because basically all the beast tamers on Blue Star are under the Gu family's control. When you went to the registration office, do you remember the emblem there? Seeing her blank look, Tianyang knew she hadn't paid attention. If you open their official website now, you can see it too. 80% of Tianlong's officials are from the Gu family. 80%. Gu Yao stared at the logo on the official website, stunned. How is that possible? Tianyang smiled and shook his head. Why not? Did you think the world belonged to everyone? Oh! At your age, thinking that is understandable. Then what about the other 2? Gu Yao didn't argue with him. She knew the world was like this, but hearing it with her own ears still made it somewhat hard to believe. The other 2 are the Qi family and the Lan family. There's someone from the Lan family you should have met, Lan Minche. Gu Yao nodded. The Lan family is backed by the Wang family, which is why I said 3 powers and 4 families at the start. So they're backing the Lan family to seize power from the other 2. Of course not. Well, not exactly. The main reason is that other star systems are putting increasing pressure on Blue Star. No matter how much they fight in the imperial capital, they won't just watch Blue Star be devoured by those people. The Lan and Qi families each have 2 branches. Their main branches are both on Blue Star. One side branch is in Telyu, and the Qi families is on Haiyan Star. Telyu is the 6th largest star system. Over the past century, it has been quietly trying to push out the 5th-ranked Tatak, and it can be considered backed by the Wang family. Gu Yao's head was spinning. Why was it so complicated? Forget it. I've drifted too far. Seeing how dizzy Gu Yao looked, Tianyang pulled the conversation back to the original topic. Your mother has a spirit beast. You've seen it, right? The spirit shadow phantom beast. The one with 6 gems on its head. This spirit beast only recognizes the Gu family bloodline, so your mother is definitely from the Gu family. The relationship probably isn't distant. She might even be from the direct line. Her mother indeed had never told her any of these things. As far as she could remember, she had never seen that spirit beast before except on that recent occasion. The last time she seemed to hear Gu Yao say that her mother was the youngest daughter of someone in the Gu family, but at the time, she hadn't paid much attention to it. But judging from the situation, Gu Yao knew more than Tianyang did. The Dreamweaver spirit brought the tricolor sky fox and the sky deer back at the same time as yesterday. I'm leaving. Forget the final payment. Other than your mother's matter, everything else you can look up online, or you'll learn it in the Intermediate Academy's history class. Sooner or later you'd know anyway. Gu Yao watched him disappear into the night. She stood on the balcony in a daze for a while, then went back inside to rest. The next day began like any other, except that after waking up, Gu Yao first called Tianyang over. Where is Gu Yao now? Can you contact him? I can't reach him. Our contact is one way, only he can find me. Besides, on this trip, he has to pass through a long signal dead zone, so I can only wait for him to reach out. Gu Yao couldn't see Tianyang, but his voice sounded directly in her mind. It seemed he was at least a royal rank beast tamer. After all, how could an ordinary person transmit his voice by a secret art? After getting ready, Gu Yao took Fox Bao and Mo Bao downstairs for breakfast. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she could see the gloom written clearly on her mother's face. What time is your match today? Gu Yanshu sighed inwardly and adjusted her tone to ask gently. 3 in the afternoon. Yeah, and the others have theirs in the morning. We'll still compete together and come back together just like before. Gu Yao bit her chopsticks, hesitated, then opened her mouth. Mom, would you like to rest for a few days? You look so tired lately. Since these days are peaceful and uneventful, why not take this chance to rest? Gu Yanshu placed the energy-nourishing meal in front of the two pets. If your match is in the afternoon, I'll have time then. Gu Yao nodded, her eyes flickering as she asked in a seemingly casual tone, Mom, did you and Dad investigate Wang Yanxi? What did you find? After all, he knows so much. Gu Yanshu glanced at her daughter, naturally understanding what she had left unsaid. It's fine. You don't need to be on guard against him. He won't hurt you. Gu Yao watched the shift in her mother's attitude, lowered her eyes in a docile expression, and nodded. That's good. If Mom says he's a good man, then he is one. Of course he isn't a good man, Gu Yanshu retorted inwardly, but she couldn't help sighing in her heart. Still, Wang Yanxi knew about the ties between himself and the Gu family, and knowing he would not do anything to Io did set her mind at ease. And yet, Gu Yao watched her mother's expression shift. Why had she never noticed before how easily her mother's moods could be read? But since there were things her mother refused to say, Gu Yao could only pretend not to know. After finishing her meal, she went to find Jiang Xianyu separating from her mother, and telling her not to bother sending her off. When Jiang Xianyu saw Gu Yao walk in, she quickened her pace as she ate. Huh? You got up this early today? Jiang Xianyu had just spoken when she noticed the dark circles under Gu Yao's eyes. Did you not sleep well? It's nothing, just a bit of insomnia, Gu Yao casually made up an excuse. Why are you by yourself? Did your parents leave so early for work? The freshman tournament is more than half over, and the national tournament starts again in 2 months, so they've been really busy lately. Jiyun City is the venue for the Eastern Division Finals this time, which is why they're especially swamped. Jiang Xianyu tidied up and grabbed her jacket. Let's not worry about them. After the qualifying rounds end over these next 2 days, it will be the semi-finals and finals after school starts. Time is tight, and we have plenty of things to deal with. The two of them met up with Linja and headed together to the largest arena in the East District. Now that there were fewer matches, the smaller sub-district venues had all been closed. Gu Yao sat in the spectator stands, and Tianyang was sitting right beside her. Tianyang watched Gu Yao face the arena, appearing to watch the match, but actually staring blankly into space, lost in her own thoughts. He knew he never should have told her that yesterday. Now he had made the poor girl depressed. Gu Yao was recalling that no one in her family had ever mentioned people like her grandparents, nor were there any memorial rites each year. Unless both of her parents were orphans, there was only one possibility. Her mother and father had eloped to this place. Her older brother probably knew something about this matter, but how could she get something out of him without making him suspicious? Your friend is about to lose. Tianyang's voice pulled Gu Yao back from her thoughts. She quickly focused on the arena. There was nothing out of the ordinary. You tricked me. Why overthink it? You're just a little kid now. Even if you knew the whole truth, you would have neither the right nor the ability to make a choice. Focusing on the match before you is the real priority. Tianyang took out snacks and a drink from his backpack and handed them to her. Don't be shy, it was bought with your money. Easy for you to say. If it weren't affecting my life right now, I definitely wouldn't bother with all this. She hadn't seen her father at night for days. All she knew from her mother was that he was busy and came home late, and that nothing major was going on. But her mother's spirits were also low, constantly worried and gloomy, yet she forced herself to perk up whenever she saw Gu Yao. How could she pretend that nothing had happened? Tianyang found her argument reasonable. When they had secretly watched her family before, the atmosphere had indeed been relaxed and the whole family had been happy and harmonious. Thinking about it further, it was all the Qi Xiao's fault. Tianyang cursed the bastard in his heart, the one who had turned someone else's family upside down, and then simply walked away without a second thought. Cursing to himself still wasn't enough. He took out his communicator, logged onto the entire star network, and began a tirade right in front of Gu Yao. His scolding made so much sense that Gu Yao, watching from the side, almost got angry. She hadn't even thought of blaming Qi Xiao before. The man being cursed, meanwhile, was piloting a starship through an asteroid field. Places like this demanded absolute focus, yet just then his nose itched, and he let out a sudden sneeze, causing the side of the ship to graze an asteroid. That Tianyang must be cursing me behind my back again. He sure knows how to pick a time. Qi Xiao steadied the ship while thinking that once he got back he would settle the score with that brat. You two have a pretty tense father-son relationship. Gu Yao smiled as she watched their chat interface. Most of it was Tianyang ranting one-sidedly, while the other side occasionally sent a single reply. So don't you ever have a son? Tianyang answered without lifting his head. This is a cautionary tale. Thanks, I've received the advice. Gu Yao responded absently, watching the Huangxing unicorn on the stage. She wondered whether she would run into Lin Zhe in the later semifinals and finals. She already had a good read on Li Qingya, but she still didn't know much about Lin Zhe's Jinkaka, even though she had seen battle videos of that species before. Last time when she encountered Rong Yute's phosphorus Kaka, it had gained an extra fire attribute. A basic tier Jinkaka, on the other hand, was a pure psychic-type beast. Like most ordinary psychic-type beasts, it was extremely susceptible to the influence of other elemental energies in its surroundings during evolution. The Huangxing unicorn's light power was clearly stronger than it had been the last time they fought. Its opponent was a Mumu Scorpion, a wood attribute basic tier beast. Having survived all the way to the qualifying rounds, it naturally had some real ability. Not only did it have the intermediate skill Parasitize, but the techniques it used also carried venom that was easy to contract, making battles quite troublesome. Do you think Lin Zhe will lose? Jiang Xianwei rushed over from backstage. Aren't you two a bit too inseparable? You were even back there keeping him company just for that little bit of time. Gu Yao curled her lips and said nothing. Next time I'll send you onto the stage too. Fine, your pout could be used to tether several donkeys. I don't care about that. You do care. You must care. Jiang Xianwei hugged her arm and refused to let go. Are you going to watch or not? Gu Yao turned her face toward the arena. You still haven't answered me. Do you think he can win? That beast looks ordinary, but all the way through it lost only one match, the one against Li Qingya. Losing only once out of 3 matches is pretty impressive. After all, that opponent is truly formidable. Jiang Xianyue's eyes were on the stage, but her mouth never stopped. He should win, but he'll also need to finish it quickly. The Huangxing unicorn has concealed light. As long as he uses it well, and doesn't get hit, winning is still no problem. Gu Yao watched the Mumu Scorpion searching for the vanished Huangxing unicorn. As long as it doesn't get poisoned, beating the Mumu Scorpion is actually quite easy. Li Qingya's little sea serpent won, because its venom was stronger, so it wasn't affected as badly. Jiang Xianwei nodded. Hearing Gu Yao say this, she felt less anxious and watched seriously. But it was very strange. The Mumu Scorpion was hitting its target 2 out of every 3 attacks. That probability was far too high. Could it be that the Huangxing unicorn had already been parasitized? Sweat broke out on Lin Zhe's forehead. Concealed light was an intermediate skill which consumed a great deal of energy for a basic tier beast, so he ordered it to stop using concealed light. It wasn't helping anyway. What's going on? How can that thing attack so accurately? Jiang Xianyue, watching below, couldn't understand it either. Gu Yao had previously only known about the parasitized skill. she never knew it could also determine direction. She had thought it merely interfered with and absorbed the opponent's energy. Vine whip. Concealed light. Linja called out. They could not afford to be hit again. The Huangxing unicorn's movements had already begun to slow. If it got hit again, it might very well lose. Huangxing. The Huangxing unicorn appeared behind the Mumu scorpion and fired a light burst from its mouth. At such close range there was no way the opponent could dodge. Parasitic burst. Mumu. Since dodging was no longer possible, it might as well trade wounds for wounds, and see who could hold out to the end. Gu Yao hadn't expected parasitize to be able to burst. That truly caught her off guard, and she was even less prepared for the opponent to choose a one-for-one exchange. Huangxing. Mumu. With the explosion, both beasts cried out in pain. Power of light. Linja watched the Huangxing unicorn rapidly absorbing the light around it. This skill had two states. One was like a passive standby that absorbed light slowly on its own. The other actively absorbed the surrounding light at high speed and converted it into energy. However, the active release had a cooldown restriction and could not be used twice in a short time. When the skill ended, the Huangxing unicorn's condition had noticeably improved by a great deal. As for the Mumu scorpion, its parasitic seed had already burst, and it could no longer absorb the opponent's energy, leaving it in far worse shape. This was a good opportunity, Linja thought. This time, he had to be careful not to get hit again. If it was parasitized again, it wouldn't have a second power of light to use. Jiang Xianwei and Gu Yao sitting below sighed with relief. With things going as they were, Linja was sure to win. The Huangxing unicorn's final wisp of energy condensed into a light arrow that stabbed into the Mumu scorpion. Having dodged attacks with concealed light, while unleashing skills at the same time, its body no longer had any energy left. Seeing the Mumu scorpion collapse, Linja's lifted heart settled back down. The match is over. Huangxing unicorn wins. This year's freshmen are really strong. That's right, whoever becomes champion this time will definitely be the most credible freshman tournament champion ever. Exactly. There are also more beast types this year than before, and I don't even know which one to choose for my kid. As soon as the match and announcement sounded, Jiang Xianwei hugged Gu Yao excitedly and cheered along with the audience below. Jiang Xianyue's own match later was not so tense, and she calmly secured a victory. As for who had it easiest, Gu Yao absolutely had it easiest. Still, after eating lunch and waiting until 3 o'clock, she felt somewhat nervous. After all, she was the only one left with an intermediate tier beast. But when Gu Yao stood on the stage, the referee discussed matters for a moment, then came back and directly announced that Tianlu won. Her opponent had forfeited. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. After all, many people had come to see a fight, but just as many thought that if they were in the opponent's shoes, they would have made the same choice. The resurrection round wouldn't have such a strong opponent.
Actually, if it were me, I'd definitely choose to forfeit too. The chances of winning in the resurrection round are clearly much higher. That may be true, but to surrender before even fighting, using the rules wisely, there's nothing wrong with that.
After the match, Gu Yao and her two companions left together. They ran into quite a few people who had come specifically to see Gu Yao compete today. Since her opponent had forfeited, and she advanced directly, without a match, naturally these spectators were full of complaints. The three of them exchanged glances, and silently slipped out through another exit. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Ouyang Chen waiting for them.
Bro, what are you doing here? Well, since school has started, the teachers gave us 2 days off. After all, the semifinals and finals are the day after tomorrow.
Ouyang Chen took out drinks from his backpack and handed them to the others.
By the way, I'll take you to the dormitory to sort out your luggage. You can't leave it in storage forever.
Huh?
Shinji, we can enter the girls' dormitory.
Linja was surprised to hear this.
These 2 days it's allowed since no one stays there. And after 2 months of vacancy, although the school had cleaning done before the semester started, the students still have to tidy up themselves. After all, they'll be living there for 6 years.
Ouyang Chen walked ahead and led them to the luggage storage area. He entered Gu Yao and Jiang Xianyue's identity information, and then the responsible intelligent robot gave them new bedding.
All daily necessities are distributed uniformly by the school, with quality above average in the market. If you don't like them, you can bring your own.
Ouyang Chen was holding the big plush doll retrieved from storage. He tilted his head to look at his sister.
You brought it to school. What will you do when you sleep at home? It's not staying at school permanently. Once I get used to school, I'll bring it back.
Gu Yao explained sheepishly.
It's fine. If you can't sleep in a new environment, we can share a bed for the time being.
Jiang Xianwei scooted over and leaned against Gu Yao's shoulder.
Can we be assigned together? Aren't dorms random? Oh, if we get into the elite class, we'll have to move to the exclusive dormitory for the elite class, and then we'll be able to choose.
Jiang Xianwei hugged the quilt.
You absolutely must pick a double room then. Your ranking will definitely be higher than mine. Hum. For now, just organize your things and leave them there. Once the rankings come out, a dedicated teacher will take you to the dormitory reserved for elite class students. Such a big separation,
Linja exclaimed.
Can't be helped. The elite class curriculum is tailored to each student, fast-paced and heavy. It's impossible to keep them together with the regular classes. Everyone's situation is vastly different.
In all his years at school, Ouyang Chen had mostly spent his time studying and training, occasionally competing in exchange matches with other schools. Dull yet fulfilling and busy. Hearing Ouyang Chen's words, Linja wanted to join the elite class even more. In the elementary academy, everyone had been together, so the difference wasn't obvious. But now, at the intermediate academy, he hadn't expected the lines to be so clearly drawn. Gu Yao withdrew her gaze from Linja and looked at Jiang Xianwei.
By the way, what time is our exhibition match tomorrow? In the morning at 1150.
Jiang Xianwei opened a web page.
The finals are the day after tomorrow in the evening. The schedule is a bit tight. Tomorrow the qualifying contests finish. The day after tomorrow, there are the semifinals with the resurrection round in the afternoon. The day after that is the competitive match finals, followed by the competitive championship finals and the exhibition match finals. It's fine. Since school has started, they need to sort out classes and people quickly. I expect the elite class teachers have already snatched up their students.
Ouyang Chen helped them pack and organize their luggage, ready to take it directly once dorms were assigned after the competition.
Snatch students.
Jiang Xianwei was a bit worried.
Isn't it our own choice? Of course. If you're not satisfied, you can go to the teachers and request to transfer to another team. At present, there are singles 5-person team matches, solo exhibition, and 3-person team exhibition. That's good.
Hearing this, Jiang Xianwei breathed a sigh of relief.
Don't worry. Our school's exhibition match results are good, so the teacher in charge has some say. If you really want to do exhibition, there's absolutely no problem.
With Jiang Xianyue's current performance, finishing in the top few is no problem at all. Moreover, given teacher Bai Niannian's ability, as long as Jiang Xianwei wants to go, it's certainly within reach. The competitive matches have 2 coaches, while the exhibition matches have 2 teams, but only 1 coach.
Have you truly made up your mind?
Gu Yao looked at Jiang Xianyue's relieved expression and softly asked.
Are you sure? Of course. What about you? What are you thinking now? Going for competitive or exhibition?
Jiang Xianwei nodded. Up to now, she knew very clearly what she wanted to do, and what she wanted.
Competitive. My spirit beasts also want to grow stronger.
Gu Yao didn't hesitate as she had before. She too wanted to be like Yaya, picking something she loved, and then walking that path firmly without wavering. That evening, Ouyang Chen noticed his sister signaling him with her eyes, and comfortingly rubbed her head. As soon as he had returned, he too felt that the atmosphere at home was noticeably different from before. He told Gu Yao to go to sleep first, as he was going to talk to their mother. Gu Yao nodded, and once back in her room, went to train with Tian Yang.
Why does your brother take your father's surname? I've actually wanted to ask for a long time. Is your family that casual?
Tian Yang handed over a fruit.
Has your mouth stopped at all today?
Gu Yao looked at the sweet crystal fruit in front of her and took it.
But you gave me money yesterday, didn't you? Before, I wouldn't have been willing to eat such good fruit. Today I only bought 2, really expensive.
Tian Yang said, taking another bite.
Of course it's expensive. A regular beast master like me would only eat ordinary apples, grapes, and pears. How could I eat this kind of fruit with trace spiritual energy?
Gu Yao examined the fruit in her hand. Tian Yang let out an ouch and smacked his forehead.
Forgot about that. You can't eat it yet. If your constitution can't handle it, you'd end up in the hospital.
Gu Yao lay on the grass watching Tian Yang hold a fruit in each hand and sighed.
It's fine. Tomorrow I'll bring you something else. What fruits do you like? I like anything sweet. Then that's easy. I'm the best at choosing fruit.
Tianyang sat down beside her.
By the way, you still haven't answered my question. You're asking why people care so much about surnames. I don't know. Then why did you ask?
Gu Yao sat up.
My brother and I were born to my mom and dad. They can name us whatever they like. I thought it was for the sake of fairness.
His words left Gu Yao rather puzzled.
Like you said, you were born to your mom and dad, so no matter whose surname you take, the other side loses out. For fairness, they had 2 children, 1 for each.
Tianyang said seriously.
But your way of thinking is something else. If people were that calculating, why even get married or date? I was just bored, okay? When I asked Chi Xiao, that's exactly what he said.
As Tianyang spoke, he casually glanced at Gu Yao, who was playing with grass.
But how come you don't seem to care about anything? I thought you'd do something once you learned about your mother's situation. Were you really just mentally preparing yourself?
Those words made Gu Yao's hand pause in the grass.
I'm just a brat without a single feather grown. What can I do? I can barely manage to stay alive. Why should I care about so much?
It wasn't that she didn't care about her mother's matter, it was that everyone had their own choices. She could vaguely guess at certain things. Since her mother had chosen this path, she would naturally support her fully. The next day, they successfully participated in the exhibition match. Afterwards, they went to try on their final exhibition outfits. Because today's opponents had clearly copied their performance style, Jiang Xianhui made some last-minute modifications to secure first place. After finishing, the 3 sat down to catch their breath when they heard Linja exclaim. The 2 shifted over to see what was happening.
What are you doing? Bitten by a fruit bug?
Jiang Xianhui slapped his back, but then she froze as she saw what Linja was looking at. Both of them turned to Gu Yao.
No, just tell me, why are you staring at me? It's creeping me out.
Linja then turned his communicator around, and Gu Yao saw that the semi-final bracket was out. Her opponent was Li Qingyao. Linja couldn't help but ask, looking at the bracket.
Do you think this is truly random or man-made? Although I also feel there are some signs of tampering. I've asked my dad and mom. They said such a thing couldn't happen. It's randomly drawn by the system.
After saying this, Jiang Xianhui fell silent and looked at her good friend. Of course, in her heart she believed in her. She was just worried. When Gu Yao returned home, she saw the concerned looks in her mother's and brother Ouyang Chen's eyes. Clearly they had seen the battle list on the official website. After all, sea spirits are a protected and rare species of spirit beasts, so few have seen them. One can't be sure whether they possess hidden, even more powerful skills.
Mom, brother, why are you both looking at me like that? If I lose, I lose. At least I'm your daughter, your dear sister. Am I really the fragile type?
Gu Yao cleared her throat and addressed the 2. Her mother said,
Of course you won't lose. You're the most outstanding and amazing person I've ever seen.
Gu Yanshu was taken aback by her daughter's words, then realized she was talking about the semifinals and relaxed. She had been looking at her daughter with concern, because she truly didn't want to be separated from her, but she also didn't want to hold her back. Ouyang Chen, on the other hand, smiled.
I'm afraid you'll win too quickly. After all, we trained together all summer. I couldn't be more confident in you.
They chatted in the living room for a while, and then Ouyang Chen came back. Gu Yao turned her head and was startled. Though she hadn't seen him for just a few days, it felt like so much time had passed. They all said they would go to the competition venue tomorrow. Gu Yao smiled and nodded, adding that they should bring tasty food to reward her. Semifinals. Gu Yao looked down at the audience, which had grown noticeably larger. Tianyang was hidden in the shadows.
Nervous? Yeah, a little.
Gu Yao leaned out and waved to her parents and friends.
What's there to fear? You know, in the face of absolute attack power, all that flashy stuff is futile. So are you really planning to send out the tricolor celestial fox? I promised it that in the semifinals and beyond, no matter who the opponent is, I'll send it out.
She still remembered the last time her little fox complained that she had almost forgotten about it. After going back, she had to console it for a long while, explaining that it was so powerful that she had to save it for last. It wasn't happy about it. If the competition ended without it fighting even once, it would really throw a fit.
You're the Beast Master. You can send out whoever you want. Why would you promise them anything? Watch out for them getting spoiled and arrogant.
Tianyang's head occasionally knocked against the wall.
You've got to screw loose.
Gu Yao pulled her head back and intending to scold Tianyang, but when she turned, she didn't see Tianyang, only Li Qingyao. Their eyes met, and both froze where they stood.
Next match, no. 1 Li Qingyao versus no. 118 Gu Yao.
Hearing the announcement, the two simultaneously averted their gazes and walked toward the contestants' passage.
They're here. What a good arrangement. This way the two of them will definitely fight twice. Exactly. No matter which of them loses, if they win the resurrection round and then take the championship, they'll have to fight once more.
Compared to the excitement below, the two up above didn't even dare to make eye contact. It was all that idiot Tianyang's fault. Could Li Qingyao have thought she was cursing him for having a mental illness? If they ended up in the same class later, it would be so awkward. Gu Yao's eyes darted around as her ears caught the host babbling to hype up the crowd. Li Qingyao stood on the other side equally ill at ease. He had originally wanted to say hello. He had first seen her online after the preliminary round ended. At that time many media outlets compared them, since they were both beast masters with two spirit beasts. Later, as both kept winning, the topic became who was more likely to take the championship. No matter who won or lost, he still wanted to get to know such a strong person. Unexpectedly, Li Qingyao recalled the earlier moment. Was it possible a third person had been present? He felt that the girl across from him definitely wasn't talking about him. Maybe he should ask her clearly after the match. Li Qingyao looked up each time, letting his gaze rest on her for a moment before shifting away.
Both sides summon your spirit beasts.
The referee waited for the host to finish, then raised the microphone, but neither of them moved.
Both sides summon your spirit beasts.
At the second call, both snapped back to reality and began to move. A crimson summoning array lit up.
Are these two nervous? No need for a question mark. After all, they're so young. Being nervous is normal. Honey, do you feel like Iowa State seems a bit off?
Gu Yanshu looked at her daughter and asked Ouyang Qian beside her.
Maybe she's nervous. Or perhaps that kid across from her bullied Io in the backstage.
Ouyang Qian thought of Rong Yute, and his expression turned unpleasant as he looked at Li Qingyao opposite.
What? How dare he?
Hearing this, Jiang Xianwei immediately turned her gaze to the other side.
Don't make wild guesses. I think that boy looks so handsome. He wouldn't do such a thing.
Gu Yanshu patted her son.
Let's ask Io when she comes down.
Jiang Xianwei and Ouyang Qian obediently shut up and watched the stage. As soon as the tricolor celestial fox appeared, it stirred fervid discussion among the audience. There was even a cheerleading squad holding a banner. Gu Yao was stunned by the scene. Wang Yanxi was sitting in the viewing room. Beside him sat a person with short black hair and a small scar on his face.
Aren't you busy?
Gu Jianzhua said, crossing his legs and propping them on the table.
Busy? Then why do you still watch such minor matches every day? How are things on the Gu family side?
Wang Yanxi turned to look at him.
They're sending people to Jian City, but I don't know who they've dispatched.
Gu Jianzhua leaned in.
Did you get word from the Gu family?
Wang Yanxi shook his head, looked at the screen, and said,
Let's watch the match first. We'll talk about the rest later.
Gu Jianzhua lay back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. He had been incredibly busy lately. Now that he finally had time, he wasn't going to waste his life watching such a boring minor match. On the battlefield, a light drizzle was now falling. The tricolor celestial fox remained standing in place, waiting for its opponent to execute.
Sea and Moon.
It was just as they had seen that day. After the rain prayer, the sea spirit could no longer move. It seemed what Tianyang had said, that day was true. It was all a bluff. The situation on the field quickly became chaotic. Blizzards, gale force winds, and the crashing, clattering sounds of hailstones made one's scalp tingle.
Strange. Why is that tricolor celestial fox completely unaffected? Can that spirit beast on the other side actually use so many with her skills simultaneously? Isn't it only an initial level spirit beast?
Gu Yao watched the situation on the field. Little fox made a move, and Gu Yao also noticed the sea spirit's true body. The tricolor celestial fox shot out like a meteor, but was suddenly rebounded.
Ling!
The sea spirit flew backward with a cry of pain. On the field, only the drizzling rain remained. Tianyang nodded approvingly. This was exactly what he had taught her, smart, steady, and striking true with one blow. Li Qingyao hadn't expected that the moment his skill was successfully performed, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the opponent would break it. They had done it deliberately, staying still at the start waiting for the sea spirit to complete its skill and then destroying it. This way the sea spirit could only engage in direct confrontation, because as an initial level spirit beast it could only use
sea and moon
once.
Mental insight.
Mental insight. Gu Yao looked toward the handsome young man across from her at the sound of his voice. How could such a pleasant voice utter something so frightening? That was an advanced mental attribute skill. Wasn't it dual attributed water and ice? If
sea and moon
could be explained as a hereditary skill of its race, then a non-mental attribute beast mastering an advanced mental attribute skill, whether acquired or innate, meant its talent was absurdly strong. Gu Yao watched as the crown on the sea spirit's head began to rotate slowly. Then, as if foreseeing Little Fox's movements, the sea spirit dodged the blazing charge. After that it evaded all of Little Fox's skills with ease and grace. Small-scale skills were no longer usable. Gu Yao called out to remind Little Fox.
Clones! Yin!
In an instant 10 clones appeared on the field. Li Qingyao was stunned. Last time he saw it, that skill had only just been learned not long ago. How was its mastery already so high? The sea spirit watched as all the tricolor celestial foxes charged at it simultaneously.
Melt into water.
The tricolor celestial fox watched its opponent disappear, then glanced at the rain-prayer clouds and the water on the ground. They had to finish this quickly. Sustaining clones consumed energy. Gu Yao had decided and directly ordered.
Blazing meteor shower.
Terrifying fire attribute energy gathered in the mouths of the 10 tricolor celestial foxes. 2 seconds later the rain-prayer clouds were dispersed, and flaming meteors crashed into the ground, evaporating all the water on the field. The sea spirit was blasted out from its hiding spot. Bearing the pain, it curled up inside an ice shell at Li Qingyao's command.
Explosive bullet.
Gu Yao watched the ice shell about to crack. The mastery of blazing meteor shower was still too low, and with 10 little foxes releasing it simultaneously, although it was an advanced skill, its power in this situation was limited. However, the purpose was simply to eliminate all the water on the field. The rest was a pleasant bonus. But she hadn't expected the ice shell's thickness to indicate a mastery level above
proficient.
So strike while the iron was hot. Finish it off. Gu Yao directly ordered the 10 tricolor celestial foxes to release their skills simultaneously, and watched as the sea spirit was blown away and knocked unconscious.
The match is over. Tricolor celestial fox wins.
Below the stage, the cheerleading squad for the tricolor celestial fox roared with deafening cheers. Seeing that her little fox was somewhat drained from using all its energy, Gu Yao still didn't recall it letting it enjoy the victor's cheers a little longer. The tricolor celestial fox withdrew its clones, and facing the cheering audience, flicked its 3 tails behind it. After leaving the stage, Gu Yao recalled it into the bee's taming codex to let it rest. She went ahead to meet her parents, but as she turned she ran into Li Qingyao, who was also leaving. Li Qingyao saw Gu Yao pause. As she turned back the courage he had just mustered completely vanishing. Hearing her mother's voice, Gu Yao nodded politely at Li Qingyao and ran past him.
Yao over here.
Gu Yanqi waved as she saw Gu Yao come out.
Why did you come here to pick me up? Didn't I say I'd go ahead to find you all? Have some water. I just wanted to see you sooner.
Gu Yanqi looked at her daughter with a gentle smile.
Did you run into that Li Qingyao backstage? He didn't say anything threatening to you, did he?
Oh, Yangshan asked from the side.
Huh? Brother, why would you think that?
Gu Yao was taken aback, then realized the previous incident had made her brother overly cautious.
Nothing happened. Let's go, let's not block the way here.
After Gu Yao and the others left, Li Qingyao walked out with an elegant, noble-looking woman beside him. Looking closely, she bore some resemblance to Li Qingyao.
Oh dear son, look at you. You failed to strike up a conversation and even scared her off.
Li Xiao crossed her arms and watched her son with amusement.
I'll definitely be placed in the same class as her, and then I'll explain everything to her.
Li Qingyao's earlobes twitched with excitement and flushed slightly red. Li Xiao had nodded and agreed with whatever he said, but from his nervousness, she knew it was impossible. After the semifinals and the finals, she estimated she would run into Linjia. She had seen through this matchmaking mechanism. Gu Yao pondered how much chance she had of winning if she met the Huangxing unicorn again. Although her own pet beast was intermediate, the Huangxing unicorn could theoretically burst twice thanks to the skill power of light. More importantly, she didn't know whether he would send Jinkaka. It was a pure psychic-type pet beast. Aside from superpower and mechanical attributes, psychic-type could counter other attributes. Most pet beasts train their energy and physique rather than their mental strength. Although she had given Fox Treasure and Ink Treasure mental training, she still wasn't fully assured. After dinner, Gu Yao sat on the sofa, leaning against her mother searching for information about Jinkaka. Ouyang Qian was working nearby preparing cultivation formulas. Ouyang Qian was on the other side refreshing the freshman tournament official website waiting for the match list.
Do you think Linja will send Jinkaka?
Gu Yanshu ran her fingers through her daughter's hair, which was black, thick, and healthy.
I really keep having that feeling. And when we train at the club, we all summon our pet beasts for you to design training programs, but Jinkaka has never appeared in club training.
Gu Yao didn't want to overthink, but these were all facts. Tomorrow Linja would definitely use Jinkaka.
It's fine. After all the tutoring you've had this summer, you should know that psychic-type pet beasts have very fragile bodies. Against your Fox Treasure, its chances of winning aren't high.
Gu Yao knew this too. Her Fox Treasure could afford to make mistakes, but if Jinkaka made a mistake, it could easily be instantly killed. A zero-mistake performance was unlikely, but possible. She couldn't gamble on it.
I saw how skilled you were at breaking illusions today. It seems that when I wasn't supervising, you also practiced a lot of mental-type skills.
Gu Yanshu smiled as she watched her nodding off while cradling the computer. Those words instantly scared away Gu Yao's drowsiness.
And last time Li Qingyao's sea spirit had dual water-ice attributes, but he could use illusion-type mental skills. Today's match clearly featured advanced mental skills. Good thing I made plenty of preparations. Then do you still have pocket money? Psychic-type pet beasts are mostly expensive, and there are few beast tamers, so the price can't be low, right?
Gu Yanshu nodded, satisfied with her daughter's attitude toward learning, and transferred 6 million to her. Her daughter used to be someone who didn't like shopping, so giving her money once in a while was enough for her to spend for a long time. Now with pet beasts, even if she herself didn't need some things, her pets did. Especially recently with both the competition and the start of school. Seeing so much money, Gu Yao's eyes curved into crescent moons, and she smiled so widely that her teeth were visible. It made Gu Yanshu laugh too.
Tomorrow get up early. We'll go to the Pet Beast Care Center first. What is that for?
Gu Yao asked, puzzled.
I forgot to tell you. Pet beasts have not only beauty salons, but also body management rooms, energy attribute simulation, amusement parks, and many more. In short, there are things to eat, use, and play with.
While speaking, Gu Yanshu opened an app about eating, drinking, and fun for pet beasts.
There are also maintenance services, including massage and meridian unblocking. Many contestants go before matches. I've been so busy these days that I forgot to tell you. Is it that useful?
Gu Yao looked at the famous shops on the app. Having just received her pocket money and filled her little treasury, she could pick the best one.
It is somewhat useful, just a little. But aren't you worried about Jinkaka? You can go try it. Some care and relaxation will do your mind a lot of good.
That made sense. She definitely had to go tomorrow. Gu Yao asked her mother to choose the best shop for her. She wanted to be fully prepared.
The list is out.
Ouyang Qian said, showing them the list. Finals match list: Gu Yao vs. Linja at 1030. Gu Yao vs. Nodra at 605. She really was going to face Linja.
Linja, Nodra, and Jiang Xianwei are the ones who've won all the way here. Your opponent will only be one of those three. Luckily, it's not Linja and Jiang Xianwei, otherwise there would be a hot news topic given how popular you are now.
Ouyang Qian said, lounging in the sofa and joking with a smile. Gu Yao patted her brother, telling him not to talk nonsense. Looking further down, Jiang Xianyue's opponents were Li Qingyao and Nen. At this stage of the competition, there were no ordinary pet beasts left unless they were evolved intermediate level ones. Take Nodra's for example. It was a magic worm evolved from a Chungjia worm. A basic Chungjia worm had no attribute and could only use non-attribute physical attacks. Evolution required the beast tamer to add an attribute pill based on the desired attribute, only then could it evolve with an attribute. The magic worm was a dark attribute insect-type pet beast.
Isn't this Nodra the one who forfeited during the qualifiers?
Gu Yanshu thought she looked familiar. She looked up at the time, and seeing it was already late, urged the two to go to sleep quickly.
Yeah, we're quite fated. The system is really considerate. Knowing everyone missed the fight last time, it arranged another match this time.
Yang genuinely felt this year's competition was interesting. Unlike usual where contestants either relied on luck or family background, making it far less entertaining to watch.
Brother, what place did you take in your freshman tournament?
Gu Yao suddenly asked from behind. Yang turned his head, the smile still lingering on his lips.
Naturally the champion. My path was much smoother than yours.
The two stood at the doorway while Gu Yao listened. Yang leaned lazily against the wall.
In my year, besides Mu Qing, the only one who was somewhat tricky was that exchange student Li Mao from Liu Island. I have no impression of the rest.
Gu Yao had heard about Mu Qing from Yaya. She wanted to ask more, but her mother's urging from downstairs interrupted them. The two smiled helplessly, and went to their own bedrooms to rest.
Why are you here?
Gu Yao yawned, summoning Fox Treasure and Ink Treasure for bed. She had grown used to the two pet beasts fighting her for the bed. Without them, she really felt insecure.
Delivering fruit.
Tianyang took a melon and grapes out of his pocket.
Absolutely sweet.
Gu Yao was amused and exasperated. She said she'd eat them tomorrow, and that she was too sleepy tonight to stay up. After exchanging goodnights, Gu Yao fell asleep. Tianyang gave her a couple of glances, and thought he'd tell her next time no need to rush now. She hadn't expected pet beast care to take so long. Gu Yao held her pet beasts, and inspected them left and right, but couldn't see any difference. She just felt that their condition was much more relaxed. When Gu Yao's group arrived, the Jiang and Lin families were already there. After greeting them, she went to the back.
Yao Yao.
Jiang Xianhua spotted Gu Yao the moment she walked in.
Cutting it close again. I've noticed that since you've been with your parents, you really like to arrive at the last minute. If I came too early, the backstage prep area would be boring. Better to rest a little longer at home.
Gu Yao looked around. Most faces were familiar.
Time flies. I didn't expect to reach the final so soon. Tomorrow is the championship.
Linja also stood up and greeted her.
I thought the three of us would meet again in the championship. You flatter me. The only reason I made it to the finals is luck given today's situation.
Jiang Xianhua glanced at Li Qingya as she said this.
My competitive journey is finally about to end. I had originally planned to lose to my Yao Yao and give her a boost. Was it that agonizing? If I had known, I wouldn't have forced you.
Gu Yao rubbed her face.
It's not really forcing. If I don't participate now, there won't be any chance later. Consider it an experience, so I'll have no regrets.
Jiang Xianhua hugged Gu Yao and pressed their cheeks together.
I didn't expect you to only meet Linja in the finals. I never got to face you at all. That's a regret.
Gu Yao bumped her head against hers.
Then switch with Linja. I second that.
Linja nodded eagerly.
Then forget it. This regret can stay.
Jiang Xianhua laughed happily and waved.
Linja, stop struggling. Even if you dodge this time, you won't escape at the championship.
Li Qingyao watched the three of them horsing around, an unconscious smile tugging at his lips. Once school started, he could get to know them and become friends with her. As time passed, matches began one after another. Soon it was Gu Yao and Linja's turn.
Next match preparation, no. 118 Gu Yao, no. 1326 Linja.
The two stood on the beast-taming platform.
Please summon your pet beasts.
The light of two crimson summoning arrays faded, revealing Tricolor Sky Fox and Jinkaka.
Great. It's Tricolor Sky Fox. Tricolor Sky Fox.
The spectators below, holding banners and light boards, instantly erupted at the sight of the familiar figure. Sure enough, it was Jinkaka. Gu Yao looked at Linja and smiled, and the latter seemed a bit embarrassed. The Huangxing unicorn couldn't even beat the Blaze Fox when it was a basic pet beast, so how could it beat the Tricolor Sky Fox evolved from the Blaze Fox? Jinkaka tilted its head and looked around. Seeing how loudly the opponents were being cheered for, it gave a disdainful snort. It fluttered its large black wings with golden patterns, and a rainbow appeared behind it.
Match start.
The moment the referee's voice fell, Jinkaka moved. The antennae on its forehead emitted a black-purple glow. Gu Yao stared at that glow, feeling her mind grow muddled and her vision losing focus.
It's the intermediate skill charm. Mom, how long until Yao wakes up?
This turn of events made Yang anxious.
3 to 5 seconds. Its proficiency is very low. Don't worry.
Gu Yanchu said that, but her clenched hands betrayed her true feelings.
Spirit burst.
Seeing that both Gu Yao and Tricolor Sky Fox had been hit, Lin aside in relief and seized the opportunity.
Kaka.
Jinkaka's antennae gathered a black energy cannonball and hurled it at the opponent.
Yen.
The hit Tricolor Sky Fox woke up in pain, and the sound also snapped Gu Yao back to her senses. She focused on the arena and saw 3 black energy cannonballs strike Fox Treasure in succession. The latter rolled several times on the ground.
Flame clone.
Gu Yao suppressed her heartache. She swept her gaze over the audience and saw that everyone else was fine. It seemed the opponent's charm skill was targeted. So it wasn't that anyone who looked would be charmed. In that case, it was manageable. Jinkaka surveyed the 10 Tricolor Sky Foxes and used charm anyway. 3 were charmed and froze in place, the rest moved.
Hypnosis.
Linja reminded Jinkaka. Charm had a time limit, and hypnosis was more effective at the moment. As long as all were hypnotized until the countdown ended, he could still win. Jinkaka faced the charging Tricolor Sky Fox, its black eyes flashing pink. As long as a Tricolor Sky Fox made eye contact, it would fall into a deep sleep.
Watch out.
Linja's voice rang out just as it was hypnotizing the second one. Before Jinkaka could react to the warning, it was sent flying, so fast that it didn't even have time to cry out in pain. The Tricolor Sky Fox recalled the controlled clones and condensed new ones. Then it opened its mouth and fired a burst bomb at Jinkaka. If that hit, the match would basically be lost. Linja shouted anxiously.
Flutter.
Seeing the incoming burst bomb, Jinkaka moved its wings at the command. The golden veins on its wings lit up. The burst bomb grazed past its body, scorching more than half of its wings, and it tumbled to the ground. Bad. Several more burst bombs followed, striking at Jinkaka. Severely injured as it was, it couldn't dodge a single one. The burst bomb exploded beside Jinkaka, and the scorching heat wave knocked it unconscious.
Match over. Tricolor Sky Fox wins. Tricolor Sky Fox.
The deafening sound made Gu Yao rub her ears. She then recalled Fox Treasure. There were still matches ahead, she couldn't waste others' time. After leaving the stage, Treasure was summoned to heal Linja's Jinkaka.
Yao, you won. Linja, is your Jinkaka okay?
Jiang Xianwei rushed over as soon as they came down.
It's fine. It was knocked unconscious by the blast, but didn't take a direct hit from the skill.
Linja sighed in relief as he looked at the recovering Jinkaka.
Why didn't you use hypnosis from the very beginning?
Gu Yao held Treasure and scratched its chin, looking puzzled at Linja.
That's obviously because its accuracy is low.
Linja spread his hands. That was true. Charm only required the opponent to look, whereas hypnosis required eye contact. The final match was Jiang Xianwei versus Li Qingyao. Gu Yao held Treasure and returned to the spectator stand, slumping in her seat, mentally exhausted.
Why not let Treasure heal you a bit?
Gu Yanshu felt a pang of distress at her daughter's listless appearance.
I just spaced out for a moment. I wasn't injured.
Gu Yao rubbed her brow.
Just a little tired. My body is fine.
When Treasure heard Gu Yanshu's words, it immediately sent a healing spell to its beast tamer. Gu Yao blinked, moved her body, and felt it.
Healing can cure mental fatigue too. There are many kinds of healing. It can also remove negative emotions and such.
Gu Yanshu explained simply to her daughter.
Isn't that a purification skill? Purification also has many kinds. The difference is that one is internal, related to the body. For example, bad emotions are produced by the body, so they belong to healing. Some ghost-type and demon-type pet beasts use curse-type skills that make you uncomfortable or unhappy. Those require purification. Since they are external, healing has no effect.
Gu Yao nodded and looked at the stage, thinking that if Li Qingyao also won both matches, they would meet again in the championship. She didn't know whether he would switch pet beasts like Linja did. The little sea serpent had dual water-ice attributes, but the pet beast itself carried toxins. She would have to be very careful in battle. Just as she finished thinking, Jiang Xianwei lost on stage. Although Gu Yao had explained how to break sea spirits, sea moon illusion-type skills were like that. Explaining verbally was one thing, actual combat was another. Gu Yao had another match in the afternoon. She was now watching videos of Nodra's past battles.
Cramming again.
Tian Yang handed her a lollipop.
I'm used to it. I'll change it later.
Gu Yao took it and unwrapped it.
Why have you been eating all the time lately? Because I have money.
Tianyang looked as if it were only natural.
If you don't spend your money, are you saving it to buy a coffin? What nonsense are you talking about?
Gu Yao raised her hand and smacked him.
Oh, I know. You must be the hoarder personality type Qi Xiao mentioned. You just like saving money, saving lots and lots of money.
Gu Yao looked at his look of sudden realization and said in a low voice,
Are you an idiot? Is it that obvious? I thought I hit it pretty well. As expected, it's hard to pretend to be smart.
Gu Yao,
your mom is coming up. See you tonight.
Tianyang jumped out of the window as he said this.
Yao, it's almost time.
Gu Yanshu knocked on the door and entered only after hearing her daughter's voice.
With so many competitions, you shouldn't be nervous anymore.
Gu Yao was confused but then saw the candy in her mouth and understood.
I just found it while rummaging through the drawer. My mindset is very stable now, so don't worry. Let's go. Soon is our last match of today. Tomorrow is the championship of the freshman tournament and also the first day of the new semester.
Hearing footsteps, Gu Yao turned and tilted her head to see a person a head taller than herself with blonde hair and black eyes. What a beautiful girl. She wore a tight tank top and shorts under a loose trench coat, both cool and valiant.
I'm Nodra.
She extended a slender, delicate hand.
Gu Yao. Gu from the character made of 10 and Mouth Yao from Jade Lake. You're very strong. I've been paying attention to you. No. 99 Nodra, no. 118 Gu Yao.
She hadn't finished when the referee's voice interrupted.
Let's talk later. Please give me your advice in a moment.
Nodra helplessly swallowed her remaining words. Gu Yao nodded and replied.
Okay. Please summon your pet beasts.
The evolved form of the low-level pet beast Chungjia worm had changed dramatically in both its evolution branch and post-evolution form because of the attribute pill it had consumed. The tiny antennae on its forehead during the Chungjia worm stage had now turned into hard, sharp horns, and the ring-like patterns on its body had become purple-black enough to give anyone goosebumps. Kinuadila watched the magic bug below as it was cornered by 10 tricolor sky foxes and barely managed to dodge. Bug cry. As her voice fell, the magic bug burrowed underground and let out wave after wave of piercing shrieks. Not only did they make Gu Yao on the stage frown, but the audience below also felt uneasy. The staff around the arena activated an isolation barrier, with all conversation and commands inside relayed by the host. The tricolor sky foxes had sealed their hearing as soon as they heard the command, but when they realized the sound could still reach them through the ground, they immediately floated into midair. However, all the clones were shattered to pieces by the shockwave. Shadow slash. Gu Yao saw that the skill had not affected her fox, meaning it must have sealed its hearing in advance, so she made a gesture to signal that it was over. The tricolor sky fox dodged awkwardly in the air. Seeing Gu Yao's signal, it unsealed its hearing, but because it was distracted, it was struck down by a shadow slash. It rolled several times before quickly scrambling back up. Clone. Gu Yao decided to stick with the previous steady approach. Kinuadila looked at the 10 clones that appeared again and said shadow thrust. The dark patterns on the magic bug's body lit up. All the tricolor sky foxes seemed to be pinned in place, completely unable to move. Gu Yao's pupils trembled slightly as she noticed the shadows on the ground changing shape. By the time they could move, it was too late. The black shadows had turned into spikes and pierced through their bodies. Blaze. Blood gushed down its fur as the shadow thrust spikes slowly disappeared. The piercing pain made the flames on the tricolor sky fox burn even more fiercely, and its beast pupils turned scarlet. Come back. Kinuadila hurriedly ordered, sensing something wrong. The tricolor sky fox's 3 tails swung with rhythmic regularity as it hovered half in midair. Gu Yao watched as those 3 fox tails grew bigger and bigger. What was this? It was a brand new evolution branch. She didn't have much information about it, so she had no idea what was happening. Blaze. The colors on the tricolor sky fox turned colorful, no longer the previous full-body crimson, but interwoven gold and red. Flame tornado. A towering golden pillar of flame over 10 meters high, ringed by a wildly rotating gale, tore up the arena floor and hurled it against the surrounding barrier. It kept expanding as it advanced, already covering a little less than half of the field. Get out of the way. At that speed of advance and expansion, Kinuadila knew there was nowhere left to dodge. There was simply no place to run. Magic. As expected, the moment the magic bug burrowed underground all the surrounding bricks, and it were sucked into the gale. The scorching flames inside made it cry out in pain before it lost consciousness. Match over. The referee then gestured for the nearby beast tamers to stop the skill. The next moment a chubby adorable pet beast that looked like jelly appeared beside the tricolor sky fox, opened its mouth, and swallowed the flame tornado, wreaking havoc on the field. Gu Yao summoned him about to treat her fox and the magic bug. A dual attribute fusion skill. I thought I had imagined you at your strongest, but the real you is far beyond what I expected. Adila brushed the hair in front of her face, and looked at the girl seriously. Dual attribute fusion skill. Gu Yao repeated this new term. It's a training that generally only general rank pet beasts and above begin. With good luck there is even a chance to master it when they reach king rank. Attribute control demands not only extremely high mental strength, but also talent. Adila was somewhat surprised, as she looked at the celestial deer beside Gu Yao. She hadn't seen this pet use a healing skill in the previous matches, but now she realized its healing proficiency wasn't low. It seemed that no matter which pet of Gu Yao's she faced, her chance of winning was terrifyingly small. So that's it. You know a lot. Gu Yao smiled a little sheepishly. After all, my grades at the junior academy were pretty good, only a little bit behind your friend Jiang Xianwei. It turned out she was a former classmate. Such a pretty girl, yet Gu Yao had no memory of her at all. They chatted backstage for a while, and Adila and Gu Yao exchanged contact information. See you after school starts. I'll be cheering for you in the finals. Adila waved at her. Thank you, see you then. Gu Yao smiled and waved. When she reached the door, she saw a crowd outside. What was going on now? Come this way. There are so many people over there. It may be hard to get out. A soft voice sounded beside her. Gu Yao turned and saw Li Qingyao. Why are there so many people? Are you stuck here too? Your tricolor sky fox was already very popular. And just now a dual attribute fusion skill among mid-level pet beasts has never been seen before. So many news media outlets outside want to get an exclusive story. Li Qingyao's voice was soft and pleasant, so soothing that it could smooth away nervousness just by hearing it. Gu Yao had been distracted. Looking up and seeing him looking at her, she quickly nodded with a hint of apology. I see. So it was because of me that you got stuck here too. I'm really sorry. It's all right. Gu Yao obediently followed him. When they reached the exit, she saw a beautiful woman who appeared to be waiting for Li Qingyao. Why did she think that? Because their appearances were strikingly similar, both beautiful in a way that seemed from another world. Compared to his mother, Li Qingyao's features had less seductiveness and more youthful boyishness. Oh! And who is this? Li Xiuhe looked at her son with an amused half-smile. She's called Gu Yao. Only after saying that did he realize his mother was teasing him. Mom, how did you know to wait for me here? With so many people over there, I thought you wouldn't be able to get out from that side. Li Xiuhe glanced at the girl beside him. Say goodbye to your friend. We still have things to do. Li Qingyao turned around and looked at Gu Yao, about to speak hesitantly. Understanding at once, Gu Yao nodded. Thank you for bringing me out. Go ahead with what you need to do. The words that went unspoken were swallowed back down. You're welcome. See you? Li Xiuhe watched her son's expression and almost died laughing inside, but she had no intention of butting in. A little mermaid who had just come ashore needed to suffer a few setbacks to grow. Gu Yao changed the meeting point with her parents. Fortunately, Ouyangchen was there, or it would have taken even longer for them to meet. Once home, Gu Yanshu brought up the matter of meeting in Wenjing with her daughter. Earlier, because of the freshman competition, Gu Yanshu had wanted to schedule it after the tournament ended. Now the finals were coming right up. Just as the time was drawing near, the new attribute fusion skill had appeared, and in Wenjing's side hoped to meet sooner. Gu Yanshu conveyed their intention to her daughter. How about it? Set aside some time to meet after the competition. I'm fine with any time. Gu Yao looked at the group chat where Jiang Xianwei was spamming her with messages. The news that a mid-level pet beast, the tricolor sky fox, could use an attribute fusion skill had exploded in popularity, which was very helpful for their exhibition match tomorrow. In Dicky, Gu Jiangjue looped the match video. The more he watched, the more he could hardly believe it. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Then stop understanding. It's already so late. Why aren't you resting but coming over here to act crazy? Wang Yanci looked at the materials in his hands, and didn't even bother raising his head as he dismissed his guest. Don't pretend to be so absorbed in work. You watch the matches even more eagerly and punctually than I do, all for show. Gu Jiangjue suppressed the rude comments and asked what he really cared about. With someone like her going back to the Gu family, can you really sleep at night? I think I've said before that the Gu family and the Qi family are not my enemies, and the Lan family isn't necessarily my ally either. Wang Yance's tone was impossible to read. A message arrived on the communicator beside him saying the item had been delivered. Gu Jiangjue observed him for a while, but couldn't read anything from him, so he nodded helplessly and left. Back in her room, Gu Yao found a noisy bustle. Tianyang had bought a mountain of food and drinks. Are you going to open a supermarket in my bedroom? Gu Yao deeply regretted giving the guy 100,000 yuan. She really wanted to travel back in time and grab her hand before she transferred the money. It's to celebrate for you. Congratulations on making it to the finals. Your tricolor Sky Fox even learned a new general rank skill, Flame Tornado. This definitely deserves celebration. Tianyang sat on the small stool in front of his study desk and counted on his fingers. Thanks, but how about tomorrow? I'm so tired today. Gu Yao flopped into bed. When her view was blocked, she opened her eyes and saw Tianyang standing by the bed reaching into a pocket. What are you doing now? Weren't you dazed by that skill this morning? Today I found the spirit-purifying liquid I'd stored in my space bracelet. Which pocket did I put it in? He finally found it in the chest pocket. I've already used it. It was sent over by Yanio, a staff member of Dicky. Wang Yanci, huh? Well, with his status, anything he sends is bound to be the very best. Tianyang nodded and put the item away. Then rest well, and good luck in the finals. Gu Yao watched him leave, and soon fell into slumber. The atmosphere over Jian City felt remarkably different today. Gazing at the sky filled with flying vehicles, no wonder Mother had said they'd take one to the competition venue. Gu Yao stood on the Academy's landing pad, a high vantage point offering an expansive view.
Is that the largest interstellar spaceship terminal in Jian City?
Gu Yao pointed at a structure shaped like a hat and a spaceship, asking Mother and the others.
Our two children haven't ridden an interstellar spaceship yet.
Yang nodded in reply to his daughter, the latter part spoken to his beloved beside him.
Right now, aside from Lucaia, many planets are embroiled in wars. Big or small, it's not exactly safe.
Gu Yanshu shook his head.
Let's wait a while longer. Once Aiken and Io graduate from the Intermediate Academy and can protect themselves, then we'll prepare for an interstellar vacation.
Interstellar vacation. Gu Yao's ears perked up instantly. Now that was something worth looking forward to. Yang noticed Gu Yao's absent-minded expression while listening to other things, then her eyes lit up, and a grin spread across her face the moment fun was mentioned.
Mom, since you said that you'd better get ready. Little Io is already starting to get excited. Haha, no problem. You're all grown now, so I can rest easy taking you out. We could even tour the entire galaxy. I'd love to see it myself too.
Gu Yanshu ruffled Gu Yao's hair and nodded in assurance. Today the Academy's decorations were also noticeably festive and lively.
Freshman Welcome Ceremony. Every year the Freshman Welcome Ceremony falls on the same day as the finals. On this day, the Academy opens its largest central arena. Besides the annual Freshman Ceremony, it only opens when the national competition is held here.
Yang led them inside.
This is split into sections. That's the parents' area over there. In a bit, I'll head to Zone Central 5, and the rest is the audience area.
Yang suddenly thought of something and pulled back the distracted Gu Yao.
After today's competition ends, there's the Freshman Welcome Ceremony. After that, you'll head straight back to the dormitory. Don't follow Mom and Dad home.
She then added,
Every year, quite a few people make that mistake. Got it. With Big Brother here, how could I do something so dumb?
The place was so huge and packed with people that she could no longer see Yaya or Linjia. After the group split up, and Gu Yanshu and Yang Qian took their seats, Yang Qian brought Gu Yao to the freshman Zone Central 1. Later, he would head back to Zone Central 5. As Gu Yao scanned the freshman section for her friends, a staff member in a uniform and volunteer cap approached.
Hello, are you Gu Yao? Please follow me. I'll take you backstage so you can enter easily later.
Gu Yao nodded at his gesture, said thank you, and obediently followed behind him. Entering the contestants backstage, she saw Yaya, and the others already there.
Yao, you're finally here. I'm so nervous I could die.
Jiang Xianhua pounced on Gu Yao the moment she saw her.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Performance matches are exactly where you shine. But there really are so many people out there, even I'm getting a bit nervous now.
Gu Yao patted Yaya on the back. Since there were quite a few performance teams, the backstage preparation area was more crowded than usual as everything was taking place in the single arena today. By then Linja and the others had also arrived. A teacher walked over.
The finals are about to begin. For the upcoming matches, the order will be determined by you all.
After saying this, he turned to the competitive match side, where Gu Yao stood.
Same for you all.
Gu Yao glanced around, and saw only Li Qingya and a male student named Liang Yuanian. Since matches were randomly drawn by the system, some, who were especially lucky, could make it all the way to the end, like this tall, sturdy Liang Yuanian. His familiar was an ordinary thunderbolt bird, a common contracted familiar often seen in the coastal areas near Jian City. For a low-level ordinary familiar to reach the finals in this year's competition, his luck was beyond question. In team matches, some coaches and teachers who believed in such things would even find a mascot of sorts for their team. After the teacher on stage spoke, the lottery box was placed in front of Gu Yao. Her first match was against Liang Yuanian. Gu Yao revealed the draw. The competition order was confirmed: first match Gu Yao versus Liang Yuanian, second match Li Qingya versus Gu Yao, third match Liang Yuanian versus Li Qingya. The performance matches would be interspersed in between to give them time to rest. Gu Yao stood on the beast taming platform, so this was the size of a proper arena. It looked like it was at least the size of 6 football fields. Even some smaller familiars would be practically invisible if placed in here. However, beast tamers all had reverse feedback benefits, so it wasn't much of an issue for them. But not everyone here was a beast tamer. Gu Yao looked up at the large screens above the side. From the two competitors, the cameras were mostly focused on the freshman section. Down below, many spectators were shouting Gu Yao's name and waving light-up signboards. Over the past few days, both her 3-person team and she herself had gained significant popularity, thus attracting quite a few fans.
Both sides summon your familiars.
The referee's voice rang out, and the crowd quieted down. 2 summoning array lights blazed to life. In such a massive arena, 2 familiars that were already considerably large looked no bigger than ants. But the audience was now watching the big screens, with only the staff, the referee, and the beast tamers watching the field directly.
Thundercloud. Zap.
Gu Yao observed the thunderbolt bird. Thundercloud, like rain summoning, was a weather-type skill. Its purpose was sustain damage, applying buffs, and setting up the battlefield. Previously they had competed in smaller venues, and never realized how large the range of such skills was. Only today, in this bigger arena, did she see that this was a zone-type skill. Its range was truly considerable.
Blaze.
The tricolor sky fox summoned clones and attacked directly.
Thunderbolt.
Liang Yuanian's voice fell as the thundercloud above crackled with golden lightning and a booming roar. No wonder they said quick as lightning. Gu Yao watched as Foxbow was struck now, and then with bolts of lightning chasing it down. The opponent kept his distance. The arena was too large, causing some trouble for Foxbow. Estimating the skill range, it still needed to close a bit more distance for maximum damage. When the lightning ended, not many clones remained. Gu Yao nodded. The tricolor sky fox on the field caught sight of this, chased down the darting thunderbolt bird, and bit down on its back. Although the thunderbolt bird's flight speed was extremely fast, the clone's encirclement still allowed the tricolor sky fox to catch it.
Zap! Blast bomb!
Gu Yao called out. She still had another match right after this, so although the medical team provided energy replenishment, she still tried to conserve energy for the second round.
Blaze!
The thunderbolt bird was bitten and fell to the ground. The tricolor sky fox's blast bomb followed immediately, and only the sound of the blast colliding with flesh was heard.
Match over. Tricolor sky fox wins.
After that came 2 performance matches. There were 5 teams in total, except for the last match. All others consisted of 2 rounds. Gu Yao arrived at the medical room, and the first thing she saw was a high-level familiar, a dull ox curled up there.
Here to replenish energy, right? Come over here.
A staff member warmly stood up. After examining how much energy the tricolor sky fox needed, the dull ox's beast tamer spoke.
Energy convergence.
Gu Yao watched as a mass of energy drifted out from the dull ox's curled body. The beast tamer took it and handed it to Gu Yao.
Eat it directly.
Gu Yao was a little astonished.
Hom. After consuming it, you need to undergo another check to ensure its return to optimal condition.
Gu Yao fed it to Fox Bao in her arms, had another examination done, confirmed it had recovered to peak state, then thanked them, and left. The moment she left the medical room, behind her burst into chatter.
Did you take the photo for me? Send it to me quick. Wait, let me post it on my moments first, then I'll send it to you. The tricolor sky fox feels so good to hold. I actually got to hug it, ha. Yao, our performance match is the last one.
Jiang Xianwei rushed over as soon as she returned to the preparation room.
You're amazing, my Yao. Win one more round, and you'll be champion of the freshman tournament. When that happens, I'm taking a picture with you, the first person in the world to take a photo with the champion.
Gu Yao nodded along with him.
Hom. Do you think Li Qingyao will use the sea sprite again? From what I've seen, besides you, no one has broken his sea sprite sea moonlight.
Linja glanced at Li Qingyao beside them. Gu Yao followed his gaze.
I don't know. If it were me, I might switch unless the second situation was different, and I was sure I could win. Even if his sea sprite underwent on-the-spot evolution, it'd be hard to beat you. After all, your Fox Bao has been evolved for quite a while now. A freshly evolved familiar has unstable energy and unfamiliar skills. I think he'll use the little sea snake.
Jiang Xianwei held onto Gu Yao's arm and played with it.
The second bout of the competitive finals. Let's welcome Beast Tamer Li Qingyao and Beast Tamer Gu Yao.
Facing each other again, both had visibly calmer minds than last time.
Both sides summon your familiars.
Gu Yao stared blankly at the translucent crystalline serpent body across from her. It had evolved. What stood before her was no longer the low-level familiar little sea snake she had seen before, but a mid-level familiar, the twin-headed sea serpent. No wonder he had been sending out the sea sprite all this time. Gu Yao looked at the dark clouds over the arena, curious how large a weather-type skills range could be. Down below, Fox Bao and the twin-headed sea serpent had already begun to clash.
Don't bite it.
Watching as the twin-headed sea serpent was knocked over by flame charge and Fox Bao opened its mouth to bite down on the serpent's vital spot, Gu Yao stopped it. If venom entered its mouth, it would be courting disaster. The tricolor sky fox immediately switched to a fireball attack. These past few days, it had gotten used to using its fangs on a whim. Previously, it won too quickly with skills. Her beast tamer had said that in the freshman tournament, all opponents were newly contracted novice beast tamers, so don't crush them too fast. It would hurt their feelings. Before the fireball even reached it, Li Qingyao's melt prompt sounded, and the twin-headed sea serpent melted into water and escaped. The arena was huge, and as a mid-level familiar, its melt skill was far superior to its previous low-level form, making it quite troublesome to track down.
Clear water.
Gu Yao frowned and had no choice but to issue the command. The opponent had cast rain summoning too quickly for her to stop it, so she could only expend the extra effort.
Blaze!
The tricolor sky fox summoned 30 or 40 clones that scattered and opened their mouths to the sky. A vast torrent of fire attribute energy exploded in the air, dispersing the rain summoning, while the falling meteor shower evaporated the water on the ground. The twin-headed sea serpent was forced out and charged straight at the tricolor sky fox's true body. It had observed and identified which one it was. Those struck now, and then, by falling meteor rain along the way, the twin-headed sea serpent still reached its side, its gleaming white venomous fangs bared, as it sank them into the tricolor sky fox. Its jaws closed on empty air as the clone dispersed. The twin-headed sea serpent saw the shadow on the ground and looked up to see the tricolor sky fox hovering in midair.
Yen!
The blast bomb grew larger and larger before its eyes.
Water shield!
The twin-headed sea serpent snapped back to reality and condensed a water shield. A loud boom! The twin-headed sea serpent was blasted, flying backwards. Such high skill proficiency. Li Qingyao stared at the blast bomb. Mid-level skills had decent power, but required a casting wind-up, yet the tricolor sky fox's blast bomb was just like the low-level fireball. Instant cast with no telegraph.
Sea water baptism.
One of the twin-headed sea serpent's heads rose and spat out deep blue seawater, and all the wounds on its body vanished. Gu Yao frowned. Although Yin, who wasn't injured, the blazing meteor rain just now had consumed a fair amount of energy. If the opponent kept stalling like this, Fox Bao's energy would run out first. The situation was growing unfavorable. Gu Yao made a hand gesture signaling Fox Bao to settle this quickly. Receiving the command, the tricolor Sky Fox set all its clones in motion, charging at the twin-headed sea serpent. They moved so fast, cutting off all escapes. Li Qingyao had initially wanted to bide his time and cast another rain summoning, but at this rate, he would be injured and lose before long. See! The twin-headed sea serpent was smashed hard from the sky, crashing viciously onto the ground and crying out in pain. But upon hearing Li Qingyao's water shield command, it still gritted its teeth and gathered energy. However, the flames on the tricolor Sky Fox blazed fiercely. With a single move, blazing domain, the little sea serpent's water shield dispersed, and it completely lost consciousness.
Match over. Tricolor Sky Fox wins. Tricolor Sky Fox. Tricolor Sky Fox. Tricolor Sky Fox.
Gu Yao watched the audience below cheering for the tricolor Sky Fox and mused inwardly that there was indeed a reason for performance matches. People truly love familiars. On the big screen above the word champion, an image of Gu Yao appeared.
Dear teacher, students, and audience. Just now the champion of our freshman tournament has been born. She is Gu Yao.
The host gestured for the cheering crowd to quiet down.
But the competition isn't over yet. Let's see who takes second and third place in the competitive division, and who will claim the performance crown. Let's welcome the third performance team to the stage.
Gu Yao walked off the stage and rubbed her ears, only to be caught in a hug by Yao on arrival.
Champion! Yao Yao is champion! Ha ha!
Gu Yao laughed and cheered along with her. Linja also came over to congratulate her.
Congratulations on your victory!
Gu Yao turned her head at the sound and smiled in thanks to Li Qingyao and Liang Yunian.
Are you heading to the medical room together? You should have another performance match later.
Li Qingyao asked.
Yes, we need to go.
Jiang Xianwei agreed directly. Since Yao Yao had taken first place, she also had to give her all in the final performance. She couldn't afford any mistakes. Jiang Xianwei and Linja had both changed into their performance outfits long ago, as they only had one performance match. Linja took Fox Bao to restore its energy, while Gu Yao obediently let Jiang Xianwei tidy her up.
Yeah, are you ready? It's almost our turn.
Linja came back from the front.
Almost. Who's second?
Jiang Xianwei put the jewelry on Gu Yao. Gu Yao also looked over curiously.
No need to ask. Besides Yao Yao, who could break the sea sprite Sea Moonlight. Not to mention the stronger mid-level familiar, the twin-headed sea serpent.
Linja spread his hands. The host's voice sounded again. Jiang Xianwei cradled Gu Yao's chin and examined her carefully.
Perfect. Though time was a bit tight, the result is still flawless.
The lights ahead dimmed. Thunderous drumbeats burst forth, with clusters of colorful sparks, while melodious music coalesced in the air into a galaxy. Tiny shards of light scattered and drifted, and the light-hearted melody radiated vibrant vitality. Gu Yao performed according to the earlier rehearsal. The dazzling colors made Gu Yao momentarily dazed. She truly wanted to immerse herself in the splendid illusory world before her. At that moment, she understood why Jiang Xianwei was so devoted to performance competitions. Beautiful things always make one's heart yearn. The light shifted. Across a crimson base flowed dazzling streams of yellow-green and rose-gold silky ribbons of light intertwining and wrapping around one another. With the melody's turn, they scattered and regrouped, then fell like shooting stars. After the performance ended, the three stepped off the stage, and the award ceremony followed.
It's over.
Jiang Xianwei clutched her heart, nervously waiting for the performance scores to appear.
Relax. You're the best beast performance artist I've ever seen.
Gu Yao smoothed her back.
Why are you suddenly praising me like that? Not trying to drag me into competitive battling anymore.
Jiang Xianwei was delighted to hear the words, but she couldn't help wondering why her good friend had suddenly changed her mind.
I never meant to drag you into it. I just wanted you to experience what my future competitions will be like.
Gu Yao poked her cheek.
You truly belong on the performance stage. I believe you'll succeed on this path.
Jiang Xianwei was stunned. She hadn't expected the first person to support her would be her best friend. After all, those closest and dearest always wanted her to take the so-called better path, while those who didn't care wouldn't have any stake in supporting her choice. Jiang Xianhua leaned her head against Gu Yao's shoulder.
Humph. I originally wanted to go into competitive battling, but you've shaken my resolve.
A low laugh traveled from the girl's chest into her ears, followed by Gu Yao's voice.
Impossible. Even if no one supported you, you'd still walk this path unwaveringly. As your friend, I know you pretty well, all right.
Jiang Xianhua laughed too.
All right. When I succeed, you'll be my first true career fan, and also my dearest best friend.
On the stage ahead, after this year's top freshmen in academic courses finished their speech, the host announced the 3 award winners of the competitive division to come on stage. Gu Yao held the trophy. On it was a figure forming a bee's taming hand seal. Her mother had told her about this person, and Qi Shao had mentioned her too, the one and only divine-level bee's tamer.
Let us invite our Academy's principal to personally present the awards to the champion runner-up and 3rd place of the freshman tournament.
Gu Yao followed the host's voice, and looked toward the middle-aged man steadily ascending the stage.
Your performance in the freshman tournament was excellent, but your academic scores leave something to be desired. If you can't bring them up before the national competition, it won't be allowed. You'll be barred from competing.
As Gu Yao lowered her head to accept the medal, the principal's voice sounded from above. Seeing the champion's body stiffen, he curved his lips into a smile.
Don't worry. The elite class teachers aren't just top tier in beast taming. Their academic instruction is equally strong. Work hard to pass the cultural exams at your first national competition and avoid being suspended.
Gu Yao nodded stiffly. So that was a thing too. After the awards, the performance match scores appeared on the big screen. Gu Yao tilted her head to look 97 points.
Let's congratulate our Gu Yao, Jiang Xianhua, and Lin Jia, the Starlight team, for taking first place in the performance competition. They've not only earned today's top honor, but also the highest score in our Academy's history, and also our Academy.
Gu Yao looked at the performance members, who had come up, and whispered to Jiang Xianhua.
Starlight, didn't you say we'd pick the name together? Naya, if I'd asked you, you'd only have said I could decide anyway. Besides, scattered they are stars. After this victory, our team will never be together again. You'll keep shining in the competitive division, and I'll keep striving on the performance stage. Don't make it sound so melancholy. I think you're trying to coax us into performance competitions.
Lin Jia was actually a little moved.
Ha, not at all.
The host up front kept praising them endlessly, while the 3 of them behind frolicked and bickered. Finally, after all the commendations ended, the elite class selection phase began. Gu Yao looked at GNK on the big screen, recalling the troublemaker who had caused issues earlier. It was with Gu Yao as guarantor that he had been taken away, and she never learned how it was ultimately handled. From this perspective, her brother was right. They had already designated their people from the start. After the freshman ceremony, Gu Yao chose her dormitory, and had just tidied up when GNK walked in.
Your mother asked me to give you a day off. She's waiting for you at the gate.
GNK's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Tomorrow was technically the first class, and the promising student he had his eye on was already going to miss it.
Oh, okay, I'll head over right away. Depending on how things go tomorrow, I'll come back as soon as I finish handling matters.
Gu Yao also caught the mood in his voice. GNK nodded, left his contact information, offered a few words of advice, and departed. Gu Yao waited for Jiang Xianhua, said a quick goodbye, then hurried to the academy gate where she saw her father, mother, and brother all waiting.
What's wrong? Teacher said you asked for a day off for me.
Gu Yanshu nodded, hesitating a little.
Someone has come to our home. I thought you two should come and meet them.
Gu Yao nodded, casually taking in the expressions of all 3. Their faces varied, and her heart tightened with nervousness. She hadn't expected this to happen so soon. The normally quiet and spacious villa district was now crowded, filled with a group of people in matching uniforms. Gu Yao tilted her head and looked carefully, just as she had thought these were people sent by her mother's side. The scale was much grander than in her memory, though she had been too young then to remember clearly. The courtyard, once fairly spacious, was now crowded with people, and an aircraft was parked there, its dark red base and golden waist exuding understated luxury. Outside were also parked many cars and aircraft. Counting both inside and out, Gu Yao roughly estimated there were at least 100 people. Why had so many come? Although it was evening, it was still too early to sleep, and they would disturb others. Why send so many people? Were they planning to use force? Seeing Gu Yao looking around, Gu Yanxu put an arm around her daughter's shoulders and comforted her not to be nervous. As they ascended the steps, the people on both sides bowed respectfully and opened the door to their home, inviting them inside. How utterly topsy-turvy! Gu Yao tightened her grip on her mother. Upon entering, she saw a figure with her back to them, long wavy black hair reaching her knees draped over her back like a long trench coat. Hearing the noise, Gu Yanxu slowly turned around. Seeing her younger sister and her two children, she noted how the children had grown into elegant, handsome young people. Gu Yao listened to her mother's introduction. It turned out this was her mother's biological elder sister. Yet the two bore no resemblance in features, and even their auras were completely different. Gu Yanxu was intimidating at first glance, her gaze cold and piercing. The corners of her eyes slightly upturned, her nose bridge high, and her thin lips curved into a faint frosty sheen. Her brows radiated sharp pressure, yet she was so beautiful one could hardly look away. Yangchen stepped forward politely with Gu Yao to greet her. Gu Yanxu raised a hand, and one of her attendants came forward holding a box and opening it. This is mystic jade used for meditation. It's quite a good aid for training the mental domain. Gu Yanxu took out the two pieces and gave one to each. Last time, I came so suddenly without bringing you gifts, so I'm making up for it now. Since you weren't here, I didn't have them unloaded. Saves them from placing things wrong and making you deal with it. Later just decide where you want them, and call the servants. Sister, the mystic jade is too precious. They're still children. Gu Yanxu stepped forward looking at the jade. They're just two pieces of jade. The ones you used at home were far better than these. They are your children. I feel that after all the hardship they've endured these years, these aren't enough to compensate. Gu Yanxu hesitated. She knew these things meant little to the Gu family, but given the terrible fallout between her and her mother back then, she truly couldn't bring herself to accept them. What's wrong? Haven't you decided to return to the Gu family? Mother was busy when you were little, and couldn't often accompany you, but she still loves you. If you go back, apologize, and soften your stance, I guarantee she'll forgive you. Gu Yanxu sighed, and stepped forward to touch her sister's face. Look how haggard you've become over these decades. In this small shabby house, you probably haven't eaten well, dressed well, or rested well. Sister, I only said I'd send Achen and his sister back. I don't plan to return. Gu Yanxu took a step back and stood beside Yangchen. Hearing this, Gu Yanxu frowned. Only then did she look at the man beside her sister, her expression turning displeased. Gu Yao and Yangchen were stunned by the words. Mom, what are you saying? What do you mean send us back? Yangchen looked at his mother, utterly confused. The last time their aunt came, their mother had firmly drawn a line with them. What had happened recently? Why had his mother suddenly abandoned him and his sister? Are you not going to keep us? Gu Yao hugged her mother's waist, looking up at her parents. Gu Yanxu dared not meet her children's eyes. This was a decision she had reluctantly made after consulting with Yangchen. Gu Yao had mentally prepared herself, but now that the day had actually arrived, she still felt her heart squeezed so tight she could hardly breathe. She did not want to leave them. Gu Yanxu pulled her two children in front of her, blinking back tears. Achen, you must take good care of your sister from now on. Yangchen gripped his mother's hand in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. No, last time. Last time you told Auntie that no matter what happened, we would never be separated. Why? Why suddenly send me and my sister away? Believe your father and me. All of this is to protect you. Only they don't move. Before Gu Yanxu could finish, Gu Yanxu's voice drew everyone's attention. Gu Yao picked up the cute short-handled fruit knife on the table, which her mother kept so she and her father could easily cut fruit anytime. She had liked it so much back then that she had cut piles of fruit for her parents to eat until they waved their hands and said they wouldn't buy any fruit for the entire next week. What are you trying to do? Gu Yanxu saw that this girl was truly of Gu blood, just like the rest of her family, unable to accept the slightest thing going against her wishes. Mom is right, only you all can protect me. But Mom, I don't want their protection, and I don't want to be separated from you. In truth, leaving you would be no different from death. Gu Yao's voice was soft, but reached everyone's ears clearly. Gu Yanxu stared at the knife against her daughter's neck. The blade was razor sharp, and because the girl's hand was unsteady, thin trickles of blood were seeping out. Tianyang had not expected things to develop like this. Just as he was about to move, the Dreamweaver spirit beside him pressed down on him and pointed at his communicator. Only then did he notice that his silent communicator had received a message from Qi Xiao. Too lazy to read what he said, Tianyang directly relayed the current situation and asked how to handle it. Qi Xiao had just connected to the network when he saw Tianyang's message. Calculating the timing, he replied, "Indeed, it's about time. Don't worry. She's a child of the Gu family. With their strength, they won't let anything happen to her. Besides, she's still the last living person who might know something about me." Tianyang frowned. What if something goes wrong? Isn't Wang Yanxi still here? As long as he's still in Jian City, nothing will happen to that little girl. With so many things yet to be figured out, how could they let such a fine bait come to harm? You just be careful of those people. The Dreamweaver spirit looked at the frowning beast tamer, tugged at him, and when he turned his attention, pointed at another person. Gu Jianjue. Tianyang saw him hide deeper into the shadows. He was Wang Yanxi's man. As long as he was here, he would never let that little one come to harm. Before long, Tianyang saw him turn and leap, probably to find that fellow Wang Yanxi. Gu Yanshu and Ouyang Qian now truly regretted it. Their two children were obedient and sensible, never separated from them, and not close to Gu Yanjue or the rest of the Gu family. In the children's eyes, Gu Yanjue and the others were almost enemies. Don't do anything rash. You won't be separated. Your mother will return to the Gu family with you. If something really happens to you, then nothing will be possible anymore. As Gu Yanjue looked at Gu Yao, an image of her own sister flashed before her eyes. Back then she had been just as insistent on having that man. If her mother wouldn't let her go with him, she would die in the Gu family. Don't play word games with me. There are 4 people in our family. My brother, and I have not only a mother, but also a father. Mom has not only her children, but also her beloved. Why must you tear our little family apart? If we return, we all return together, otherwise we won't return at all. Gu Yao absolutely refused to be separated from her parents. Hearing this, Gu Yanjue's gaze toward Ouyang Qian grew even more disgusted. It was all this man's fault. He had not only bewitched her sister into abandoning them, but also made her niece treat them like enemies. Truly, the Ouyang family was their bane. Yao, put the knife down. We'll listen to you. If you don't want to go with them, then we'll stay. At worst, they would leave this place and wander without a home. Ouyang Qian refused to believe that in this vast universe of stars, there was nowhere for their family of 4 to call home. Mother and elder brother both promised that the family would never be separated from now on. Gu Yao felt relieved hearing their words. Seeing that her parents had both changed their minds, she had no time to rejoice before her wrist was seized by a force rendering her unable to move. The knife flew back to its original spot on the dining table, but this time the entire blade sank deep into the table's surface. Everyone's gaze turned toward the door. In walked a tall, slender woman, followed by several people, and a basketball-sized spirit shadow beast. Her hair was pinned up, revealing features that bore some resemblance to Gu Yanjue's, except her beauty was even more extraordinary and rare, and her demeanor was even more grim, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Mother, why did you come down? Gu Yanjue stepped forward, her heart sinking. Now things would be even harder to negotiate. Gu Yanshu's eyes grew moist as she looked at her mother. She had not seen her for decades. Since severing ties and leaving, she could not even hear news of her, let alone meet her face to face. Gu Ling only studied her youngest daughter carefully. Watching from outside, seeing her live in such a dilapidated house, she felt a wave of disappointment. Back then she should never have allowed her to follow her own will and make her own choices. So young, what could she have known? She only acted on emotion. Thinking this, she turned to look at Yanshu's daughter, her own granddaughter. The blood on her neck had not yet dried, winding its way down her throat. She took a step forward, but her youngest daughter blocked her path. Mother, Yao doesn't want to go back with you. That's not what you said when you contacted us. Do you still think you're the young miss of the Gu family, free to do whatever you please? Gu Ling frowned at these words. This youngest daughter was becoming more and more like her father, submissive, gentle, and brainless. The remark left Gu Yanshu frozen in place. Gu Ling, how can you say that about our daughter? Isn't she your own flesh and blood? How can you speak such cold-blooded words? Song Qixing could hardly believe it. Just now outside, she had promised him she would discuss things properly with her youngest daughter and bring her back. I'm cold-blooded. Why don't you look at the fine daughter you raised? Where does she still resemble a young miss of the Gu family? She abandoned her family for a man, and now, for the sake of momentary togetherness with her children, she would keep them by her side even at the cost of their lives. Tell me who is truly cold-blooded." Gu Ling looked at him, her irritation visibly increasing. If not for his raising their daughter to be indecisive and easily swayed, how could so many troubles have arisen? Song Qixing felt a pang of bitterness at these words. Since his youngest daughter left, he had heard such accusations almost every day. He took a deep breath, suppressing his grievances. Getting his daughter back now was what mattered most. These two children have never met us before, so it's natural that they're wary of us. Give them more time. Feelings are cultivated. Once they get to know us, they will naturally trust us and resist us less. Give them time. Give them time so this fellow can run off with my daughter, my granddaughter, and my grandson. Gu Ling had come in precisely because she saw through them. That man had no other skill than hiding. Then just take your daughter and son-in-law. Smack. Song Qixing's head snapped to the side, stumbling 2 steps, and blood immediately trickled from the corner of his mouth. How can you hit father? And in front of so many people. And the children. Gu Yanshu supported Song Qixing, staring at her mother in shock. Ouyang Qian gathered the 2 children and pressed their heads against his chest. I should have beaten him awake back then. If he hadn't indulged you and hidden everything from me, how could all this later mess have happened? Gu Ling's voice was icy. If he hadn't stopped her back then, saying they should be given more time, and their feelings would naturally fade until they broke up, the parents wouldn't have had to play the villain. Later he had again hidden from her, and helped the 2 elope. If she hadn't discovered it in time, who knew where her youngest daughter would be now? Even when the situation blew up and her daughter severed ties with her, at least she still knew where they lived and whether they were safe. But if he hadn't meddled in the middle, none of these damnable troubles would have happened. Sister, mother isn't wrong. Father sometimes can't distinguish right from wrong or know what he should indulge you in, and what he should stop you from doing. That's what allowed you to be deceived and to suffer so much. Gu Yanjua merely glanced at her father, then looked at her sister and explained softly. That's not it at all. These were all my own choices. Father had nothing to do with it. Gu Yanshu shook her head, explaining to them. The scene before her was deeply shocking to Gu Yao. Coming back to herself, she looked up at Gu Ling, who seemed to sense her gaze, and met her eyes. Gu Yao watched her approach. She patted her father, and stepped out of his embrace. Grandma. Gu Yao hesitated, parted her lips, and finally called out. Though her mother seemed to have severed ties with her, she still called Gu Ling mother, which meant she still acknowledged her. Naturally, Gu Yao would follow her mother's lead. You must return to the Gu family. Gu Ling sighed inwardly, trying to soften her tone. Having stood at the top for so many years, she had never felt so powerless. Your mother and your brother may both stay away, but you must return. No. I want to be with my parents and brother. Yao, you must understand the current situation. If you weren't a child of the Gu family, why would Wang Yinsi help you unconditionally like this? He wouldn't have saved you. If you don't go back, and something happens, you'll never see your mother and brother again. Gu Yanju walked over and added her persuasion. Gu Yao remained unmoved. Then I should cherish the time I have now, and spend more of it with them. Gu Yanjua saw that both mother and daughter refused to yield to either soft or hard tactics, and inwardly wondered why Wang Yinsi still hadn't arrived. The situation was deadlocked. Gu Ling finally turned her gaze to the man, who had once stood behind her daughter, and now stood behind her granddaughter, Ouyang Qian. Ouyang Qian met her gaze just as he had that year. As long as his Aishu still chose him, he could not back down. If you had any self-awareness, you would leave them. And Gu, everyone has the life they want. Whether it's Aishu or my children, the life they want includes me. If we're talking about self-awareness, you. Before the word "tu" could leave his mouth, Ouyang Qian was hurled high into the air, then slammed violently onto the ground. Mother, you. Gu Yanshu glared at Gu Ling. Dad. Gu Yao summoned her spirit beast, and stood in front of her father. Ouyang Qian helped his father up, watching Gu Ling warily. Gu Yanjua watched the explosive situation, then swept her gaze toward the window, and finally saw the person she wanted. Mother, Wang Yinsi is here. Gu Ling glanced at the few people before her, and gave a hum of acknowledgement. Entering the room, Wang Yinsi was also startled by the scene. Looking at the dried blood on Gu Yao's neck, He had not quite believed it when Gu Jiangjue told him, but he never expected things to have truly escalated to this point. Heavens! Tianlu blocked Wang Yanxi from stepping further inside. All of you leave my home. Gu Yao pulled her mother back, shielding her behind her, and stared at them as she spoke. Wang Yanxi looked at Gu Yanjue and sent a voice transmission. What happened? Gu Yanjue shook her head at him. Mother, this place is small. Let me take you and Mr. Wang outside to talk. Gu Yanjue spoke carefully. Gu Ling meanwhile looked at the spirit beast beside the girl, nodded to Gu Yanjue, and turned to leave with Wang Yanxi. That one beside her? Is that sacred beast? Wang Yanxi nodded and answered casually. Contracted a month ago. Inwardly he wondered why the little girl had kicked him out as well. But for now, he should settle the matter at hand. Lady Gu, there's something I'm not sure I should say. Remembering what he had promised Gu Yanjue, Wang Yanxi had no choice but to involve himself in their family affairs. You want to tell me to accept Ouyang Qian? Gu Ling's eyes surveyed the quiet surroundings, her tone utterly flat. I just think it's not worth making your daughter, granddaughter, and grandson suffer so much for an outsider. Wouldn't that exactly play into the hands of those who want to see a good show? This matter is already a joke. Gu Ling refused to believe that Ouyang Qian had just happened to appear in the imperial capital, and just happened to fall in love with her daughter. The Ouyang family had been driven out of the capital by her mother personally. To put it bluntly, they had been dug out root and branch ancestral graves, and all and tossed away. Right now your granddaughter and grandson are close to him. Instead of making such an ugly scene, wouldn't it be better to take them back and slowly separate them? Wang Yanxi stopped there, saying no more than this. When did you learn of their identities? When Qishao captured Gu Yao, I saw your clan's spirit shadow beast. Wang Yanxi answered truthfully. At first, he had only simply protected Gu Yao without investigating her family, first because it would be rude and second because it wasn't necessary for him. What about Qishao? Gu Ling turned around. What did he do? He ran. He boarded an internal Qi family vessel. He only said he would come back for Gu Yao. Other than that I don't know. Gu Ling looked at Wang Yanxi. Over the years this man seemed to meddle in everything yet do nothing. Recent events all seemed somewhat connected to him. She truly couldn't fathom what he was trying to do. She had thought they were elevating the Lan family to counterbalance hers, but now they had let go again. Gu Ling withdrew her gaze. For now, as long as Gu Yao and her mother returned to the Gu family, these matters could be set aside. Do you know Qi Zhao's identity? Gu Ling stopped and turned to ask. I heard he's the illegitimate son of that person in the Qi family. Gu Ling nodded. Good that he knew. After she left, Gu Yanjue walked over. So, can Aishu and the others go back? I don't know. You've all tried persuading for so long to no avail. How could I, an outsider, persuade them? Wang Yanxi was puzzled. You have no family, so you wouldn't understand. Most people either listen to themselves, or to outsiders. They just won't listen to their own kin. Gu Yanjue sighed. Your mother isn't that kind of person. Right, she isn't. But if you spoke up, she would surely suspect you had ulterior motives, and then the effect would be different. Gu Yanjue crossed her arms. Mother not only dotes on Aishu, but also feels guilty toward her. When she first took the position of clan head, there was internal turmoil, and she could only keep me, already grown, by her side. She has always regretted and felt guilty for failing to spend time with my sister. To make up for it, she has been somewhat indulgent with her, which is why my father and sister were able to deceive her. So before I came, what happened here? Why? Wang Yanxi swallowed the rest of his sentence. Why had that little girl Gu Yao suddenly been so fierce toward him? Gu Yanjue gave a brief account. I'll have someone deliver the item to you after I return. She hoped her mother and sister could reconcile, otherwise she would truly have taken a huge loss. Wang Yanxi nodded. Seeing that he showed no sign of leaving, Gu Yanjue had no time to bother with him. She had to hurry inside and check that with so much time having passed no more trouble had broken out in there. Gu Yanjue entered, and seeing them all seated let out a relieved breath. It's acceptable to let your father return after all. Gu Ling sighed, inwardly consoling herself that it was no different from her daughter keeping a male concubine. But he cannot stay in the Gu residence. I recall that when Ah Shu was in school she casually purchased a small courtyard. Let him live there. Gu Yanshu's soaring heart plummeted. This would mean Ouyang Qian would be with her without any proper status. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Ouyang Qian pulled her back, signaling that he could accept it.
No way. Then wouldn't my father be no different from a pet without a title?
Ouyang Qian found it hard to believe.
What? Do you honestly think he still has the qualifications to marry into our family?
Gu Ling stated the facts with a calm tone.
Ah Chen, don't get agitated. Your father loves you both so much a little grievance is nothing. After all, even without a formal title, his food, clothing, and shelter will never be lacking.
Gu Yanjua's words were genuinely meant to comfort, yet they carried an undeniable contempt, leaving the sister's expression sour.
If my father has no proper status, then what does it make my brother and me if we return? Illegitimate children.
Gu Yao spoke up.
That does make sense. Mother, you see.
Gu Yanjua quickly nodded in agreement.
If that's the case, then let the father's standing rise through his daughters. As long as you and your brother win the National Intermediate Academy Championship, I will agree.
Gu Ling stood up, exasperated that all this fuss was over one man.
The day you win the championship is the day your father enters the Gu residence with full legitimacy.
Those behind her watched in shock as Gu Ling left. Gu Yanjua hadn't expected her mother to truly allow Ouyang Qian into the family. Looking at her sister and their family of four, she too felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the national competition's outcome, she knew her mother had already agreed to let her sister and brother-in-law return. It was just a pity for her own efforts. Outside the courtyard, Gu Ling sent for stewardly.
Madam, take some people and stay in Jian City to protect them these days. Report any developments to me immediately.
Having said this, Gu Ling boarded her aircraft and departed. When Gu Yanjua walked out, all she saw was a tiny speck in the sky, the silhouette left behind by the aircraft. This time her mother was truly hurt, and she would have to coax her properly when she returned. Thinking this, Gu Yanjua contacted her daughter, asking her to spend time with her grandmother after she returned home.
Little sister mother has left Stewardly behind. If anything comes up, speak with him. The capital is also turbulent lately, and we can't stay away for long.
As Gu Yanjua spoke, she re-added their contact information.
You have no idea. While you were away, mother would ask about you from time to time. When you go back, don't parade that man in front of her and upset her. You know mother yields to softness, not force. Be sure to coax her well when you return.
Afterward, Gu Yanjua pulled Gu Yanshu aside to speak in private. Gu Yao merely felt a sense of relief rather than joy. She knew she shouldn't have pressured the grandmother she had only met once, but her bond with her parents ran far deeper. She could not accept her father being confined like a pet for their sake. The national championship had always felt distant to Gu Yao, something she had never considered. Now unexpectedly it had become their lifeline. Ouyang Qian ruffled her hair and pulled her to sit down.
Don't worry. You've still got your brother. Besides, with your current strength, I'm fairly confident in you taking the national championship for the Junior 1 division.
Gu Yao listened to his explanation and roughly grasped the structure. The national competition was divided into 6 stages, each with its own champion followed by a grand overall champion. From Junior 1 to Junior 6, each stage held separate competitions for the title, and then the 6 winners battled to determine the national overall champion. When Gu Yanshu and Ouyang Qian returned from seeing off Gu Yanjua and Song Qixing, they found the 2 children already studying the national competition materials, and a warm current flowed through their hearts.
It's fine. Your sister told me that even if you don't win the championship, I can still be with your father. No matter what, our family will never be separated.
Gu Yanshu wiped the trace of blood from her daughter's neck, vowing inwardly never to commit such folly again. She made up her mind to grow stronger, to stand on her own just like her mother.
No. Since we've agreed, we must see it through. Mom, we can all tell that Grandma loves you very much. We can't hurt her heart again. Besides, we truly want to return with outstanding results, so everyone can be happy.
Gu Yao pulled her parents to sit down.
We'll give it our all. We won't let Dad go back and suffer grievances.
The better their results, the less criticism they would face upon returning to the Gu family. Outsiders would stop prying into messy details, and instead focus on the glory surrounding her and her brother. So she didn't think her grandmother's proposal was bad, it was merely difficult to achieve. Still, she and her brother would work hard for it.
Mom and Dad, don't worry.
Ouyang Qian nodded in agreement, for this had always been his goal as well. Gu Yanshu truly didn't want her children to shoulder pressure that wasn't theirs because of her choices.
Don't worry. The children are outstanding to begin with. They are beast tamers, and this is the very path they must walk in the future. Now they can use this opportunity to return to the Gu family. What could be better? Don't overthink it.
Ouyang Qian gently coaxed her. Gu Yao and Ouyang Qian exchanged a glance, and with mutual understanding obediently returned to their own rooms. Back in her room, Gu Yao found Dream Eater curled up beneath her desk. Puzzled, she walked over and asked,
"Where's Tianyang? Why are you here alone?"
Dream Eater raised its tiny stubby paw and pointed at the communicator.
Ming Ming.
Gu Yao opened the communicator and sent Tianyang a message. Your spirit beast is still with me. Your grandmother left people behind for you. That person is too strong. I'd be discovered if I went over. But Qi Xiao insisted I keep protecting you, so I figured I'd leave Dream Eater with you. Tianyang sighed, lying on the bed of a small nearby inn. I never knew you were this responsible. Gu Yao was once again taken aback by his sense of duty, considering how unreliable he seemed. You heartless beast, so you see me as an irresponsible person. We're done. I'll forgive you tomorrow. Then let me thank you in advance for your forgiveness. Gu Yao smiled and closed the chat window, then began browsing the records of past national competition champions. Suddenly remembering tomorrow's class, she checked the time, and found it was already past midnight. Gu Yao left a message for her instructor assuring him that she would arrive at the academy on time.
Tian. HM. What's wrong?
Gu Yao had just sent the message when she noticed Mobo gazing downward. Curious, she walked over. Wang Yince's silky white hair shimmered under the moonlight. Thanks to Gu Yao's keen eyesight, she could even see his face bathed in moonlight. So beautiful, he seemed like a celestial being. Gu Yao returned to her bed and sent him a message. Why are you still here? Did everything go smoothly? After Gu Ling had returned from her talk with him, her attitude had shifted slightly. Gu Yao suspected Wang Yince had said something to her, and she hesitated, wanting to ask him. I didn't know about your mother's relationship with the Gu family at the beginning. I think you may have misunderstood something. His message only deepened Gu Yao's confusion. Could it be that he protected her simply out of pure kindness? Though she found pure goodwill rare, perhaps she had just run into a good person. Recalling the earlier scene, Gu Yao felt she shouldn't judge a gentleman's heart with a petty mind and wound a good person's sincere kindness. I'm sorry. I misjudged you today and lost my temper at you. Truly, I apologize. Wait for me. I'll come down and apologize in person. Having sent the message, Gu Yao began dressing ready to head downstairs when another new message arrived. It's fine, no need to come down. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, you should rest early. I'll be on my way. Seeing the rest of the message, Gu Yao rushed to the window and watched him get into his car and drive away. She thought to herself that she had indeed wounded this good man's heart. Lately she had been reading too many tales of deceit, and had grown overly suspicious. Gu Yao knocked on her own head in frustration. Still, it was late, so she hurried to sleep. Class awaited her tomorrow. Early the next morning, Ouyang Qian went to his sister's door, knocked, and called for her to get up. 1 minute, I'm getting dressed, Gu Yao answered while pulling on her clothes. As the two walked downstairs, they saw quite a few more people in the living room. Miss, have you been the one cooking all this time? Stewardly made Gu Yanchu sit down. How could you do such a thing? You are the second young lady of the Gu family. Hearing footsteps coming down, Stewardly looked up and saw the young miss and young master descending. Young miss and young master, since you're awake, why didn't you call me? I would have sent someone upstairs. Sisterly, this isn't the imperial capital. We've all gotten used to this kind of life. Gu Yanchu held her back and urged the two children to eat quickly and go to the academy. Stewardly frowned. Their young lady had actually gotten used to such a life. How had she? Though she had many objections in her heart, she still hurriedly ordered the dishes to be served so as not to delay the young miss and young master. Gu Yao and Ouyang Qian exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat awkward, and slipped away after finishing their meal. Ouyang Qian walked Gu Yao to the first-year elite class, then returned to his fifth-year class. Yao, I missed you to death after just 1 day. The moment Jiang Xianwei saw Gu Yao's listless expression, she perked up. I missed you too. How was your rest in the dormitory yesterday? By the way, did any teachers come? Gu Yao rubbed her face against hers. They did. Teacher Jianke, Teacher Yu Liao, and Teacher Bai Nian. The other academic teachers won't be seen until their classes start. Jiang Xianwei pulled Gu Yao to sit beside her. Let's wait here for a bit. There's a meeting soon for the elite classes of all levels. A meeting. Yesterday, I found some senior schoolmates in the dormitory and chatted with them. They said the first lesson for new students is learning to lose. They wouldn't. Exactly. I'm guessing that in a bit we're definitely going to face senior students in battle. After all, those who made it into the elite class through the freshman competition won all the way up. The first thing they'll do after school starts is definitely to take us down a peg. A familiar voice. Gu Yao turned her head and saw Adila sitting down beside her, with Li Qingyan next to her. Can I call you Yao Yao? I'm on the solo combat team too. But have the teams already been assigned? Gu Yao hadn't expected the teachers to arrive at the classroom so early and arrange so many things. Teacher Jian set up a group chat when she came over and posted it there. I'll add you. Jiang Xianhua helped Gu Yao operate her device. Oh right, teacher Bai said Dicky contacted her. This afternoon the three of us will get 3 hours off to film a promotional video. Gu Yao checked the solo combat team roster. Gu Yao, Li Qingyan, Adila. Reserve member Anan. Dicky. Adila wondered if she had misheard. Was it the same Dicky she was thinking of? Shocking, right? I'm even more shocked. Jiang Xianhua looked at Gu Yao. When Gu Yao had first told her about this, she had found it even harder to believe, and had even wondered whether her friend had bumped her head on the door on the way out. After all, there really was a big lump on her forehead at the time. Gu Yao smiled, said nothing, and changed the subject. How would she know why Dicky wanted her in a commercial? She had also briefly looked into Dicky. All its series spokespeople were galaxy-level celebrity beast tamers. Getting a Dicky endorsement while still at the academy, and the most prestigious series endorsement at that, is far more impressive than winning the national exhibition tournament. Adila now looked at the two of them as if they were monsters. After all, people join competitions to become famous, get endorsements, become more famous, get even better endorsements, and step onto bigger stages. How could anyone reach the finish line the moment they debuted? Maybe it's just good luck. Teacher's here. Seeing that Gu Yao was avoiding the question, Jiang Xianhua laughed it off, and when she spotted the teacher coming, she hurriedly told everyone to sit properly. All right, follow me. Jian glanced around, and seeing Gu Yao let out a sigh of relief, then led them to the South District Training Hall. Sitting in the shuttle cart, Gu Yao watched in fascination. Do people always ride this to get around school? No, this is a dedicated route. The South District is the training hall, the North District is the Bees Supply Station with medical care and all kinds of research projects. The East District is the Battle District. The 5 intermediate academies around Jian City occasionally hold friendly exchange matches there, and our monthly training assessments are held there as well. Jian heard this, pressed the small microphone in the vehicle, and briefly introduced the academy's layout. What about the west side? Isn't there anything there? A classmate asked. The West District has many mixed functions. The top is a landing pad, and underground is a parking lot. In the middle is a leisure area where you can meet your parents, plus package storage, a commission hall, and such. Our academy actually has quite a lot of commissions, not inferior to a professional commission agency. So if your family is having a hard time besides applying for internal subsidies, you can also take commissions on your own. It lets you improve yourself and make money at the same time. Listening, Gu Yao marveled inwardly. This academy was practically a miniature society. It had everything. We're here. Get off. It's so big. Gu Yao shared the same thought. The building before her was majestic and towering. She followed the teacher inside and boarded an elevator. When the elevator doors opened, they saw the other classes had already arrived. The teacher led them to seats in the first-year section. The people up on the platform, seeing that almost everyone was present, switched on the microphone. Good morning, elite classes of the entire academy. First, let us warmly welcome the newly arrived first-year elite class students to join us. A round of applause. Yu Jingyu on the stage took the lead in applauding, then briefly introduced the main content of today's meeting. The freshman competition is over, but your path as beast tamers has only just begun. In order to let you understand what real beast combat is like, we have selected some outstanding seniors to accompany you and give you a taste of it. That is also the main purpose of this meeting. In a moment, a box will be brought in front of you, and you will draw your opponents yourselves. Winning or losing doesn't matter, the important thing is to learn. Gu Yao had been the champion of this year's freshman competition, so she was first. Looking at the box in front of her, she reached in and randomly picked one. Everyone watched as she opened it. Oh Yangchen. Gu Yao was stunned by her own luck. She was going to buy a lottery ticket later. Oh my god, you're actually matched against your brother. Jiang Xianwei was as shocked as Gu Yao. Others might not know, but Jiang Xianwei and Lin Jia knew about their relationship and they were all astonished. Brother. Her actual brother. The person nearby clearly caught a different point. One's own little sister still has to be bullied by one's own hand, ha ha ha. In an instant, the news exploded and discussions erupted. Gu Yao and her brother were already standing on the training ground. Begin the match. Gu Yao blanked for a moment. Seeing the summoning array on Ouyang Chen's side light up, she immediately followed suit. Fox Treasure faced off against the opponent's advanced beast, the Thunder Dragon. The first-year new students stared at the Thunder Dragon on the platform stunned. They hadn't expected such a heavyweight to appear right off the bat. Dragon-type beasts were extremely difficult to raise, requiring several times more resources and effort than other beasts. In exchange, however, after every evolution, they far surpassed ordinary beasts in every aspect. Thunderous wrath. Scorching heaven and earth. No way. She's really meeting it head-on. I think I might be seeing things. Amid the ear-splitting explosions, everyone craned their necks to see what was happening inside. The tricolor celestial fox was sent flying backward, and the Thunder Dragon also retreated a few steps. Both Gu Yao and Ouyang Chen were stunned by what they saw. What shocked Gu Yao was that she knew the tricolor celestial fox had extraordinary talent, and this was the first time since the fox had entered battle that its full power strike had left the opponent only lightly scorched and a few steps back. Ouyang Chen knew his sister's fire-type beast was no ordinary creature, but his expectations had still been too low. An intermediate beast unleashing an advanced skill and producing this kind of result was simply unbelievable. Additionally, he had known earlier that this beast possessed a trait skill burn. It was immune to fire-type attacks and received reduced damage from other attributes. Unexpectedly, it could even withstand an advanced skill unleashed by an advanced beast, one whose mastery had already reached a high degree of proficiency. The tricolor celestial fox shook its body, shaking off the numbing sensation. Ouyang Chen remained silent. In that exchange, his Thunder Dragon had grasped the opponent's basic information just as he had. After fighting together for so long, they had that much rapport and trust. Thunderclap slash. It was another advanced skill. Gu Yao recognized it from the opponent's opening stance. Gu Yao looked at the dozens of tricolor celestial foxes on the field, then suddenly locked eyes with one of them, and gave a slight nod. That's the one. Both Ouyang Chen and the Thunder Dragon noticed it. They adjusted the skill's direction and slashed straight across. Instantly, deep blue lightning crackled and popped with explosive booms, as if about to shatter all space in its path, hurtling straight toward the tricolor celestial fox. Everyone watched with bated breath. Gu Yao meanwhile secretly let out a sigh of relief, though her face still wore the appropriate expression of shock and fear. A deafening boom shook everyone into believing the match was already decided. Through the flying rubble and drifting dust, Gu Yao watched a blurry figure land on the Thunder Dragon. Guardian Current. Noticing where Gu Yao was looking, Ouyang Chen hastily called out. Blue lightning immediately surged around the Thunder Dragon. Was this the benefit of high combat synergy? It reacted the moment the command was given. Thunder. Blaze. The tricolor celestial fox had already unleashed its skill on the Thunder Dragon's back before the opposing beast tamer's command was given. The downside of thick skin and sturdy flesh was that the perception of injury was a beat slower. The electrified tricolor celestial fox tumbled off, rolled a few times on the ground, yet still endured the pain to summon its clones and safely create distance. Everyone, including Ouyang Chen, stared in disbelief at the red blistering burns on the Thunder Dragon's back. Thunder. The searing delayed pain swept across its back. The Thunder Dragon glared at the large patches of fiery red specks before it, while the lightning around the tricolor celestial fox grew larger and thicker. The opponent was enraged. Gu Yao signaled Fox Treasure to only dodge and not attack from now on. After all, the other beast was a dragon type with a thunder attribute, which dealt the highest elemental damage, and now that it was enraged, Fox Treasure had no choice but to evade. The tricolor celestial fox switched to its flying attribute and darted around in the lightning, getting hit every now and then. Gu Yao frowned. The opponent was an advanced beast, and its lightning was fast. Evading like this would only buy time before death. She needed to think of another way to break through. Thinking about this, she looked at Ouyang. Having spent quite some time with her brother recently, she noticed a hint of anxiety in his expression. Gu Yao turned her gaze back to the arena, and noticed something she had missed before. The Thunder Dragon's gaze was fixed on the tricolor celestial fox, whose clones were growing fewer and fewer amid the storm of lightning, completely failing to notice its beast tamer's expression. Ouyang watched the Thunder Dragon acting solely on the rage that had gone to its head. He was anxious, but couldn't call out. If he did, the opponent could easily goad the Thunder Dragon into losing its reason even further, and then he would lose. All he could do now was wait. Wait for the Thunder Dragon's emotions to recover, and he had to keep up the disguise so the opponent wouldn't notice. Gu Yao raised her hand and tapped her index finger twice. Everyone noticed the gesture and looked at her curiously. Ouyang did the same. Could she still be planning to have the tricolor celestial fox fight head-on under such circumstances? The tricolor celestial fox on the field understood its beast tamer's meaning. While dodging skills, it used its clones to provoke the Thunder Dragon. Ouyang was shocked. Come back. Since they had been found out, it no longer mattered whether he spoke. Ouyang no longer hid his emotions. Unfortunately, it was a step too late. By now the Thunder Dragon and the tricolor celestial fox were tangled together, and it couldn't spare a moment to unleash another 100,000-volt blast to keep pursuing the fox. The main body breathed a sigh of relief. Together with its clones, it toyed with the Thunder Dragon and seized the initiative. Then, watching for an opportunity, it moved closer and let loose several more skills. No matter how thick the dragon's hide, she would burn it through. Next, she would make it attack itself. The battle on the field was in chaos. The Thunder Dragon was no longer paying any attention to Ouyang's retreat commands. Watching the Thunder Dragon being toyed with by the tricolor celestial fox and harming itself with its own attacks, Ouyang racked his mind for a countermeasure. Same place. Gu Yao spoke up to remind the tricolor celestial fox not to waste its skills elsewhere. The Thunder Dragon's body was huge. If this kept up, the fox would exhaust its stamina and energy before it could burn through the dragon's entire hide. Her voice reminded the tricolor celestial fox on the field, and also snapped Ouyang awake. Cross lightning. Didn't the Thunder Dragon want to fight? Then let it fight. It wouldn't heed a retreat command, but it would certainly be happy to heed an attack command. Sure enough, the tricolor celestial fox once again climbed onto the Thunder Dragon's back and unleashed the blazing flame domain. Thunder and lightning converged around the Thunder Dragon. Thunder. Blaze. Gu Yao frowned as she watched Fox Treasure twitching from the electric shock. She thought to herself that she absolutely had to learn a protective skill once she got back. Otherwise she would be far too passive, able to attack but not defend. Both beasts collapsed to the ground. The blazing flame domain had already reached mastery level proficiency. Even the Thunder Dragon couldn't take it twice in a row and remain as unscathed as before. The tricolor celestial fox, after collapsing and ceasing its twitching, barely managed to stand. It lowered its body into an attack-ready stance and stared at the opponent. But in truth, its energy was running low and its body was injured. It couldn't hold out much longer. The Thunder Dragon's back, by comparison, was a miserable sight. Its skin, already broken and blistered, was now even more mangled and bloodied. Everyone who saw it felt their scalp tingle and rubbed their own arms. Add to that the scorch marks elsewhere on its body, the claw prints it had left on itself, and the red marks from impacts. It looked utterly disheveled. At that moment both the arena and the stands fell completely silent. Gu Yao was thinking about how to maximize the use of her remaining energy, while Ouyang watched the Thunder Dragon lying on the ground wailing and gasping for breath. Burn was continuous damage, so even trading 1 for 1 would be worth it, because the marks left by the flames would keep corroding the dragon's flesh. As long as it moved, it would suffer secondary damage. Match over. First year Gu Yao challenges 6th year Ouyang. Draw. The sudden announcement ignited the arena. What the heck? This is a freshman. What did I see? What did I just see? Our freshman this ferocious now. Oh my god, good thing I didn't draw her, or I'd be her next opponent to get destroyed in seconds. The logistics teacher nearby summoned the lingling autumn fruit tree. It plucked the fruits from its own branches and handed them to the tricolor celestial fox and the Thunder Dragon to restore their energy. Then its leaves trembled as enormous energy mended both beasts' injuries. This little one of yours never forgets its original heart. It drew with the rock-shattering griffin at the elementary level, and now it drew with my thunder dragon at the intermediate level. Oh, Yangchen said with a smile. Stay true to your original heart, and you'll reach your goal. Gu Yao also tilted her head with a smile. After the two came down, everyone continued discussing the match just now. Next match, first-year Li Qingyao versus sixth-year Lin Yiming. Lin Yiming and Gu Yao from the elite class of grade 6 sat up straight, fixing their eyes on the stage above. Lin Yiming possessed two advanced familiars, Kongkong Huaman and Shuibilu of the wood and water attributes respectively. They were typical local familiars of Jian City, and he also had a basic level familiar. The match begins. Both combatants raised their hands, simultaneously summoning their familiars. A crimson summoning array and an orange summoning array lit up, and a twin-headed sea serpent and a Shuibilu appeared within their respective circles. The two familiars had similar attributes. Shuibilu was a dual water and psychic type familiar, while the twin-headed sea serpent was a dual water and ice type familiar. Lin Yiming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the opponent hadn't used a sea sprite. Apart from familiars that inherently possessed the ability, almost no psychic type familiars knew illusion techniques, so he had neglected training in that area, which was precisely why he hadn't used Kongkong Huaman. Shuibilu, being a dual water and psychic type, was somewhat stronger in psychic power than Kongkong Huaman. Psychic attacks dealt only limited damage to familiars with high psychic power. Gu Yao watched the match above, recalling her own earlier battle against Li Qingyao. What's wrong? GNK noticed her mind wandering and asked. Sea spirits and twin-headed sea serpents are both dual water and ice-type familiars, so why can a sea spirit still use advanced psychic skills? Even with high comprehension, it should only be at the beginner or intermediate level, right? Gu Yao knew something about it, but not much. Because the requirements differ. Energy-type attacks like fire, wood, or water can only come from the familiar's own elemental energy. For example, a fire-type sprays fire, and a water-type sprays water. GNK knew Gu Yao's academic performance in theoretical courses, so she thought for a moment and explained in greater detail. But psychic and mental-type abilities demand a familiar psychic power and have nothing to do with the elemental energy within its body. Insect types have inherited bloodline skills such as insect chirping, insect goo, and insect swarm summoning, racial bloodline techniques tied to their attributes. Although the sea spirit is a dual water and ice type, its race is naturally gifted with powerful psychic strength. As long as its psychic power is high and its comprehension is good, it can learn psychic type skills. Gu Yao nodded, indicating she had taken it in. These will also be taught in later classes. You know very well how your theoretical courses are, so you must pay attention. You don't want trivial matters like these to hold you back in competitions later, leaving you bitter and regretful. GNK added a couple more words. Gu Yao already knew this now. Knowledge reserves were very important. After the team competition ended, the exhibition matches began, and Jiang Xianwei advanced to the solo exhibition match. After the three of them finished their matches, Bai Niannian called them over and told them to head to Diqi while they had the chance, so they could make a quick trip and return quickly. On the way, Gu Yao received word from her mother that An Wenjing had arrived in Jian City. She updated her mother on the current situation. Seeing that her daughter was going to Diqi today as well, Gu Yin, she quickly agreed to An Wenjing's request to meet in 2 hours. The endorsement shoot went quickly because Qiao Yi personally supervised. Gu Yao noticed the others calling her President Qiao. When she had previously coordinated with her on the Sacred Beast Research and Observation Project, Gu Yao had thought she was a knowledge and technology-oriented manager. It turned out she was an all-around general manager in charge of everything. Professor An is already waiting for you. I'll take you over. Qiao Yi nodded, finally satisfied with the shoot. She gestured for the staff to wrap up and hand over the follow-up work, then personally led Gu Yao to meet Professor An. Entering a reception room, Gu Yao immediately spotted a figure seated before the floor-to-ceiling window. Her delicate features were framed by long hair braided and draped over her chest, giving her an elegant and approachable air. Hearing someone enter, An Wenjing's gaze met Gu Yao's. Her eyes were bright, and a faint smile curved at the corners of her lips, her demeanor calm and genial. Professor, and this is Gu Yao, and behind her are her two friends Jiang Xianwei and Linjia. Xiao Yi walked over with the group. I know. And Wenjing set down her teacup and nodded to the girl.
Come sit over here.
Gu Yao walked over and sat down, letting the fox cub in her arms return to its normal size.
It looks much bigger now.
And Wenjing rose and studied the tricolor celestial fox before her. She was very interested in it. An entirely new evolutionary branch, one that could not only freely alter its attributes, like a mechanical-type familiar, but also unleash attribute fusion skills. It had been a long time since an Wenjing had encountered such an outstanding familiar.
I would like to establish a project research team for the tricolor celestial fox, an entirely new branch of the flame fox lineage.
And Wenjing sat down and continued.
Originally, we should have come to contact you long ago to set up this project team, but considering the inconvenient timing, your mother mentioned, it was delayed until now.
Whenever an entirely new evolutionary branch appeared, Dicky would dispatch a professional project research team to make contact, all for the purpose of stabilizing this unexpected evolution and making it sustainable. Gu Yao nodded to indicate she had no problem joining and cooperating with them, and she also asked many questions about familiars. After finishing all of that and returning to the academy, Gu Yao saw teacher Jian waiting for her, waving her over.
Come with me. Someone is looking for you.
Jian Ke gestured for Jiang Xianwei and Lin Zhe to head back first and led Gu Yao away. Jiang Xianwei nodded and returned to the class with Lin Zhe. She happily hugged the book signed by Professor, and the smile on her face never fading along the way. Gu Yao followed Jian Ke into her office and saw a group of people standing inside.
Greetings, young miss.
The middle-aged man at the lead stepped forward and bowed.
Hello there. Has something happened?
Gu Yao could tell from their attire that they were members of the Gu family.
No, we are here under Madame Gu's orders to deliver a spirit illusion phantom familiar egg to the young miss.
As he spoke, he summoned his mechanical-type familiar. It was Gu Yao's first time seeing a mechanical-type familiar, and her eyes were full of curious scrutiny as she watched it open its chest, revealing a snow-white familiar egg the size of a soccer ball. Through the shell there was a faintly luminescent diamond-shaped mark. The man took out the familiar egg and placed it before her respectfully. As the distance closed, Gu Yao felt an inexplicable connection. Her blood, body, and spirit all seemed to be mutually drawn to this familiar, filling her with warmth and closeness. Her hand moved before her mind, reaching out to take the familiar egg. It was her first time touching one, and the feel was entirely different from ordinary edible eggs. Cradled in her hands, it was like holding a piece of fine warm jade, smooth, moist, and exquisite to the touch.
Madam has left a professional spirit illusion phantom breeder with Stewardly. If you have any questions, you may go ask him at any time.
Gu Yao nodded. She already had Foxbow in her arms, and now she had gained a small familiar egg as well. Having completed his mission, the man nodded his farewell and left to find Ouyang Chen in Class 5 of the middle school section. Jian Ke looked at the familiar egg in her hand. It greatly resembled the eggs of water, ice, and flying-type familiars, but those did not possess a flowing energy mark within. With all her knowledge, she could not tell what kind of familiar this egg would hatch into. Still, judging from the way those people addressed her student as young miss, the girl probably came from a prominent family. Since it was a familiar egg she had never seen before, Jian Ke couldn't help but feel curious about what kind of familiar would hatch from it. Perhaps she might even broaden her horizons.
Now that your personal matters are settled, hurry back to class. This is exactly the time for the theoretical course. You need to be listening to carefully.
The teacher's words pulled Gu Yao's gaze and thoughts back. She quickly nodded, said goodbye to the teacher, and left the office. On the way, seeing students coming out of the classroom, Gu Yao felt frustrated at having missed so many knowledge points that she would have to make up. Returning to the class, she saw Jiang Xianwei just then organizing notes she had borrowed from classmates for the classes that had been missed.
Yeah, I need to copy notes too. Let me take a look later.
Gu Yao quickened her steps to Jiang Xianyue's side upon seeing this.
No need. I'm organizing them for you. My parents hired tutors who let me preview the first-year curriculum in advance, so I already know all of this. This is for you.
Jiang Xianwei answered without looking up, her writing speed undiminished. Gu Yao was so moved she leaned on Jiang Xianyue's shoulder and nuzzled her.
As expected, Yaya is the best to me. Of course. What are we to each other?
Jiang Xianwei then supplemented some knowledge points the teacher hadn't covered. She put down her pen and handed the notes to Gu Yao when she suddenly noticed a new familiar nestled beside Foxbow in Gu Yao's arms.
Are you planning to raise your third familiar starting from an egg?
Gu Yao took the notes and nodded while answering her question, flipping through them at the same time. Jiang Xianyue's handwriting was free and elegant, very pleasant to read.
After all, who knows how long it'll be until my next brain domain breakthrough. There's plenty of time. But after we enter the intermediate academy, besides theoretical courses and actual spirit-taming combat with familiars, there's also morning and evening meditation.
Seeing Gu Yao look up in slight confusion, Jiang Xianyue continued.
Currently, the only known method for training the brain domain is this one. So our morning and evening self-study sessions are entirely meditation practice with theoretical classes in the morning and combat classes in the afternoon. Today the schedule was adjusted because of a meeting, so combat was moved to the morning and theoretical classes were moved to the afternoon.
Gu Yao nodded, then thinking of something asked.
If we meditate earlier, can't we break through earlier? Why didn't my mom mention this to us during summer vacation? That's because you can't. After the brain domain awakens, there is a period of unstable psychic energy. If you meditate during that time, something can easily go wrong.
Every year there are not a few spirit tamers who try to break through early by meditating ahead of time and end up with brain death.
That's serious.
Gu Yao hadn't expected the fluctuations of the brain domain psychic waves to have such severe consequences.
That's why parents, teachers, and doctors all say you need to relax and rest well after awakening and not think about all sorts of messy things. This is exactly the reason.
As Jiang Xianyue spoke, she saw teacher Jian Ke arrive and told Gu Yao to put away her notes and get ready for the next class.
There are 10 minutes left until dinner time. After dinner, it will be evening self-study meditation. Until self-study ends, I will come around at any time to check the depth of your meditation states. If you're found lacking too many times, you'll be transferred to the ordinary spirit taming class.
Everyone was shocked by the final sentence. Seeing that everyone had perked up, Jian Ke explained.
Brain domain development and breakthroughs can only be achieved through meditation and seated cultivation. If even such a simple training method is beyond you, then basically you'll remain double familiar or triple familiar spirit tamers for the rest of your lives. In that case, there's no need to waste the elite class slots.
That reasoning made sense. The dinner bell rang and students from all classes left for the cafeteria. After the three of them finished eating and returned, Gu Yao saw that many people had already begun meditating and adjusting their states. She too sat down in her seat, and following what Jian Ke had just taught, searched for the feeling. The spirit illusion phantom familiar egg was placed by Gu Yao on her desk inside the small nest she had just made for it. As she slipped into the meditative state, her breathing and heartbeat became steady and slow, while her perception of the outside world gradually sharpened. Filled with curiosity, she observed the spirit illusion phantom egg on her desk. The strange sensation she had felt in the office rose within her again. The faint mark inside the spirit illusion phantom egg grew richer in color, and Gu Yao felt that her perception of the outside world was now far stronger than before. Her body relaxed, her mind clear. In this comfortable and untroubled state, Gu Yao felt fluctuations emanating from the beast taming codex. She focused her mind and entered the codex's space, where characters floated in the air, steadily radiating a familiar glow. What was happening? Gu Yao opened the beast taming codex and turned to Mo Bao's page, only to find its name changing, with the whole page flickering without pause. No wonder it felt familiar. This was the same glow she had seen when Huli Bao evolved. Gu Yao immediately realized what was happening, opened her eyes, and contacted Xiao Yi. Are you sure? I'm 90% certain, though only just a little sure. Good. Come to Dicky now. We have a simulated environment ready for the celestial deer's evolution. I'm on my way. Gu Yao picked up the phantom spirit beast egg quietly into the call and slipped out of the classroom. She completely forgot to ask the teacher for leave. When Xiao Yi received the call, she had already suspected as much. After all, the boss seemed to trust Gu Yao greatly, and Gu Yao's aptitude was indeed exceptional, so Xiao Yi had long since made thorough preparations. The moment Gu Yao arrived, Dicky's staff hurried over with their tamed beasts. One spatial teleportation later, they had gone from Dicky's entrance to stand directly before Xiao Yi. Student Gu. Having met twice in a single short day, Xiao Yi led her to a beast gate shaped like a Mo Bao, swiped the verification information, and the gate slowly opened. Gu Yao formed hand seals and summoned Mo Bao. As soon as the celestial deer appeared, Xiao Yi watched the surrounding measuring instruments show the wood attribute energy in the area, and the psychic power values visibly plunging. The surrounding staff took notes while monitoring the data. The energy is dropping very fast. Keep increasing it. Maintain the energy stability here. Xiaoyi led Gu Yao to stand farther away. Gu Yao was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't evolution supposed to be over in an instant? What was all this about energy decreasing and increasing? According to our past experience and data, sacred beast evolution is different from that of ordinary tamed beasts. For the common tamed beasts we encounter every day, when the energy cultivated inside their bodies reaches the critical limit, they can withstand their body's change in order to continue gaining power. That is evolution. Xiaoyi saw the confusion on her face and understood. After all, 99% of people believe that sacred beasts were merely legends or theoretical existences. In the past, once sacred beasts formed contracts with humans, none had ever broken through the general rank threshold, so very little data had been obtained. Sacred beasts were powerful, but they had never displayed that power before the world, so everyone refused to believe it, and simply thought this tamed beast had exceptional talent. But the reason we distinguish tamed beasts, spirit beasts, and sacred beasts is that we discovered they are fundamentally different from the inside out. Since Dickie's founding, counting the present celestial deer, there have been only 5 sacred beasts in total. Of the previous 3, 2 were mid-rank, and 1 was high-rank. One of them we did not allow to be contracted, yet the result was the same. Xiaoyi raised a hand, and a staff member brought over a stack of documents. Whenever they evolve, they must absorb a massive amount of energy from the surroundings. The dossier was thin. There was little information on each sacred beast. In particular, the first 3 that were contracted all died within 20 to 30 years. The final one, which had never been contracted, lived for 200 or 300 years. Although that was a long time, its records only increased by a page or 2, because it had always remained a low-ranked tamed beast. So Mo Bao's lifespan is only 20 or 30 years. Gu Yao frowned and put away the documents. Don't think that way. Their evolution hasn't been as fast as yours. Perhaps there is a turning point. That is exactly why we exist. Xiaoyi patted her shoulder in comfort. According to the data on the last sacred beast, even if they never evolve, they can live as long as the heavens if they truly wish to survive. As for the deaths of the first 3, 2 of the sacred beasts had ended their own lives. The remaining high-rank sacred beast was killed by a group calling itself the Hunters. The last one, after living at Dickie for such a long time, died of depression. Strictly speaking, none of them had died a good death. So we advise you not to tell others about the celestial deer's identity as a sacred beast. Still, since both your parents are beast tamers, it should be fine. Xiaoyi looked at Gu Yao. That one in your arms, is it a phantom spirit beast? Gu Yao nodded, inwardly astonished that anyone could determine the breed from such an ordinary, unremarkable egg. When you were holding it today, Professor, and recognized it at a glance. She even told me to prepare some things a young beast would need in advance. As she spoke, Xiaoyi handed her a card. What is this? It's an internal card not circulated among regular clients. My boss said that whether it's you or your tamed beasts, the celestial deer and the tricolor sky fox, you are all bound to Diki through many collaborations, so he specially approved this quota for you. With it, you can obtain whatever you need in the future from any Diki-owned establishment across the entire star system. Xiaoyi briefly explained. It was so useful and valid across the whole star system. Gu Yao accepted it, marveling inwardly. Xiaoyi studied Gu Yao's expression. Seeing no particular reaction, as if she were merely holding an ordinary privilege card, Xiaoyi marveled inwardly, truly worthy of someone from the Gu family. Mo Bao withdrew its gaze from Gu Yao. Its body now felt extremely weak. Although these people probably would not harm its tamer, deep down it still could not trust them. After all, it had been captured by them in the first place. The energy drawn in from outside was circulating through its body. Throughout this process, it could not make any move. The pain had also left it with no strength to move. The agony of bones, energy, and heart meridians being ceaselessly reshaped truly gave it the urge to end itself. If the energy dissolved from the energy melting pill earlier had not also strengthened its body, it would have died of pain right there. Gu Yao also watched Mo Bao, which stood as motionless as a sculpture. The evolution was taking far too long. It had remained in one posture all this time. Didn't it feel tired? Thinking this, she entered the Beast Taming Codex, and saw that Mo Bao's page was still flickering endlessly. Could an evolution really take this long? Coming out, she looked at Xiaoyi, and seeing nothing unusual, her anxiously raised heart barely settled. She did not know how much time had passed before the celestial deer was bathed in evolution light. A pillar of light shot into the sky, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Tian Tian. Gu Yao watched the sacred beast charge toward her through the not yet dispersed evolution light, and froze for a moment. Wasn't it too big now? It stopped and looked at its tamer. The human tilted her head up, while the beast tilted its head down. Why did she have such an expression? Had its evolution been that unimpressive? It had even thought it had become much taller and more majestic. Gu Yao estimated that it now stood about 2 meters tall. The tender antlers on its head had grown considerably larger, and a pair of small wings had appeared on its back. Compared to its size, those wings were far too small. There were no other major changes. Tian. Gu Yao withdrew her appraising gaze and wandering thoughts. Looking at the sacred beast before her, she reached out both hands, and Mo Bao docilely lowered its head to nuzzle gently against her palms. You've grown so big, but your temperament is still the same as before. Good thing there's the mini bracelet. Otherwise, as you grow larger and larger through evolution, I would never be able to pet you like this again. Tian Tian Tian. Its tamer truly preferred it smaller. With that thought, it activated the mini bracelet on its body, shrank, and continued to lie on her shoulder. Gu Yao stood to the side waiting for Qiao Yi and the others to finish while entering the beast taming codex. Xingqiu and Tianqi. Wood and Psychic Dual Attributes. Mid-rank Sacred Beast 120-642-5000. Inherited Skill Dead, which springs a new Mastery 3406250000. Innate Skill Domain of 10,000 Trees. Mastery 8649250000. Skills Entangle Mastery 4680250000 / Mastery 1860025000. Vine Thorn Spike. Minor Accomplishment 749832500000. Spatial Teleportation. Minor Accomplishment 8765925000. Copy. Initiate 1250. Parasitize. Initiate 1250. Transplant Flowers. Graft. Would initiate 1250. Telekinetic Control. Initiate 1250. Instant Transfer. Initiate 1250. Points 2460. She had gained 4 new skills. 2 wood attribute skills, and 2 psychic skills. Gu Yao exited the Beast Taming Codex. Parasitize was a mid-rank wood attribute skill. It was highly practical, and had enormous room for growth. For instance, the Parasite Blast encountered in an earlier competition. Later, as evolution energy increased, it could be controlled to perform even more battle techniques. Transplant Flowers. Graft Wood was a high-rank enhancement skill. The earlier inherited skill could only restore injuries to the body, and this skill instead restored energy by drawing in an opponent's energy, purifying it, and converting it into one's own. Telekinetic Control was an essential skill for Psychic-type tamed beasts. It could control the opponent, and it could also control both the opponent's skills and one's own. In short, it could control physical matter and energy alike. Instant Transfer and Spatial Teleportation were both high-rank skills, but they were not quite the same. Spatial Teleportation could ignore architectural obstacles, while Instant Transfer could not. Looking at it that way, one of the skills was a duplicate. Gu Yao, holding the Phantom Spirit Beast egg in her arms, tilted her head and said to Mo Bao. The Gu family in the imperial capital. Mother, everything has been taken care of. Gu Yinjue placed the compiled materials on the table. I looked at the information they gave. It seems to be exactly around the time point 2 months ago, when the first batch awakened after graduating from the junior academy. All the documents spread open automatically across the desk and in the air. Gu Ling raised her eyes and scanned them one by one. Notify them to strengthen Blue Star's defenses. I don't want to see a repeat of the situation in the Yanquan Nation in the central region. Yes. By the way, the people over in Jian City sent back the latest news. The sacred beast of Ashu's youngest daughter has evolved. Evolved? Gu Ling's face showed nothing but shock flickered in her eyes. How did your talks with Dicky go? I'm negotiating with them, but the sacred beast's confidentiality level is too high, so it may be a bit difficult. Why not get the information from Ashu and Yao Yao instead? That would be easier. After all, we're all one family. Dicky has released too little research material on the Sacred Beast project, and they won't cooperate with others or let anyone interfere. That person from Lukagia once had the same idea, and the result was mutual destruction. The data was destroyed, and all the researchers lost their lives. As for the previous ones, apart from the one They secretly kept. Didn't the others have rather short lifespans? That's right, and their evolution also took a very long time. All of them took over 10 years to evolve. They had seen the sacred beast's strength, and had sent people to track and investigate, but the useful information they obtained was scarce. How is your investigation into that matter going? After the Ouyang family was expelled, they kept a low profile, and avoided the world. I investigated along the timeline. Perhaps my sister and that person did not meet in the imperial capital. Gu Yao looked at her mother. She had looked into this long ago. Could they have made their move even earlier? Gu Ling said in a flat tone. If so, the Ouyang family might as well disappear. Mother, with the methods we used back then, it's already good if they go out of their way to avoid us. It probably wasn't deliberate scheming. After all, there is no second Ouyang Yuan who could die to save their lives. Then you think it was an accident? Mother, do you still remember how during school my sister and the others once went on a training expedition to that little planet Noonyuomi? There they encountered a secret realm rift. That rift appeared in many regions, including near the Ouyang family. Gu Yao have brought up an image. At the time, quite a few members of the Ouyang family also entered. Thinking back, she said it was after that incident that my sister became somewhat different from before. Even if it was an accident, the matter back then wasn't suppressed. A shoe was protected by us, so it's understandable that she didn't hear or know. But didn't their elders warn them? Gu Yao had thought about this too, but no matter how she speculated, she couldn't understand it. Ouyang Qian himself also has a problem. He is a direct line descendant of the Ouyang family, but ever since returning from the secret realm, he has never gone back to the Ouyang family. Even now, he has no contact with them at all. Moreover, he hasn't had a mental domain breakthrough for a long time, and his beast companions haven't evolved again. Before, he could be considered a standout among ordinary people. At a young age, like his sister, he had 4 beast companions. Now, even after his sister left home, she has broken through to 5, while he has remained stuck there. Gu Ling's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Then investigate what happened back then in the Mingyuan secret realm. Yes. Gu Yao nodded, and was about to leave, then thought of something and turned her head. By the way, father has been in rather close contact with Gu Jiangjue lately. Should we? You have so much to do. I'll handle his matter. Gu Yao nodded and withdrew. Jian City. It was already very late when Gu Yao returned to school from Dicky. GNK was standing at the dormitory entrance. Where did you go? Why didn't you ask for leave before leaving school? What if something happened? Only at this reminder did Gu Yao remember. She hurriedly apologized and promised it wouldn't happen again. Write the self-criticism yourself and hand it to me after lunch. GNK sighed. Go rest now. Tomorrow official training begins, and you still need to make up academic lessons. There isn't much time left before the national competition. Okay, I'll go rest now. Teacher, rest early too. Gu Yao obediently apologized again, and watched the teacher leave before going upstairs to sleep. Back in the dormitory, she saw that Yaya was already asleep, so she quickly tidied up and went to bed. The next day, after meditation, the 4 members of their competition team followed GNK into the training hall. GNK first tested the beast companions of the 4. First, Gu Yao. Summon your tricolor sky fox and sky deer, and restore them to normal size. Yes. Gu Yao nodded. Her fingers moved, a crimson summoning array lit up, and Huli Bao and Mo Bao appeared. Seeing the enormous beast companion that had suddenly appeared, Gu Yao was briefly stunned before remembering its evolution yesterday. She patted her head. She really was still dazed from sleep. Your second one evolved. When? Everyone gathered around the newly evolved Mo Bao. GNK turned to look at Gu Yao. Last night. Last night I left because of this. GNK was a little silent. No wonder the surveillance footage showed her leaving in such a hurry. Did you register the evolution? I registered it, over at Dicky. Next time, prepare the materials your beast companion needs in advance. If there is something you want, and don't have, you can come to us. The school also prepares these things for you to use. GNK subconsciously assumed that the girl probably hadn't bought items and materials, like beast companion evolution stones. GNK had everyone stand properly, then began testing the 2 beast companions. Tricolor Sky Fox, energy value 23640. Xingshu and Tianqi, energy value 12095. So high. Everyone's gaze once again landed on Gu Yao. Gu Yao blinked, noted down the numbers, and thought that this way she could directly have her father make the energy cultivation fluid. She completely failed to notice the looks others were giving her. No wonder you were so strong in the freshman competition. Is your beast companion's energy value really this high? Li Qingyao found it a bit hard to believe. This sky deer had only evolved last night. How could it possibly have such high energy? The tricolor sky fox is very popular online. You can even look up when it evolved. But it evolved only a month ago, and it's already at 23000. The energy threshold for intermediate beast companions is 25000. Doesn't that mean it's about to evolve again? No wonder you were unleashing advanced skills on us like crazy. With this much energy, you don't have to think at all. You can just steamroll. Honestly, thank you for not instantly wiping us out and letting us go on stage only to come right back down. Adila put an arm on Gu Yao's shoulder. No, not at all. Advanced skills waste a lot of energy. Several times by the end the tricolor sky fox actually had no energy left. If you could have held on a little longer you would have one. Gu Yao was completely sincere, but Li Qingyao and Adila felt a little embarrassed. Apart from it, and the two of them had both fought against her. Her attack power was so fierce that even the thunder dragon was howling from the beating. How could their beast companions possibly hold on? Your tricolor sky fox's flame purity is much higher than that of ordinary fire attribute beast companions. Fire has a searing clinging quality. Once burned, the pain lasts until the end of the match. So when they face your tricolor sky fox, they have no choice but to lose. In terms of attributes, thunder, fire, and dark are already the strongest attackers, and on top of that yours has such high energy. GNK recorded the numbers, walked over and said, "Flame purity." Several people looked at the teacher. This should actually be called attribute purity. For example, this tricolor sky fox is from the central region. In the environment, their all fire attribute flames are much stronger than those of the same fire attribute beast companions elsewhere. Just as we're near the sea here, so our water attribute is stronger than water attribute beast companions from other regions. GNK then had the remaining people summon their beast companions for testing. Gu Yao waited off to the side, sending today's energy data and the report from yesterday's test at Dicky to her father. Ouyang Qian received the message and immediately began preparing materials, telling his daughter he would send a batch of energy cultivation fluid every week. How did you make your beast companion's energy value so high? Li Qingyao came back after finishing the test and asked. Gu Yao showed him the chat message. Just this plus training on time every day. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Adila also leaned over. After seeing it, she exchanged a glance with Li Qingyao. So Gu Yao was a child from a wealthy family. Come to think of it, her older brother Ouyang Qian's first beast companion was a thunder attribute dragon-type beast. How bad could their family conditions be? The reason beast companions are called gold-devouring beasts is that what they eat and use puts pressure on not only ordinary people, but even upper-middle-class families. Unless one doesn't use those things, but then like them one would be inferior to others in every aspect. After the energy tests ended, GNK put away the materials and pulled up the competition videos from the tournament. Gu Yao, your tricolor sky fox's reaction ability is too poor. It basically fought through by brute force. What you said yourself just now was right. If they had held on a little longer, you might have lost. Using clones to unleash advanced skills at the same time. Fortunately, the tricolor sky fox had high energy, otherwise after casting them, it would have lost consciousness. Moreover, it's too slow, and it only attacks without defending. GNK then arranged the training tasks, and she also needed to learn protective skills. Your second beast companions would attribute energy purity is also not low. It was able to withstand the flame dog's flames, and wasn't burned to nothing. Its opponent was relatively weak, so follow the normal training program for now. Later, before the national competition, there will be a Jian City preliminary, and we'll find and fill the gaps then. Gu Yao nodded and took them to train. After arranging everyone's tasks, GNK walked over. Why aren't you meditating? I'll be keeping an eye on the beast companion's training. Sensing someone beside her, Gu Yao came out of the beast taming codex. Okay, teacher. With that, Gu Yao closed her eyes and entered the beast taming codex once more. She hadn't finished reading it just now. Inside the beast taming codex, Gu Yao opened the shop next to the points panel. There was a copy of the Quiet Spirit Art, a meditation method for training mental power, and she had just skimmed its introduction. It cost 2,000 points, but Gu Yao did not redeem it. She first backed out of Hu Bao's page, flipped to the next page, and opened the shop. There was indeed an identical item there. She tapped it to view the details: Mystic Array record containing 108 formation techniques, 36 augmenting formations, and 72 killing formations. Points required 2000. The previous book was still somewhat useful, but this one could not be used yet. After all, as an intermediate beast tamer, she did not have an emperor rank beast to convert energy for her. Still, with her abundant points, she bought it first, so she could study it ahead of time, and use it directly later. After purchase, both books went directly into her mind instead of materializing in her hand, as before, which also made it convenient for her to silently recite the quiet spirit art. GNK oversaw the beast training, stepping in to correct movements when she spotted mistakes while observing the meditation states of the 4 students. So she could tell at a glance that Gu Yao had been distracted earlier, then suddenly slipped into deep meditation. Was this what geniuses were like? She could accomplish whatever she set her mind to. GNK marveled inwardly. Indeed, using it to practice meditation was remarkably different from before. As the melodious midday music played, Gu Yao opened her eyes, recalled her beasts, and carried the spirit shadow phantom beast egg to meet Yaya and the others for lunch. How was the first day of training? Jiang Xianhua asked, holding her arm. It was just the usual special training. The teacher said Hu Bao's speed and reactions are a little lacking, so I'll probably be training that recently. Huh? Did she mention the preliminaries? And in the first month's assessment, if we lose, a regular class will replace us. It was true that the teacher had not mentioned it. Gu Yao tilted her head. Maybe your activities and competitions are different from ours. Maybe Teacher Jian is more at ease with you. After all, she is absolutely assured of you and Li Qingya, so she didn't mention it to you. Lin just spoke up. Zhang Mian, who lost to you before, and Fuku, who was defeated by Li Qingya, are all waiting for this month's exam. People like me are the ones in danger. It's fine. Just send out Jin Kaka. The psychic type restrains most attributes, so you don't have to worry. And then with so many people in the team event, you can challenge someone else too. They talked as they walked. After lunch and returning to the classroom, Gu Yao copied the quiet spirit art and handed it to Jiang Xianhua. What's this? It lets you quickly enter a meditative state. You believe that? There's tons of this stuff online. You can find as much as you want. Jiang Xianhua smiled happily and patted her head. You have to trust me. I tried it, okay. I won't tell you again next time. Seeing Gu Yao pouting, Jiang Xianhua hurried over. I believe you, I believe you. Here, have a treat. In the afternoon academic classes, Gu Yao was so sleepy that her head bobbed like a chick pecking at rice. Fortunately, Hu Bao and Mo Bao evolved one after another, so even when she was sleepy beyond measure, whatever the teacher's voice poured into her ears was still remembered by her mind. During evening self-study, Gu Yao felt a slight weight on her shoulder. She turned her head but saw nothing. When she reached up to feel it, the little hand of the Dreamweaver spirit pressed against hers. How did it come? It slowly let out a note, and then the weight on her arm disappeared. Gu Yao unfolded the note, and froze when she saw the words Tylai, the legendary beast tamer of the Quantiquid star system, would be attending the national competition 2 months later. After evening self-study, Gu Yao excused herself by saying she had something to discuss with her brother, sending Yaya and the others away, and went to an empty place. Tianyang stepped out. You sought me out just to tell me this. You don't mean to say he's coming after me, do you? Gu Yao found it hard to believe that a legendary beast tamer would be bored enough to target a middle school student. If it were only a beast suspected of carrying a flame seed, he probably wouldn't make such a big move. But when a member of the Gu family has a beast suspected of carrying a flame seed, and she also has a sacred beast, and on top of that makes the sacred beast evolve in a short time, what do you think you would do? He's really well informed. Hearing this, Gu Yao felt it made a lot of sense. But that still isn't right. I have no enmity with him, so why would he target me? Earlier, Wang Yanxi stepped in and warned them, letting them know that you had contracted a sacred beast. So they have been waiting for a chance. When he cannot come to save you in time, then they will kill you and take the tricolor celestial fox. But she shall expose your matter to the imperial capital, and the Gu family made such a loud commotion about bringing your mother back. Who doesn't know about it? Tianyang took out some materials. As for why he insists on a life-or-death struggle with you, ever since he first made a move against you, only one of you can survive. You still don't know what your grandmother did to you. Indeed, when he first sent people to take her life, she had already marked his name in her heart. If she one day defeated him, she would settle that score. But what did his last sentence mean? My grandmother. What did she do? Gu Ling used the Qi Shao matter to join with the Qi family in imposing a series of sanctions on the Quantiqued star system. That's why Tai Lai publicly announced he would come to Blue Star, to take advantage of the lively occasion of the national competition to offer the Gu family a formal apology. Tianyang opened the starnet for her to see. In that case, I shouldn't be in any danger, right? Gu Yao asked as she looked at the information. You don't know this man well enough? The grand ancestor of the Gu family is still in seclusion. Tianyang hesitated and swallowed his next words. But the relations among the various factions are already delicate. Your affair is nothing more than a trigger. It's been too long since a legendary beast last appeared. In the 30,000 years since that person fell, there have been only 8 legendary beast tamers. Not to mention the 2 who died even earlier. Of the current ones, 3 are also nearing their end. Tai Lai can be called the youngest legendary beast tamer of this generation, so he has always been arrogant and conceited. He wondered when Qi Shao would return. The situation was so complicated now. If anything happened to Gu Yao, all their schemes would collapse. On the way back, Mo Bao lying on her shoulder rubbed against her cheek, and Huli Bao also raised its head to look at her. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm so unlucky, dragging all of you into anxiety and fear with me. Gu Yao looked at the still unhatched spirit shadow phantom beast egg and sighed inwardly. Tian. Isn't it because I'm a sacred beast that all this trouble was stirred up? Yen. It was right. They were the ones who had attracted those bad people and dragged her into trouble. Tian. Exactly. Their tamer was the best. It was all those bad people's fault. They wanted everything, and even things that belonged to others they still wanted to take. It was too much. Yen. That's right. If everyone were as good as their own tamer, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Listening to them talk, Gu Yao laughed. You're right. It's all because they are too wicked. Indeed, she could not punish herself for others' greed and desire. With 2 months left, she had to focus on preparing for the national competition. Gu Yao waited for Ouyang Chen on the path, and gave him a copy of today's Quiet Spirit Art 2. Ouyang Chen took it, and put it in his pocket. How do you feel at the academy? Are you adjusting well? I don't feel any difference. It's just like being at the club. That's good. Did your teacher tell you that there's a preliminary contest in less than a month? Not everyone from the academy can go to the national competition. The individual event has only 5 places per city, the team event 3, and the exhibition event 2. Take it easy recently, and just follow the teacher's training as usual. Don't put too much pressure on yourself about the national competition. Ouyang Chen rubbed her head, and sent her to the freshman dormitory. I'm going upstairs to rest. Ouyang Chen watched until she disappeared from view, then clenched his fist. He had never expected so many things to happen at home in just a month or 2. No wonder his parents had wanted to send him and his sister away. Only now did he understand why Yao had reacted so strongly that day. If he hadn't noticed that something was wrong, his parents might have hidden it from him for who knows how long. Fortunately, it wasn't too late to know now. He would absolutely never let those people hurt his sister. Office of the Supreme Administrator, Lukagia Planet. What are you going to do about Tai Lai? The woman watched the sea of clouds churning in the sky 10,000 li beyond the window. Nothing. I said I won't side with anyone. Besides, I really want to see them fight. Who wouldn't enjoy a good show? The more people die, the fewer will compete with me for resources when the Pajua's secret realm opens. The man toyed with the teacup in his hand and smiled sinisterly. I thought she had thought he would still help Blue Star since he was from Blue Star after all. Ha ha ha. Do you expect someone ungrateful to talk about honor and righteousness? Besides, I was practically driven out by them. The man turned his head to look at her. But you say that as if you think Tai Lai can definitely defeat Blue Star. Why? That grand ancestor has been in seclusion for too long. Who knows if she is still alive? If she is with Nye Kaimu's power, no one on Blue Star can stop it. The woman tapped a flower that reached in from the window and spoke softly. Then, that's perfect. After all, 60% of the beast tamers in our star systems are from Blue Star. Only when it disappears can planets like ours rise. The man's tone remained unchanged, but his lashes lowered, as a trace of mockery flickered in his eyes. Let that fool test the way for me. There could be nothing better. Wang Yanxi certainly wouldn't just watch Blue Star be destroyed by Tylide. The summer sun was scorching and cicadas shrilled in the ears. Gu Yao had found a perfect way to stay awake in class. Simply stop listening. Right now, for example, she was sneaking snacks. People are always full of energy when they are up to no good. How come you're so energetic today? Jiang Xianwen mouthed while the teacher turned her back. Gu Yao picked up a snack and popped it into her mouth. Because I didn't really listen to the class. Then isn't that no different? There is a difference. After all, a class only has a few key points. When you're doing something bad, you always feel guilty, so when I sit up straight and listen for that bit, it gets through. Mostly because I wrenched my neck dozing off earlier. Gu Yao rubbed her neck as she spoke. How could her head be so heavy? It was putting such a burden on her neck. Jiang Xianwei covered her mouth, unable to hold back laughter at the memory of Gu Yao banging her head on the desk and twisting her neck 2 days ago. The class bell rang and the lifeless classroom began to come alive. Knock knock. Yao Yao behind you. Gu Yao turned her head and saw a boy outside looking at her. Who was he? She reached up and pressed the button on the inner windowsill. The glass window slowly slid open. Then she asked, who are you looking for? You're Gu Yao, right? In the year 1 section, you're probably the only one carrying a spirit beast egg. I'm from year 4. Your teacher Jian asked me to tell you that your next 2 classes have been rescheduled. She wants you to go find her. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Gu Yao nodded and pulled Jiang Xianwei along. I don't want to go. I need to use the restroom. Even as she said that, she followed Gu Yao out anyway. Then we'll go on the way back. I'll go with you. If there's no time, we can just say another teacher called us. How did you learn to lie after only 2 days of class? It's only lying if you get caught. If you don't get caught, isn't it fine? Besides, didn't teacher Bai ask you to give her a proposal? If worst comes to worst, we'll slip over to her place for a bit. When they reached the office, they found all 3 teachers, Jian Ku Liao and Bai Niannian, gathered together talking about something. Gu Yao raised her hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Jian Ke turned and saw them. You're here. Go to the training hall and tell the equipment manager that we'll be doing body forging and tendon conditioning for a while. About 2 weeks. Body forging? Jiang Xianwei and Gu Yao exchanged a glance. Teacher, do those of us in the exhibition match have to do it too? Of course. The most basic requirement for a spirit beast master is a strong physique, not to mention that you two still need extra body shaping training. Bai Niannian's pleasant voice rang out. She looked at Gu Yao and thought that this girl was pretty. It would be wonderful if she could join their exhibition team. I heard the weekly exam results are out. How did you do in the academic subjects? Jian Ke opened a web page as she spoke. Let me see. My grades were fine. I passed. Gu Yao entered her student ID and password. Passed? You're not only a dual spirit beast master, but your spirit beasts are both intermediate rank. With such a good brain, isn't passing only natural? Jian Ke looked at the scores in each subject. Fortunately, there were no severely weak subjects. Steady improvement later wouldn't be much of a problem. What she feared was severe disparity, because catching up would take time. Gu Yao and Jiang Xianwei arrived at the training ground and spoke to the ground manager. He told them to stand beside him. You two be careful. The equipment will rise up in a moment. It would be bad if you got hurt. As the man's deep voice faded, the floor panels retracted, revealing all kinds of equipment and tools. They rose slowly until they locked into place, replacing the floor. Call your people over. Okay, this swapping system is really convenient. Gu Yao nodded and asked Ye to send a message in the group chat to call everyone. There's nothing we can do. The space is too small, so it has to be like this. Your elite class and the regular class have separate training grounds, and there just isn't enough room. He checked the surroundings for any problems, then greeted the two and left. Once everyone arrived, the 3 teachers, Jian Ke included, also showed up. Our class's weekly academic scores are all passable, and for now no one is failing. So we'll adjust the course schedule. You've been enrolled for a week and many of you have had your spirit beasts begin to evolve, and are now receiving feedback from them. To make full use of this feedback to strengthen your bodies, we prepared some training programs. After this brief explanation, GNK summoned her two spirit beasts, Bobo Mushroom and Sonic Mouse. These two are both intermediate rank. There's only one dual intermediate rank spirit beast master in our class, and her body should have been strengthened more than yours. She had Gu Yao step forward and rolled up her sleeve, exposing muscles that were visible even when relaxed. How strong are you now? I don't know. I've never tried. Bobo Mushroom. Bobo. GNK tilted her head, signaling her to throw a punch. The top of Bobo Mushroom's head looked soft, but was actually very resilient. Gu Yao was pushed back a step by the rebounding force. GNK then casually called up a few classmates with basic rank spirit beasts. Gu Yao had thought the dent left by her punch was already small enough, but watching those after her, many of them couldn't even leave a dent. You've all seen the effect of the feedback. But spirit beasts don't evolve just because you want them to. Your training can't be delayed either, so that when you receive feedback later you can maximize it. GNK handed out the training schedules. By the end of your training you'll need to fight the enemy yourself, while keeping an eye on your spirit beast to analyze the situation and direct the battle. Gu Yao looked at her own schedule, then at the ones beside her. She clearly had quite a few more items. But if they trained for this, did that mean spirit beast masters also had to fight on the field? Gu Yao glanced at Fox Treasure and Ink Treasure, and seeing them both training, she obediently trained as well. Confused, Teacher Jin's voice came from behind. Gu Yao stopped, turned around, and nodded. After the national competition ends, the champions will be led by government and advanced academy personnel into a secret realm trial. Secret realm trial. No wonder they had to train spirit beast masters. There's no life-threatening danger though. The reason we have you participate is mainly to familiarize you with the secret realms, because the secret realms are still uncontrollable. Every year all kinds of rifts appear in various places, and forcibly pull people in. Of course you could also take the opportunity to enter prepared on your own, but most people are forced in, and many lives have been lost. So such things existed. Gu Yao trained even more seriously. The tricolor celestial fox, its energy depleted, walked over, and curled up beside her to rest. Yen. I want to practice an attribute fusion skill. Besides being physically exhausted, the tricolor celestial fox also seemed a little dispirited. It had practiced for a long time on its own without being able to release it a second time, and it felt somewhat defeated. Attribute fusion skill. Professor Wenjing had said that this was only trained by spirit beasts at general rank and above, and it required a spirit beast with 2 or more attributes. In rare cases, a 3-attribute or multi-attribute beast would find it easier to comprehend. She stopped and turned to look at Fox Treasure's condition. She couldn't guarantee that it would learn it. Are you sure? It might fail, and it will also eat into your training time. Yen. I want to learn. Okay, I'll see if any spirit beast training center teaches this. As she spoke, she opened an app. Her parents had said that if you wanted to learn more skills or more powerful skills, you could go to a professional training center and find a professional teacher to help you. And then the prices were rather expensive. Even a basic skill cost 30,000. Gu Yao scrolled down the shop. An intermediate skill cost 180,000, and an advanced skill cost 2,600,000. A general rank skill cost 150 million. Gu Yao looked all the way down. This shop's skills were all general rank or lower, so she switched to another one. But calculating from these prices the little money she had might not be enough. Should she talk to her mother and the others? Gu Yao searched for someone who could teach attribute fusion skills while thinking about how to get some money. What's wrong? What are you looking for? Fox Treasure wants to learn an attribute fusion skill, and I'm checking if anyone can teach it. Only after answering did Gu Yao realize it was a middle-aged man's voice. She looked up and saw Teacher Yu Liao. This is a bit difficult. It's not that a spirit beast can learn it just by reaching general rank or above. The ones you're looking at don't teach it because none of them know how. Then what? Gu Yao put away her communicator. Why not think about how Fox Treasure released it last time? If she found the method, wouldn't that count as learning it? There actually is a teacher in our academy who knows attribute fusion skills. Gu Yao looked up. Which teacher? Wang Heli, the teacher for the Year 6 Elite Classes group competition. Year 6 should be in the third training ground to our right. Do you want to go ask? Gu Yao pointed in the direction. Want me to come with you? No, I'm fine on my own. Gu Yao waved her hand. She didn't know where her own teacher Jian had gone, but she'd go ask herself, and it wasn't certain that Huang Heli could teach her. All right. When Jian K comes back, I'll tell her for you. Thank you, teacher. Gu Yao walked over to Ink Treasure and said, we're going to year 6. You keep training here. We'll be right back. Tian. I want to go too. Helpless, she could only take them along carrying the spirit shadow phantom beast as she headed to the year 6 training ground. Passing the year 3 elite class and the year 4 elite class on the way, and seeing everyone stop to look at her, Gu Yao unconsciously quickened her pace and finally reached the third training ground. She looked around. There was only one female student resting. Gu Yao walked over. Classmate, do you know where teacher Huang Heli is? HM. What do you want her for? I wanted to ask her about something. Then ask away. Huh? Gu Yao was a little slow to process. Haha, I'm the Huang Heli you're looking for. I just look young. The feedback effect was quite good. She stood up. But you might end up like me. The more feedback you receive when you're young, the more you'll stay at that stage. Back then, I only focused on intense training and forgot about this, and that's how I ended up like this. Ask whatever you want to ask. It's about that attribute fusion skill. I don't know if you could teach Fox Treasure. It wants to learn. Gu Yao was a little stunned. She looked about the same age as the year 6 students. Oh, that. No problem. But do you have time right now? The first weekly exam just ended, and you're about to start body forging, right? The Academy's elite class schedule is quite packed. When she put it that way, it made sense. Gu Yao thought about where she could squeeze out some time. How about this? I'll contact your teacher Jian. During body forging later, you come train on our side, and I'll teach your tricolor celestial fox the attribute fusion skill. That would work too, so Gu Yao nodded. Wait a moment. I'll give your teacher Jian a call. Classmate. Gu Yao turned around and saw several boys and girls taller than herself standing behind them. What's up? My name is Ning Jiajia. We should have met before. On your first day, as new students, we had an opening ceremony and a match. Gu Yao nodded. She had indeed seen her go up against Kinodra. Her spirit beast was an advanced dark attribute spirit beast, not the local golden body ghost. Can we have a battle? We'll stop at first touch. Ning Jiajia looked at her expectantly after saying this. This tricolor celestial fox had been able to go toe-to-toe with the Thunder Dragon. Although that day ended in a draw, the tricolor celestial fox was an intermediate spirit beast, and if the fight dragged on, it would probably lose. But it still showed that if it were an advanced spirit beast, could it possibly beat an advanced dragon-type spirit beast? If so, she would contract the Central Region spirit beast as her third spirit beast no matter what. She might not be able to get a dragon-type spirit beast, but this one she could absolutely obtain. Gu Yao looked at the senior, who was much taller, young and pretty, and found it a bit difficult to refuse. My Fox Treasure and Ink Treasure just finished training, so they don't have any energy right now. That's fine. Let's go to the infirmary and have them help us recover our energy. She was about to take Gu Yao to the infirmary. Ning Jiajia. Have you finished training? How could you lose to Ouyang Chen from year 5, and now you come to pick a fight with his little sister to save face? Huang Heli's crisp voice rang out, and the few students in front immediately turned into frightened quails. How could I be that kind of person? I just wanted to get some practice with this tricolor celestial fox. Later I'm going to contract it as my third spirit beast. Ning Jiajia muttered in protest. How could she be that kind of bad person? A third one. Has your mental domain broken through? You want a third spirit beast, but you spend every day meditating without focus and thinking about all sorts of nonsense. Can you break through like that? Go train. The more Huang Heli spoke, the angrier she became. This Ning Jiajia had originally been a promising student just like Lin Yiming, but because she lost one match to Lin Yiming back then, she kept thinking about contracting a powerful spirit beast to beat him. She completely failed to understand that a spirit beast's strength is directly related to its master. Lin Yiming's spirit beasts were all local spirit beasts from Jian City. Couldn't he still beat her? It really infuriated the teachers. No matter how they explained it to her, she couldn't understand. Your teacher Jian agreed. I'll find a spot for you. From now on you can train here, and I'll teach your tricolor celestial fox the attribute fusion skill. But let's get this straight, you only have 2 weeks. If it hasn't learned it in 2 weeks you'll have to put it aside for now, and go back to your own training obediently. Huang Heli led her to the side, and spoke seriously. Gu Yao replied, okay, no problem. Yen. I absolutely have to learn it. Huang Heli remembered what GNK had said. Sure enough, this girl's 2 spirit beasts were both very well behaved and highly motivated. Spirit beasts like that were truly rare. Most spirit beasts on the market were like people. They hated training and were deathly lazy. After everything was arranged, the tricolor celestial fox trained under Huang Heli, while Ink Treasure continued practicing on its own beside them. Every now and then when it saw its master so tired that she couldn't straighten her back, it would give her a healing. While training, Gu Yao kept her attention on Fox Treasure. Mine is an ordinary spirit-type spirit beast. It has dual attributes, fire and earth, and its attribute fusion skill is Earth Burst. It's similar in form to the lava-type skills released by fire attribute spirit beasts, but its power is much greater. I saw you use Flame Tornado during the competition. Then let's practice that one. Exhausted, Gu Yao sat on the ground as beads of sweat fell one by one. Seeing that things were progressing smoothly over there, she breathed a sigh of relief. Ink Treasure walked over and curled up behind her, letting her lean on it. It had also just finished training and had no energy to use skills now. Yao, where did you go this afternoon? Gu Yao plopped down heavily into the chair. Her whole body was sore, her mind was sluggish, and she was utterly exhausted. Hearing Yaya's voice from the bathroom, she only answered with a hum. Did you see the things on your desk? Come over fast. I've run your bathwater. Get in and relax. Gu Yao turned her stiff neck. What was that? She saw a small jar on the desk, picked it up, and walked toward the bathroom. I didn't just run water for you. I also ran water for your egg baby. I had my parents send over the spirit beast egg growth solution, and put it in there, so it can soak every day. Jiang Xianhua poked only her head out, and tugged at her face mask with 2 fingers. It's on your desk too, along with the Spirit Beast Egg Care Manual. Care Manual? Jiang Xianhua saw how stiffly she moved. Why are you this worn out? Was the training task I gave you too heavy? It's okay. I didn't expect the equipment at Zhongliu to be so different from ours. It's much heavier, so I was a bit overloaded. I didn't feel it at the time, only when I rested did it show. Gu Yao finished getting everything ready and laid back in the bath. Zhongliu. What did you go to Zhongliu for? Gu Yao took the thing she handed over. What was this? There was no name on it or anything. What was it for? This one conditions the body and also relieves muscle soreness. My mom uses it often. After you finish bathing, use it. The rest I put on the small display shelf outside. Next time, if I'm not here, use it yourself. There was a projection screen above the bathtub, and Jiang Xianhua found a video to show her how to use it. Okay. How did you manage to get all this ready so quickly? When I went to see the teacher this afternoon, I told my parents. They got it packed and shipped over right away. I just brought it back. You still haven't said why you went to Zhongliu. Gu Yao rotated her stiff, sore neck. Fox Treasure wants to master the elemental energy fusion release technique. Since last time, it has been trying and failing every single time. There was no choice. Teacher Yu Liao said the coach of the elite class at Zhongliu has a spirit beast that can do it, so I went. Thinking about that teacher who was young as a child, she was still shocked. You wouldn't believe it. That teacher looks unbelievably young. I thought she was a classmate at first. Huang Heli. Gu Yao tilted her head. You know her? I heard it from my mom and dad. She has a lifeline. As the name suggests, this spirit beast keeps people young and extends their lifespan. In this world, fewer than half of people even have a chance to awaken. Of those, even 1 in 10 who achieve stable brain development is already a generous count. Most people have only 1 or 2 spirit beasts for their whole lives. If someone young already has 3, they're considered a remarkable genius. The fewer spirit beasts one has, the less reciprocal nourishment there is to extend lifespan. Hence, special categories of spirit beasts came into being. Basically, spirit beasts, whose names are tied to life, all belong to the same category. They're meant to nourish the spirit beast tamer. But those spirit beasts are hard to evolve, and they still are after contracting. Isn't that a loss anyway? Basically, the people who choose to contract this kind of spirit beast are those who feel they can't advance any further on the path of spirit beast tamers. So living becomes more important than getting stronger. Also, the effects differ greatly between such spirit beasts. Teacher Huang's life vine, for example, comes from the life tree region. It's also the most effective kind. But in recent decades, spirit beasts nurtured by the life tree have become rarer and rarer, and the life tree itself is no longer as thriving and vibrant as it once was. Jiang Xianhua leaned her head a little closer. I read an article published by Dicky before, but it was deleted later. I heard it said that some force is draining the life tree. It was well-founded, but the original article can no longer be found. Having learned and understood the earlier part, Gu Yao wasn't so clear about the latter. She usually didn't follow the news, so she had no idea about these recent changes. Gu Yao found the idea of something draining the life tree unlikely. Ever since the life tree appeared, it had nurtured so many spirit beasts and tamers. That was what made the ratio of spirit beast tamers on launching far higher than other planets. If a colossus that could nourish an entire planet on its own had been drained dry, what kind of strength would the one behind it have? So now spirit beasts of this kind from Dicky cost astronomical prices. They only occasionally appear at large-scale auctions. Then Teacher Huang must be incredibly impressive. To think she actually managed to get one. Not exactly. You should know that for us spirit beast tamers, besides buying a contracted beast, there's another path. Another path. Gu Yao looked at Jiang Xianhua. Don't tell me. You guessed right, contracting wild spirit beasts. Although out of 100 maybe only one person hanging on by their last breath has a chance of success. For people without much family background, rather than buying an ordinary spirit beast, quite a few will still gamble on wild ones. Who knows, maybe a walker can turn into a flying vehicle, right? True. Spirit beasts really are too expensive. Since they've awakened anyway, they might as well take the gamble. Having a good spirit beast truly gets twice the result with half the effort. Although Dicky has many charity events and subsidies, ordinary people still make up the vast majority among those who awaken. They can't help every single one of them. Jiang Xianhua casually tapped open a section on Dicky's official website, filled with dense text. What is this? These are the regions where they have this program along with the branch locations. Below were photos and a list of required application materials. It was actually that simple. The required materials are simple, but there are too many applicants. After all the materials they receive are screened, only a tiny handful of people remain. Then they have to verify assets, conduct on-site inspections, and so on to make sure the people they help really do need help. That's why every year many people are filtered out by the asset verification requirement. Gu Yao scrolled down. The spirit beasts they fund aren't just ordinary spirit beasts either. They provide the most suitable spirit beast based on what you want to do and your family's circumstances. They don't simply hand out unwanted or unpopular ones. Jiang Xianhua shifted her body. There are 3 weeks until the preliminaries. Gu Yao kept scrolling and nodded. What is it? The preliminaries. Right. Someone as strong as you really wouldn't be nervous. If you get cut in the preliminaries, you won't have a chance at nationals. You won't even make it to the official national competition. Are you nervous? Gu Yao withdrew her gaze from the projection and looked at her. A little? Why? She wasn't the type to fear competition, so there had to be a reason. Gu Yao thought back to what had happened in the previous week. Our academy's results in the competitive arena have always been mediocre, and sometimes even, well, not great anyway. You're worrying about the performance match. Oh, I get it. Gu Yao thought of Linjia. No, winning and losing in a match is normal. You can't start making up all sorts of excuses and skip the competition just because they might lose. Plenty of people have defied fate. If they lose just like the previous seniors, then they were never that good in the first place. Just get a better one. Don't talk nonsense. Tui. What I'm worried about is you. The two of us are going to the national competition together. You just said I was strong, and now you've changed your tune saying you're worried about me. You bad woman. Gu Yao sank lower into the water, leaving only her eyes exposed. Ahem. Don't soak too long. Go to sleep early. Every night I've already fallen asleep, and you still haven't come back. In the small pool beside them, the spirit shadow phantom beast egg absorbed its energy and moved slightly. Its internal colors became even richer. Gu Yao naturally noticed it when she heard the sound. What a mistake! She had thought a spirit beast egg would hatch just like an ordinary edible egg, but it actually needed to be nourished with energy. Thinking this, Gu Yao contacted her older brother to ask him how to raise the spirit shadow phantom beast egg. She noted it down point by point, when suddenly a call came in from an unfamiliar number. She had no memory of it at all. A nuisance call. Gu Yao thought that if someone really needed to reach her, they would send a message or call again. She reached out and declined the call. When the screen lit up again, Gu Yao answered. Anyone who called back this quickly must have real business. Hello. It's me, your mommy's elder sister, your auntie. At the familiar voice, the image of those two elegant, imposing women appeared in Gu Yao's mind. Good evening, auntie. Is something the matter? Nothing much. I was just asking how things are at the academy. Gu Yao sat down by the window. It's fine. Gu Yao recalled the way they looked at her father. She didn't understand why they were so hostile toward him. That's good. I checked. Your academy is in Jian City, and it's quite decent. The things the spirit shadow phantom beast needs will arrive tomorrow morning. The shipment was short on some materials, and this batch also took a long time to arrive. Remember to remind your brother, and go pick it up together. Can't we use the ordinary grow solution we normally use? You said it yourself, it's ordinary. So naturally it can't be as good as the specially formulated kind. Gu Yao's laughter reached her ears. Gu Yao thought about how this elder sister of her mother's was the only one who never showed her father a good expression, yet she was always kind and easygoing with him. Maybe she should ask. If her aunt didn't tell her, she wouldn't lose anything. If she knew the reason, she might also think of a way to deal with it. Auntie, may I ask you something? You're not about to ask about your parents, are you? Gu Yao tapped the windowsill with her fingers. Back then it was precisely because she had thought certain things were unnecessary that things had turned so ugly. Since this little niece wanted to know, she might as well tell her, so that something like her younger sister's affair wouldn't happen a second time. Yes. Why do you and Grandma dislike Dad so much? It's not that I dislike him. In a matter like marriage, the one chosen just has to be the one my younger sister likes. Just like when I got married, your grandmother didn't like your uncle, and she didn't even like your grandfather. Gu Yao herself found it a little amusing as she said this. Looking at it this way, her own mother simply hated men. Ah. Then why did only your mommy's situation make such a big fuss, right? Because your father is from the Ouyang family. This matter. Say distant, it's not quite distant. Say close, it's not quite close. 300 years ago, the imperial capital stood in a three-way balance of power. Besides our family, and the Qi family, the other one was. Later the Ouyang family was driven out of the imperial capital by my grandmother, or rather by my grandmother's mother, and left the Tianlong kingdom. At the time, the matter was supposed to end with every last one of them wiped out root and branch. But Ouyang Yun used her own life to offset the blood debt. The others were allowed to leave on the condition that they never set foot in the Tianlong kingdom again. That was how the matter was barely put to rest. Gu Yao's voice was calm. Even so, we Gu family members later felt that one life could never equal the many lives we lost, so a great many people still resented them. So much time has passed, and even now it remains the same. Those who hate still hate, and those who find it unimportant no longer pay attention to these old stories. Therefore very few people bring it up deliberately. When your mother was born, your grandmother had just taken control of the Gu family. Your grandmother had 3 brothers. They refused to accept your grandmother, and stirred up many troubles inside the family, so at that time, only I already grown stood by her side, while your mother, who had only just been born, stayed with your grandfather. So Mom and Grandma were not close. If they were not close, was that why her mother had been so rebellious, and unwilling to accept grandmother's interference? That was what Gu Yao speculated silently. It's not that they were utterly cold to each other, just not close. By the time everything was completely settled, your mother was already as grown as you are, attending an intermediate academy, and busy, every day, with her studies, competitions, and her own life. Your grandmother could only make up for the gap with money and material things. Because she hadn't accompanied your mother through childhood, she found it awkward to intervene in many matters later on. What came afterward could fairly be called indulgence. Gu Yao still remembered those years, when her little sister did whatever she pleased. Even things Gu Yao herself was forbidden to do, her sister could do. So that period was rather peaceful, until your mother got together with him. The house grew heavy again, especially when your mother learned that your grandfather had known all along. Your grandmother and I turned out to be the last ones in the family to find out. At that she remembered her younger sister grouping her together with their mother, and saying that in the whole family only father cared for her most. The memory made her both angry and aggrieved. She had only this one little sister, so how could she not dote on her and love her? Afterward your mother eloped. When she was caught and brought back she cut off all ties with the family and left. So Mom and Dad were. Gu Yao's brain short-circuited. It was too complicated. So when Mom fell for Dad, did she not know who he was? Probably. Anyway, it's been so long no one is going to keep digging up old scores again and again. Besides, getting rid of those people was no different from crushing ants. Who would care? What your grandmother was angry about was your mother's rejection of her. She was angry that your mother put love and men above everything, making such a scene for the sake of an outsider. Your mother is someone who values feelings deeply. She is very protective of those who are kind to her, and would never allow anyone to bully or humiliate the people she holds dear. And so when your grandmother thought little of your grandfather and looked down on your father, Gu Yao sighed. Back then what your grandmother said was if she liked him, she could just keep him. Even if your mother never married and simply stayed by that man's side, she could turn a blind eye, as long as he was not brought into the family. If a homeless stray dog like him married in, it would be a blot on the family name. Besides, at that time, they still didn't know whether the stray was good or bad. Your grandmother absolutely would not acknowledge him. Then about what happened recently. You are all grown up now, you can't be left to drift outside forever. We have always kept watch over you, and your father has truly cut off contact with the Ouyang family. Gu Yao paused. A truly outstanding young heir is hard to come by. For that alone, it wouldn't be impossible to give your father a proper standing. Gu Yao had not expected so many twists and turns in between. No wonder grandmother's face had been so grim that day. Gu Yao did not bring up the matter of Gu Yao's dealings with Wang Yinsi and Qi Shao. The most urgent thing now was to bring the two children back into the Gu family, not just in body but in heart. Then why did grandmother still marry? And to someone she didn't like or even look down on? Gu Yao asked in a low voice. Why, it was naturally because the Song family had too many daughters. The answer surprised Gu Yao. She had thought of so many things but never expected this reason. Although technology can solve such matters now, the worry is that it may leave behind what should not be left behind, and lose what was meant to be there. Some things still depend on fate, and letting things take their natural course. So since mother had no feelings for love, she chose the one who was most suitable and most useful. It had proved right too. The Gu family, which had always had a single heir per generation, now had two daughters in this generation, and both were outstanding. Gu Yao lay on the bed looking at the spirit shadow phantom beast egg beside her, and in her mind echoed the words Gu Yao had said at last, don't pity your grandfather. The Song family cannot even be considered third-rate. Now propped up by the Gu family, they have reached the top of the second-rate. In an honest accounting, they have made a sure profit with no loss. When interests are entangled between people, there is no point talking about who deserves pity. Thinking about it, that way she could understand her mother's leaving. People with different beliefs, values, and ways of handling things are indeed prone to conflict and parting. Gu Yao rubbed her eyes, closed them, and fell deeply asleep. She did not know whether those words had been biased, but she understood that there was no real solution for her father's situation. Still, contentment brings happiness. As long as their family could live together openly and above board, that would be enough. The spirit shadow phantom beast egg beside her stirred slightly, then pressed against Gu Yao's forehead. In her dream, Gu Yao saw a spirit shaped like a sunshine doll drifting round and round her. What are you? Gu Yao grabbed it before it could drift any more and make her eyes go blurry. Ling Ling. Huh? Only after forming a contract could one understand Beast's speech, and it was obvious Gu Yao could not understand what the little thing in front of her was saying. It realized she could not understand floated up to her forehead, and had just begun feeding energy into her, when a force rejected it, and pushed it away. It staggered back, tilted its head in confusion, and tried again. The result was the same as the first time. After 3 tries, Gu Yao held it down. Can we talk just by pressing our foreheads together? Ling Ling. Gu Yao cupped it in her hands, lowered her head, and drew close. This time, sure enough, no external force pushed it away. Ling 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 Ling. The power from before is gone.
Why? Huh? Why is there a mark on her forehead? Its voice sounded in Gu Yao's mind. She reached up and touched her forehead. That was wrong. She looked in the mirror every day, and a mark like that had never appeared. How could it suddenly show up? But who are you? Ling 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 ling. I am your egg baby, the spirit shadow phantom beast. Tada. Are you about to hatch? It had never appeared before. For it to show up suddenly today meant it must be close to hatching time. Ling 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 ling. Ling 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 ling. No, not yet. It had been watching her all along, but without energy, it had no way to express itself. Only after absorbing the energy today did it gain the chance to enter her dream. Then if I give you energy, will you hatch faster? Ling 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 ling. It shook its head. Having energy only allowed it to move a little. It could not hatch from inside on its own. I see. Then what do you need me to do? Or what do you like? Or do you need to cultivate quietly and hatch? I can leave you in the dormitory and have someone keep an eye on you. Ling ling. It suddenly hugged Gu Yao's face. No. It's more comfortable in your arms. And when we meditate, our spirits can link. It will help both of us. Anyway, we must never be separated. Fine, fine, I was only asking. Seeing how agitated it was, Gu Yao quickly tried to calm it down. Ling 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 ling. It suddenly began rolling in midair. Why haven't you made a contract with me yet? Do you dislike me? You only like those two furry ones. Gu Yao was puzzled. But you haven't hatched yet. How can we form a contract? Ling ling. It immediately floated over. A soul contract. A soul contract. How do we do it? Gu Yao's knowledge had expanded very quickly, but it clearly wasn't enough. She had never even heard of such a term. Ling 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 ling. A soul contract is when I use my soul to sign a contract with you. That way, you don't have to wait for me to hatch. Use your soul. Gu Yao could not bear the thought. Looking at its round gleaming eyes, she could only look away. I haven't broken through in the mental domain yet, so I can't sign a contract. And I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? For some unknown reason, a spirit body, like it could actually shed tears, large bean-sized drops. Ling 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 ling. Ling 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 ling. A soul contract does not require a mental domain breakthrough. It begins by contracting the soul. Later, when the beast tamer breaks through the mental domain and opens a new beast taming codex, it will automatically turn into a dual contract of soul and body. Gu Yao watched it roll around and throw a tantrum, shouting about whether she disliked it and loved only the other two, and she felt her scalp prickle. All right. Will this kind of contract have any effect on you? It immediately straightened its body. Ling 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 ling. Ling 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 ling. No, it won't have any effect. Unless you dissolve the contract, only then would my soul perish completely. Apart from that, it's the same as any other contract. What? Gu Yao did not understand. She truly did not understand. It sounded as if it were talking about someone else, not itself. Are you sure? If we use a soul contract, and you dissolve it later, your soul will be annihilated. Ling 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 ling. Of course I'm sure. Oh, I see. You haven't even made the contract with me, and you're already thinking about how to dissolve it. After saying that, it started the same old routine again. Stop. Don't shout. Just make sure you're sure. Gu Yao's head was splitting from the racket. But how do you know all this? You haven't even been born yet. Ling 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 ling. Before this, there were voices in my incubation chamber talking about these things every day, and that was how I learned them. Was prenatal education, or rather egg education, supposed to start this early? And it knew even more than she did. Under its instructions, Gu Yao completed the soul contract. The instant the contract was complete, Gu Yao felt her spirit and body grow vastly fuller and more energized. Above all, the tremor deep within her soul stirred old memories, and in those memories a figure appeared very much like her father. Gu Yao sank into a deep sleep. The spirit shadow phantom beast egg moved a couple of times, settled into a comfortable position against her forehead and cheek, and fell asleep quietly. The next day, during the midday break, Gu Yao brought Ouyang Chen to pick up their belongings, expecting the items to be waiting there for them. But when they entered the hall and saw those rows of people standing there, Gu Yao furrowed her brows. Brother, why do they always make such a big fuss over everything?
Gu Yao muttered quietly. Maybe it's because they have a lot of things. Or maybe they're just used to it, and don't see anything wrong. After checking the list, and storing the items into her space bracelet, Gu Yao looked at the same man, who had delivered the illusory spirit beast egg to her last time, and casually asked, when the family contracts illusory spirit beasts, how is it done? A soul contract. Normal contracts. Soul contracts are generally not used. Although after a normal contract is dissolved, a high-evolution illusory spirit beast may not be willing to remain with the family's young lady or young master. If a soul contract is ever dissolved, the beast will be badly wounded and basically ruined. However, dissolving a soul contract is much simpler and causes no backlash at all. The man lowered his head and answered respectfully. Gu Yao lowered her eyelashes and nodded. Young master, please wait a moment. The man gestured for someone to step forward. Since you're usually at the academy, I brought this person to you. That way he can take care of you and help you with anything you don't understand about illusory spirit beasts. The academy doesn't allow outsiders in, and didn't you already say there's a care manual? If we really have questions later, we'll contact him separately. Yangshan stopped them. The two looked at Gu Yao. Seeing her nod in agreement with her brother's words, they could only withdraw. They watched the young miss and young master enter the academy before leaving. Dean's office. Are you saying the champion of the freshman competition is from the Gu family? A middle-aged man stood up in shock. Why didn't you say so earlier? They didn't contact us at all. I happened to pass by outside, saw them, and asked. I truly only just found out. The grade 1 section director wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mainly he had gotten busy with other things and forgotten. Only when he saw them again, this time did he remember. Call you stupid, and you act proud of it, huh? What standing are you to demand they personally come and greet you? The dean was furious. He grabbed his coat. The first year should be at lunch break now. Let's go take a look. Right, I'll take you there. The two had just taken 2 steps, and hadn't even reached the door when it opened, and a tall young white-haired man walked in. Mr. Wang, why are you here? If you'd said something earlier, I would have. I'm here to arrange the venue for the national competition. Wang Yanxi sat down and gestured for the dean to sit as well. All right, we're fully prepared. Whatever arrangements you make are fine. The dean obediently sat across from him. Those 2 children from the Gu family, don't go disturb them. Wang Yanxi sent the plan to the dean. The plan is all here. For the preliminaries, we plan to arrange them at Linqi Intermediate Academy in the Linqi district of northern Jian City. All right, no problem. How had he forgotten that this man was also from the imperial capital? Since he said there was no need to go, then he wooed for fear of making things worse. There's still a meeting this afternoon, Mr. Wang. Why not ride there in the academy's car? The preliminaries were imminent, and the national competition would follow. There were many procedures to go through and many matters to arrange. Lately it was a small meeting every 3 days, and a big meeting every 5. Wang Yanxi felt somewhat irritated inside, but showed nothing on his face, and nodded. On the way back, Gu Yao held the illusory spirit beast egg, examined it from all sides, and pressed against it, but got no reaction. Could its energy have run out? Why did you suddenly ask about soul contracts just now? Yangshan pressed down on the egg in her hand and asked. Just asking casually to fill the barren gaps in my brain. Yangshan crossed his arms, and looked at her with an expression that said she was making things up again. I've noticed that lately no matter what I ask you don't tell your brother anything. What's going on? Are you treating your brother as an outsider afraid of causing me trouble? Gu Yao suddenly realized that their parents must have told her brother everything that had happened before. That made sense. Given their parents' behavior and the Gu family's actions, her clever brother was sure to have noticed something. It's just that before going to bed last night, Yaya used some gross solution on the egg baby. After absorbing the energy, it pestered me in my dream and made a soul contract with me. If she lied in this situation, her brother would definitely be hurt and angry. It was better that Mom and Dad had told him, so she wouldn't have to make up stories every time he asked. That was exhausting too. Is there really a spirit beast that would sign a soul contract with a human? This kind of contract was no different from placing one's life in another's hands. Ordinary contracts only became stable after a long period of adjustment before the spirit beast accepted them. A soul contract like this was truly rare. Any living creature instinctively protects itself. No creature would allow another being to threaten its life. This is my first experience with it too. It doesn't harm me, right? Gu Yao smiled and leaned closer. Don't give me that. Tell me, how many other things haven't you told me? Yangshan reached out and pushed her away. A soul contract only has benefits for you and no harm. It just means your hearts and minds will be connected. If you're counting, you probably won't have any little secrets from now on. So this is the only one. Really, that's all. I'm so well behaved. Whenever anything happens, I go to Mom and Dad. I didn't hide anything from them. Since they've told you, there's nothing I'm keeping from you. That's good. We're family. If something happens, and you keep it from us, what would we do if you got into trouble? Yangshan rubbed the spot where he had just pushed her. Gu Yao nodded, promising she would never hide anything from them. Yangshan breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, I didn't expect you to believe in that too. That spirit calming art of yours is actually pretty useful. Huh? You're just like Yaya. Ha, after all, when it comes to external shortcuts for brain development, we naturally tried all your methods. No one believes in this anymore. Then why did you still use it? Gu Yao was puzzled. We were afraid you'd been scammed into wasting your time. Unexpectedly, it was quite useful. I'd been stuck at a critical point for a long time, and yesterday I actually broke through. Gu Yao was stunned. Do you mean you can contract 3 spirit beasts now? That's amazing. What's so amazing about that? It took me 3 or 4 years to break through. Yangshan tapped the spirit beast egg in her arms. I hope this egg of ours hatches soon. Then besides Lin Yiming from grade 6, aren't you the second beast tamer in the academy to have 3 spirit beasts? There might be a small competition at the end of this week. Grade 1 versus grade 2, grade 3 versus grade 4, then grade 5 versus grade 6. Go back and train well. Don't slack off. I'm not that kind of person, okay? But the classes ahead should be pretty tiring. Yangshan said with a smile. This is nothing. It's just training. They haven't made you start person versus person or beast versus beast yet. While Gu Yao was pulling a bitter face, Yangshan sent her back to the classroom before leaving. Yao, you're finally back. Jiang Xianwei pulled her to sit down as soon as she saw her. Those two are bullying me. I'm about to lose. Look. I'm watching. Don't move. Gu Yao looked at the cards she handed over, then at the pile of played cards. Why did you suddenly start playing cards? We were bored waiting for you. You absolutely must help me win a round. Jiang Xianwei sat beside her watching her play. Yeah, this is you cheating. How can you call in outside help? Nuadila was displeased. Li Qingyao hasn't said anything either. That's 2 votes against 1. The minority yields to the majority. Jiang Xianwei stuck out her tongue. How infuriating. If not for that, she would have won. Gu Yao looked at Li Qingyao. No matter how the remaining 2 cards were played, the game was already won. The top card was in her hand. You don't have any objection. If you object, we can let Yaya come back and play. That cover just knocked the big card out of my hand. Now the top card is in your hand. No matter how you play, you'll win. Li Qingyao shook her head with a carefree smile. You're right. For fairness, I'd better play myself. Jiang Xianwei took the cards back, her eyes curving into crescent moons from laughter. Gu Yao took out the handbook they had sent and opened it. After a quick look, most of it was similar to what Yaya had brought her yesterday, only a few traits of illusory spirit beasts had been adjusted. It didn't mention illusory spirit beasts entering dreams during the egg stage. Better to ask. Gu Yanshu saw the message her daughter had sent. It also touched a blind spot in her knowledge. She had never encountered such a situation. Sisterly, have the people who delivered things to Io come back. Gu Yanshu looked at Li the steward following her. I sent them back. Do you need something? I'll have them come over right now. Before she even finished speaking, she had already sent for people to hurry to the club. She hadn't expected her family's young lady to have suffered so much, and even to have worked as a coach. No wonder the madam wanted to bring her home. Gu Yanshu opened her mouth, then closed it again. Before, this was how life in the Gu family had always been. She hadn't found it strange. Now, having grown used to ordinary life, she was instead unaccustomed to this kind of life, where she had to ask for things to be done. No wonder Io didn't want to go there. Going to a strange environment, with completely unfamiliar people, and having to adapt to a life she wasn't used to, every one of those things would make her unhappy. But since they could return together, then Io could stay exactly as she was now. Stewardly. The people arrived quickly, and stewardly brought the person sent to care for the illusory spirit beast before Gu Yao. His name is Ma Tianxi. Ask him if you have any questions. He's Master Xiao's disciple. Uncle Xiao's disciple. Then he must know. As soon as Gu Yao heard that he was Master Xiao's disciple, she relayed Gu Yao's question to him. Entering dreams. According to the data, the young Mrs. Illusory Spirit Beast egg is only half a year old. It shouldn't have reached the formation stage or formed a spirit body yet. Ma Tianxi wasn't sure whether he had understood correctly, so he made a call. Then it's as you said just now. The illusory spirit beast said it had already taken form before. As for the soul contract, it also heard about it from your people. You taught it these things because you saw that its spiritual intelligence had awakened, didn't you? Gu Yao was puzzled. Why did it seem they didn't know any of this? Spiritual intelligence normally doesn't develop until 8 months or later. Yours is only half a year old, 6 months. We let it become familiar with your aura early so that when its intelligence develops later it will be closer to you. Strictly speaking, it hasn't reached the time for spiritual intelligence yet, and it shouldn't be able to use its ability to enter dreams. Illusory spirit beasts are psychic-type spirit beasts. Dream entry and similar abilities belong to the mental-type category. However, since psychic-type and mental-type skills are both based on mental power, if one's mental power is very strong, occasionally either side can learn and use the other's techniques. But a spirit beast egg doing this was still not quite reasonable. Ma Tianxi thought it over, but still couldn't reach a conclusion. I'll go ask Master Xiao. I'll contact you again later. Gu Yao exchanged contact information with him, and also went to look for some materials. Speaking of materials, Di Qi and the others were exactly in that line of work. She wondered whether they had anything on this subject. Xiao Yi had been busy lately, so she only saw the message a bit late. She found the contents somewhat surprising. Illusory spirit beast. Why is she asking about this? She still didn't know that the Gu family had found Gu Yao. Because of the sacred beast, she hadn't returned to Blue Star in a long time, nor had she been to the imperial capital, so she was out of touch with many matters. Hearing her words, and Wenjing was taken aback. Her surname is Gu. The direct line and outstanding branch members of the Gu family all get an illusory spirit beast. The Gu family. The Gu family of the imperial capital. Xiao Yi had just replied that there was some data, but not much. Hearing the voice, she looked toward Professor N. If this girl is from the Gu family. And Wenjing sat down, resting her chin on her hand. Then the Gu family really does have something to it. Geniuses appear in every generation in all fields. What did she ask about? Whether there is any material on illusory spirit beasts during their egg stage. I told her before that if she needed any material she could come to me. The boss gave her a top-level access card, and did the boss know all along? Xiao Yi sat down across from her and stretched. And Wenjing took Xiao Yi's communicator and called. Maybe she could learn a bit about illusory spirit beasts. The Gu family kept too tight a lid on things, so this was a good opportunity. Hello. It's me and Wenjing. I'm with Xiao Yi. What exactly did you want to ask? Go ahead and ask directly. Xiao Yi understood what she meant and didn't stop her. Gu Yao was a little surprised to hear Professor N's voice. But asking her was fine. She was very knowledgeable after all. At their last meeting she had already told Gu Yao a great deal about spirit beasts. I don't think it's likely to be a skill. There's another possibility in this situation, that before you sign the contract and it might have already achieved spiritual resonance. That is why your spiritual sea accepted it. Only with it inside your spiritual sea could the two of you establish the contract successfully. A dream is unlikely. Dreams are illusory, and have no physical basis. If you merely saw it, and talked with it, with nothing else, it could have been a dream. But the two of you clearly made physical contact. Gu Yao listened carefully. What is your relationship with the Gu family? At the sudden turn, Gu Yao blinked. Thinking of their help, she still chose to tell the truth. My mother is Grandmother Gu Ling's youngest daughter. And Wenjing and Xiao Yi exchanged glances, then and Wenjing continued, for this you can only ask Madame Gu. Illusory spirit beasts are your family's matter. We haven't had much contact with them. Our materials might not even be as comprehensive as what your servants know. As for asking that person, Gu Yao swallowed nervously. She really didn't quite dare. Asking her aunt would surely have the same result. Looking at the blank chat box, Gu Yao typed out a message. After the 3 afternoon classes, training was about to begin. Gu Yao watched Huang Heli teaching Fox Treasure after finishing with the 6th years, and then she started her own training. Mo Bao looked around, but didn't see any unused objects, so it exerted its power and lifted Gu Yao off the ground. Gu Yao looked down and jumped in fright. They say growing taller happens in an instant. Just now she had thought maybe she'd eaten too much lunch and grown taller because the equipment seemed much lower. When she looked down, she saw that she wasn't touching the ground. Clutching her heart, which was pounding from fright, she looked around to see who had made her float in midair. Tian 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 Tian. Now the beast tamer was just as tall as it was. Gu Yao looked into Mo Bao's eyes and flicked it on the forehead. Next time warn me first. You scared me to death. Tian 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 Tian. I know. Next time, I'll definitely give you a heads up. Is this telekinetic control? Gu Yao watched. Why don't you practice by controlling yourself? That made sense. It put Gu Yao down and went off by itself to practice controlling itself. Gu Yao sat down to rest. Fox Treasure summoned clones, each clone practicing one skill. You could train like this. She watched in astonishment as the main body learned from teacher Huang Heli. If only she could split into clones too, then her main body could lie in bed. This was really exhausting. Gu Yinjue received the news, went upstairs, and seeing his mother and daughter talking, walked over. What's wrong, grandmother? Did she do poorly? Seeing her staring into space, Gu Mingju asked in confusion. No, your grades are excellent. I just thought of someone whose grades weren't so good. Gu Ling couldn't help thinking of that granddaughter's 0. The latest reports sent over were also that she had just barely passed every subject. Mingju, isn't it time for your training? Gu Yinjue ruffled his daughter's hair. I'll go now. Hearing the door close, Gu Ling looked up at her daughter. What is it? Mother, once little sister comes home, you must not say what you said just now, or the two of you will quarrel again. If she cared about it, she would have found ways to improve long ago. She doesn't pay attention to it, so that shows she doesn't care. So don't worry about her academic performance anymore. iOS strength is steadily rising now. As she gains more experience later, her knowledge will naturally grow. She's the one who's angry. Look at how she has raised those 2 children. Gu Ling snorted coldly. What did you want to say? Io has made a soul contract with an illusory spirit beast. Shock flickered in Gu Ling's eyes. I remember they were both given half-year-old spirit beast eggs. They hadn't even developed spiritual intelligence. How could they contract? A soul contract, no less. Actually, there's another possibility. Gu Yinjue looked at his mother. Another possibility. Gu Ling thought of the spirit sense communion recorded in the best area of phantom beasts. Master Shao has already gone to check. It's not certain yet. I've sent Gu Jiantian to Jian City. Gu Ling snapped back to her senses. Gu Jiantian alone isn't enough. Tell her to take all her people with her. The plan needs to change. Gu Yinjue nodded, got up, and went to make arrangements. Gu Yao meanwhile set this matter aside for now, because teacher Jian had added an impromptu sparring match that evening. Gu Yao against Minuadila against Anan. The winner will then compete against Li Qingyao. Jian K finished the arrangements in 3 sentences, and handed out high-grade energy recovery liquid to them. The 3 of them heard the arrangement, and all looked at Gu Yao. Competing against the teacher, it seemed they were no longer on the same level as her, even though their spirit beasts were all intermediate rank. Gu Yao looked at the high-rank mechanical-type spirit beast teacher Jian had summoned, Mecha Boy. Use rock attribute. Jia Jia. Mecha Boy opened its head, turned the gear, and the pattern on it changed to rock. Amazing. And it had never seen a mechanical-type spirit beast switch attributes with her own eyes before. Jian City didn't produce many of this type. Sky City was the true home of mechanical spirit beasts, so they weren't common here. Who are you planning to send into battle? Jian K cast a questioning gaze at Gu Yao. I'll go with Xingshu and Tianqi. It hasn't fought since it evolved. Tian. Good, then let's get ready to begin. Rock-type energy swirled around the mecha kid. Gu Yao remembered from the books that mechanical-type beast pets were originally attributeless. They began as intelligent robots, and only after energy stones were discovered on planet Kalaka did they gain the ability to store attribute energy. Later, a separate branch of mechanical-type beast pets evolved from them. Mechanical-type beast pets already had high defense, and now this one had also used the rock attribute. Xingqiu and Tianqi could not break through its defenses at all. Its skills only produced a few sparks when they landed.
Cannon Fist. Telekinesis Control.
Looking at Ma Bao, who was about to teleport away, Gu Yao spoke out.
Heavens! How could I forget telekinesis? Almost every psychic type can use this skill.
Watching the cannon fist race toward the mecha kid, GNK commanded, "Disassemble." Gu Yao watched as its body rapidly disassembled, and the parts flew away in different directions, with Ma Bao controlling the attack in pursuit. It chose to split apart rather than endure the hit head-on like before, most likely because even it could not withstand the blow without injury, which meant this attack was remarkably powerful. With a gesture, GNK had the chest section of the mecha kid reassemble and transform, colliding with the cannon fist. After the explosive boom, a massive heat wave swept across the training ground, and Li Qingyao's twin-headed sea serpent immediately released a skill to isolate the heat. Vines burst out of the ground before Gu Yao and wrapped around her, sealing off the heat wave. She had never expected the attack to carry such tremendous power. If it had struck Ma Bao, it really would have been hurt.
So this is a mechanical-type beast pet. Their skills have no ranks. They only grow more powerful as their level rises. It certainly seems that this type of pet has a very high ceiling.
Kenodra kept this in mind.
But it still has to climb there. The highest evolution rank the best scientists can currently create is only general rank. That's the strongest a mechanical-type beast pet can get, and no better than an ordinary pet. Powerful pets can evolve to king rank or emperor rank, which are 2 ranks above it.
Li Qingyao shook her head. A high ceiling means nothing unless you can actually reach it. Xingqiu and Tianqi used healing to cleanse the burn. It could not attack, only dodge, which was far too passive. It turned to look at Gu Yao, and she nodded. Then it would evade and wait for an opening. Because of the earlier telekinesis control, GNK no longer used single target or easily controlled skills. She switched to area attacks and energy explosion type abilities.
Earth Spike.
Stone pillars shot up from the ground and sharp spikes chased Xingqiu and Tianqi as it flew up and combined with teleportation to dodge the skill.
Sandstorm.
GNK ordered in a soft voice. Teleportation combined with telekinesis made it very difficult for ordinary attack skills to hit it, so she needed to create some obstacles. The arena was instantly shrouded in yellow mist, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Gu Yao's heart clenched. In this situation, if the opponent unleashed a skill, there was no way to dodge. Even with healing skills, they could not withstand being wounded over and over.
Heavens!
The very worry came true. Xingqiu and Tianqi's pain cry reached her ears.
Domain!
At the command, Xingqiu and Tianqi's golden beast pupils blazed, the yellow sand around them scattered, and the mecha kid froze in place. An invisible force immobilized the mecha kid. When GNK heard the word
Domain,
shock arose in her heart. Still, the mecha kid was a rank higher than Xingqiu and Tianqi, and should be able to shake off the restraint. Watching parts fly off the mecha kid under Xingqiu and Tianqi's attacks, Gu Yao nodded. Clever. When fighting this kind of opponent, you had to dismantle its parts. Then even if it escaped the domain, the chance of short-circuiting when it released a skill would be much greater. GNK naturally understood this too. She hurriedly ordered the mecha kid to escape the domain.
Energy Magnetic Storm.
The invisible barrier around the mecha kid shattered. The terrifying energy made Xingqiu and Tianqi instinctively raise its guard. Its golden pupils blazed again as it tried to interrupt the attack and seal the mecha kid in place, but the energy churning in the surroundings was too violent. Every one of this mechanical-type beast pet's mechanical skills carried power equivalent to a normal beast pet's advanced skill at ultimate level proficiency. The domain cracked. Xingqiu and Tianqi took a few steps back. A flash of light passed over the horn on its head, and its body recovered. It dropped into a defensive stance. GNK could see that if this went on, her mecha kid would be scrapped, so she called a halt. After 2 consecutive high-proficiency major skills and sustained ordinary attacks, it now had little source energy or combat energy left inside.
Let's stop here. I never imagined that your Xingqiu and Tianqi, an intermediate-level beast pet, would know domain.
GNK took out new energy cores and power cores and replenished the mecha kid.
It seems that in the freshman tournament, neither of your 2 pets showed their true strength. Fortunately, its proficiency was low, or we would have lost just now. This skill, I mainly didn't know how to train it. Since I had no immediate use for it before, I never paid much attention to it. It's a good thing you didn't practice domain. This kind of skill doesn't rely on training. Its proficiency is tied to comprehension. The stronger your enlightenment, the higher its proficiency, and power will rise without much training. If one's comprehension is poor, no amount of training will help.
GNK summarized the battle.
The reason for this match was mainly to make you all guard against mechanical-type beast pets. They will definitely appear in the national competition. This type is not especially strong at the basic stage, but from the intermediate stage onward, they are generally stronger than normal pets because they have excellent learning ability. Once they choose an attribute, their attribute skills are almost at proficient rank or above with very high power. After all, even if ordinary pets like ours train every day, we can only bring 1 or 2 main skills to proficient rank. But all of their skills are. Second are mechanical type skills. Their proficiency is related to the beast tamer's scientific research and creativity. If she is a genius in that field, then basically from the basic stage onward every skill would be ultimate all the way.
Seeing the 4 children stunned with their mouths wide open, GNK quickly added,
Of course such cases are fairly rare. None have appeared so far.
With ordinary beast pets available, and a shortcut in reach, no one would choose to do hard labor, especially when the rewards were so small. Even now, top-tier mechanical-type beast tamers could be counted on one hand. GNK watched the matches of the other 3 to assess their recent training results, sighing inwardly. There were still demonstrations to give for the other 2 teams tomorrow. Tonight, she would have to stay up late repairing the Mecha Kid. After summarizing everyone's problems, GNK singled out Li Qingyao.
Your sea elf is a psychic-type beast pet, but mechanical-type beast pets do not possess psychic power. So remember not to use psychic-type skills against them to avoid wasting energy. Yes, I understand.
Li Qingyao nodded obediently.
And then there is still some time. Keep training.
GNK nodded. In this competitive tournament, each of the 4 was more gifted than the last and more obedient than the last. This time, she would carefully design a training plan to fill their gaps and fix their weaknesses, so they could all achieve outstanding results in the national competition. Gu Yao watched Hulabeo and Mabao training obediently, pondering how to improve comprehension. This thing was subtle and luck-based. Maybe enlightenment would come in a single instant. But waiting around was clearly not the answer. If they ever ran into an advanced mechanical-type pet like Teacher Jian's, this skill would be extremely important. Gu Yao thought, while idly drawing formations on paper. At the moment, only the first page could be seen with just 4 formations, 2 enhancement, and 2 killing formations. Her mind wandered while she was thinking, and she noticed that she had drawn the formation incorrectly. She hurriedly focused and redrew it. Beside her, the illusory shadow beast egg stirred and rolled into her arms. When the finished formation vanished and spread outward into the surrounding space, Gu Yao lost consciousness and began to fall. At that instant, a vine propped her up. When Gu Yao opened her eyes again, she felt the shrunken Mo Bao rubbing against her face. Heavens, heavens! You're finally awake. You scared this beast half to death. It wasn't an injury. My healing was useless. You're awake. The voice was Teacher Jian's. Sure enough, when she turned her head, she saw the teacher sitting beside the bed. Teacher, why are you here? Gu Yao sat up and stretched, feeling sore and heavy from sleep. I wasn't only here. I went to the school infirmary and the emergency room. GNK sighed. Don't you usually sleep? How could you sleep so deeply for no reason at all? Gu Yao forced her blank mind to turn, then looked at Huli Bao and Mo Bao. Seeing them nod and explain what had happened, she finally remembered. Where's my egg? Gu Yao looked around but couldn't see it. Your brother has it. He came to visit you, and since you were sleeping soundly and couldn't take care of that spirit beast egg, he's holding it for you. Seeing her anxious expression, GNK explained. Could it be related to that egg? Gu Yao felt a weight lift off her heart. Back then, when it had rolled into her arms, her spiritual power had interlinked with it, and the formation beneath her hand suddenly expanded, draining her spiritual power completely. That was when she had fallen into a deep sleep. She didn't know what had triggered it, but she felt the problem still lay with the spirit shadow phantom beast. Unfortunately, there was no one who could answer it for her now. GNK watched Gu Yao repeatedly insist that she was fine, and that nothing had happened, so he let her return to class. Gu Yao saw that there was still time to make it to an academic class, so she hurried over. She could skip any other class, but this one she truly didn't dare miss. Jiang Xianwei saw Gu Yao arrive in the classroom, and looked her over from head to toe. "You really just fell asleep." Nothing happened. No, what could happen in the arcade? Before she could finish, the ground shook violently. Gu Yao instinctively thought it was an earthquake, but the corner of her eye happened to catch something outside the window. "What is that?" Jiang Xianwei steadied her, heard her words, and followed her gaze outside, so frightened that her breath slowed. The sky outside was torn open. A colossal beast claw appeared, then vanished. Immediately after, a beam of energy shot out from inside, and struck the protective barrier above Jian City. The broadcast reassured students not to run around, and to stay in their classrooms, saying that the academy's buildings were earthquake-proof. What was outside was a secret realm rift. If they ran around, they might be sucked in. It was very dangerous. The teachers also came into the classrooms to maintain order. The barrier is about to break. The relief the broadcast had brought was seized by panic again. Watching the cracks on the barrier grow one by one, Gu Yao's heart pounded like a drum. "Teacher, what should we do?" "Don't worry. This is only the outermost layer. The military emergency barrier has 3 layers. It's been so long. They must have poured energy into it." The sound of the barrier shattering rang out, and Gu Yao and Jiang Xianwei instinctively shielded each other's heads and ducked down. Fortunately, the academy's outer protection weakened the force of that energy, otherwise it would have torn the buildings up by their foundations and destroyed them. "There's a demon beast inside watching us." The shout from outside made the two exchange a glance. They slowly rose to their feet, and sure enough saw a huge crimson beast pupil turning inside the rift. A giant beast claw pressed against the edge of the rift, as if trying to tear it even wider. At that moment, everyone's heart seemed to stop as they watched its movement. The sound of tearing reached their ears, and everyone's hearts fell to the bottom. Looking at the two enormous beast pupils revealed Gu Yao, whose eyesight was quite good thanks to the feedback from her bond, saw many people being sucked into the rift. "Is that a warship? Can they beat it? It's so huge, the warship looks far too small by comparison." The roar of warship sounded in their ears, and their massive forms cast shadows over the ground. On board were many beast tamers, and contracted beasts surrounded by energy magnetic cannons. Dazzling techniques and cannon fire blasted toward the rift, and the earth trembled once more. But this time, the shaking was clearly much weaker. Seeing the energy marks on the walls, Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. The attacks hit the giant beast inside, but it merely waved a claw and knocked a warship out of the sky. When it struck at the second warship, the rift suddenly contracted, forcing the enormous demon beast to withdraw its claw. "The rift is closing. Hurry, hurry." Everyone watched the sky nervously, watching the rift slowly close up and then vanish. It was as if it had never appeared, if not for the utter devastation left everywhere. In a dark, deserted alley in Jian City, Ouyang Qian clutched his chest, dizzy and reeling. "Just hold on a little longer," he screamed inwardly, but this body had already been used for more than 20 years, and now it had finally reached its limit. But he still had many things he hadn't done. He hadn't watched his child grow up, and he had promised Ashu he would stay by her side forever. The rejection between his spirit body and his flesh was causing him terrible pain right now, yet this broken body could not withstand even the slightest force. He curled up, waiting for the outcome. So close to transforming from a spirit body into a soul, so close to being able to remain here forever. Fortunately, after decades of adjustment, his spirit body and flesh had reluctantly accepted each other again. Ouyang Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and supporting himself against the wall left. He still had to go to work, then pick up a shoe after work and go home. They still needed to ask how their child had been at the academy today. Holding on to that sliver of feeling, he left the dark alley. From Dicky, Wang Yanxi watched the rift vanish. He found it strange. According to past events, rifts always took 1 to 3 days to disappear. As he watched the government personnel, who had been directing evacuations, leave the streets, he sensed that familiar aura once more. At last it had appeared again. Unfortunately, by the time he followed the aura to the alley, there was nothing left except cracked ground and broken glass everywhere. Not a single person, no one at all. He arranged for someone to bring the nearby surveillance footage. He refused to believe that an incorporeal spirit body could escape him. He would definitely catch it and send it back. Gu Yao had been feeling inexplicably anxious for a while. The message she had sent her parents to tell them she was safe, had also gone unanswered, which made her even more unsettled, and her right eyelid twitched wildly. "All right, now that the cleanup is finished, let's begin class." Seeing Gu Yao absent-minded, Jiang Xianhui thought she was shocked by what had happened. She pulled her to sit down and held her hand. "Today we won't follow the order in the textbook. I'm inserting a special lesson on what we just saw, secret realm rifts. Secret realm rifts appear because of collisions between spaces. Secret realms exist in the cosmos just like the space we are in now. But space is unstable and attracts itself. When spaces draw close to each other, they make brief contact and collide. That is how our current time and space can see the rifts created by those collisions." Gu Yao received a reply from her parents saying they were together and safe, and telling her not to worry. Only then did her suspended heart settle back down, and she raised her head to listen carefully. Of course, there is another situation: periodic convergence. Everything in the world follows rules, has its own operating laws and trajectories, and the spaces in the cosmos are no exception. For instance, some secret realms appear punctually every several years. Those are periodic, they can be predicted and prepared for. The students were not very interested in the calculations that followed. Someone couldn't help asking, what exactly are secret realms? What kind of creature was that huge thing that appeared just now? Most of the beings in secret realms are hostile to humans. We classify them separately as demon beasts and magic beasts. Demon beasts are those that primarily use attribute energy, while magic beasts are beasts that primarily use mental power. Seeing someone raise a hand, the teacher told her to put it down. "I know what you want to ask. You want to know why the ones in our lives are all tamed beasts, and why those in the secret realms are so different, right?" "Right. But there is very little known material at present, only some guesses. One theory is that they were captured and isolated by the god-rank beast tamer. Another is that they prefer to keep to their own kind, and want no dealings with humans, so they have shut us out. There are a few other possibilities too. You can research them on your own after class." Gu Yao hesitated, then raised her hand and asked. Seeing the teacher nod, she said, "What happens to the people who get sucked into a rift?" "Right. Just now, we saw many people being sucked in. I saw them too." The teacher quieted them down. "It depends. According to current research data, people who fall into a rift are randomly sent to different locations in the secret realm. If they are unlucky enough to land in a den of demon beasts or magic beasts, their lives will essentially be hanging by a thread. But if they are lucky enough to land somewhere with no demon beasts, they can calculate the next cycle of the rift and come out through it." Gu Yao looked at the formula on the board, thinking about something else. Jiang Xianhui patted her hand. "What's wrong? You keep spacing out. What are you thinking about? Even if you calculate the cycle, how do you get to the secret realm rift? And what if there are giant demon beasts or magic beasts like the one today? Wouldn't that be no different from delivering yourself right to them?" "That's exactly right. To get out, you have to be able to defeat the demon beasts inside. My mom told me that if I ever saw a rift, I had to run. If I got sucked in by accident, I'd know to hide and build up my strength inside. In fact, most people go into secret realms to train and seek breakthroughs." Jiang Xianhui leaned closer. "According to them, secret realms aren't uninhabited wilderness. If you're lucky enough to land in a populated area, you're basically saved. People are settled in secret realms." Gu Yao couldn't imagine anyone bold enough to live in a secret realm forever. Wherever there's profit, there are people. Hearing Yaya say that she sometimes genuinely found humans to be strange creatures, she was muttering inwardly when she heard her brother's voice and saw him holding the spirit shadow beast egg, offering it to her. Meanwhile, he asked about her physical condition and felt relieved to see she was fine. "Can't you tell when your body is exhausted from training? Don't push yourself so recklessly. You scared me half to death." Ouyang Chen's heart had been in turmoil day after day. Only after Gu Yao promised it wouldn't happen again did he leave. Carrying the spirit shadow beast egg back to class, she followed the care manual steps and applied the ointment to the egg surface. "Doing beauty treatments for your egg baby again. Here." Jiang Xianhui handed her a drink. "Drinking beverages isn't good for you." Gu Yao raised her hand, signaling that both were occupied. "Humans get oxidized by breathing oxygen, so what should we suffocate ourselves?" "You're equivocating." Gu Yao watched the ointment be completely absorbed after application, then began the second coat. This needed to be done 3 times a day. Naya drinks are no different from oxygen to me. That's not equivocating. After the third application was complete, it was time for training, so Gu Yao summoned her pets and took them to the training ground. The academy being so big has this one downside. There's no direct shuttle, so we have to walk all that way so far. Given today's situation, I doubt the campus vehicles will be running. Look, it's all cleaners everywhere. Gu Yao watched many people and pets cleaning up the mess around the campus. I heard the infirmary is unusually packed today. Even with special reinforced glass, the skills were so powerful that many windows shattered, injuring quite a few who couldn't dodge in time. She even pointed to the back of her hand. Luckily, our pets have healing abilities, otherwise we'd be queuing at the infirmary too. Occasionally rescue aircraft flew overhead, leaving a lingering hum. The situation outside is probably even worse. But isn't Jian City's defense a little too weak? Pretty much, but many cities don't have protective shields at all. The ones that do can be counted on one hand. Their type of shield can only block skills below the king level. But the one today was clearly not below that, it was far higher. Jiang Xianwei gave a small inward sigh. They were still too weak. Although Blue Star's interstellar status had risen over the past century, it used to be trampled by any planet. Now it was already much better. Not every planet is suitable for survival. Those that aren't will plunder resources from other planets. In the past, the resources of Blue Star and Kalalaka were shipped off to other planets, like leeks being repeatedly cut, and the strongest beast tamers were also taken away. Gu Yao was surprised to hear this. Born in a good era, she hadn't understood or known much about the past humiliations. She never expected that the country and planet she lived on had suffered so much before, but fortunately they had made it through. The two chatted as they walked, making the time seem shorter. "Oh! Your egg is cracking." Jiang Xianwen noticed the cracks and quickly spat tui tui tui. "It's about to hatch." "It's hatching." Gu Yao ran her finger over the cracks. She remembered that when she had applied the special attribute boosting ointment just now, there had been no cracks. Last time when she asked those people about this matter, they all said the spiritual wisdom would only awaken after 8 months. Only after awakening spiritual wisdom could it slowly emerge from its shell. So what was going on now? Had they given her the wrong egg? Was it going to come out early because its spiritual wisdom had awakened ahead of time? Was this considered premature birth? Would it harm its body? What's wrong? Isn't hatching a good thing? You look so worried. Could there be a problem with it? Seeing Jiang Xianyue's puzzled look, Gu Yao explained the egg situation. After all, Jiang knew more than she did. What happens if an egg is born prematurely? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianwei felt relieved and immediately burst into laughter, doubling over. "Yao Yao, baby, your path to learning still has a long way to go. They're not humans or ordinary livestock. There's no such concept as premature birth." She calmed down. As long as a pet egg comes out from the inside on its own, there's no problem. Only if someone pried it open from the outside would there be an issue. Besides, the things you used, including the ones I gave you, already have the effect of making it grow faster. As they spoke, a small piece of eggshell fell off, and the movements of the spirit shadow beast inside grew more and more vigorous. They hurried to the training ground, found a spot, and set it down. Gu Yao asked the teacher for leave to stay and watch beside the egg. More translucent shell pieces fell away. A touch of sky blue appeared with a black gem set on its forehead. Then it opened its pitch-black eyes, round and glossy like black grapes. No. It didn't look like the one in the manual. Could it really have been swapped? The one in the manual matched exactly with the one her mother had summoned. Judging by that, she guessed they had indeed mixed them up. Gu Yao's mind raced until a cold touch came from the back of her hand. Lingling. The spirit shadow beast looked at her pitifully. The moment it saw her expression, it knew she wasn't the slightest bit happy. She hadn't been looking forward to its birth at all. The more it thought, the more moisture gathered in its eyes. Gu Yao was taken aback by the scene. What's wrong? Could a newborn pet need to cry a few times like a human? Don't worry, let me check. Gu Yao muttered softly, took out the manual, flipped to the hatchling stage, and found no requirement for making the pet cry. The spirit shadow beast studied her expression, and thought to itself, it seemed she did care about it, after all, and didn't show any rejection. It immediately seized the opportunity, grabbed the clothes on her chest, and burrowed into her arms. Gu Yao looked at the manual, while holding the spirit shadow beast in her hand. The colors didn't match. According to the manual, its forehead shouldn't have a set gem, only a floating gem above the head signified a beginner pet. That was the only thing that matched. Her brain couldn't process such a complicated situation, so she directly took a photo and contacted their professional spirit shadow beast breeder. Before he had even figured out the answer to the previous question, a new problem appeared. Looking at the message sent by the young miss, he was absolutely certain he couldn't have mixed it up. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Besides, he wasn't the only one doing this. So many people had handled the process that a mix-up would have been discovered long ago. But with so many problems arising, Matienzi himself was no longer so confident. After thinking it over, he decided to go confess to the madam. Maybe he'd be dealt with leniently. Gu Yao watched his reply, saying he would go look up some materials, and she rather doubted his professionalism. She could only set the matter aside like last time and study it later. Since she had already signed a sole contract with it, dissolving it was impossible. She had no choice but to accept it. Thinking this, Gu Yao entered the beast taming codex. Suddenly, she discovered that she had already contracted with the spirit shadow beast. She checked the codex every day to look at their training progress. Last night, no, she had slept through yesterday. So it was the night before last that the third page definitely hadn't been unlocked yet. She habitually flipped from the second page to the next. When exactly had her mental domain broken through? Gu Yao was a little confused, but she put aside these useless thoughts and looked up at the third page. Dark Star Beast. Dark Attribute Psychic Type Beginner Pet. Innate Skill Dark Spirit Domain Beginner 1250. Skill Shadow Blade Beginner 1250. Telekinesis Beginner 1250. Energy Barrier Beginner 1250. Points 50. Gu Yao tapped the points exchange icon and was surprised to see two products. Infant Pure Milk. Suitable for newborn cubs, eliminates hunger and strengthens bones. Disappears after 2 months. Points required 1. It was actually time limited. Strengthen bones. Gu Yao thought back to its sky blue energy-like body. Where would it have bones? If the veins on its body counted. Gu Yao tapped the second item. Spiritual Nourishment. Worn to steadily increase mental power and promote pet brain development. Points required 1,500. It looked like an accessory item. Gu Yao exchanged for the milk, exited the beast taming codex, took it out of her pocket, and handed it to the little one. It happily took the milk and began drinking. She noticed the strange glowing veins on its body flickering. Gu Yao carried it to find Fox Treasure and Ink Treasure, introducing the new member of the family. The two pets instinctively felt some resistance from within. The dark energy made them watch it warily. Sensing the unfriendly gazes, the Dark Star Beast adjusted its posture and nestled into Gu Yao's embrace. Don't be nervous. It hatched from the pet egg I've been holding these last few days. Weren't you too fond of it before? From now on we're all companions. It's one of us. Gu Yao held the Dark Star Beast out for them to see. It wasn't a bad dark attribute pet. Fox Treasure extended a fluffy tail and poked it. The Dark Star Beast immediately hugged the tail, startling Fox Treasure. Its instinct was to shake it off, but seeing the pleading look in its tamer's eyes, it suppressed that urge. After sensing that they no longer rejected it, the Dark Star Beast grew quite familiar, chattering and grunting as it struck up a conversation with them. Gu Yao went to ask the teacher whether the academy had a pet registration office. GNK nodded, looking at the talkative pet still holding its milk in the distance. What attribute is it? My mother and the others said it was a pure psychic type pet, but for some reason the one I hatched has the dark attribute. Could it be a genetic mutation? Gu Yao wondered. Dark attribute. Judging from your other two pets, they aren't really hostile. Fortunately, they spent quite a long time getting along while it was still in the egg, otherwise you'd have had your work cut out for you. GNK breathed a sigh of relief for her inside. Gu Yao nodded in agreement. When she heard teacher Jian say she would take her to register after class, she nodded, said okay, thanked her in advance, and was about to turn away to start her own training when GNK suddenly called her back. No, are you already contracted? GNK realized. Egg hatching was normal, but registration wasn't. Egg hatching doesn't need registration. It must have been the mental domain breakthrough yesterday. When I noticed it just now, I casually completed the contract. As Gu Yao spoke, she raised her hand and formed a seal. An orange summoning array lit up before she stopped and let it fade. Not only was GNK shocked, but the three bystanders drawn by the commotion were also stunned. Weren't they freshmen? How could? Kenyuadala and Anan exchanged a glance. They each had only one pet. How did she already have 3? Though geniuses often emerge from the young, this was simply outrageous. Gu Yao saw their shocked expressions, and came to her senses. I just got lucky, she explained. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a weight on her head. Following their gazes, she told the dark star beast to behave. The 4 of them fell silent as they stared at the pet on her head. Gu Yao knew she had probably discouraged them, so she guiltily muttered something about training and slipped away. She's already so strong, yet she still trains so hard. GNK snapped the 3 back to their senses and urged them to go train too. A couple of days ago, she had learned from the elite class teachers meeting arrangement that Ouyangchen had broken through. At that time, the leaders had said that these batches of students were stronger than the last, and they had praised them for quite a while. GNK opened the group chat and shared the news that Gu Yao had contracted a new pet today and become a 3-pet tamer. From the 6th year and 5th year groups, each side replied with a. No other messages came after that. When she exited the chat, she saw private messages popping up wildly. GNK felt very pleased. A good student's excellence was a teacher's glory. That saying was indeed true. After finishing everything, Gu Yao shopped online with one hand while holding Fox Treasure in the other. Ink Treasure lay on her shoulder, and Star Baby on her head looked curiously at the things in her hands. The things sent from over there last time were basically meant for the pet egg, but Star Baby was now a cub and needed its own supplies. What she bought had to be delivered within about 20 minutes. There wasn't much needed since they were preparing over there, and she could go pick them up tomorrow morning. Is there anything else you want? Gu Yao moved the screen up. It was still small, and could only whimper without forming syllables. Fortunately, because of their soul contract, its thoughts could be transmitted directly to her. Receiving its thoughts, Gu Yao was a little surprised. It actually wanted to wear clothes, specifically clothes like the ones she was wearing. The ones I'm wearing are uniformly issued by the academy. I don't think they look very good. If you really like clothes, I'll go find ya. She has a place that customizes clothes. I'll take you there, and have a few sets specially made for you. Gu Yao asked for its opinion. When it agreed, she looked at the other 2, and asked if they wanted anything. Yen. It wanted to eat red gold fire fruit. Last time Li Qingyao had given it a few, and they were super delicious. It could still remember their taste. Tian. It wanted to change its bath energy milk. The current one smelled too bad every bath, and soak was painful. It also wanted a few small toys, so it could play while soaking. It just so happened that she also fancied a change of taste, and wanted to replace some daily necessities she had used for a long time. She had originally planned to buy a few random things, but in the end, she bought a huge pile. Just as she opened the dormitory door, Jiang Xianyue's voice reached her ears. What? Are the things here already? That fast? It had only been about 10 minutes since the order. Yao baby, why did you buy so much? Jiang Xianyue gestured to the balcony. Seeing the neatly arranged goods, Gu Yao hadn't expected that casually buying a little would result in so much. Ink Treasure used telekinesis to move the items inside. Star Baby watched and followed suit, trying to use telekinesis to lift things, but no matter what, it couldn't do it. Ink Treasure adjusted the mini wristband to restore its body to a slightly larger size, and taught it how to use the skill. Gu Yao glanced at them, and went back to organizing the items. There really were a lot. When she finally managed to sort them out, 2 doubted birds arrived, set down more things, and left. Star Baby moved quite a few items, this time clearly much more skilled than before. Seeing its improvement, Ink Treasure was immensely satisfied and showed its tamer. It truly had a gift for teaching. Gu Yao nodded and praised it lavishly, even giving it a thumbs up. Ink Treasure turned a little shy. After sorting everything and finishing her tasks, Gu Yao laid down on the bed to sleep. Seeing that Star Baby was still full of energy, she told it to rest as well, but it whimpered and refused. It wanted to play with her device that could buy things. Gu Yao wondered if it wasn't sleepy because it had slept too long inside the egg. Thinking it might just be curious and wouldn't actually play, she handed it the communicator. Don't play for too long. You're little now, so you need more rest to understand. The patterns on Star Baby's body flickered. Happily it floated around her twice, and nodded in agreement. Gu Yao lay in bed, and watched it for a while. She was surprised to see that it really knew how to play. Its mind seemed very clever. should she let it study together with her? Gu Yao wondered if it could learn to speak human language as she fell asleep. A pair of enormous crimson beast eyes fixed intently on Gu Yao. Its colossal body swung an island-sized claw at her, tearing the space it passed through. The immense energy impact left a sweet metallic taste of blood in Gu Yao's throat. Blinding light forced Gu Yao to raise a hand to cover her eyes. When her consciousness snapped back, she saw Xing Bao floating before her, and felt the overwhelming relief of having narrowly escaped death. Xing Bao rubbed against her cheek to soothe her, humming a melodious, gentle tune. Gu Yao felt her emotions calm considerably. Recalling what had just happened, she wondered whether it had been a dream or reality. After all, wasn't it said that dreams didn't hurt? But just now she truly felt as if she were being torn apart, even breathing ached. What exactly was going on? After finishing her morning wash, Jiang Xianwei came out and saw Gu Yao looking unwell and still not dressed. Curious, she walked over.
What's wrong? Hurry up and get ready or we'll be late. I'm coming.
Gu Yao replied absently, her eyes still fixed on the screen.
What are you looking at so intently?
Jiang Xianwei leaned over and saw it was the secret realm rift from last time.
Blood Moon Beast. Is that the beast that attacked us that day? And I just checked the Star Network. Based on everyone's discussions, many people think the secret realm rift is very abnormal because this time there are only 3 regions and 4 rifts. This has never happened before.
Gu Yao moved the screen to the middle so they could both see, then shifted over to make room.
Jian City actually has 2 secret realm rifts, and one of them even spawned such a powerful beast. None of it makes sense. Now that you put it that way, you're right.
Jiang Xianwei lowered her head in thought.
It really is suspicious. Rifts in secret realms are collisions of space. Beasts are highly sensitive to them, so most will leave the area in advance. That's why secret realm rifts usually have no beasts or demonic beasts. Besides, secret realm rifts usually appear in hundreds or thousands, unevenly distributed, but never like this time appearing only near us. There's even a small star system Kuchuan close by. According to all the secret realms recorded so far, none have been this small.
Jiang Xianwei tapped her chin with her fingers.
Besides, this beast is incredibly powerful. The attack last time was at least a monarch level or emperor level attack. The secret realm where such a powerful beast lives can't possibly be a small one. Why do you say that?
Gu Yao asked, puzzled.
Do you know about spatial interconnection?
Jiang Xianwei thought for a moment about how to explain.
It's like the space we're in now. We can freely go to a planet like Lucagia or elsewhere. Secret realms are like individual planets, except they exist in another space. Interconnecting between them might not be as convenient for us, but I've read that beasts and demonic beasts that reach king level or above gain the ability to traverse. When a secret realm is especially small, a powerful beast will kill all the weak creatures inside it and then leave. What about the secret realm itself? The energy around us is cyclical. It not only helps companion beasts evolve and grow stronger, but also sustains all plants, microorganisms, and every living being. Without companion beasts, that space would first reach an energy peak, then rapidly wither away until it turns to stone.
She hadn't expected such an outcome. It was the ecological balance being thrown off. At best, it would lie neglected for a while, before coming back to life. At worst, it would become a lifeless wasteland.
This is also why Dickey and the Star Alliance established companion beast breeding bases and wild beast ecological reserves. Do you think this beast might have a grudge against the people who previously entered the rift? And then, taking advantage of the brief energy surge during evolution, it tore through space to take revenge.
After all, such situations were rare, and Jiang Xianwei could think of no other explanation.
There are cases like that.
Gu Yao blinked at her.
How do you know so much? It's written in a book. But the author put it as a note afterwards, so it's basically her own guess. I still think it's possible. Look, plenty of people have come back from the rift, so grudges are completely normal.
Gu Yao nodded and was about to ask more, but Xing Bao tugged at her sleeve and pointed at the clock.
We're late.
After tidying up, the two of them had Bao teleport through space to the classroom entrance. Before Jiang Xianwei could even be shocked that her companion beast could teleport, she moved quietly to her seat and began meditating just in time before the teacher's surprise inspection. Seeing this, Xing Bao began to meditate in her arms. In the vast sea of consciousness, the girl and the beast meditated in silence. Gu Yao had sensed before that when the Dark Star Phantom beast was still an egg, they could connect mentally. During meditation, making cultivation twice as efficient. With the calm mind art, she could clearly feel her mind and perception steadily improving. Today she had finally confirmed it completely. But why was that? Xingbao carried no fewer mysteries than Mo Bao. Sacred beasts were rare, but they did exist, so based on past experience some inferences could still be made. But the circumstances surrounding Xingbao had never appeared among those known cases. No matter what was asked, the answer was always unknown. At the Gu family estate in the imperial capital, Gu Yao received this information and sent Xiaoqing over. She still had to brief him on the project matters, so she estimated he should be able to set out today. As for her apprentice Ma Tianxi, Gu Yao shook her head helplessly. She had also been involved in that matter, so no mistakes would occur. Moreover, everything with her nephew was normal. Certainly the problem wasn't that. But not necessarily. What if a genetic mutation had occurred? You could never be sure. Still, she had an inexplicable feeling that it was inseparable from her niece. She went to her mother's room and knocked. Hearing permission, she pushed the door open and walked in.
"Mother,"
Gu Yao said as she walked closer.
"Haven't the results on the secret realm matter not come out yet? Why have you come to me?"
Gu Ling put down her pen and looked up to ask.
"There's something else. A Yao spirit shadow phantom beast. No, it's the Dark Star phantom beast now, has hatched. According to the registration information, this phantom beast has gained the dark attribute. Moreover, a Yao's mental domain has broken through, and she has completed the contract through the Beast Taming Codex."
Gu Ling's fingers tapped gently on the armrest as she voiced the doubt in her heart.
"You seem very eager for your sister to come back. Aren't you afraid that child A Yao will fight with your Mingzhu over the right of inheritance?"
Gu Yao had recently been paying an unusual amount of attention to everything in Jian City. At least before, even if a genius appeared in the family, she would turn a blind eye. After all, only geniuses who mature are of any use. A low-level genius is useless, except for a few words of regret later. And such things could not be forced. In the past, whenever they discovered one, they would take the child in and assign a professional team to cultivate them, but the results were not very satisfactory. So afterward they stopped caring much about it. If they found a gifted child, they would give a few more resources, and certain privileges, occasionally apply a bit of pressure, but otherwise not interfere at all. The recent events were very unlike her eldest daughter's style. After all, if a Shu came back with her child, it would bring more harm than good to Gu Yao.
"Are you doubting me, mother?"
Gu Yao pulled out a chair beside her and sat down, letting out a silent sigh.
"Mother, to be honest, you are far better than me at managing the family and handling work. But when it comes to understanding people, you may be slightly inferior to me. You don't understand a Shu just as you don't understand me now. You and grandmother are probably more alike, decisive people who only care about results. But I'm different from you, and a Shu is different from us as well."
Gu Ling leaned back in her chair, listening attentively.
"The Gu family didn't reach this point because of just us, it was because of everyone. My younger sister's talent was better than mine. If not for what happened back then, I would have stepped aside if a Shu had wanted to compete with me. No mother knows her daughter better than a mother. Although there are exceptions, like you, most mothers know their own children. Mingzhu is not suited for this position." "Then do you think a Yao is suitable?"
Gu Yao shook her head.
"She isn't either. But together, they are very suitable. The Gu family's enterprise is so large, and with so many of mother's siblings, the clan was thrown into prolonged internal turmoil. Mingzhu has a personality much like mine. She needs someone like that girl A Yao to help each other. That may be true, but that child A Yao is not close to us. Because of what happened with her parents, she still holds resentment toward us, so she may not behave as you imagine."
Just thinking of their last meeting gave Gu Ling a headache.
"Of course she will behave as I imagine."
Meeting her puzzled gaze, Gu Yao said,
"That child has eyes only for her parents. Although there were some hiccups during the last incident, it also allowed us to understand her. As long as she can be with her parents, she is willing to do anything."
From that brief confrontation last time, Gu Yao had seen through her little niece. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was the simplest and easiest person in the Gu family to handle.
"That's exactly the problem. The surname Ouyang can never appear in the Gu family genealogy."
But a Yao was so outstanding if she kept it up after returning. This matter would definitely have to be dealt with sooner or later. Ouyang Qian is her father. If that child A Yao becomes the head of the Gu family, her father would certainly appear in the genealogy. Gu Ling had only agreed to accept them publicly. Internally, she would not yield an inch.
Leave this matter to me.
Since everything had been said openly, what followed would be much easier to handle.
How will you handle it? A Shu's temperament won't yield an inch. What can you possibly do?
Gu Yanjua's tone was teasing.
Mother, you've never been in love, so you don't know. Love is like this. When you love someone, you can't bear to let them suffer any grievance with you, and you want to give them the best everything in the world. I could already tell back then that a Shu had fallen in love wholeheartedly. That's why I say it's also easy to handle.
Gu Ling was disdainful. She couldn't be bothered to understand such useless things. Since Gu Yanjua said she could handle it, let her handle it. This would also save her youngest daughter from suffering outside.
I didn't come here today to talk about this. What I want to talk about is the Dark Star Phantom Beast.
Gu Yanjua brought the topic back on track and handed her the documents. As for those matters, she felt they were far simpler to deal with than the current problem.
But even our existing records show nothing like this. It's fair to say that superpower-type companion beasts are the most stable type of spiritual force beasts. Unlike psychic-type beasts, they aren't easily influenced by the environment to develop other attributes.
So even Gu Ling had no clue about this suddenly appearing new branch. Gu Yanjua had guessed this result before coming. She spoke with some hesitation.
The ancestor. She's still alive, isn't she?
Gu Ling nodded. They had been in contact and communicated not long ago.
She is immensely knowledgeable and has experienced so much. Maybe she might know something about this.
Gu Yanjua thought it worth asking her.
How is your investigation into the Jiyun City Secret Realm Rift going? No leads at all. This time something is very wrong. It's completely different from how they've appeared before. I'm planning to send someone to look at Jia. I can't shake the feeling that this Secret Realm Rift is like a warning. When things are abnormal, there must be trouble behind it. Something is going to happen.
Gu Yanjua had been worried about this the whole time, but after investigating everywhere without a single clue, her heart grew even more uneasy. Humanity's understanding of secret realms was still insufficient.
Don't worry. Whether something happens or not, we just need to be prepared. Notify the regional headquarters in Sky City and have them speed things up.
Gu Yanjua nodded, closed the door, and went out to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Wang Yanxi, who was investigating the Secret Realm Rift, looked equally troubled. The secret realms were becoming more and more unstable, all because of that spirit body's escape. No one knew that secret realms had guardians, especially those that appeared at regular intervals. The last surveillance found not a single useful piece of information. Apparently in the past 20+ years this spirit body had grown quite accustomed to the world, which was why it could act with such flawless precision. But by the timeline, if he had existed as a spirit body, he should have dissolved long ago. If he had seized a physical body through possession, then after all these years with its power, he should have transformed into a soul completely fused with the flesh. Either way, he shouldn't be leaking energy from time to time like now. If this continues, both the spirit body and the physical body will likely reach the brink of collapse. Gu Jiangjua walked in and handed him the documents.
Blood Moon Beast, a monarch-level beast entrenched in the Great Rift Valley area of the Mingyuan Secret Realm.
Wang Yanxi already knew all this, but he still picked up the papers and pretended to flip through them without much interest. Of course he knew it was the Mingyuan Secret Realm. After all, it was precisely because that realm's spirit body had escaped that the beasts and demonic beasts had grown more and more rampant.
Go compile a list of everyone who came out of the Mingyuan Secret Realm last time.
Although he had investigated before, he had thought then that it was just a spirit body escaping. Judging from the current situation, it had probably seized a physical body inside the secret realm and left that way. Reinvestigating everything might reveal something previously overlooked. Gu Jiangjua nodded.
By the way, the Gu family is also investigating the Mingyuan Secret Realm. They've also looked into quite a few people. Why are they investigating the Mingyuan Secret Realm?
Wang Yanxi put down the documents and looked up, a bad feeling rising in his heart. The image of that girl appeared in his mind. From now on he must not clash with the Gu family, or he would definitely be disliked.
I don't know. Gu Yanjua is in charge of this, and I can't plant anyone on her side.
Gu Jiangjua didn't notice Wang Yanxi's expression and kept talking to himself. Wang Yanxi frowned slightly at the last words.
Since they don't want us to know, just honestly go tally the numbers and look into your own matters.
Seeing his displeased expression, Gu Yao obediently nodded and withdrew. Outside the sun blazed fiercely. Even through the glass one could feel the scorching heat of high summer. Gu Yao looked outside at the distorted air, which seemed rather terrifying. Next time she absolutely had to find an ice-attribute companion beast, otherwise going out was too much of a torment. The last secret realm rift had damaged many of the Academy's facilities and passageways. Even in weather like this, the temperature had never been so scorching before. The Academy had always been spring-like all year round with a pleasant temperature. This sudden change was really hard to get used to. Gu Yao sighed inwardly.
You're here to pick something up too. Let's go back together.
Recognizing the voice, as Li Qingyao's Gu Yao turned around and indeed saw him. She glanced at the twin-headed sea serpent coiled around his shoulder and nodded. With her current physical constitution, being in the sun for a bit wouldn't be a problem at all. It was just that outside felt like a scorching iron slab, which made her rather uncomfortable. Gu Yao kept looking at Li Qingyao, who was a little taller than her. No matter how many times she saw him, he was so beautiful it left her speechless and unable to look away. She was included in that, of course. Unfortunately, she and Yaya sat in the first row, and Li Qingyao sat behind them. Otherwise she could feast her eyes every day. But no, if he were in front of her she'd probably stop listening to those boring lessons entirely. Good thing he was behind her. Gu Yao's mind was wandering, but her eyes remained glued to Li Qingyao. This made him somewhat uneasy. He had been living like this every day since arriving in Jian City, yet her gaze always made him a little nervous.
What are you thinking about?
Li Qingyao stopped and met her gaze. His beautiful eyes looked at Gu Yao. She blinked and snapped back to reality.
I was wondering whether everyone from your people is this good-looking. I'm not sure about good-looking, but the appearance of our Liyue clan really is like this. It's the same as how your people mostly have black hair and black eyes.
Li Qingyao's voice was clear and gentle. Gu Yao tilted her head.
If that's not called good-looking, then is your sense of beauty different from ours? What kind of person do you consider good-looking? You? People like you are also good-looking.
Li Qingyao's mouth moved faster than his mind. Thinking of how to cover it up, he added.
Like Chu Yuan.
Chu Yuan was a very popular star beast tamer. Her name was always on her classmates' lips during demonstration matches, and Yaya often shared her videos. She was a stunningly gorgeous beauty with top-tier strength.
Now that's a standard of beauty. It seems our tastes are pretty similar after all.
With common ground found, the rest of the walk was no longer awkward or silent. Most of the time Li Qingyao just listened. When they returned to the classroom, Jiang Xianwei straightened up from her desk.
Let me see the clothes you bought for your Xingbao.
She wanted to test different fabrics for making clothes for her companion beast, and Gu Yao had no particular requirements for clothing, so it killed two birds with one stone. The clothes for testing fabric would be bought by her. Xingbao hopped down from Gu Yao's head and spun joyfully in the air at the sight of the pretty clothes. She tried on all of them, but in the end still chose one almost the same as their school uniform. Gu Yao shook her head helplessly. Hu Li Bao and Mo Bao, on the other hand, were quite interested in some necklaces and accessories, putting them on their heads. These two both liked necklaces, goggles, and the like. Since it was still break time, Gu Yao bought a few more so they could enjoy themselves to their heart's content. Jiang Xianwei recorded the information and was busy with her head down. Gu Yao propped her chin in her hand and watched from the side. Suddenly she received a message. The person they had been talking about had arrived. Gu Yao studied the middle-aged man before her, whose gray-flecked hair and round-lensed spectacles were complemented by a brown overcoat that made him look thoroughly dependable.
Young miss, this is Master Xiaoqi. Master Xiao, this is the young miss.
Stewardly introduced them.
A pleasure to meet you, young miss.
Master Xiao gave a slight respectful bow in greeting. Not knowing what to say, Gu Yao merely nodded and gestured for him to sit. Xingbao drifted curiously past each person standing in the room, and Xiaoqing's gaze followed it.
In my 160 years of researching and breeding spirit shadow beasts at the Gu estate, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation.
Xiaoqing adjusted his glasses, watching as the creature flew back into the girl's arms.
Should its subsequent rearing still follow the methods used for spirit shadow beasts?
This was what Gu Yao cared about most, for the cub was fragile. Better safe than sorry.
Would it be all right if I take a look?
Seeing Gu Yao nod, Xiaoqi took a pair of gloves from his coat. Gu Yao gently patted Xingbao.
Go on, let the uncle check you over.
It was rare to see Xingbao so clingy before. It had been endlessly curious about everything and extremely bold. Why such a sudden change? Xiao Qingyi signaled stewardly to have everyone leave, and sure enough Xingbao visibly relaxed.
There are too many unfamiliar faces. Instinct tells it not to leave your side, because you're the only one in the room it knows.
Producing a treat, Xiao Qingyi diverted its attention. So that was it. No wonder it always made a circuit of any new place. Like some people, it subconsciously surveyed its surroundings in unfamiliar places to assess safety, doing so even better than she, a bee's tamer, ever did. She didn't even have that habit. The treat worked splendidly. Xingbao cooperated with Xiao Qingyi's examination. Its little clothes and ornaments were somewhat in the way, but Gu Yao studied Master Xiao's expression, and saw not the slightest impatience, so she held her tongue to avoid upsetting Xingbao. There was still time, so no need to rush. She watched him take out an instrument, scan Xingbao, and divide the resulting image into 2 copies, transmitting one to Gu Yao. Only then did he remove a patch from the examination device, and place it atop Xingbao's head, deliberately avoiding the gem at the corner of its brow. Gu Yao received the scan and glanced at it, understanding nothing, then turned her attention back to the pair across from her. Xiao Qingyi reviewed the results. Everything was normal in all respects except that its size was somewhat unusual. A normal spirit shadow beast egg hatches around the 8th or 9th month, after which the cub begins to gain spiritual intelligence. Hence, a normal spirit shadow beast should be somewhat larger than this one, as it still needs time to grow. Yet, curiously, whether in physical data or spiritual power, this one was the finest he had ever seen. He simply could not fathom how this new species had suddenly appeared. Though many questions lingered in Xiao Qingyi's mind, he still wrote out a care plan with professional poise and handed it to her. Gu Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was exactly what she needed. A fragile cub was all too easy to raise improperly.
There are a few more precautions, but nothing serious. I'll just go over them with you directly.
Gu Yao listened and committed the precautions to memory. The key points were simply not to let it go hungry or overtired. Since she already planned not to do such things, she felt relieved. As the lunch break was nearly over, Gu Yao returned to class. Stewardly handed the young miss the energy cultivation fluids for Foxbao and Mabao that Ouyang Qian had provided.
From now on, the Dark Star Beast's energy cultivation fluid will be specially prepared by our dedicated personnel and delivered to you.
Gu Yao nodded, said yes, and left. The moment she was gone, Xiao Qingyi called Gu Ling, proposing the establishment of a Dark Star Beast Project Research Group. This beast was superior to current spirit shadow beasts in every respect.
Fine, but don't disturb her for now. She still has the national tournament ahead, and we mustn't distract her. If we upset her and she takes a disliking to us, it will also make your future research collaboration inconvenient.
Gu Ling found Gu Yanjua's words quite sensible. Some people needed to be cherished before they would care for you. In return, affection was always a two-way street. Had she realized this sooner, her relationship with her dear Ashu would not have become so strained. Love had to be expressed and conveyed to the other person. Though Gu Ling inwardly found it troublesome and unnecessary, she still did it instinctively, unwilling to let her relationship with this granddaughter become a reprise of the one with Ashu. Having finished making arrangements, she left a message for Gu Yao. Gazing at the chat window with Gu Yanju, Gu Ling also sent her first message in all those years. Seeing the near-instant reply, she breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yanjua lowered the magazine slightly, and seeing the gentleness on Gu Ling's face, felt his own mood brighten. Things were now moving in a good direction. The path ahead would be far smoother. Gu Yao looked at the enormous crowd in the distance and asked,
"What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people? The preliminaries were moved up. My dad said it was specially approved because of that secret realm rift last time."
Jiang Xianwu rested her chin on Gu Yao's head as they both looked outside.
There isn't a single handsome guy out there. Good thing I came to this school. With so many good-looking guys in our own academy, aren't you going far afield for nothing?
Gu Yao shook her head.
If you see them every day, you're bound to get tired of the view,
Jiang Xianwu said with a long sigh.
Then wouldn't I have long since been looked at to the point of boredom? Should I go get a new face?
Lin's voice made the two turn their heads. Beside him stood Li Qingyao.
Someone you like shouldn't ever get old to look at right.
Li Qingyao looked at the two of them lounging by the window in their seats.
Who was looking at you?
Jiang Xianwu shot a glare at Linja, then answered Li Qingyao.
But what you said is right. If you like something, the more you look, the more you like it.
Hearing Yaya repeat herself, Gu Yao poked her waist.
Enough. When you end up sick of each other's sight, you'll be the one suffering. No, I won't. I'm the most devoted person in this world to the things I like. I'm just naturally the sort who loves well.
Gu Yao covered her ears and fled back to her seat. The training venue changed that afternoon. They now shared a large practice facility with students from other academies. Partway through her training, an unexpected person approached Gu Yao.
I apologize. I shouldn't have been jealous of your brother's relationship with Mu Qing, and I certainly shouldn't have come after you just because I couldn't beat your brother. Please forgive me and spare the Rong family.
Rong Yute, trembling slightly, bowed 90 degrees to Gu Yao in apology. She looked around. This time he was alone, no one behind him. Gu Yao was puzzled what had happened. Hadn't Teacher Jian vouched for her and put that matter to rest? Teacher Jian would never do something to Rong Yute on her account. Then who? Her brother. Her brother was such a good, kind, and upright person, he surely wouldn't do something like that. Gu Yao racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out.
What are you here for?
Jiang Xianyue's tone was hostile. Gu Yao explained what had happened and voiced her confusion.
What do you mean, spare the Rong family? I'd already forgotten about that matter.
So it was that. Jiang Xianyue rubbed her nose.
I went home and complained to my mother and had them give the Rong family a hard time, so they won't get so full of themselves just because they're the richest family around.
Gu Yao nodded, signaling to Rong Yute that apologizing to Jiang Xianyue was the right course. There was no point in seeking her out for this.
No, it's not that.
Rong Yute pursed his lips.
Uncle and Aunt Jiang, my father took me to their door to apologize that time, and we made compensation. But before we went to the Jiangs, my parents thought it was your parents who were stirring up trouble, so they went to confront yours. What did you say?
Gu Yao hadn't been paying much attention, but those words made her angry.
What? You come after me. And your parents actually dared to come after my parents. No, that's not.
Rong Yute wanted to say it wasn't like that, but his parents really hadn't taken Gu Yao's family seriously at first, and that visit had been quite rude. Seeing Gu Yao so angry now, he truly didn't know how to explain, afraid that saying more would only enrage her further.
Humph. If your parents raised someone like you, what kind of upstanding people could they be? I just can't understand it. Is your family's nerve hereditary passed down as thick as that?
Jiang Xianyue stroked Gu Yao's back to soothe her, though it didn't stop her from cursing him.
I apologize on behalf of my parents. This matter originally. Leave. I don't want to hear your voice, and I don't want to see your face.
Gu Yao pulled Jiang Xianyue away, unwilling to waste words on him. If she stayed any longer, she really wouldn't be able to hold back from throwing a punch. But this venue had not only students from their academy, but also others from different academies. She couldn't afford to make a scene. Jiang Xianyue found it novel to see Gu Yao clenching her jaw in genuine anger. It was the first time she'd seen her friend truly furious. In the past, her anger had always been pretended in jest. If her own parents had been bullied because of her, she wouldn't have been able to bear it either. And that fellow certainly knew how to pick his place and time.
All right, don't be angry. From the looks of it, your parents not only stood up for themselves, but they stood up for you too.
Jiang Xianyue put an arm around Gu Yao to calm her down.
Don't be mad, don't be mad. It's bad for your health.
Gu Yao gave a muffled
Mm.
Her parents hadn't told her anything about this matter, and she had no idea what was going on. Seeing their replies saying everything was handled, and she shouldn't worry, Gu Yao felt a little stifled, but she could only reply with a simple, okay, to go along. But they hadn't given any details, and Gu Yao was genuinely worried, so she contacted Stewardly, wondering whether her parents knew about it. Stewardly briefly explained the Gu family's pressure on the Rong family. With them around, the Rongs could never have bullied a young miss of the Gu family on that visit. Only then did Gu Yao relax. Serving them right, she thought. Then she recalled what that fellow had said.
My brother and Mu Qing. My brother's in a relationship.
Gu Yao was puzzled. She had never heard anything about this.
Huh? You didn't know about your brother and Mu Qing? They're extremely close. Whether it's really true, I don't know, but a lot of people are spreading the rumor that it is.
Jiang Xianyue recalled the last time she'd seen Mu Qing, and still marveled.
She's so beautiful, with tons of people paying attention to her, and even more people liking her. Her strength is a match for your brother's, so it's only natural people would put the two of them together.
There were too many beautiful girls at the academy for Gu Yao to remember them all. The handsome guys by comparison were fewer, so she'd managed to remember one or two. As for the great beauty Mu Qing that Jiang Xianwei mentioned, she had only a vague impression of her.
I could tell you hadn't been paying attention. How about we drop by during a training break?
Jiang Xianwei blinked, looking at Gu Yao expectantly, hoping she'd come along.
Fine. But the preliminaries are starting a week early now, so let's train properly first. We can go have a look together after dinner.
Gu Yao led her to train first. The preliminaries had been moved up a week. Because there were too many participants and not enough venues, more sessions had to be scheduled, and since every beast had to be kept energetic and in peak condition, the intervals between matches also had to be arranged as long as possible, hence the earlier start. But that shortened their training time. Originally they had planned to use the final week to have Fox Bao practice protective skills. Now the skill hadn't even been chosen yet, and the attribute fusion technique could only be half learned before being set aside. Teacher Huang had said she would continue teaching Fox Bao after the competition, but now they needed to start practicing protective skills. Gu Yao could only choose a mid-level skill that was both effective and easy to learn. After scanning through the options, she settled on Blazing Body Shield. Fox Bao already had flames around its body to begin with. This skill used the flames within the body to raise the temperature around it, dissolving the opponent's techniques, especially water attributes. Blazing Body Shield could vaporize the elemental attacks within, leaving only any physical attack that might come through. Gu Yao watched several Fox Bao clones training alongside her, because she herself didn't know how to teach a beast a skill. She would have to wait until Teacher Jian finished her meeting to ask or get permission to go out and learn the skill herself. Xingbao was following Mobao, perhaps because both were psychic types. Mobao found it much easier to teach. Gu Yao observed them learning how to instruct a beast in a skill. Out of the corner of her eye she caught a fire-type beast unleashing a skill that was exactly the same as one she'd seen in a video before, Blazing Body Shield. Wasn't this the perfect solution? She just didn't know if he'd be willing to teach Fox Bao. After all, they might very well be opponents once they stepped onto the competition stage.
Hello!
Gu Yao decided it was worth trying, and walked over to greet him amiably. Yi Wujing was still startled. Looking at Gu Yao, the freshman, who had shown brilliantly in the recent freshman competition, he felt a stir in his heart.
Gu Yao. My name is Yi Wujing. Is something the matter? You know me. Yi, your Skyfire spirit here seems to know Blazing Body Shield.
Gu Yao turned her gaze to the Skyfire spirit beside him. The Skyfire spirit was the evolved form of the Fire Spirit, a basic fire-type beast. It came from the Fire Spirit tribe in the south-central region, where the people were an ethnic minority. That ethnic group worshipped fire spirits. In their eyes, these creatures were not mere beasts, but guardian spirits.
And Mehmet realized the skill upon evolving. Why do you ask? Is your tricolor Sky Fox trying to learn it?
Yi Wujing's mind immediately grasped what she was after. Gu Yao hadn't expected him to guess so quickly. Embarrassed, she nodded.
Well, could you have your beast communicate a bit with my tricolor Sky Fox? Of course, I don't want to take up your training time. I just need 3 hours, 1 hour a day over 3 days. If it doesn't learn, I won't bother you again. And I'll pay you the market rate.
Gu Yao looked at him.
Fine. Fireball, come here.
Yi Wujing didn't hesitate to agree. With over 100,000 in hand for just 3 hours, it was a fortune for someone as poor as him, enough to buy a fairly decent beast, perfect as preparation for his second one. Gu Yao hurriedly called Fox Bao over. Watching the Skyfire spirit gesture enthusiastically as it passed on its experience, she sat nearby observing and studying earnestly. That way, if Fox Bao didn't manage to learn, she could remember the method and keep teaching it back at home. Yi Wujing watched the girl's earnest expression and stood quietly beside her, observing the tricolor Sky Fox before them. Previously, he could only see such a fox online. Given his academy's luck, even if they drew lots for a match, they might not necessarily face the third intermediate Beast Tamer Academy. In his heart, he felt a little grateful for this secret realm rift.
Fire, 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 fire.
The Skyfire spirit directed the tricolor Sky Fox to make its outer flames larger, then larger still, and finally to hold them steady. The tricolor Sky Fox could make the flames around its body expand, but it couldn't hold them steady within a set range for long. Gu Yao crossed her arms in thought. All of Fox Bao's skills were burst type. This kind of sustained technique would probably take a while to practice.